Upon awakening, Xia Chen found himself logged into a mysterious game from his previous life, starting as the legitimate son of the Eastern Town Marquis. What? I have a younger brother named Xia Hao, who is suspected to possess a mysterious bone within him. It resembles the legendary Supreme Bone, and I, born with dual pupils. Whose script am I following? Even more astonishingly, he discovered that he had become the betrothed of the game's ultimate boss, the Empress, in the Great Unification version. Was this the beginning of his journey as a royal consort, living off her bounty? At this moment, the game was still set during the reign of the Wen Emperor, with all players yet to enter this world, and the Empress still a princess, yet to triumph in the coup at the gate of the White Tiger. Considering the upcoming versions of Spiritual Energy Revival, Heavenly Fusion, and Celestial Dynasty Competition, Xia Chen silently rose, resolved to lay the groundwork for his ambition. She would seize power. Years later, players began to descend upon this world. Your Majesty, recently malevolent beings from beyond have invaded. I sense you may struggle to grasp the depths of the situation. I am unafraid, for I am also a being from beyond. Xia Chen marched into the Golden Lawn Hall, gazing at the Empress, who sat high above, exuding an aura that commanded respect. With a smile gracing his face, he spoke softly. On that day, the entire city donned golden armor. Chapter 1. Early log into the game. I end the 53rd year of the Xian era. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, in a secluded courtyard of the Eastern Town Marquis' residence in the capital. Early spring had just begun, and the heavy snow that had enveloped the capital throughout winter had recently melted, but the cold wind still pierced the air. Xia Chen, clad in thin garments, practiced with his sword relentlessly, sweat pouring down in the biting chill. His handsome face flushed with vigor, the force of his blood pulsed within him, his gaze reflecting determination. With a long crimson blade in hand, he sliced through the air, creating ripples as if to cleave the icy winds in two. With each swing, a line of text appeared within his field of vision. Successfully swung once. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 1. Successfully swung once. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 1. Successfully swung once. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 1. Basic Swordsmanship Perfected. You have comprehended the advanced sword technique, Shoyong Breaking Demonic Blade. Your blood vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Would you like to break through immediately? As these lines of text emerged, a look of delight spread across Xia Chen's handsome face. In that moment, the crimson long sword in his hand transformed, and the blood vitality within him surged violently, strands of energy erupting from his body, coalescing into a radiant crimson sun behind him. This sun resembled the primordial dawn, slicing through chaos and darkness, brimming with life and intensity. Empowered by this sun, Xia Chen trembled with vigor, his entire being akin to molten lava, his blood vitality reaching its zenith, as if ready to boil rivers and seas. This process was fleeting. Xia Chen's sharp gaze and youthful countenance conveyed a serious demeanor as he swung his blade, transforming the courtyard from winter's grasp to the warmth of early summer. With one stroke, he altered the heavens and the earth simultaneously. A cracking sound resonated within him, as though an invisible shackle had shattered, and the surging blood vitality found its outlet, rushing forth like the Yangtze River flowing into the sea. In that instant, Xia Chen's momentum peaked. He had achieved the 8th grade refinement stage. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them, and for a moment, it seemed as if two eyes merged into one, resembling his dual pupils. However, this phenomenon was fleeting, and Xia Chen regained his composure, his aura retracting, transforming back into an ordinary youth. I've been in this world for 2 months, and I have finally broken through to the 8th grade. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered the early version of that mysterious game ahead of time. That in his previous life, it had suddenly appeared on Earth, its origins unknown, only that some fortunate individuals were chosen to enter this world that felt so real. At this point, it was the era of the Great Martial Wen Emperor, a period Xia Chen was not well acquainted with. That he had logged into the game early, while by the time of the official server launch, it would already be the era of the Empress. It is currently the period of the Wen Emperor's 2 dragons competing for the heir. 5 years later, the 3rd prince will stage a coup, leading troops into the capital, breaching the White Tiger Gate and storming the palace. The crown prince will perish, and the 3rd prince, in his madness, will massacre the entire royal bloodline. Yet, the ultimate victor shall not be him. Xia Chen pieced together the timeline, recalling the events of this period. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had entered this world only during the first public test, when the Empress had already been on the throne for 6 years. Although it appeared that the struggle was between the 2 dragons, a hidden dragon lurked in the shadows. 5 years later, during the coup at the Gate of the White Tiger, the 2nd princess would strike with unexpected force, wielding the sword of the ancestor and leading cavalry into the palace. That night, the palace echoed with cries of battle, blood staining the pure white snow, and ultimately, the 2nd princess quelled all rebels. However, Though an emperor, the crown prince, the third prince, and all direct male descendants of the royal family perished in that coup, their lives extinguished on the spot. In the end, the Great Wu welcomed its first empress, heralding the dawn of a glorious because of this imperial seal that I was able to enter this world 11 years early. Xia Chen opened his palm, revealing an imperial seal imprinted within, resembling a totem visible only to him. The seal bore the image of 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple mist. In the distance, he glimpsed the sun, moon, and stars circling the seal, with the sun and moon's away stars at its center. Xia Chen wished to examine it further, but the seal dimmed completely, becoming inscrutable. This was his opportunity. Heroes are forged in times of turmoil, and only during chaotic periods can one rise to power. That I must act swiftly. Once the Empress ascends, resolves the 8 Kings' rebellion, and consolidates the might of the Great Wu, we will enter the era of great unification. Xia Chen understood that he needed to strategically position himself ahead of time. For while the era of great unification may offer higher security, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, opportunities would diminish significantly. By that time, the Great Wu dynasty would be the sole sovereign, dominating the seas and lands, compelling all, be they Buddhists, Taoists, or the so-called players, to submit beneath the Empress's rule. Only later, with the opening of the spiritual energy revival version and the heavenly fusion, would this world become entirely real. As the pinnacle of martial prowess ascended, the Empress would vanish, the Great Wu would fracture, and the version of celestial dynasty competition would commence, ushering in new opportunities. While pondering these matters, Xia Chen filled a basin with water, picked up a towel, and began to wipe down his sweat-drenched body. In this life, his circumstances were relatively favorable, being born into the Eastern Town Marquis residence. In the 800 years since the founding of the Great Wu, 637 years ago, the Ling Emperor favored eunuchs and relied heavily on relatives by marriage, leading to a rebellion by the lords and the fall of the capital. The 8th son of the Ling Emperor, the Wuzong Emperor, restored the realm, launching a northern expedition, returning to the old capital and re-establishing order, thus creating the present-day Great Wu's 19 provinces, renewing the dynasty's fortunes for 6 centuries. The first Eastern Town Marquis, Xia Chen, had followed the Wuzong Emperor in the borderlands, starting as a lowly soldier and eventually becoming a renowned general. During the northern expedition, the Wuzong Emperor divided his troops into 3 routes, with Xia Chen commanding the eastern route. When the other 2 routes faced obstacles and the northern campaign seemed fruitless, Xia Chen led 5,000 cavalry on a swift march, reaching the capital like a dagger piercing through the enemy's gut, breaching the city, claiming the enemy's head, and completely turning the tide of battle, thus aiding the Wuzong Emperor in solidifying his reign over the realm. The grand ceremony of awards, the Emperor Wu, with a smile before his ministers, proclaimed, strong on the outside, yet wise within, sharp as a blade, unrivaled across the realm. Thus, Xia Chuanjin's accomplishments were deemed unparalleled among the courtiers, earning him the title of Duke of the East. There are whispers suggesting that, due to his merits, he could have been granted the title of king. However, adherence to the ancestral decree forbidding the elevation of those with foreign surnames to kingship resulted in his lesser title of Duke of the East. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been the Duke of the East king. Currently, the lineage of the Duke of the East has flourished for 17 generations, thriving without decline. Though still referred to as the Duke of the East residence, it has, in reality, achieved the status of a family with 3 dukes. While the Duke's residence may not hold significant regard, it is, nonetheless, an exceptionally favorable beginning compared to others, Xia Chen mused, feeling quite content with his position. That he was aware that many players who entered the game in his previous life began as nameless commoners, some even as beggars on the streets, facing a hellish start. According to the principles of game balance, those who entered the game earlier typically commenced with lesser identities. Yet, Xia Chen had defied this norm, being born into the esteemed family of nobility from the outset. Third young master, a letter from the second master. At that moment, a hurried figure burst into the room, a young servant clad in blue, panting heavily, his cheeks flushed, whether from the biting cold or the exertion of running it was unclear. The Emperor possesses exceptional insight, and in his youth displayed unwavering determination, diligently practicing and honing his skills, tirelessly wielding his sword thousands of times in the courtyard, refining his martial prowess until he achieved greatness. One day, he devised a technique in the courtyard, naming it Shoyang's demon-breaking blade. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of Emperor Taizu. Chapter 2, The Princess of Shang. I must clarify, the protagonist is a transcendent being, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the protagonist possesses a system that augments experience points and proficiency, allowing the player to bypass traditional cultivation methods entirely. In the small courtyard, the towering locust tree has unfurled its tender buds, shimmering vibrantly in the embrace of spring, exuding vitality. The second master has sent a letter for you, young master. A hint of joy graced Xia Chen's face. The second master had finally remembered the young master. If memory serves, the last correspondence was 3 years prior. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen's hands, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. He merely inquired with a tinge of surprise, has something occurred in the outside world? Indeed, young master, you are most perceptive. There is great news. The second master has slain a third-tier unparalleled demon in the East Wilderness, reputed to be a sovereign of the Eastern Mountain Range. Following this triumph, the myriad demons have retreated 100 miles, and the calamity in the East Wilderness has been eradicated, significantly enhancing the prestige of our martial nation. Xia Chen, still in his youth and a year younger than Xia Chen, had just turned 16 and was brimming with exuberance, as if he himself had vanquished that third-tier demon. The young Xia Chen's expression was one of fervent excitement. 14 years had passed, and at long last, the young master could reunite with his family. However, upon hearing this news, Xia Chen's gaze revealed no elation. He had wholly inherited the memories of the previous Xia Chen, which felt entirely unlike a mere game login devoid of the original's recollections. It was as if he had been born into this life, embracing all of the prior Xia Chen's emotions, as if he truly were Xia Chen, merely awakening to his past memories 2 months ago. Xia Chen could not help but recall the information about the second master conveyed by the young servant Xia Chen. The second master, Marquis Xia Yuan of Dong'an, was Xia Chen's biological father. In Xia Chen's childhood memories, before the age of 3, his father Xia Yuan had showered him with affection and care. However, following the martial arts assessment at the age of 3, which revealed Xia Chen to be a waste body, Xia Yuan fell into a deep silence, yet ultimately maintained a resolute gaze. My son may be a waste body, yet as my eldest, I shall seek great fortune to defy destiny on your behalf. The very next day after uttering these words, the calamity of the East Wilderness erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the commander to quell the demons, leading an army of 100,000 into the eastern territories. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a formidable sorceress, accompanied him into battle. Though the young Xia Chen did not comprehend the full implications of these events, he only yearned to remain by his parents' side, desiring to journey to the East Wilderness alongside them. However, he was met with stern refusal, as they deemed the East too perilous. The mere 3-year-old Xia Chen was left alone in the Marquis' estate, and that departure marked the beginning of a 14-year separation. For the first 3 months, letters frequently arrived at the Dong'an Marquis' estate, accompanied by demon blood to fortify Xia Chen's physique. 5 months later, the correspondence dwindled. The young Xia Chen presumed it was a result of the turmoil wrought by the great demons in the East, with the battlefield's constant flux consuming time and energy, leaving no room for letter writing. A year later, Xia Chen learned from the estate's servants that the Dong'an Marquis' lineage was to be augmented once more. Upon inquiry, he discovered that he had a younger brother. His mother, Su Xiaoxue, had conceived again after the first month of accompanying Xia Yuan into battle. After the arrival of his younger brother, the correspondence from Dongwang dwindled from 1 letter in March to merely 1 every 6 months, and by the age of 6, it was reduced to a single letter. The supplies of medicinal essence and flesh also ceased to be sent. Xia Chen, who once firmly believed in the perilous nature of the Donghuang battlefield, where formidable demons abound, understood that his father, as the commander of the army, had no time to attend to him. It was only later that he learned from the mouth of a servant from the Marca residence that his younger brother, born amidst the chaos of the Donghuang battlefield and always kept close by their parents, had been identified as possessing extraordinary innate talents, heralded as a prodigy. In that moment, realization dawned upon Xia Chen. He had been forsaken. Having grown accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom, Xia Chen, despite being somewhat inconspicuous within the Marquis household, did not experience the melodrama often portrayed in television dramas, such as treacherous servants or petty squabbles. His uncle and aunt treated him with great kindness, regarding him as their own son, especially now that Xia Chen was aware that the bone in question was the legendary Supreme Bone. While it could not compare to his own innate twin pupils, it still harbored the potential to shine brilliantly in the future amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy. After 14 years apart, even the servants within the estate learned of developments regarding Donghuang before he did, rendering Xia Chen, despite their blood ties, akin to a stranger. You may leave now, and please inform the kitchen to double the amount of food for lunch today. Xia Chen smiled and nodded at Xia Chen, the youth who had been by his side since the age of 4, marking 12 years of shared seasons. Xia Chen, though a distant relative, had been part of a branch that separated over 2 centuries ago, diluting their bloodline over time. Nevertheless, they still bore the surname Xia, a connection that allowed Xia Chen to be nurtured within the Marquis household and to follow Xia Chen, the direct descendant. Xia Chen nodded, understanding that his young master had been diligently studying and training, thus requiring a significantly larger portion. Yet he was astonished at the thought of doubling the amount, which would mean one person consuming over 20 servings. As he watched Xia Chen depart, Xia Chen slowly lowered his gaze, fixating on the time-worn envelope in his hand, adorned with a qilin pattern. After a moment of silence, he extended his finger and gently sliced the tip of it with the crimson blade he held, allowing a drop of warm, red blood to fall. Instantly, the Qilin pattern on the envelope seemed to respond, radiating a brilliant light. As if the roar of a Qilin echoed faintly. This process lasted but a couple of breaths, the light receding as tranquility enveloped everything once more. One person could rival an army of 100,000. A single sword could sever mighty rivers. Yet those who reached such levels could be counted on one hand across the realm. The vast majority, regardless of strength, remained within the realm of ordinary mortals. The system was rather rudimentary, divided into warriors and sorcerers. In his previous life, Xia Chen had merely regarded this as a mysterious and intriguing game, simplistically categorizing these two types as warriors and mages. Beyond that, this world was also inhabited by demons, and Su Xiaoxue was a formidable sorceress. This letter is exclusively addressed to Xia Chen, and only his blood can unlock its contents. This is a protective spell designed to prevent outsiders from intercepting or discovering its secrets, a technique beyond the grasp of mere warriors. Upon opening the envelope, Xia Chen found exquisite rice paper, delicate and smooth to the touch, yet adorned with only a few terse words. Your father will return in no less than 6 months. No more than 2 years. Additionally, the Emperor has arranged a marriage for you. As my son, you are to be wed to the second princess. Conduct yourself well, and do not tarnish the dignity of our noble house. The brevity of the message struck Xia Chen profoundly. The first half of the letter did not surprise him. Following the great victory in the eastern wilderness, the realm was categorized into 9 ranks. Regardless of whether they were warriors, sorcerers, or demons, all fell within these 9 classifications. The number of third-tier great demons was exceedingly few, and having slain one such formidable being, it was indeed time for the prolonged conflict in the eastern wilderness, which had lasted 14 years, to conclude. Moreover, Xia Chen had just informed him of this. What truly narrowed Xia Chen's pupils was the latter half of the letter. Was he to wed the second princess, or the future empress? Chapter 3, My Younger Brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, leaving Xia Chen restless. The empress, she was the most formidable entity in the great unification narrative. Intimidating the world, commanding universal submission, gathering the fortunes of all realms, and establishing enduring laws. With the might of the great unification, she constructed temples, making grand aspirations to the heavens, forcibly transforming the great martial dynasty into a dynasty of fortune. Within the great martial empire, fortune suppressed all. From this point onward, anyone not a citizen of the great martial empire was deemed heretical, their cultivation stunted. However, those holding official positions in the great martial court could expedite their training through varying degrees of royal fortune, depending on their rank. All the world's heroes fell under this dominion. This situation persisted until the phase of spiritual energy revival and celestial integration, when the Empress vanished. The fortunes of the martial dynasty crumbled, and the great unification fractured. Only then did the world's heroes find liberation from the oppressive grasp of the great martial empire. Yet, with the subsequent celestial integration version, this world became the primary realm, and everything turned tangible. The players no longer possessed immortality. And Xia Chen began to sense something amiss. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Shaking his head, he meticulously recalled and endeavored to deduce the current circumstances through the unfolding narrative. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had entered this world during the early stages of the Great Unification version, and no one knew what the Empress, during the era of the literary emperor, had experienced as the second princess. However, it was evident that during the Great Unification, the Eastern Guardian Marquis still shone brightly, radiating brilliance, with extraordinary talents emerging. His younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, a prodigious gift that made him a pillar of the empire during the Empress's reign, becoming the sharpest spear in the great martial dynasty's territorial expansion, achieving remarkable military feats. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke ancestral traditions and conferred upon his younger brother the title of Eastern King. Yet, rumors circulated that his younger brother's elevation to kingship was due to an engagement with an ordinary scion of the Eastern Guardian Marquis during the Empress's time of tribulation. But ultimately, this noble scion met a tragic end during the coup, spilling blood on the scene. After the Empress ascended to the throne, the matter of her engagement fell into oblivion. However, it was precisely due to this circumstance that she chose to reward the Xia family, bestowing upon Xia Hao an exceptional title of nobility. Originally, Xia Chen believed these events were merely hearsay, convinced that such rumors were the fabrications of malicious individuals intent on tarnishing the reputations of the Empress and the Duke of Zhendong. Was my existence merely a dark chapter, a past too painful to reflect upon, destined to cast a shadow upon the radiant image of the Empress, rendering me unworthy even of a name? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet in the depths of his gaze, a remarkable duality emerged, as if the sun and moon had fused into one, tendrils of chaos swirling about, his eyes gleaming with a piercing chill. Thus, it seemed my narrative would conclude with the coup at the gates, explaining why, in my previous life, I had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen from the Duke of Zhendong's household. That dazzling pillar of the empire, Xia Hao, had an elder brother. Xia Chen's expression regained its tranquility, resembling the still waters of an abyss, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. He stepped into his chamber and donned a splendid outfit. The courtyard had once been filled with maidservants, but after he turned 12, the household had dismissed them all. This was not due to any cruelty towards him for his youth. Rather, it was a common practice among all the family's offspring. Before reaching the 8th rank, martial practitioners were advised against any distractions. However, the vigor of youth, coupled with the allure of beautiful maidservants, often tempted one to indulge in forbidden pleasures, jeopardizing their future prospects. As soon as Xia Chen stepped out of the courtyard, a stunning young woman clad in a green silk dress, blooming at the age of 18, approached him gracefully. Baizhu. Xia Chen recognized her. Third young master. The master and madam request your presence. Baizhu halted before him, bowing respectfully. Her demeanor humble and devoid of the arrogance typically displayed by those who basked in favor, showing disdain for this somewhat inconspicuous young master within the Duke's household. I understand. Xia Chen nodded, following Baizhu, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her curvaceous figure, a surge of blood rushing through him, momentarily overwhelming his composure. He quickly averted his eyes, having just experienced a breakthrough, a time when one's vitality surged most robustly. Baizhu, a maidservant by the side of the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mingru, had long been intended to assist Xia Chen in his daily affairs once he achieved the 8th rank. Diverting his attention, Xia Chen began to map the intricate relationships within the Duke's household. With a legacy spanning 6 centuries, only 3 direct lines remained. The elder Duke, Xia Chutian, now 86 years of age, still possessed remarkable vitality, but had withdrawn from managing household and court affairs, focusing on his seclusion in hopes of attaining an even higher realm. The elder Duke had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Chen, referred to as the master by Baizhu. The second son, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, known as the second master within the estate, and the youngest, Xia Han. Presently, the household was governed by the eldest, and Wuho Xia Chen. Following Baizhu, Xia Chen traversed the winding paths of the outer courtyard, arriving at a grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a formidable middle-aged man seated in the principal position, alongside a woman in her 30s, whose well-preserved beauty exuded an air of regal elegance. Uncle Aunt. As Xia Chen entered the hall, he respectfully bowed. Chenner, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Xia Chen smiled and urged Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed the sentiment. Chenner, it has been quite some time since you dined at my home. Have you grown distant with your aunt upon hearing that your sister-in-law is returning? Cui Mingru chided Xia Chen, her enchanting gaze revealing the graceful charm of a mature woman. Cui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had cared for and nurtured Xia Chen since childhood, treating him as her own child. Aunt, I have been diligently practicing martial arts lately, which has caused my neglect. Xia Chen replied with a smile as he settled beside Cui Mingru, warmth blossoming in his heart. Although his biological mother had disregarded him for many years, bestowing all her affection upon his younger brother, his uncle and aunt had treated him with kindness, never looking down upon him for his innate weaknesses. Growing up in the Marquis residence since the tender age of 3, he had faced little hardship, thanks to the nurturing care of Xia Chen and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing Xia Chen mention his rigorous training, the expressions of Xia Chen and Cui Mingru darkened, their hearts heavy with sighs. Although one could practice martial arts despite being born with a weak constitution, achieving great success in this life would be exceedingly difficult. Even with 100-fold effort compared to others, the rewards would still be meager. Xia Chen and Cui Mingru inquired further about what Xia Chen currently lacked. The 3 conversed merrily, resembling a harmonious family. Your father has achieved great merit in the East Wilderness, and the Emperor has bestowed a marriage contract, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this? What are your thoughts? After the pleasantries, Xia Chen steered the conversation to the main topic. I just learned of it. Xia Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Is there still room for negotiation regarding this matter? He had no desire to marry a princess. For outsiders, such an honor was monumental, yet for the Marquis residents and Xia Chen himself, it would merely be an embellishment, perhaps even a constraint. Especially considering that she was destined to become the future Empress, it was far too perilous. Who could say how he had met his end in his previous life? The Emperor, in his youth, had mediocre martial talent, which led to his parents being somewhat distant. They went to war and did not return home for 14 years, with letters from them being rare, resulting in a rather cold relationship with the Emperor. When he was merely 3, he lived alone within the clan. Fortunate that his uncle and aunt treated him as their own child, nurturing him until he matured. From History of the Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 4, The Imperial Edict. The Marquis residence has stood resilient for 6 centuries, relying on generations of exceptional talents and formidable generals capable of commanding great armies. In the present day, the world is divided, with the north under Dou Wu, the west held by Qing, the east plagued by powerful demons. and the south beset by the southern barbarians and the ever-strong witchcraft. The realm is far from peaceful, and with such external threats, the Marquis residents need not continuously seek the emperor's favor. Xia Chen has never been one to remain in the shadows. Should he truly become betrothed to the future empress, it would only serve to bind him during the impending upheaval 5 years hence. You do not wish to marry the imperial daughter? Cui Mengru gazed at Xia Chen softly, her eyes sparkling with the allure of a mature woman. I do not. Xia Chen spoke decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Xia Chen sighed and shook his head. This matter had long been deliberated and settled, and now it was merely a formality to announce the outcome. Xia Chen fell silent, acutely aware that many decisions had already been made, and given his current status, he had no right to partake in them. It was absurdly laughable that he, one of the protagonists of this marriage, only learned of it after all was said and done. Originally, this union was not intended for him. The emperor had set his sights on his younger brother. The envoy delivering the decree had arrived in the eastern wilderness, only to be politely refused by his younger brother. Thus, the protagonist of this marriage was switched to him. Cui Mengru, observing the taciturn Xia Chen, pondered for a moment before slowly revealing the rivalry concealed behind this marriage. Xia Chen inquired meticulously and learned that the marriage was initially meant for his brother Xia Hao. However, their parents had resolutely declined, citing that Xia Hao was still quite young and should focus on martial arts and military strategy, rather than being distracted by matrimonial affairs. They subsequently submitted a petition, asserting that Xia Chen, as the legitimate eldest son, was of a suitable age and other reasoning. Cui Mengru felt a twinge of sympathy as she beheld Xia Chen's calm demeanor. For an ordinary individual, becoming a prince consort would undoubtedly be a path to ascendance. Yet for those of their esteemed lineage, it posed a constraint. 6 centuries ago, the spirit emperor, favoring eunuchs and relying on imperial relatives, nearly led to a rebellion that could have toppled the dynasty. Had it not been for the resurgence of the martial emperor, the empire would have long since changed its surname. After gaining dominion, the martial emperor, having learned from past mistakes, decreed that henceforth, imperial relatives were barred from political involvement and from holding significant positions. Although the ban on imperial relatives was not absolute, their influence had waned considerably. A century ago, the Su emperor began to reinstate some imperial relatives to balance the court. Today, while the circumstances for imperial relatives had improved significantly compared to before, they still faced numerous restrictions. Becoming a prince consort was indeed a form of imperial kinship. This was the fundamental reason why Xia Yuan, facing the emperor's intention to betroth the princess to his youngest son, preferred to confront the emperor rather than agree to such a union. Marrying the princess offered a bleak future. Xia Qian's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. His nephew was already fated for hardship. Yet the emperor's decree was irrefutable, and someone had to forge an alliance. If Xia Yuan and his wife were reluctant to see their youngest son in such a position, it fell upon the shoulders of their eldest son. Though this was undeniably unfair to Chenner, who was born with a frail constitution, he had diligently studied military strategy over the years. Nevertheless, his prospects in martial arts were limited. Becoming a prince consort, combined with the support of the Ho family, might ensure a life of comfort and prosperity for him, perhaps even a blessing in disguise. Xia Qian mused internally, acknowledging that, emotionally, he felt closer to this nephew whom he had watched grow up than to the yet unmet Xia Hao. However, as the head of the family, he had to prioritize the interests of the clan. His younger brother's son, Xia Hao, possessed extraordinary talent and might one day reach the remarkable achievements of their ancestor, Xia Xian, potentially emerging as the leader of their family. Indeed, he should not be bound by the identity of a prince consort. Although Xia Chen felt a surge of indignation within, his gaze remained tranquil, and a faint smile graced his lips as he calmly accepted the unfolding events. He was acutely aware of the ramifications. His biological parents, wishing to safeguard their youngest son's future, had finally recalled that he had an elder brother in the capital, thereby extricating him from what appeared to be Emperor Wen's attempt at alliance, which was, in reality, a tactic of subjugation and oppression. His impending marriage was merely a byproduct of a compromise in the relentless struggle for power. His own thoughts and opinions held little significance. Even the sovereign who commanded the realms and instilled awe across the world had, prior to seizing power, been utilized as a pawn in political unions. What, then, could he not accept? With an unwavering spirit and remarkable optimism, thoughts flowed through Xia Chen's mind. As he pondered, a sigh escaped him. The last words escaping his lips, whether directed at the Empress or himself, remained uncertain. At that moment, his resolve to seize power grew ever more steadfast. In the main hall, Zhu entered with a brisk, yet graceful demeanor. Master, Madam, visitors from the palace have arrived, led by none other than Eunuch Yi himself, in grand procession. Xia Chen and Cui Mengru exchanged knowing glances, each fully aware of the purpose of the visit. Chenner, let us go and welcome the emissaries. Xia Chen rose silently, following behind them to greet his fate. Outside the Marquis' residence, he encountered the esteemed Eunuch Yi, described by Zhu, a man with graying hair yet a youthful visage, exuding a vibrant aura. Though a eunuch, His presence commanded respect, and none dared to underestimate him. Yi Wujing, known as Eunuch Yi, had served 3 generations of monarchs and had navigated the treacherous tides of the coup with ease, remaining a stalwart guardian of the imperial palace during the Empress's reign. His strength inscrutable. This esteemed figure was indeed the legitimate son of the Duke of Anong, and he was undeniably handsome. Eunuch Yi smiled warmly at Xia Chen and offered his congratulations. Xia Chen, recognizing the significance of the man who would shine brightly during the coup, respectfully bowed his head in deference. Although Xia Chen was the protagonist, many subsequent events were only tangentially related to him. He merely needed to present himself. After welcoming Eunuch Yi into the Marquis' residence, a ritualistic bathing and changing of attire ensued, followed by the proclamation of the imperial edict by Eunuch Yi, thus officially confirming the marriage. The entire procedure left Xia Chen feeling rather disoriented, as the formalities surrounding such an edict were manifold. However, this was a royal marriage to a princess, and thus both the Marquis' residence and the palace were required to uphold a grand standard to reflect the significance of the union. The entire process consumed the afternoon, and as Xia Chen held the imperial decree adorned with dragon motifs, crafted from an unknown material, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had truly become the betrothed of the Empress. Yet, could he survive the coup and successfully ascend as the Emperor's consort? Was his death during the coup merely an unfortunate accident? Reflecting on these thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon his uncle and aunt walking ahead, no longer hesitating. He quickened his pace to join them. "Uncle, I have broken through to the 8th rank of Qi refinement. I seek a position to serve our nation," Xia Chen declared with resolute conviction, taking a deep breath. In the early years of the founding emperor, he was characterized by a steady and reserved demeanor, concealing his brilliance among his peers. However, the Empress of the Wu dynasty recognized his extraordinary talent at a glance, believing that he would achieve great things in the future. At that time, the Empress, Princess Yaguang, was being courted by the Emperor Wen of the Wu dynasty, prompting her to take the initiative to propose marriage, thus securing her engagement to the founding emperor. Chapter 5. The Shattering Demon Blade. Within the Marquis' residence, the cobblestone path meandered gracefully, resembling a lively ribbon weaving through a tapestry of blooming flowers. Spring had only just begun, yet renowned blossoms could no longer contain their splendor, vying for attention. A gentle breeze carried an intoxicating fragrance, enveloping the surroundings in a delightful aroma. Xia Chen and Shui Menglu abruptly halted, turning to look at Xia Chen, their astonishment palpable. "You have broken through to the 8th rank?" If it were anyone else, they would scarcely lift an eyebrow at such an achievement. While the 8th rank is commendable, particularly for a mere 17-year-old like Xia Chen, it is hardly astonishing within the Marquis' household, which is teeming with prodigies. Excluding a few exceptional scions of the direct lineage, even among the collateral branches, there are several extraordinarily gifted youths emerging. The 8th rank is, indeed, not remarkable. Yet, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has achieved this milestone is indeed surprising, especially to Xia Chen and his wife, who are intimately aware of Xia Chen's potential. Over the years, although his biological parents had not sent rare herbs or treasures from the eastern wilderness, Xia Chen had provided Xia Chen with numerous resources to refine his physique. However, despite the considerable resources expended by the Marquis' household, Xia Chen had barely managed to ascend from the unranked to the 9th rank of body refinement. This led Xia Chen to lament the notorious inefficacy of martial arts for the physically inept. And now, Xia Chen has broken through to the 8th rank. In recent days, he had felt a surge of inspiration while practicing, leading him to comprehend certain aspects of the foundational sword technique, resulting in an unanticipated advancement in his realm. Xia Chen recounted the truth, omitting some critical details. He understood the necessity of swiftly acquiring the support and resources of the Marquis' household to rise. "Demonstrate it for me." Upon hearing this, Xia Qian's expression grew solemn, his heart filled with uncertainty, entering a state of enlightenment through the foundational sword technique. The foundational sword technique of their household was not an ordinary one, but a culmination of 6 centuries of research, even incorporating elements from the royal family's most potent 9th rank sword techniques, ultimately culminating in this technique best suited for the 9th rank of body refinement. It proved most effective for honing the physique, thus earning the name foundational sword technique. This technique had long reached a point of no further improvement, and even he had learned it during his own training. Now, remarkably, Xia Chen claimed to have comprehended new insights within this sword technique. In his youth, Xia Chen also harbored lofty ambitions, aspiring to contribute to the family by refining this very technique. Yet, despite reaching his current level of mastery, he has never attempted to improve it. Not only he, but also Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, and their progenitor, the true master of the Marquis' estate, Marquis Xia Chutian, have failed to achieve this. "Draw the sword." Xia Chen instructed his attendant beside him. "Use mine." Without hesitation, Xia Chen unsheathed a long knife radiating an astonishing cold light, its entire body a deep black. The moment this blade came into existence, Xia Chen envisioned a black serpent leaping from the abyss, its chilling scales capable of consuming hearts. This phenomenon was but a fleeting glimpse. The dark blade soon returned to tranquility. Xia Chen understood that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. It was a divine weapon, and that black serpent was at least a third-grade demon. This deep black knife, born from the blood of a demon above the third grade, even suppressed the soul of a great demon within its blade. This was one of the Marquis' foundational treasures. Xia Chen gripped the long knife tightly, yet even so, a heavy sensation weighed down his hands. Despite the blade having subdued its extraordinary nature, its mere form was still immensely heavy. If he were still at the 9th grade realm, he could barely lift it, let alone wield it. This long knife itself was a test, a challenge to his level of mastery. Observing Xia Chen's steady reception of the blade, Xia Chen nodded in approval. This lad has truly broken through to the 8th grade. With this thought, Xia Chen found himself harboring some anticipation regarding Xia Chen's newfound enlightenment. As Xia Chen held the dark knife, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. His very flesh and blood seemed to boil violently, strands of vital energy coursing through his body, as a great sun's phantom rose behind him. The energy in the sky began to shift slightly. At that moment, Cui Mengru's eyes also sparkled with brilliance. Coming from the renowned Cui family, adept in the arts of sorcery, she was acutely sensitive to the energies of the world. A surge of extreme yang energy was absorbed by Xia Chen into his being, ultimately infusing the dark knife in his palm. First sun-breaking demon blade. With a resounding shout, Xia Chen stood in the garden. Yet it felt as though he faced an army of thousands, a multitude of demons. With his back to the onlookers, he brandished the sword towards the abyss. This was the pinnacle of his momentum. His entire being radiated fervent energy, spirit, and vitality at their zenith. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth shifted. Xia Chen watched as a great sun flickered in Xia Chen's palm, the radiant blade light being caught by his hand. Though it did not even break the surface of his skin, Xia Chen could hardly conceal his joy, unable to remain composed. Have you truly improved the foundational sword technique? Though his tone was interrogative, Xia Chen was already convinced. Having witnessed it firsthand, he recognized that while this technique differed entirely from the foundational one, its essence remained unchanged. It undoubtedly belonged to an advanced version of the foundational technique. It invoked the essence of the sun, coalescing the aura of slaughter, causing all evils to retreat. It was not only a method of slaying foes, but also a means to temper one's flesh and blood. Cui Mengru astutely discerned the essence of the Shouyang Pa Mo Dao, perceiving that its primary function was not merely to vanquish foes, but rather to establish a profound connection with the cosmos, harnessing the sun's quintessence to refine flesh and blood. Could such a technique truly be wielded by a mere martial brute? This swordplay resembled a confluence of martial prowess and sorcery, an extraordinary art that existed in this world. Cui Mengru found herself in a state of tumultuous contemplation. Although Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he quickly grasped the pivotal aspect. The 9th grade body refinement realm and the 8th grade essence refinement realm, even the 7th grade spirit refinement realm, fundamentally focused on fortifying the physical form and enhancing bodily essence. Martial practitioners, unable to commune with celestial energies, either labored tirelessly over time or consumed rare and precious materials. Yet this blade technique enabled a direct engagement with the energies of heaven and earth for the purpose of bodily refinement, undoubtedly accelerating the cultivation process from 9th to 7th grade significantly. Xia Chen soon recognized the invaluable nature of this swordplay. Keep your insights regarding the swordplay confidential. This technique must not be disseminated, Xia Chen stated with grave seriousness, surveying the loyal attendants and maidservants behind him. Fortunately, these individuals were trustworthy kin, otherwise, a tragic fate might have ensued today. This technique shall be dedicated to the family. It is solely at my uncle's discretion. Xia Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. For revealing this swordplay was intended to exchange for resources for advancement. Moreover, the family had indeed invested considerable resources into him over the years. Even if he were to gift it to the clan, he would have no objections. Very well, Chener, your enhancement of the swordplay will bring great merit to the family. I shall report your accomplishments to the Merit Hall and inform the clan elders. Furthermore, you may proceed to the Techniques Hall to select another martial art. Additionally, you mentioned your desire to seek a position outside. I will assist you in orchestrating that endeavor, Xia Chen declared, his voice resonant with conviction. The family had thrived for 6 centuries due to a well-established meritocratic system, ensuring that no individual who contributed significantly would be overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot ascend to sovereignty? Disclaimer. The Empress is virtuous and noble, possessing high aspirations and a discerning taste for beauty. Both her spirit and body remain pure, devoid of any male companions, and she shall not take any in the future. Within a vibrant display of blossoms flourished, and Xia Chen wore a radiant smile. He cared little for the other matters. His sole desire was to venture forth and establish his own foundation. While it was splendid, it ultimately did not grant him autonomy. He could only leverage its influence, not wholly entrust himself to it. Xia Chen was acutely aware that it belonged to the collective, not solely to him, and his interests did not necessarily align with those of the family. Yet, at present, He could utilize the resources and prestige of it to secure a favorable official position. Why toil up from the bottom when a shortcut was available? Xia Chen had never been one to endure hardship without purpose. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeded to the merit hall to meet the clan elders, to receive accolades and engrave the true meaning of the Shouyang Pamo Dao. Meanwhile, to the east of the imperial palace, an imposing yet subtly understated residence stood along the central avenue, the Princess Yaoguang's estate, with its majestic vermilion gate towering grandly, copper studs glimmering with the light of ages, flanked by formidable stone lions. This is the residence of the second princess, who, in her prime youth, is now in the bloom of her life. According to the established customs, even though the princess has reached adulthood, she is expected to continue residing within the palace until her marriage to a prince consort, after which she may relocate to her own estate. The court was unaware of the conversation that transpired between the princess and the emperor, which led to his unprecedented approval. However, it soon became apparent to the ministers that the princess had been betrothed to the son of the Duke of Dong'an. In the main hall of the princess's residence, 3 women and 2 men sat quietly below, yet all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the dragon-patterned imperial edict carelessly placed aside. At the head of the gathering sat a woman whose skin resembled fine jade, with brows like distant mountains and eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding a profound tranquility. Her delicate nose and flowing black hair framed her exquisite beauty, which was accentuated by her lavish attire. Merely her presence rendered the others, regardless of gender, pale by comparison. With the imperial edict resting beside her, she is the second princess, titled Princess Yaoguang. Princess Summer Chen appears to be utterly inconspicuous within the Duke of Dong'an's estate and is clearly not held in high regard. How could someone of your stature ever be worthy of him? A woman spoke out, breaking the silence with a hint of indignation. What resolution could there possibly be? The second princess replied, her gaze as calm as still waters, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. The woman in green and yellow was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the emperor had decreed the marriage and proclaimed it to the world, leaving no room for negotiation. Perhaps we could send an assassin to slay Summer Chen. I have heard that he is not favored in the duke's household, and with the duke away at the eastern wilderness battlefield for 14 years, sending only 1 letter in 3 years, it is evident that he does not hold much regard for his legitimate son. A young man on the left suggested in a low voice. Nonsense. Such despicable tactics of assassination should not be employed lightly. If they were guaranteed to succeed and provide a lasting solution, it might be worth considering. However, whether the attempt fails or succeeds, it would lead to great turmoil, and there would be no way to contain the aftermath. The young man at the forefront of the left side shook his head, admonishing him. His name was Huachiming, hailing from the Imperial Academy. Though a scholar, he was not one to be overly pedantic. If assassination could indeed resolve the issue, it might be justifiable. Yet the potential consequences of either outcome would be catastrophic. While Summer Chen may be deemed a waste, overlooked by the Duke and his household, he remains the Duke's legitimate heir, and the marriage contract was bestowed by the Emperor himself, intended to foster goodwill with the Duke's family as a demonstration of imperial favor. To whom the second princess is wed is of little consequence, as long as he belongs to the Duke's lineage. Therefore, even if Summer Chen were to perish, it is highly likely that the second princess would still be promised to another. Su Jun, upon hearing Huachiming's rebuke, felt a surge of anger but suppressed it in the presence of the princess. Yaoguang listened quietly to their exchanges, refraining from interruption, though deep within her eyes lay a flicker of disappointment towards Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Huachiming had been recruited by her this month from the Imperial Academy, and it was evident that Huachiming possessed superior intellect compared to Su Jun. Assassination, while not entirely off the table, was a trivial pursuit when directed at the Duke's heir. If all matters in the world were to be resolved through murder, chaos would have long since engulfed the realm. In the estate of the Duke of Eastern Town, although not the highest in rank within the military hierarchy, it has produced a remarkable lineage of military talents. Duke Xia Chen is hailed as the great military deity of the previous generation. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang War between the Great Wu and the Great Feng, the conflict endured for 3 years. Ultimately, as the commander-in-chief, Xia Chen led an army of 200,000 to vanquish the renowned general of Great Feng, Xiao Yu, penetrating deep into the territory of Great Feng, advancing with unstoppable momentum, and coming within 30 miles of the capital. Had it not been for the encroachment of the Daqing from the west and the demonic hordes from the east wilderness, the battle would have resulted in the near annihilation of Great Feng and the acquisition of half its territory. This victory brought immense fame to the Duke of Eastern Town, and following this triumph, he voluntarily relinquished his military authority, retreating into seclusion to devote himself to the study of martial arts. It was precisely due to this decision that Emperor Wen placed great trust in the Duke's household, showering them with generous rewards. The second princess understood that this voluntary retreat alleviated her father's suspicions, providing an opportunity for the younger generation of the Xia family to shine. The brothers Xia Chen and Xia Yuan began to distinguish themselves in the military, achieving remarkable feats and emerging as leaders among the martial descendants. 21 years ago, the eldest son Xia Chen, inheriting one of the other marquis titles of the Duke's estate, shone brilliantly during the campaign against the southern barbarians. Following in his father's footsteps, he chose to conceal his prowess, voluntarily relinquishing his military command to return to the capital and manage the Duke's estate. Although he had not made an appearance in many years, no one dared to underestimate him. The second son, Xia Yuan, inherited the title of Marquis of Anong and was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Wilderness battlefield 14 years ago. For 13 years, he steadily maintained a careful approach, achieving no significant victories but also committing no grave errors, thereby ensuring the stability of the eastern frontiers. While the court officials rejoiced and sighed in relief at Xia Yuan's ability to stabilize the eastern theater, they acknowledged that, although he had accomplished a significant feat, he was no longer regarded as an extraordinary talent in comparison to his father and elder brother. However, unbeknownst to them, a month ago, after lying in wait for 13 years, Xia Yuan erupted forth, unexpectedly slaying a third-tier demon, shocking the entire court. The emergence of 3 commanders from one family could not help but astonish the world and instill trepidation within the royal family. Yet, in a time of turmoil, the Great Wu was not the sole dominant force. Thus, rather than suppressing the Duke's household, it became crucial to cultivate their allegiance. In such circumstances, how could there be thoughts of assassinating the direct descendants of the Duke? As for Xia Chen, a mere invalid, he posed no threat and was simply a matter of marriage, a matter already settled and requiring no further discussion. The Duke of Eastern Town had shown loyalty to the Emperor and made significant contributions to the nation, and assisting the Emperor in alleviating concerns is indeed a commendable endeavor. The second princess beamed, illuminating the entire hall, yet her gaze remained exceptionally tranquil. Deep within her heart lay a grand ambition, one she had not shared with anyone. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to confine herself within the palace walls like other princesses, was driven by this ambition. Who said that women could not ascend to the throne? She, Yao Guang, aspired to be the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the Duke of Eastern Town's estate, in a magnificent 7-story ancient tower that emanated a unique aura, the foundational sword techniques had indeed been refined. 7 distinguished elders, their hair as white as snow, exhibited various reactions. Some rose abruptly from their seats, others inadvertently plucked at their own white beards, and a few spilled tea from their cups, their inner turmoil unmistakable. The foundational sword technique, as its name implies, serves to establish the very essence of martial arts, forming the bedrock of one's prowess. A person's combat strength and future potential are intricately linked to this fundamental art. Thus, the foundational sword technique of the Ho family is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants of the family and exceptionally gifted disciples who have proven their worth. This technique is the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy spanning 6 centuries. Every martial arts clan possesses its unique foundational technique, all shrouded in secrecy to ensure a monopoly on knowledge, thereby safeguarding their longevity. The Xia family's foundational technique, pioneered by their ancestor Xia Xuanjin and refined over generations by clan leaders and elders, has reached a level of perfection they believe rivals even the royal foundational techniques. Yet, the prospect of an improvement, achieved by a younger generation, left them astounded. As they gazed at the crack in the ground, imbued with a fierce energy, they recalled how Xia Chen had just demonstrated the technique before their eyes. Despite their verbal skepticism, belief had already taken root in their hearts. Their astonishment stemmed solely from the sheer incredibility of the situation. Indeed, although your martial talent may be lacking, your insight is truly exceptional. In terms of contributions to the clan, you surpass your father, Xia Yuan, exclaimed the eldest elder, his hair a mix of gray and white, laughing heartily. Yet, internally, he felt a profound sorrow, lamenting the unfairness of fate. This child possessed extraordinary insight, yet lacked martial talent. Had the latter been bestowed upon him, the Xia family would have given rise to a prodigious genius. His name was Xia Yu, the elder brother of the esteemed Lord Xia Chutian, and the uncle of Xia Chen and Xia Yuan, making him Xia Chen's granduncle in terms of lineage. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chutian's generation, he ranked 3rd. But due to his unparalleled talent and intellect, he was elected as the head of the Xia family, inheriting the title of Lord of the Eastern Town. The other 7 brothers also held military positions in their youth. 36 years ago, during the Huayang War between the Great Wu and Great Feng, Xia Chutian achieved legendary status in battle, ultimately relinquishing his military authority and retiring. The other 7 brothers gradually returned their military powers as well, returning to the Ho residence to serve as clan elders, imparting knowledge to the younger generation and enhancing the family's foundation. Military achievements, no matter how numerous, pale in comparison to your creation, remarked another elder, who was Xia Chen's 5th grandfather, Xia Xian. The Ho family had basked in glory for 6 centuries, producing talented individuals across generations. Over 300 years ago, their ancestors were re-awarded the title of Anwu Marquis for their great contributions, and 173 years ago, they attained the title of Zhendong Marquis. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 marquis titles. For them, military accomplishments were hardly lacking. The improvement of the foundational technique by Xia Chen, however, signified a monumental advancement for the family, ensuring that future generations would be even more exceptional, with accelerated cultivation speeds. The implications were profound. Xia Chen departed from the Merit Tower. To be frank, it was his first encounter with this esteemed edifice. And it was also the first time in 17 years that he met his elders from the clan. Yet their reactions suggested they were familiar with the notorious reputation of Xia Chen's flawed physique. This moment of recognition significantly bolstered his standing within the Marquis' residence. The 7 clan elders regarded him favorably. Exchanging the Shouyang demonic blade for this goodwill was undoubtedly worthwhile. Xia Chen pondered the implications of his name being inscribed in the clan history and honored in the ancestral hall alongside numerous illustrious figures from the clan, ensuring a legacy of respect for posterity. However, he remained indifferent to such posthumous accolades, for his sole desire was to secure a name for himself during his lifetime. Thoughts of how he would be remembered after death were not his current concern. As he navigated the winding paths of the rear courtyard and traversed the martial arts arena, he observed the vigorous activities taking place. Young children, around 5 or 6 years old, diligently practiced their foundational punches under the guidance of martial instructors, while slightly older boys, aged 11 or 12, showcased their skills with long spears, their movements reflecting remarkable prowess. One youth even hoisted a massive stone, sweat cascading down his face. Yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination and persistence. Brother Chen, at that moment, a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years old set down the heavy stone he had been lifting. With the agility of a monkey, he swiftly approached Xia Chen. Brother Chen, are you here to see me? The boy, with a round face and a playful grin, appeared endearing. This boy was named Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's uncle, Xia Han. Although Xia Han hailed from a prestigious martial family, he favored scholarly pursuits over martial prowess. Choosing a path of academic achievement for his son, he had high hopes for Xia Wen, initially believing him to be a promising scholar. Yet, Xia Wen displayed an exceptional affinity for martial arts since childhood, while his academic endeavors were rather lackluster, due to Xia Chen's lack of martial talent from a young age. His uncle Xia Chen took him under his wing, instilling in him the virtues of reading and nurturing a noble spirit through Confucian teachings. Consequently, before reaching the age of 10, Xia Chen often dined at his uncle's residence, forming a close bond with Xia Wen. I went to the Kangong building to select a martial technique and decided to stop by and see you, Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis' household, both boys and girls began their martial training at the age of 5, enduring the elements daily with unwavering dedication. However, due to Xia Chen's unsatisfactory martial aptitude, his uncle Xia Chen had granted him special permission to refrain from attending the training grounds every day, allowing him to preserve his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chen, reluctant to concede defeat, had forced himself to attend the training grounds. However, as he witnessed his peers advancing rapidly while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. As he surveyed the arena, he noted the youthful faces around him. Many of those who had once been his contemporaries, even those a year or 2 younger, were now absent. He understood that most had broken through to the 8th-tier refinement realm and begun their military training, a tradition within the Marquis family, where age was secondary to one's cultivation level. Achieving the 8th-tier refinement realm marked the threshold for venturing into the world and realizing grand ambitions. Brother Chen, another voice called out, and Xia Chen turned to see a delicate little girl, seemingly around 10 years of age, timidly approaching him, her features exquisitely carved like jade. Her cheeks were flushed, having just completed a set of martial arts techniques. This was Xia Chen and Cui Mengru's youngest daughter, named Xia Yushi. Brother Chen, a few individuals approached, all descendants of the 7 clan elders, along with several talented youths from collateral branches. Seeing the gathering, they hesitated momentarily before joining in. Overhearing the whispered conversations around her, Xia Yushi realized that this was a direct descendant. Although Xia Chen had been somewhat inconspicuous in the Duke's residence over the years, his reputation loomed large. After all, the Duke's household had been established on martial prowess, and it was the first time in many years that a person devoid of martial talent had emerged. Some greeted Xia Chen with friendly smiles, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement, neither extending warmth nor causing offense. Yet, no one dared to mock him. They were all still young, but most were quite mature for their age, exhibiting high emotional intelligence. No one would easily offend a direct descendant, even if he lacked martial talent. Moreover, it was well known that Xia Chen had become a royal consort, providing even more reason to refrain from ridicule simply because of his lack of martial aptitude. Furthermore, according to their familial hierarchy, Xia Chen was the elder brother to all present, and the Duke's household, with its 600-year legacy, placed great emphasis on brotherly respect and harmony. With a gentle smile, Xia Chen greeted everyone, his tone warm and inviting, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. His gaze fell upon several young men present, a look of gravity in his eyes. These individuals were destined to shine brightly in the future. Xia Wen, courtesy named Xuanba, was also the brother of the heavenly emperor. The emperor had nurtured him since childhood. Thus Xia Wen held both affection and respect for him. In his youth, the emperor was like a concealed dragon in the abyss, biding his time in silence, awaiting the opportune moment, and therefore did not display his exceptional talents among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only one remained unaffected by external circumstances, maintaining a close and profound camaraderie with the heavenly emperor. Xia History, Volume 1, Noble Lineages 3rd. Chapter 8, The Hall of Concealed Mastery. At that moment in the training ground, it was a time of respite, and the martial masters, observing the mingling crowd, did not intervene. Xia Chen's attention was drawn to a somewhat aloof youth, aged 12 or 13, named Xia Chen, who had also exchanged greetings earlier. Thus Xia Chen was aware of his identity. He was a collateral descendant of the Xia family, destined to become a formidable general in the future unified era, commanding the mighty war cavalry and traversing the eastern wasteland battlefield. Yet now, this divine general still bore a youthful innocence. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to another youth, Xia Haoyu, the legitimate grandson of Xia Chen's sixth grandfather, who was also destined for remarkable achievements. Brother Chen, are you going out for training? Asked Xia Wen, his face alight with excitement. Xia Chen candidly expressed his intention to visit the Hall of Concealed Mastery and mentioned his upcoming journey to Xia Wen. I will soon break through to the 8th rank, and then I will come to find you, Brother Chen. Xia Wen, with no ill intentions and the straightforwardness typical of youth, shared his thoughts without reservation. Xia Chen was astonished. Xia Wen was still months shy of his 12th birthday, yet was on the verge of reaching the 8th rank. Truly, the talent attributed to the Xia family's most illustrious star in the unified era was well-deserved. Whether within the Xia family or the Great Wu dynasty, the young prodigies were emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, heralding the imminent arrival of a golden age. Xia Chen murmured to himself, a tempest of thoughts swirling within. The golden generation has yet to fully blossom, and the accumulated fortune of the Xia family over 6 centuries is poised to be unleashed, propelling them to unprecedented heights. He understood the necessity of seizing this opportunity without delay. The Kangong building stands tall with its 7 stories. Xia Chen had only visited once before, during his early studies of fundamental sword techniques. However, due to his remarkable achievements, he was granted exceptional access to all floors below the 6th. Rather than hastily ascending to the 5th floor, he chose to enter the 1st floor, making his way to the right side bookshelf, where he picked up a volume and began to peruse it. Jingfeng Sword Technique. Xia Chen scanned the text rapidly, though his mind was far from the swordplay itself. Cultivation techniques. He calmly thought to himself. A virtual panel appeared in his vision. Techniques being recorded. 1, 25, 100. Although he had entered this world early and was no longer a mere player, the auxiliary system remained intact, granting him full access to its features. For instance, the system could assist in comprehending advanced sword techniques, as well as the current recording function. Initial players possessed only the most rudimentary skill enhancement features, which were simplistic and crude. However, his auxiliary system had long since evolved to the spiritual awakening version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrive, Xia Chen, with his advanced capabilities, would easily surpass them. As he strolled through the 1st floor, he efficiently recorded the various techniques housed within the Kangong building. Nevertheless, after 6 centuries of accumulation, even the filtered ordinary techniques were vast and overwhelming. Xia Chen focused on recording the key techniques highlighted in the catalog before abandoning the 1st floor in favor of the 2nd. The 2nd floor primarily housed cultivation techniques for those at the 8th grade refinement mirror level. It encompassed an array of sword, saber, spear, and halberd techniques, as well as methods for physical cultivation and chi manipulation. Furthermore, various military formations could be found, and Xia Chen even glimpsed some esoteric practices of sorcerers. The Xia family had established their legacy through martial prowess, yet their historical depth was profound. They had once quelled uprisings against rogue sorcerer sects, absorbing their techniques into their own repertoire. Xia Chen meticulously recorded the military formations, for in this world, martial artists and sorcerers were formidable adversaries. However, he noted that these military formations were primarily basic ones, mostly comprising small groups of 3 or 5, with only a select few capable of forming a 7-man formation. He felt no great disappointment. Such military tactics were closely guarded secrets, the foundation of aristocratic families. The formations capable of commanding tens of thousands, allowing a general to concentrate the full might of the army and enhance their own capabilities, were exceedingly rare even within the Xia family, and not everyone could learn them. Xia Chen surmised that techniques of such caliber were likely stored on the 5th floor or higher of the Kangong building. In the entirety of the Great Wu, the number of illustrious military families possessing martial arts techniques for armies exceeding 10,000 is fewer than 10. Within the depths of the Kangong Tower, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, both having already discerned the peculiar actions of Xia Chen on the 2nd floor. They are respectively Xia Chen's 4th and 6th granduncles. And the Xia Haoyu whom Xia Chen encountered at the martial arts arena is the legitimate grandson of Xia Hong. Their daily duty is to guard the Kangong Tower. and having been abruptly summoned to the meritorious building, they learned of Xia Chen's improvements to the foundational sword techniques, thus forming a profound impression of him. What is he doing, merely skimming through? Xia Hong queried, perplexed, as even his 70 years of experience could not unravel the mystery of Xia Chen's conduct. You ask me? Who should I ask? Xia Huang retorted with irritation, equally bewildered. This lad possesses remarkable comprehension, yet he is still too young, his resolve not yet firm. His martial talent appears somewhat lacking. He must be guided carefully. Should he develop a restless heart due to impatience, his potential may ultimately be severely limited. After observing intently for a while, Xia Hong shook his head and offered his critique of Xia Chen. A martial artist must steadfastly identify their goals, without hesitation. Like a forceful surge. Yet, Xia Chen's wavering mindset, as he hastily picked up and discarded each technique without thorough examination, is detrimental to achieving greatness. Alas, it's a pity. It is no wonder that Xia Yuan neglects this child, pouring all his attention into his younger son, Xia Hao. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, every move he made was under scrutiny, and critiques were being formed about him. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, externally calm. His inner joy surged as he gazed upon the multitude of 100s on the system panel, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This time, he intended to thoroughly empty the vast Qinggong Tower of the Marquis estate. As he sensed the passage of time, an hour had elapsed. He swiftly catalogued some unique techniques on the second floor before ascending to the third. The techniques on the third floor were significantly fewer than those on the first and second, yet of markedly higher quality. Xia Chen even encountered some Taoist and Buddhist techniques, with sacred texts and true meanings of these philosophies specially placed in a designated area. Xia Chen did not anticipate that such techniques would exist within the Marquis estate. In the era of awakening spiritual energy, the practices of Buddhism and Taoism shone brilliantly, their techniques far from simple. Some individuals had derived the Arhut breathing method from the Arhut Sutra, while others envisioned the celestial palace of peace from the Taiping Sutra, achieving transcendence in a single leap. Chapter 9. The Qiyang Body Refinement Technique. On the third and fourth floors, Xia Chen left nothing unexamined, cataloging every technique. Subsequently, he arrived at the fifth floor. The fifth floor was expansive, yet only housed 100 techniques. Xia Chen continued his methodical approach, sensing that the time required to catalog techniques varied by floor. For instance, on the first floor, it took merely 2 to 3 seconds to record a technique, whereas on the fifth floor, it required at least 1 to 2 minutes. Still patient, Xia Chen waited. On this level, he discovered techniques meant for formations of 1,000 soldiers, with the ability to mobilize the entire army and enhance oneself. A total of 10 volumes were placed in a designated area. Another section housed Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, while yet another corner displayed works of Confucian calligraphy and paintings. Each scroll and volume contained a unique essence of Tao, imbued with a profound vitality. This was immensely beneficial for scholars pursuing the Confucian path. Engraving. Xia Chen approached these artworks and began the engraving process. Observing the progress bar on the panel, a smile emerged on Xia Chen's face. Upon completing the engraving of all the martial arts techniques on the fifth floor, he picked up a volume titled Qiyang Body Refinement Technique and feigned to read it. Meanwhile, he internally declared, "Initiate the deduction and infusion. System is deducing." 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel. Infusing true essence of Qiyang Body Refinement Technique. Progress, 5. Progress, 35. Progress, 78. The entire transmission lasted 3 minutes. Xia Chen felt his skin grow fiery, as if his flesh and bones were being tempered by molten lava, with each part of his body being meticulously refined, purging impurities. In Xia Chen's eyes, a great sun arose, merging the previously comprehended essence of the Shouyang demon-slaying blade with the profound principles of the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique. Each drop of blood thickened, imbued with the essence of the utmost yang. The entire fifth-floor space became sweltering, reminiscent of midsummer. Xia Chen felt akin to a piece of steel freshly forged from a high-temperature furnace. Elders Xia Hong and Xia Huang instantaneously materialized in the fifth-floor space, their expressions grave as they observed Xia Chen's transformation. Has he truly comprehended the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique? Such rapid understanding of its essence, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes reflecting incredulity. They were aware of the benefits the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique offered to martial practitioners, even proving effective for those at the fourth-tier realm. Thus, it was rightfully housed in the fifth-floor repository. The entire repository was within their perception, and initially, they had not paid much attention when they saw Xia Chen casually browsing through the techniques. But how could he suddenly grasp the Qiyang Body Refinement Technique? Both were left with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. Xia Chen gradually opened his eyes, the great sun within them receding, the surging vitality from his pores gradually subsiding, and his skin returning to its normal hue. "Grandfather C, Grandfather Lu, what brings you here?" Xia Chen inquired with feigned curiosity, fully aware that such a vital location, the repository of the entire Marquis estate, would undoubtedly have guardians. How did you comprehend the Qiyang body refinement technique so swiftly? Xia Hong, impatient by nature, was the first to ask. I'm not quite sure. I was just reading, and suddenly, I felt something resonate. Xia Chen scratched his head. Appearing endearingly foolish, his innocent demeanor reminiscent of an evolved version of Xia Wen. Xia Hong, his face flooded with questions, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. You don't know? It just suddenly resonated? Is it truly that simple? Xia Huang remained silent, stepping forward to grasp Xia Chen's hand. A surge of vital energy flowing into Xia Chen's body as he began to investigate. Doubt flickered in his mind regarding his grandson. However, as he traversed Xia Chen's meridians, he discovered no abnormalities. Instead, he perceived Xia Chen's physique to be remarkably robust, with an exceptionally deep foundation, while his bone structure appeared ordinary, rendering him unsuitable for martial arts. His inner strength was undeniably profound. Xia Huang was filled with questions, sensing something peculiar. With so many martial arts techniques available, why have you chosen this particular one? Moreover, what were you doing earlier? Xia Hong voiced his curiosity, as Xia Chen's previous actions had been perplexing. I have heard that ancient sages, through extensive study of myriad texts, synthesized the essence of various schools to create astonishing techniques. Thus, I, in my hubris, wished to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen replied, rubbing his hands together, somewhat abashed. As for why I selected this one, I felt a certain resonance between this technique and the Shouyang breaking demon blade I had previously comprehended, which compelled me to choose it. Xia Huang erupted into laughter, a hearty chuckle escaping him. You wish to emulate the sages? He said, amusement dancing in his eyes. For it had been many years since he had encountered such an amusing notion. However, he soon realized that such unrestrained laughter might dishearten the young boy, prompting him to temper his mirth with counsel. You are still quite young, with limited experience, and your cultivation level is too low. Engaging in a broad study of texts is premature for you. What you need now is to concentrate on a singular path. Even if your talent is exceptional, you should, at most, pursue a secondary route. One cannot study too widely, for it may prove detrimental to your cultivation and mental state. Xia Chen nodded earnestly. Though your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is remarkable. Perhaps you could still achieve great accomplishments in the future, Xia Hong encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen affirmed. Engaging in further conversation with his elders, who patiently imparted various important aspects of cultivation. Only after this did Xia Chen take his leave. As he watched Xia Chen depart from the concealed power pavilion, Xia Hong let out a sigh. What a pity for this child. His understanding is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet he is burdened by a frail body. How unfair fate can be. He lamented. Why was he not guided towards the Confucian path in his youth? I heard he once followed the third brother, Xia Han. Why was he not allowed to continue on that path? With such remarkable insight, had he embraced Confucianism, our family might have produced a great scholar. Xia Huang echoed his sentiments, filled with genuine sorrow over the lost potential. For 6 centuries, our Xia family has predominantly been composed of rough warriors, often looked down upon and suppressed by the literati in the court. If Xia Chen were to become a distinguished scholar, perhaps our family could cultivate a literary lineage, restoring balance to our legacy. Xia Hong fell silent, ultimately speaking slowly. The concealed power pavilion was enveloped in a profound quietude. After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke the silence. Alas, the second son, Xia Yuan, was a fine man and an excellent general, possessing extraordinary intellect and talent. He brought no shame to our house. Yet, in the realm of fatherhood, he has faltered. Xia Huang shook his head, reminiscing about Xia Yuan's sentiments towards Xia Chen, sighing deeply. The young emperor, in his early years, experienced little affection and care from his parents, growing up in solitude within his clan. The elders of the clan had little faith in the emperor's martial prowess. However, he possessed an indomitable spirit from a young age, demonstrating unwavering perseverance and diligence in his studies, immersing himself in the vast array of texts, his comprehension being extraordinary. One day, while in the scripture repository, he unexpectedly grasped the essence of a profound technique, shocking the clan elders upon hearing of it. Chapter 10, Official Duties. From the moment he stepped out in the morning until nightfall, this day was more vibrant than the past 2 months combined. Young master, Xia Chen exclaimed, rushing out in delight. It is said that His Majesty has betrothed the second princess to you, and now the entire household is abuzz with it, with gifts arriving from every courtyard. Yes, just help me organize them, Xia Chen replied with a nod, choosing not to expend much energy on this matter. In the following 2 days, Xia Chen diligently remained within the courtyard, laboring tirelessly in his studies. As the proficiency levels on his system panel rose, he felt his progress accelerate remarkably. The pure yang energy within him had grown dense, and his combat prowess was incomparable to before. He employed the Shouyang demonic blade to draw upon the extreme yang energy of the heavens and earth, purposefully refining his flesh. Simultaneously, he practiced the Qiyang body refinement technique to cultivate his internal energy and strengthen his bones. Although these 2 methods bore similarities, they complemented each other, resulting in a qualitative transformation of Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was shattered on the third day when a longtime attendant of the family head, Xia Chen, knocked at Xia Chen's courtyard door. "Third young master, the master requests your presence." Xia Chen, the third in line among his generation of direct heirs, was referred to as the third young master within the household. "Uncle Dong, why have you come in person? You could have just sent someone to call for me," he said, hastily inviting the middle-aged man inside, still bare-chested from his training. Xia Dong, a trusted aide of Xia Chen, also bore the Xia lineage, stemming from a branch that had split off 156 years prior, thus maintaining a close blood relation. Having followed Xia Chen since childhood, he acted almost like a companion scholar, accompanying him in martial training, studying military strategies, and later joining him in the barracks. 21 years ago, he had achieved great merit alongside Xia Chen on the southern frontier, earning a military title, but upon Xia Chen's retirement, he too resigned from his post, remaining by his side as an ordinary attendant. "It is better that I come in person regarding matters concerning the young master." Xia Dong smiled, standing in the courtyard, observing Xia Chen's skin, which resembled tempered steel. As the red hue gradually faded, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "We are family. There is no need for such formality. Uncle Dong, please take a seat." "I will freshen up shortly," Xia Chen said, smiling as he pulled Xia Dong's hand, and they sat together in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong considered himself a subordinate, no one truly regarded him as such. With a smile, he did not maintain excessive formality, harboring a favorable impression of this somewhat inconspicuous third young master. Compared to other young masters' courtyards, this third young master showed him considerably more respect. Xia Chen soon completed his morning rituals and donned a fresh set of attire. Though a sense of joy stirred within him, he maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of steadfastness. He had deduced the purpose of Xia Chen's summons. It must pertain to the matter of his official position, which had likely reached a resolution. The Marquis sprawled over an extensive area, and unable to hasten his pace, Xia Chen ambled leisurely along the path. After a span of 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Xia Chen's residence. "Uncle, no need for excessive formalities." The understated and modest anteroom was adorned with several chairs. As Xia Chen took his seat, a maid promptly served tea before discreetly withdrawing. "Chener, your desire to venture forth for experience has been addressed. Presently, there are 3 positions available, all of which are quite commendable," Xia Chen remarked, sipping his tea with a measured cadence. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Indeed, being backed by the Marquis made matters considerably easier. In his previous life, he had toiled for over half a year in the game to attain an official rank, and even then, it was merely the lowest, a 9th rank position. Now, with 3 official roles at his disposal, although the ranks of these positions remained unknown, the Marquis' involvement assured him that they would not be of low status. The first position was that of the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army, the second was the commander of the Qingzhou garrison, and the last was the Southern Frontier Army, all of which held the rank of 7th grade. Xia Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. As a scion of a prestigious aristocratic family, the Xia clan's offspring were eligible for imperial favor to serve in government, and their ranks were not insignificant. This was precisely why Xia Chen had sought Xia Chen's assistance. There was no need to begin at the bottom, toiling as a mere soldier merely to prove one's worth. Such a notion was utterly absurd. To ascend from a higher starting point was far more advantageous. "I shall choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army." Xia Chen inhaled deeply and made his decision swiftly. The Imperial Guard was the Emperor's personal army, tasked with safeguarding the palace and ensuring the security of the capital. They were responsible for maintaining law and order in the city, conducting patrols day and night, managing access control, and possessing the authority to enforce laws against criminal activities within the capital. What captivated Xia Chen was this last point, the enforcement power. Although the capital was rife with influential figures, a mere stone cast could very well strike at the nobility. However, should he wield this responsibility effectively, it could unlock immense power. Moreover, the pivotal event known as the coup of the 5-year door would see the Imperial Guard play a significant role. Perhaps I could lay the groundwork in advance. A glimmer of ambition shone in Xia Chen's gaze. He dismissed the idea of the Marquisate soldiers and found the Southern Frontier Army, while potentially enriching, to be of little use to him at this juncture. His cultivation speed was adequately supported by a system, rendering such concerns moot. Although military achievements were beneficial for rapid promotion, Xia Chen felt that remaining within the center of power in the capital might offer even greater opportunities. "Have you made your choice?" Xia Chen inquired earnestly. "Uncle, I am certain. I choose the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Army." Xia Chen affirmed without a trace of hesitation. "Very well, await my news." Xia Chen replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Xia Chen turned to take his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 long months, would he finally emerge from the novice village? Capital, here I come. In his previous life, he immersed himself in this game, initially taking on the role of an ordinary commoner, yet he swiftly experienced the splendor of the capital. This time, although he began with an identity of utmost nobility, the constraints of the Marquis imposed numerous restrictions, forbidding him to leave the estate until he reached the 8th rank. He pondered, "Why do I still retain memories of the myriad philosophies, religious texts, poetry, and prose from that bygone world. Suddenly, a critical realization struck him. Though players from the previous life descended into this world, they could only recall their loved ones from their daily existence, as if this realm disallowed the presence of such memories. It was not until the subsequent merging of the Heavens version was initiated that these limitations were lifted. He speculated that it might pertain to the supreme principles and doctrines, certain sacred texts and philosophies that were prohibited from manifesting prematurely. Had he become the one overlooked? Taking a deep breath, he glanced once more at his hand, where only he could perceive the ethereal silhouette of the nine-dragon imperial seal. What is your origin? That not only can you bring me into this realm ahead of time, but also retain my auxiliary system and lift the veil obscuring me? Chapter 11. The Heavenly Court. Upon witnessing this anomaly, Xia Chen's pupils constricted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the seal, yet it had remained completely unresponsive. Today, however, faint strands of light began to emanate, prompting him to quicken his pace as he traversed the vast Marquis and entered his private quarters, shutting the door behind him. He felt an intense heat within his palm, as if something were striving to burgeon forth from within his flesh. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a symbiotic connection with the seal, as if they were intertwined, sharing the same essence. A delicate mist of chaotic energy enveloped the seal, and in a moment of dazed clarity, he seemed to perceive the intertwining of principles and order, a divine chain of existence shooting forth. Mysterious runes materialized on the surface of the seal, and he beheld countless beings prostrating themselves, engulfed in celestial flames, at the center of an expansive domain, where a grand altar constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones stood tall. It was an ancient and enigmatic ritual. Xia Chen heard the resonant sound of this ritual, as if it were meant to transcend the heavens. Are they calling for me? He felt dizzy, the sound ringing in his ears, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, the once ethereal seal began to gradually solidify, as if it were destined to manifest in this world from some unknown realm. Unable to resist, Xia Chen stepped toward the seal, which hovered in the room, exuding wisps of purple aura. In the next heartbeat, he vanished from the room, drawn into the seal. Outside his quarters, the renowned and powerful Zhendong Marquis remained utterly oblivious to his disappearance. Xia Chen quickly steadied his mind, surveying his surroundings, and discovered he had arrived in a foreign realm. This world was frozen in time, steeped in an eerie silence. Only in his immediate vicinity could he sense a flicker of life, a semblance of normalcy. He realized he stood atop a grand altar adorned with 5 colors, upon which lay various objects. A primordial beast, larger than the grandest mountains, lay before him, still dripping with fresh blood, as if it had just been hunted. Nearby, a piece of chaotic jade exuded an aura of disarray, alongside a golden phoenix essence. Was that an egg of a phoenix? As Xia Chen surveyed the scene, he realized that despite this being his first encounter with such objects, information about them suddenly surged within his mind. In the distance, he beheld another egg suspended in the void, pulsating with vibrant life, as if undergoing a rebirth. His heart trembled. Not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg, he noticed another egg that seemed to resonate with it. A dragon egg. Xia Chen struggled to maintain his composure. Both phoenixes and true dragons had long vanished from existence. The pure-blood phoenix and the pure-blood true dragon were regarded as the pinnacle of divine beasts, and any trace of their presence would unleash a tempest of bloodshed. During the era of spiritual revival, there had been instances where individuals had rapidly ascended to power after acquiring mere drops of phoenix essence or dragon blood. Yet here, astonishingly, lay both a phoenix egg and a dragon egg, seemingly brimming with vitality. What an extraordinary sight, offering primordial beasts, rare treasures, and even pure-blood dragons and phoenixes as tributes. Who were they being sacrificed to? Heaven? No, it could not be. A storm of emotions surged within Xia Chen. Who could possibly partake in such offerings? He instinctively felt it was a tribute to the heavens, but upon surveying his surroundings, he swiftly dismissed the notion, for he stood above the heavens, seated high in the celestial realm. Before him sprawled a vast complex of palaces crafted from starlight, spanning millions of miles, as if suppressing the very cosmos. In that moment, Xia Chen felt as though he had transformed into a deity of this realm. Perceiving the entirety of the world within his gaze, acquiring some semblance of authority, he yearned to approach the tributes, but as he drew near, an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct him. After numerous attempts, he ultimately conceded. It appeared that all access remained firmly shut to him. Had he not earned the recognition of this place? Or was it that the conditions for unlocking such privileges were insufficient? Xia Chen pondered aloud, yet soon relinquished his turmoil and continued to explore this enigmatic world. Was this the heavenly court, immensely powerful, ruling over the cosmos, yet seemingly fallen into defeat? Everything encased in ice. He observed the frozen celestial soldiers in the distance and noted the names etched upon the palatial structures: Lingshao Palace, Ministry of War, Apothecary Hall, Hanlin Academy, the various schools of thought, the demon-slaying platform, the deification platform, the Hall of Hidden Merits, and the Transcendence Pool. A plethora of departments existed, each housing individuals exuding formidable auras, yet all the palaces lay enshrined in ice. Their lives appeared dimmed, yet within each, there resided a crystal emanating a unique rhythm of the Tao, imbued with the essence of universal principles. As Xia Chen continued to observe, a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry resonated in his ears. His pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed a golden divine dragon, spanning unknown territories, erupting from the Xixiao Palace. The dragon was elusive, its head unseen, yet it appeared gravely weakened, its golden radiance dimmed, as if it were on the verge of vanishing entirely from this realm. The Dragon of Fortune. In that instant, the origin of this majestic dragon dawned upon Xia Chen. The divine Dragon of Fortune, with its eyes brimming with spirituality, radiated profound joy upon the appearance of Xia Chen. In the blink of an eye, it materialized above his head, and, before he could comprehend the situation, it plunged directly into his forehead, merging with him as one. Xia Chen felt as though his very being was about to explode. An immense energy surged into his body, shattering his meridians instantaneously. Destruction and vitality intertwined, each opposing yet harmoniously unified. His corporeal form transformed into a vessel, now maintaining a peculiar equilibrium. Simultaneously, Xia Chen's eyes seemed to be subjected to intense stimulation, revealing the previously subtle dual pupils that now fully manifested. His black gold eyes appeared to undergo a mutation. Within the luminous orbs, two distinct pupils emerged, one embodying yin and the other yang, reminiscent of the confluence of the sun and moon, suffused with a purple-gold aura. The divine golden dragon flashed by, seemingly merging with his gaze. The dual pupils, an ancient phenomenon reserved for sage emperors of yore, were said to bestow upon their bearers a supreme destiny. Those who did not meet an untimely demise were destined to reign over the heavens. Now, the dual pupils within Xia Chen began to awaken. The duration of this transformation remained unknown, but upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that his physique had been forged into something akin to adamantine, rendering him markedly different from before. The golden dragon was the embodiment of the fortune of this shattered celestial realm, yet it had now entered his being. Xia Chen's expression grew solemn as he pondered the implications. The dynasty of fortune could consolidate the fortunes of the world, bestowing titles upon divine officials, who in turn could cultivate their powers through the dynasty's fortune. This was the fundamental reason behind the future strife of the celestial dynasty's conquest. The world was embroiled in conflict, vying for the very essence of fortune. Only the sovereign of the dynasty could bear the golden dragon of national fortune. Yet it seemed he had absorbed that dragon within himself. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his insides. Yet the golden dragon of fortune had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During this exploration, he felt his vitality reach its zenith, his state unprecedentedly sublime. It appeared that his foundation had been remolded, and his strength had inexplicably surged to the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself. Though he possessed an auxiliary system that merely required the enhancement of proficiency to advance his powers, the remolding of his foundation, freeing him from the shackles of a wasted body, was evidently of great significance. Regarding his newfound strength, Xia Chen felt only a modicum of astonishment. An immense wave of energy had flooded his being, leading him to believe his body had been utterly obliterated. Yet, unexpectedly, that energy contained a rich essence of vitality, enabling his body to undergo a rebirth. Standing calmly in the center of the altar, Xia Chen began to move forward, with the Lingxiao Palace awaiting him ahead. He was unaware of how long he had been walking. Here, time seemed to have come to a standstill. A day, a month, a year, perhaps even a decade or a century. The distance that appeared so near felt as though it spanned an infinite expanse. Ultimately, he entered the Xixiao Palace. Before him stood colossal deities, their forms surpassing the might of mountains, their gaze capable of penetrating the depths of the underworld. Their breath could shatter the very landscape. Yet, in that moment, they were all motionless, bowing their heads in reverence, as if expending the last remnants of their life force. Within their ribcages, mysterious crystals were forming. Xia Chen was profoundly struck by this spectacle. The yin in his palm held a significance far greater than he could fathom. It seemed to encapsulate a dilapidated ancient celestial court. Unable to resist, Xia Chen's gaze drifted toward the throng of deities bowing in homage. There stood a towering figure, surrounded by celestial bodies, with 9 true dragons suspended like ornaments upon his arms. This figure stood serenely, yet the aura of an unparalleled sovereign radiated from him. He embodied the essence of imperial dominance, commanding the reverence of myriad paths. Xia Chen's heart trembled as he beheld the emperor's countenance. The endless chaos that had obscured his face began to recede. In that instant, Xia Chen's attention was captivated by the man's eyes, which bore the rare trait of being doubly adorned. At that moment, his own eyes seemed to awaken, resonating with the emperor's gaze, as if they were calling out to one another across the chasm of existence. Sensing a kinship, a beam of purple gold light emanated from the emperor's eyes. Once more, Xia Chen instinctively wished to retreat, recalling the earlier surge of the fateful golden dragon that had unexpectedly entered his being. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized. The entire realm appeared to awaken. the myriad paths resonating in a thunderous chorus, and the purple gold light surged directly into his mind. An overwhelming torrent of information erupted within, causing Xia Chen to groan as darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. When Xia Chen regained consciousness, the horizon shimmered with a gentle glow. The darkness blanketing the capital gradually receding, as light once again graced the world. He glanced at the clock produced by the Taoist priests, astonished to find that only a night had passed. Upon inspecting his body, he realized that aside from feeling slightly unwell, his vitality had reached its zenith. My realm has ascended to the 7th tier of spirit refinement. What I experienced was not a mere dream. Xia Chen opened his palm, and the totem of the jade seal gradually emerged in his vision, radiating strands of pure, luminous light, as if celebrating its liberation from dust. He felt a profound connection to this jade seal. A new scripture had materialized in his mind. Xia Chen wished to peruse this technique, but found it shrouded in a veil of chaotic mist, as if it were not yet ready to be revealed. This was an imperial technique, imparted to him by the sovereign of the celestial court. Yet, why could he not access it? Was it because the resurgence of spiritual energy had not yet arrived? Or was it that he had yet to establish a dynasty of fortune, condensing the essence of fate, thus rendering it beyond his reach? Xia Chen formulated several conjectures, yet ultimately relinquished them, believing that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself. As long as the cultivation method resided in his mind, he would inevitably grasp its profound mysteries at the opportune moment. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to recuperate his spirit and energy. Although his strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement, it seemed that the inheritance of the cultivation method had drained a considerable amount of his vitality, leading him to faint. Xia Chen pondered that perhaps all of this stemmed from his own inadequacies. Both his physique and spirit were insufficient to bear such power, let alone embark on the path of cultivation. He continued his practice until the afternoon, finally opening his eyes, his complexion radiant, with his energy, spirit, and blood vitality restored to their peak. He moved to the courtyard to practice his fists, the wind of his strikes howling, producing explosive sounds in the air. The qualitative difference between the 7th and 8th ranks was indeed palpable, commanding thousands. In the realm of martial arts, such prowess could easily be deemed formidable. Young master, your official documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard has also sent a dispatch, announced Xia Chen, who rushed into the courtyard holding the documents and a set of armor as Xia Chen practiced. Xia Chen paused to accept the documents and began reading. This was an appointment issued directly by the Ministry of War, marking his formal entry into the officialdom. Starting as a 7th rank captain, the noble identity of a Marquis heir proved advantageous. Xia Chen smiled. In his previous life, he had invested countless time and energy merely to attain a 7th rank position. Yet now, it was achieved with such ease. The illustrious legacy of the Marquis House over 6 centuries, countless military achievements, and the sacrifices of fallen ancestors had culminated in this moment. Gazing at the document in hand, he murmured to himself, acutely aware of why he had been granted such honors. When will you take up your post, young master? Tomorrow, Xia Chen replied calmly, having awaited this moment for 2 months. So soon, young master, I wish to accompany you. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown up in the Marquis estate, he longed to see the world beyond. His talent was commendable, having broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence realm just a month prior. Very well. Pack your belongings and join me tomorrow, Xia Chen nodded. As a scion of a military family, he was permitted to bring his own troops, a customary practice in the current era of the Great Wu dynasty. This was to ensure that the offspring of military merit quickly grasped control over the military camp and to prevent troublemakers from causing unrest. Additionally, it served as a safeguard. Often, those of military standing were not merely gilding their status, but were bound for the battlefield, engaging in real combat. This was why civil officials of the Great Wu dynasty had no objections. Should anyone contest, the military would retort, if you oppose the presence of family troops, then you might as well send your own descendants to the battlefield to fight against the barbarians and beasts. Upon utterance, silence would blanket the court. On the following day, at dawn, Xia Chen rose early, for today marked the day of his appointment. Chapter 13, The Imperial Guard. Dressed in the official military attire, Xia Chen stepped out of his courtyard. Xia Chen awaited at the entrance, and behind him stood 3 robust men, full of vitality. Xia Chen immediately discerned that the 3 individuals before him were not ordinary folk. An aura of ferocity enveloped them, emanating a formidable presence merely by their stance. Young master. The quartet spoke in unison. Xia Chen was not surprised to see these 3. They were the personal guards of the Marquis estate. Every offspring of the Marquis was assigned several familial guards, serving both as protectors and as a foundation, aiding the young nobles in swiftly mastering the command of their troops. Let us proceed. Xia Chen nodded slightly, offering no further words as the 5 of them quietly traversed the Marquis estate and exited through a side gate. The estate stood prominently in the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the royal palace. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago during the founding of the nation. Although referred to as a street, It functioned more akin to a grand plaza, capable of accommodating 12 carriages simultaneously, thus remarkably spacious. Though it was still early morning, the street bustled with activity. Various vendors lined the sides, engaged in their daily trades. The flow of pedestrians was ceaseless, with carriages navigating the way, as the dawn heralded the swift awakening of the vast metropolis. Xia Chen, accompanied by Xia Chen and the others, casually enjoyed a breakfast by the roadside before heading directly to the Yulin Guard's office. The Yulin Guard was responsible for the safety of the capital and often served as protectors during royal outings. Hence they were stationed within the inner city rather than outside its confines. Upon arriving at a grand office near the palace, Xia Chen was immediately halted as he approached. Fully armed soldiers clad in armor stepped forward, though their demeanor remained respectful. Xia Chen, here to assume my post today, he declared, resolute in his purpose. Lieutenant Xia. The soldiers at the entrance instantly straightened in respect, promptly saluting him. They had already been informed of the arrival of a new officer within the Yulin Guard. A figure of notable lineage, the direct heir of the East Town Marquis. Xia Chen inclined his head, his expression stern, exuding an air that discouraged familiarity. Allow me to escort you inside, Sir Lieutenant. A subordinate officer quickly approached, bowing humbly, a broad smile adorning his face as he personally guided Xia Chen into the office. As they watched Xia Chen's figure vanish beyond the gates, the remaining soldiers finally exhaled deeply, murmuring amongst themselves. Goodness, when did our superior ever sport such a beaming smile? His face is practically creased with joy. The selection standards for the Yulin Guard were exceedingly rigorous. Most members were hereditary or descendants of military merit, with only a select few exceptionally formidable individuals from various military camps qualifying for entry. Being the Emperor's personal army, they held a certain confidence, ordinarily. Even a new lieutenant would receive politeness, yet they would not display such obsequiousness. However, this occasion was markedly different. Well, just look at who we have here. Although he bears the infamous title of a waste of talent in the capital, his status speaks volumes. The recent addition to the Yulin Guard left many pondering whether this was a stroke of fortune or a harbinger of misfortune. Within our feathered guards, there lies a wealth of hidden talents, renowned for the abundance of affluent young gentlemen. This time, it is merely the addition of another noble from a marquis household. We shall simply observe the spectacle. A soldier remarked with a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sir, this is indeed the barracks. Li Shi led Xia Chen into the courtyard. Although it was a rear courtyard, it held vast expanses within, akin to a grand military encampment. At that moment, a squad was engaged in rigorous drills on the expansive plaza. Where are my troops? Xia Chen inquired calmly, feeling somewhat disoriented in this unfamiliar place. In need of a guide, the little officer who brought him in appeared quite astute. Sir, over there, but at this time Li Shi hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. Xia Chen frowned with curiosity, yet Li Shi refused to divulge any further. Sir, you shall see for yourself. Without uttering another word, Xia Chen chose not to press further and proceeded deeper into the barracks. As he approached the rear right corner of the encampment, the sound of boisterous laughter reached his ears. I have one again. This noon, I shall treat my brothers to drinks at the Shun Tower. Standing outside a tent, Xia Chen overheard the raucous applause and laughter, indicating a gathering engaged in card games. In that moment, Xia Chen comprehended that this world possessed a unique set of playing cards, a rare form of leisure activity. However, such pursuits were expressly forbidden within the military, especially when money was wagered. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, which left Li Shi, quietly observing from the side, feeling a surge of astonishment. This newly arrived officer was somewhat enigmatic. Li Shi was well aware of the situation and understood the reasons behind it. Initially, he had intended to merely watch the unfolding drama, but now, he saw no trace of anger on the face of the new officer. It seemed this commander was not driven by youthful impulsiveness, merely fortunate in his birth. Li Shi silently shook his head in disbelief. I shall go and call them out. Unable to contain his frustration, Xia Chen, standing behind Xia Chen, wore an expression of anger. It was early morning, and while other squads were engaged in their morning exercises, this group brazenly played cards. I will handle this, Xia Chen interjected, his gaze piercing through the thick fabric of the tent, revealing the scene within. This morning, he had discovered an extraordinary change in his own eyes, capable of perceiving unusual details. Such a penetrating gaze was effortless. With determination, Xia Chen lifted his leg and swept aside the tent flap, a gust of cold air awakening the two soldiers stationed at the entrance, making them shiver with ire. Upon noticing a stranger entering, they bellowed in protest. Who are you, daring to intrude upon our military camp? Having just awakened from their drowsy state, the soldiers were still disoriented, yet they recognized figures from the imperial guards, emboldening them to shout defiantly. The commotion drew the attention of others within the tent, causing those gathered around the card game to rise abruptly. Xia Chen, his name echoed once more, yet he remained composed as the voices reverberated around him. Who is in charge here? A sudden silence enveloped the military camp, and some instantly recognized the newcomer. Their expressions tinged with anxiety as they hastily concealed their insignia within their armor. However, Others remained unfazed, a smile gracing their faces, displaying no reverence. It was none other than young Master Xia, who appeared rather eager, having only received his appointment yesterday, yet arriving to assume his duties today. At that moment, a voice, laced with sarcasm, emerged from within the tent, unperturbed by Xia Chen's presence. Chapter 14. First Day in Office. Inside the tent, a robust young man rose to his feet. Shaking the insignia in his hand, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Xia Chen. Instead of fear, there was a hint of provocation in his demeanor. This was Zhao Yu, commander of the Yulin army, the third son of Duke Jinwu, and a direct subordinate of Xia Chen. Xia Chen had already familiarized himself with the backgrounds of several officers under his command, as the Duke's residents had delivered their profiles the previous day, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood the significance of Zhao Yu's animosity towards him. It stemmed from the fact that Xia Chen had usurped his position. Had Xia Chen not been parachuted in as a lieutenant, Zhao Yu, with his lineage as the son of Duke Jinwu, would have undoubtedly secured the role. Zhao Yu had previously boasted before his subordinates, claiming that once the military appointments were finalized, he would treat everyone to a feast. Yet, merely 3 days had elapsed, and the situation had dramatically shifted. Xia Chen's sudden arrival had naturally left Zhao Yu feeling disgruntled. Since yesterday, he had taken the lead in stirring trouble, leading his men to neglect drills and indulge in entertainment within the camp. His intent was to intimidate Xia Chen, who, to his surprise, had arrived to assume his duties just a day later. Zhao Yu's gaze bore into Xia Chen as if it could ignite flames. The military uniform that ought to have adorned him now draped over this infamous waist. Do you know what crime it is to lead games in the military? Zhao Yu sneered, disregarding Xia Chen's presence. Xia Chen dismissed Zhao Yu's glare and directly questioned him. True, he was a paratrooper, but how much better was Zhao Yu in comparison? After all, Zhao Yu had also been parachuted into his commander role within the Imperial Guard. Everyone resented privilege, while simultaneously yearning for it. His family's privilege had been earned through generations of sacrifice and bloodshed. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had offered their lives for the country. Was it not evident that Zhao's family fell short in comparison, thus yielding to him in this appointment? Currently, there are no tasks at hand. We are merely engaging in leisure during our free time. Does young Master Xia have objections? Zhao Yu retorted, his demeanor still defiant. Responsibilities arise during work hours. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yu. And I am speaking to you. Xia Chen's voice remained calm, yet inexplicably. Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming pressure, a sensation he had only ever experienced from his father or prominent figures within the court. This caused Zhao Yu's face to flush, feeling somewhat humiliated that he was intimidated by this so-called waste of the Xia family. What? Is the newly appointed lieutenant attempting to establish his authority over me today? Zhao Yu's gaze betrayed a fierce intensity. His family had already warned him to behave himself in the coming days and to avoid causing trouble, yet he remained defiant. They were all signs of the, and although Xia Chen was the legitimate firstborn son, Zhao Yu had 2 elder brothers above him. However, he was well aware that Xia Chen held little regard in the eyes of the Zhendong Marquis, and this fact had circulated throughout the capital. Furthermore, Xia Chen was notorious for being a so-called, which was a source of disgrace for their martial lineage. Thus, Zhao Yu did not perceive his status as inferior to Xia Chen's. Disregarding his family's counsel, he resolved to confront Xia Chen head-on. In front of the public, I will not give him face, diminishing his authority. Once I breach this barrier, I shall set an example for others, ensuring my own standing within the Imperial Army. Zhao Yu's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to trample Xia Chen's dignity into the ground on the very first day of his appointment. Outside the military tents, numerous soldiers had begun to eavesdrop. Their curiosity piqued the moment Xia Chen entered the camp. The crowd outside swelled, with nearly all those not engaged in training flocking to witness the spectacle. At the center of the camp, 2 middle-aged men sat enjoying tea. Should we intervene? One suggested. Let us pretend we are unaware and simply continue our tea. The conflict between these 2 noble scions does not warrant our involvement. Yet, the fact remained that Xia Chen was the legitimate son of the Zhendong Marquis and a royal son-in-law. As members of the emperor's personal army, allowing Zhao Yu to create a disturbance could lead to an undesirable outcome. A general with a square face took a sip of his tea, concern etched upon his features. There is no need for haste. Precisely because of his special status, we should refrain from intervening. Today marks his first day in command. If he cannot maintain order among his subordinates, it may lead to disappointment for some. This general, dressed in the attire of a civil official, yet exuding a fierce demeanor, spoke solemnly. General, are you implying that someone is observing Xia Chen? Is it the emperor? The square-faced man, named Qin Mu, appeared alarmed, suddenly grasping something significant. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the general's piercing gaze fell upon him, prompting him to swallow his words and remain silent. We are the emperor's elite troops. Although it is customary for distinguished martial scions to join us, the manner of their admission is of utmost importance. Without the emperor's consent, even the Zhendong Marquis would find it challenging to place someone within our ranks. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted, lifting his head as if seeking to pierce through the camp and behold the distant strife. Qin Mu nodded in understanding, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. To scorn one's superiors, to instigate unrest, to gamble within the camp. Do you comprehend the consequences of these 3 offenses? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the military tent, echoing far and wide, reaching the ears of all those who stood outside, listening intently. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor throughout, and his tone irked Zhao Yu profoundly, as if a lofty figure were looking down upon him. Truly, does he see himself as someone of great importance? Zhao Yu scoffed coldly, increasingly dismissive. After such an extended exchange, what could Xia Chen possibly do to him? My dear captain, you surely do not intend to punish me, do you? Not with your meager authority. Zhao Yu laughed heartily, and as he did so, several soldiers gradually drew near, positioning themselves behind him, creating an invisible aura of intimidation. Xia Chen and his 3 companions immediately unleashed their own formidable presence, no longer suppressing their vital energies. By military command, those guilty of 3 offenses shall receive 100 strikes with the military staff and be expelled from the camp. Those who obstruct this will face equal punishment. Xia Chen remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the shift in atmosphere. However, the moment he uttered those words, his aura transformed dramatically. His blood thickened, his body radiated heat, and a blazing sun of vital energy materialized behind him. He swiftly drew a scarlet long knife from behind him and, with a single stroke, aimed it directly at Zhao Yu. The blade sliced through the void like a great sun traversing the sky, causing every hair on Zhao Yu's body to stand on end. A visceral sense of peril washing over him. Now, Zhao Yu instantly unsheathed his military knife, channeling his inner energy into the blade, determined to block Xia Chen's strike. He had not anticipated that this notorious wastrel from the capital would dare to draw a weapon against him in such a public arena. Why did this strike feel so terrifying? Intense sparks ignited where their blades met, and as soon as they clashed, Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming force surging from the point of contact, and in the next instant, he emitted a cold snort, his face flushing crimson. Before violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his entire being was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tent and then flying out, colliding with a soldier who had been eavesdropping outside. Both men tumbled onto the ground in disarray. Suddenly, the entire military camp fell into silence, everyone frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the military camp. The incident unfolded with such swiftness that no one had time to react. Was it truly permissible to resort to violence so readily? It wasn't until they witnessed Zhao Yu's limp form and blood trickling from his lips that they snapped back to reality. Commander, someone in the tent exclaimed, rushing out to assist Zhao Yu. Little did they know that this seemingly refined captain possessed a fiery temperament. Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious wastrel? How could he exhibit such formidable strength, especially against a commander at the peak of the 8th rank? Quite domineering, indeed. From a distance within the camp, murmurs arose. Astonished expressions painted on faces. Some noted Xia Chen's prowess, realizing that he had vanquished Zhao Yu with but a single strike. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble household, trained in no ordinary martial arts, and was capable of exchanging blows with several 7th-rank experts in the military. Although Zhao Yu had been caught off guard, the defeat was nonetheless astonishingly swift and decisive. Li Shi, who had previously escorted Xia Chen into the camp, wore a look of surprise. He had anticipated a conflict, but he never envisioned that the local bully Zhao Yu would suffer such a significant setback right from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. This renowned figure from the aristocratic house of the capital, seemingly possessed of genuine prowess. Not only was he astonished, but even the expressions of Xia Chen's companions, including Xia Chen, were stirred with surprise. Xia Chen sensed that his master had undergone significant changes recently. Not only was his mind inscrutable, but his strength appeared to have surged dramatically as well. After defeating Zhao Yu with a single strike, Xia Chen's demeanor remained unchanged as he slowly sheathed his crimson blade. He then lifted the tent flap, with sunlight cascading upon him, casting him in a golden glow, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolable authority. What a striking visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's countenance. Although clad in armor and devoid of ostentatious attire befitting a wealthy young master, his appearance and demeanor were undeniably exceptional. Xia Chen approached Zhao Yu's side. What do you intend to do to my master? Zhao Yu, pale and disheveled, attempted to raise his arms, but they had just been shattered by Xia Chen's blade. The 3 soldiers behind him hastily stood to shield him. These are the Zhao family guards. Zhao Yu, in a moment of defiance, declared, I have already subdued him. Where is the disciplinary unit of the Jiazi camp? Xia Chen did not respond to the inquiry of the Zhao family guards. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. His soft voice rippled through the camp, resonating with clarity. Soldiers exchanged glances, but soon, someone reacted swiftly, rallying the troops in the open space. The initially hesitant soldiers, upon witnessing their comrades assembling and casting a glance at the bloody Zhao Yu lying on the ground, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. Within mere breaths, the 98 members of the Jiazi camp formed a cohesive unit. Where's the disciplinary unit? Upon Xia Chen's command, 5 individuals emerged with agility from the Jiazi camp. This airborne lieutenant, disregarding the Zhao family, commanded the respect of the aristocracy without hesitation. Drag him away, 100 military strikes, and summon the Zhendong Marquis to collect him. Effective immediately, he is dismissed from the Imperial Guard. Xia Chen glanced at the prostrate Zhao Yu and then at the disciplinary unit, his voice devoid of any emotion, sending shivers through many. Dismissed from the Imperial Guard? The captain of the disciplinary unit, Li Zheng, inquired tremulously. Can't hear clearly? Shall I reiterate? Xia Chen's gaze bore down upon him, and Li Zheng felt as though he was being scrutinized by a primordial beast, inexplicably. He found the newly arrived lieutenant's presence more formidable than the pressure exerted by ministers in the court. Listen closely. Li Zheng nodded vigorously. What qualifications do you have to expel me from the Imperial Guard? Zhao Yu, though weakened, managed to regain some composure. Hearing Xia Chen's proclamation, he was engulfed by fury. Spewing another mouthful of blood as he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Should he truly be expelled from the Imperial Guard, it would not only strip him of his dignity, but he would also find it difficult to navigate the circles of the capital. Even the Jin Wuho mansion might find itself a subject of ridicule, a topic for the idle chatter of the city's elite. Xia Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yu, whose foolishness was glaringly evident. Not only did he brazenly initiate a game of cards within the military camp, but he also dared to openly provoke Xia Chen. The military, after all, values humility above all else. Was this not akin to placing a weapon directly in his hands, inviting him to make an example of Zhao Yu? How could such a brilliant lord as Jin Wuho have fathered such a dimwit? Xia Chen even began to question whether Zhao Yu was indeed of his bloodline, for he seemed to have inherited none of his lineage's intellect. Why are you still dawdling? Carry out the punishment. Xia Chen glared at Li Zheng, who shivered slightly at his displeasure. Without further hesitation, he strode forward with 4 subordinates towards Zhao Yu. In the ensuing commotion, Zhao's family guards attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen's companions swiftly disarmed them. They had been idly accompanying Xia Chen to the military camp to bolster his authority, yet they hadn't been given the chance to act, as Xia Chen effortlessly seized control of the situation. Within the camp, onlookers beheld as Zhao Yu was dragged away, soon followed by a chilling scream that sent shivers down their spines. Despite being the legitimate son of Jin Wuho, Zhao Yu displayed no trepidation in his actions, treating Xia Chen with utter disdain. Given their inferior positions and backgrounds, none dared to underestimate Xia Chen any longer. Xia Chen had fully assumed command. His actions were swift and decisive, like the autumn wind sweeping away leaves, capitalizing on the momentum with precision and ferocity, thus solidifying his standing. In the heart of the camp, Qin Mu, with his square face, nodded slowly, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Li Wenzhong, the lieutenant of the Yulin army, sipped his tea, his demeanor calm. He is your subordinate. Once he has established his authority and fully taken charge, bring him to see me. To enter the Yulin Guard without first paying respects to me, and instead head straight to the military camp, shows a complete lack of decorum, Li Wenzhong remarked with irritation. Upon seeing Qin Mu's serious expression, he quickly added, maintain a respectful attitude. Yes, Qin Mu replied respectfully. Li Wenzhong sighed, reflecting on the small stature of their Yulin army. This newly appointed officer, not only the legitimate son of the Earl of the East, but also a royal son-in-law, held a position of extraordinary significance. He could not be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who could fathom the increasingly inscrutable disposition of the emperor as he aged? Perhaps the decision to place Xia Chen in the Imperial Guard was part of a larger scheme, and the emperor's gaze might very well be focused on this situation. Chapter 16. The advantages of being a royal son-in-law. Xia Chen followed behind Qin Mu, slowly traversing the military camp towards the command tent of the lieutenant. The Yulin Guard is a segment of the Imperial Guard, comprising 3,000 personnel, with the highest commander being the lieutenant, a 4th-rank official. Beneath the commander-in-chief, there were 3 captains, each commanding 1,000 elite troops, and Qin Mu was one of them, serving as the direct superior to Xia Chen. Below the captains were the lieutenants, who oversaw 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. Further down were the battalion leaders, with the previous A battalion under the command of Zhao Yu, who was currently engaged in a game of cards within the military tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu treated him with considerable courtesy. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen discerned the reason behind this demeanor. Captain, may I inquire as to why the commander has summoned me? Xia Chen approached Qin Mu and spoke softly. I am not privy to that information. You shall find out upon entering. Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, I suspect it is not of great significance. As you have just been appointed, protocol dictates that you should have first reported to the commander. Qin Mu observed Xia Chen, whose demeanor was calm and composed, devoid of the fierce energy he had displayed towards Zhao Yu, prompting him to speak further. Xia Chen pondered this, realizing it was indeed his oversight. Initially, he had assumed he was being brought in to meet the commander, only to be led directly to the tent. With narrowed eyes, he recognized that everything had been orchestrated. At that moment, a soldier emerged from the expansive military tent. Lieutenant, the general requests your presence. Xia Chen nodded affirmatively, entering with an air of dignity and composure. Upon entering, he was met by a middle-aged general seated within the tent. "I pay my respects, General." Xia Chen immediately clasped his fists and performed a respectful military salute. In the military, ranks determined titles, and any discussion of background was reserved for private matters. Subordinates were required to show deference to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, any insubordination from a subordinate towards a superior was deemed a grave offense within the military, which was why Xia Chen felt justified in expelling Zhao Yu from the elite troops. Even if the matter escalated, Zhao Yu would ultimately be at fault. "Please, there is no need for such formality," Li Wenzhong said with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing for Xia Chen to take a seat and personally pouring him a cup of tea. "I called you here for no particular reason, primarily to meet and get to know one another, huh?" Li Wenzhong exhibited none of the airs of superiority one might expect from a higher rank. "As fellow scions of martial merit, we are akin to family. Furthermore, I have a significant connection to the Marquis of Zhendong. 2 centuries ago, my ancestors accompanied that generation's Marquis of Zhendong into battle, achieving remarkable feats and establishing themselves as vanguards of the army, ultimately earning my family a marquisate. Although this title is not hereditary, it has integrated us into the annals of martial honor, which is why I occupy this position of commander today. Therefore, if you do not mind, you may address me as uncle." Li Wenzhong looked at Xia Chen, proactively seeking to foster a closer bond. "Uncle." Xia Chen did not hesitate to respond with a smile. Yet, simultaneously, his mind remained tranquil as he swiftly analyzed the detailed introduction of Li Wenzhong that had been included in the materials sent by his uncle Xia Chen the previous day. Although the Li family is a member of the martial merit group, throughout the 8 centuries of national fortune, there have been countless martial illustrious families within the Great Wu dynasty. 800 years have passed, transforming the landscape entirely of the founding martial families. Only 3 have endured to this day. The martial emperor, who reclaimed the territory, can indeed be regarded as the founder of the nation, having rewarded countless meritorious subjects in his time. Yet now, only 6 have survived, with the rest having long since fallen into decline. Presently, the core strength of the martial merit group consists predominantly of families that have ascended to nobility due to military achievements in the past 1 or 2 centuries. The Li family is among them. However, the marquisate of the Li family has long vanished. Since the generation of Li Wenzhong's father, the family's fortunes began to wane. Originally, the fate of the Li family was destined to mirror that of many martial illustrious families, gradually fading into obscurity. This has allowed the Li family to regain some vitality in recent years, thereby acquiring a certain degree of influence within the martial merit group. He is a person of the emperor. Although the information regarding Xia Chen did not explicitly state this, Xia Chen swiftly deduced the conclusion. The rapid ascent within the Imperial Guard could only signify one possibility: he had garnered the emperor's favor. Otherwise, such a crucial position as the commander of the Yulin army would not be casually assigned. Given the cordiality shown toward me, it seems that my status as a son-in-law is not as disadvantageous as I had imagined, especially within the Imperial Guard, where this identity proves particularly advantageous. Xia Chen quickly discerned the reasons behind the favorable attitudes of both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong towards him. His lineage from the Zhendong Marquis was one aspect, but the fundamental reason likely resided in his identity as the son-in-law. If the royal family were to be likened to a household, then the Imperial Guard clearly represents the royal family's household troops, and as a son-in-law, he could be considered half a master. Until the upper echelons clarify their stance, the individuals beneath them naturally dare not show any neglect. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xia Chen's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Before Li Wenzhong, he neither acted disrespectfully nor obsequiously. As they sipped tea and conversed, their relationship deepened, soon addressing each other as uncle and virtuous nephew with familiarity. Upon exiting Li Wenzhong's military tent, a smile graced Xia Chen's face. This beginning surpassed his expectations. The authority he could wield within the Imperial Guard might indeed be greater than he had anticipated. "Master, General Li did not give you any trouble, did he? In military camps, titles are still in use, so please refrain from calling me master in the future." Xia Chen waved his hand and continued, "No, I had a pleasant conversation with General Li." He briefly recounted some of the circumstances to Xia Chen and the 3 family soldiers accompanying him. The 3 soldiers, named Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong, were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, with Xia Hui having reached the 7th tier of the refining spirit realm. In the military, he would undoubtedly be qualified to hold the positions of school lieutenant or even commander. As Xia Chen chatted with the 4, voices were heard from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the esteemed school lieutenant. Xia Chen received his fellow brigade commander, Qian Nan, in the military tent. Upon entering, Qian Nan immediately saluted respectfully, pledging his loyalty, clearly aware of Zhao Yu's recent fate. Truth be told, he was already sweating profusely, as Zhao Yu had approached him the previous day, proposing they join forces to teach the newly appointed officer a lesson. Fortunately, he had been out on patrol this morning and had avoided a potentially disastrous encounter. Otherwise, he suspected he too would have been expelled from the Imperial Guard. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chapter 17. Duke Jinwu. Inside the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qian Nan, remaining silent for a considerable time, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Qian Nan's brow. Just as he was engulfed in trepidation, a calm voice broke the tension. "Rise." "Thank you, my lord." Qian Nan felt a wave of pressure lift, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped him for what felt like an eternity, though it had only been a fleeting moment. He sensed that this newly appointed officer exuded an aura far more formidable than that of the middle-ranking generals in the army. Was this the bearing of a direct descendant of the Duke of Zhendong? Such demeanor was indeed extraordinary. "How was the patrol?" Xia Chen inquired. "Everything is well. We encountered a theft incident along the way and apprehended the thief, who has been taken to the criminal department's prison. The capital has been somewhat unsettled recently, as spies from Deqing have begun to surface. We, the Yuling guards, have been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in swiftly identifying these spies." Qian Nan mentioned this matter, capturing Xia Chen's attention. The lantern bearers were an organization with a unique status in the Dawu dynasty. They were neither part of the cabinet nor under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries, operating independently of the civil and military officials, solely accountable to the emperor. This bore a resemblance to the Jinui of the Ming dynasty in Xia Chen's recollection. Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Although the Imperial Guard wielded significant power, during peacetime their influence within the capital was not as formidable as one might assume. In fact, whenever incidents or enemy spies emerged, the emperor's first consideration would be the lantern bearers, followed by the criminal department, the court of judicial review, and others. The Yuling guards primarily served in a supportive role, often involved only after matters had settled, assisting with arrests and raids. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at Tongfu Tower in the capital, and they graciously accepted his invitation. Everyone on duty in the military and without pressing tasks attended. In the end, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, which caused Xia Chen's peers to feel a sense of awe. All of them were astute individuals in the capital, fully aware of what this gathering signified. As a result, they treated Xia Chen with increasing respect, frequently toasting him with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the Jinwu Duke's residence in the capital, chaos ensued. "Young master, what has happened?" Zhao Yu appeared in a pitiful state, his arms hanging limply, his back a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, and he had long since lost consciousness, unresponsive to his surroundings. The arriving gatekeeper's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene, recognizing the severity of the injuries. Had it not been for Zhao Yu's martial prowess, he would have surely succumbed to such grievous wounds. The once serene residence of the Jinwu Marquis erupted into chaos, with servants and maidens scurrying about. Some hastened to the eastern city to summon the finest physician from the Xuanji Medical Pavilion. "My child." Zhao Yu's biological mother, the lady of the Jinwu Marquis, rushed into the room and beheld her son lying unconscious upon the bed. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Showing such utter disdain for the Jinwu Marquis household, Mrs. Zhao glared at the family soldiers who had accompanied Zhao Yu, her voice sharp, though tears soon streamed down her face. Just this morning he had been in good health. How could he have returned in such a state? Could it be the work of spies from a rival nation? "My lady." The several family soldiers quickly knelt in apology, recounting the events in their entirety. This brat was merciless toward his peers. How can the Jinwu Marquis household, renowned for its martial achievements, be treated with such disregard? Justice must be served. The Lady Zhao's eyes burned with fury. After breaking her son's arms and administering 100 strikes with a military rod, they even expelled him from the Imperial Guards. Was there no justice in this world? Such blatant oppression. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room, casting an unpleased glance at the enraged lady. "Enough," the Marquis Zhao Yu declared. "My lord, you must stand up for Yor. That little brat intends to ruin him." "Mrs. Zhao exclaimed, grabbing his arm and leading him to Zhao Yu's bedside, pointing at her son with tears in her eyes. Upon witnessing his son in such a state, Zhao Yu's expression hardened, yet he maintained his composure. He brought this upon himself. "Just yesterday, I specifically summoned him to the study to elucidate the intricacies of his situation, advising him against provoking that young scion of the Xia family, who is now his direct superior. It would be child's play for him to manipulate Zhao Yu. Furthermore, I promised to assist him in securing a position as a school captain soon. Yet this foolish boy chose to confront him instead. Not only did he engage in conflict, but he did so with such crude methods, utterly brainless." A flame of anger ignited in Zhao Yu's eyes. Compared to his 2 elder brothers, this youngest son was woefully lacking in both intellect and capability. He scarcely resembled a member of the Zhao lineage. Otherwise, given his noble birthright and now in his 20s, how could he still be mired in a mere travel commander position? The Lady Zhao, alarmed and pale from her husband's tirade, hesitated but retorted. "It is true that you instigated the conflict, but we are both members of a martial lineage, part of the same faction. One could even say we are akin to family. Even if there are disagreements, must they resort to such brutality? Had you not reached the 8th rank, those 100 strikes could very well have taken his life." Upon hearing his wife's words, Duke Jinwuho's gaze momentarily flashed with a fierce intensity. Yet reason swiftly reclaimed its dominion. Matters of the military are far more serious than ordinary affairs. On his very first day in office, one must assert authority. To not establish his power would jeopardize his standing among the imperial guards. From the moment that fools sought to incite unrest, this matter could not be settled lightly. Duke Jean spoke calmly, aware that while this marquis was inherited, he had commanded troops before and understood the intricate stakes involved. The young man from the Xia family had already risen to a superior position, naturally occupying the moral high ground. Any actions would have to be executed covertly, ensuring that the Xia lad would stumble greatly. Do we simply let this matter rest? He has expelled you from the imperial guards directly. Does that insignificant lieutenant possess such authority? Lady Zhao retorted angrily. Enough, I have my own plans. Duke Jean replied sternly, his gaze fixed on his wife. He indeed lacks that authority, yet your son is too foolish. He has allowed every possible accusation to be levied against him. Should this matter escalate to higher authorities, the outcome would be no different. Duke Jean's expression was grave as he warned her. Understood. As he observed his wife's reluctant demeanor, he sighed. His eldest and second sons had inherited his intellect, yet this youngest son seemed to have wholly taken after her, devoid of any wisdom of his own. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. In the back garden of Princess Yaoguang's estate, a beautiful figure gazed at the pond. The central pond shimmered with rippling waters, adorned with sprawling lotus leaves and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing gracefully, reminiscent of bashful maidens dancing atop emerald jade. Goldfish frolicked in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets that animated the tranquil scene. Everything appeared as if painted on a canvas. This picturesque moment was disrupted by a woman in yellow, who hurriedly approached. Princess, news has just arrived regarding Xia Chen. Would you like to hear it? He has taken office? The second princess did not turn around, continuing to admire the lotus flowers in the pond. How does the princess know? The woman in yellow, named Li Wei, was taken aback. She had yet to disclose anything. Yet the princess seemed already aware. Li Wei, beautiful in appearance and fond of candied hawthorns, was one of the second princess's personal maids, a prodigious swordswoman. She had ventured alone to Sword City at the age of 25 to challenge the Sword Saint, astonishing the world by defeating 3 swords. She had typically remained at the residence of the Duke of East Town. Aside from whispers regarding his frail constitution, there had been little activity. Recently, the Duke's household had been aiding him in securing a position, and upon hearing it was within the Imperial Guards, it was likely related to this development. The second princess's voice was cool. The situation was not difficult to deduce. With a bit of thought, one could easily arrive at the conclusion. Truly impressive. Your insight is remarkable. Li Wei marveled sincerely, contemplating why she herself had not arrived at the same understanding. You should learn more from Ziyue. Read extensively, for there resides much wisdom in books. The second princess shook her head, acknowledging her maid's many virtues but lamenting her lack of sharpness. Reading is too exhausting. Ziyue enjoys it, yet I prefer delicacies. How delightful they are. Li Wei shook her head, a playful smile adorning her face as she darted to the side of the second princess. Having grown up alongside Ziyue and the second princess, their relationship was devoid of excessive formalities. Your Highness, would you care to hear news of him? After all, he is your future husband. Li Wei exclaimed, rushing to Yao Guang's side, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Both she and Ziyue served as the princess's personal maids, and according to tradition, they too would be expected to attend to the prince consort after the royal wedding. I am not interested. The second princess shook her head at Li Wei's exuberance, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. She wished to tease Li Wei, yet her curiosity regarding the man destined to be her husband was rather negligible. Your Highness, why so? I must tell you. Li Wei pouted adorably, clutching the second princess's arm as she hurriedly recounted everything she had learned about Xia Chen's encounter with the Imperial Guard. Once Li Wei concluded her tale, the previously composed expression of the second princess was stirred with emotion. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single move? Indeed, they say Xia Chen was quite fierce, facing an entire battalion alone, while the others dared not make a sound, utterly intimidated. Li Wei nodded earnestly, her conviction unwavering. Did he bring his family soldiers with him? Not at all. The second princess nodded contemplatively, choosing not to press further as a look of contemplation crossed her features. Your Highness, is something amiss? Although Li Wei was astute, she was not foolish. Noticing the typically perceptive princess's unusual demeanor, she quickly inquired. The Duke of East Town's estate has upheld a regulation for 6 centuries. Only those heirs who achieve the 8th tier of the refinement realm may leave the estate to serve in the military. Xia Chen's ability to emerge signifies he has reached the 8th tier, but he was said to be a martial arts waste. I had initially thought that his breakthrough to the 8th tier was a result of the estate expending great resources to elevate his status artificially. However, it appears my previous assessment may have been misguided. His battle prowess must have indeed attained the 7th tier of the refinement spirit realm. While one can enhance their realm with elixirs, true combat strength is determined by various factors. The second princess spoke slowly, her gaze filled with a hint of uncertainty. Could it be that he ingested a miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What miraculous elixir exists in this world? Xia family, Have you been concealing something? The second princess furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that all information regarding Xia Chen's supposed Wei status had originated from the Xia family. Yet, no one from the outside had ever encountered Xia Chen. This implied that the information could be a deliberate fabrication by the Xia family. But for what purpose? To conceal an ordinary talent? Even disregarding the historical talents of the Xia family, this generation has already birthed several prodigies. Therefore, was it truly necessary to hide just one Xia Chen? The usually astute second princess found herself perplexed, grappling with the incongruity of it all. Continue to monitor Xia Chen and report any developments to me. The second princess instructed, her gaze shifting to Li Wei, only to find her, unbeknownst to Wen, savoring a candied hawthorn stick she had pulled from somewhere, prompting a chuckle and a shake of her head. Very well, I shall keep a close watch. After speaking, Li Wei retrieved a candied hawthorn from her sleeve. Princess, would you like to try some? There are so many delectable treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable. Li Wei smiled, eagerly licking the candied hawthorn as the sweet and tangy flavors burst upon her palate, causing her eyes to gleam like crescent moons. I shall not partake. Just have one. I bought plenty. With that, Li Wei pressed a skewer of candied hawthorn into the hands of the second princess. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess held a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring it while admiring the blossoms. To her surprise, the sweetness of the treat was quite delightful. The usually aloof second princess couldn't help but let a smile grace her lips. In the afternoon, with no pressing matters at hand, Xia Chen found himself rather bored and summoned the personnel from his two camps, beginning the process of familiarizing himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. Though this task appeared trivial, it bore significant importance. Among them, he appointed his subordinate, Xia Hui, to temporarily lead the armor camp as its commander. Xia Hui possessed the cultivation of the 7th rank in the spiritual refinement realm, and Xia Chen learned that he had previously held the position of deputy commander in the border army, overseeing over 1,000 men. Thus, managing 100 would be a mere trifle for him. Assigning him as a mere battalion commander seemed almost an insult to his talents. Although Xia Chen's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally flawed, once he reported the matter, the middle general Li Wenzhong did not hesitate long before facilitating the paperwork. While such an action was technically improper, it was merely a matter of principle. Li Wenzhong was more than willing to grant this favor. Furthermore, Xia Hui was only a temporary appointee. Should Xia Chen depart from the Imperial Guard or move elsewhere, Xia Hui would undoubtedly follow suit. He had no attachment to his previous position as deputy commander, so it was unlikely he would yearn for a minor role as battalion commander now. Chapter 19. Case Analysis. That evening, young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his chamber, the voice of Xia Chen echoed from outside. Come in, young master. The information you requested regarding the undercover operatives in Deqing has arrived. Xia Chen entered with a stack of documents, internal information from the Imperial Forest Guard, which Xia Chen was entitled to access as a captain. Over the past month, the situation in the capital had become somewhat tumultuous, reportedly reaching the ears of the emperor and inciting his fury. The lantern bearers had been deployed, leading to numerous arrests within the city, causing the populace to live in fear. Military defense maps stolen from the northwest? Xia Chen opened the documents and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The northwest border of Da Wu Kingdom bordered Deqing and Defeng, housing 200,000 border troops. However, with military defense maps having been pilfered, the severity of the situation was apparent. It was no wonder the emperor was enraged enough to mobilize the lantern bearers and conduct mass arrests in the capital. Such a critical military defense map had been extracted directly from the Ministry of War without alerting anyone. It appeared there was indeed a mole within the ministry. Xia Chen gazed at the dossier, murmuring to himself. For decades, the Great Wu and Great Qing have been embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Yet apart from the significant Huayang battle with Great Feng 36 years ago, large-scale warfare had been absent, with only minor border skirmishes occurring. Now, however, the theft of the military defense map could undoubtedly incite profound upheaval. With the passage of 36 years, Great Feng must have regained its vitality. Since the Huayang battle, the ties between Great Qing and Great Feng have grown increasingly close, resembling a coalition formed to counteract Great Wu. As Xia Chen pondered these matters, he continued to peruse the document. It detailed that the military defense map had been pilfered by a minor clerk from the Ministry of War and subsequently handed over to a blacksmith in the western district of the capital. Upon learning of this information, the lantern-bearer visited the homes of both the clerk and the blacksmith, only to discover that they had both taken their own lives. The trail ended there. Days passed, and it was evident that the military defense map had been disseminated. The situation in the northwest was bound to undergo significant transformation. Xia Chen contemplated the implications. Regardless of whether he could unearth the Great Qing's clandestine agents, the military defense map was undoubtedly lost. There had to be at least one intermediary between the clerk and the blacksmith, yet the dossier made no mention of this person. Was it an oversight? Or had it been deliberately concealed? Soon, Xia Chen discerned an anomaly within the dossier. The clerk, capable of entering the Ministry of War and even pilfering the military defense map from its core, could not have accomplished this alone. Furthermore, he noted that the clerk resided in the inner city of the northern district, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the western district. The distance between them exceeded 20 miles, making it impossible for the clerk to have personally delivered the military defense map to the blacksmith. During the night, both the inner and outer cities enforced a curfew. Without a special pass, no one could traverse the streets, and the military defense map had vanished after nightfall. Lying in bed, Xia Chen contemplated these facts. The only individuals allowed to roam freely at night were the imperial guards and the lantern bearers, implicating both groups as potential suspects. Alarmingly, this suggested that both factions might have been infiltrated. As Xia Chen unraveled the threads of this mystery, numerous ideas surfaced, but the scant information at his disposal limited his analysis. He suspected that the dossier was incomplete. The lantern bearers must possess more intelligence. Be it in investigation or case handling, they were professionals in their field. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to procure files from the lantern bearers. Even if he were to request them, the Yuling guards would merely serve as enforcers in the eyes of the lantern bearers. It was a well-known fact that the Yuling guards were not adept at casework, typically leaving such matters to others, only to step in when high-ranking officials had resolved the issues. Thus, whether it was the lantern bearers or the Ministry of Justice, many matters would not be disclosed to the Yuling guards. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Xia Chen once again arrived early at the Yuling guard headquarters. "Good morning, Chief." Upon stepping into the courtyard of the barracks, he encountered Li Shi, the one who had escorted him inside the previous day. Li Shi's face radiated with an exuberant smile as he scurried over, lifting the bag in his hand. "Boss, would you like a bun? I specifically purchased these from the renowned Quan Buli Bun Shop. Their buns are the finest in all of Beijing. You must try them." Xia Chen observed Li Shi's crinkled smile, which belied his youthful age of just over 20, making him appear as though he were in his 40s. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was this very lad who had led him straight to the military encampment yesterday. Whether he intended to deceive him or merely sought to witness the spectacle remained uncertain. "Boss, they are truly delectable, an exquisite taste. These buns from Quan Buli are quite difficult to procure. One must make a reservation in advance." Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen's change in demeanor, maintained his cheerful expression, practically thrusting the bun into Xia Chen's hands, as eager as a devoted hound. Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, and then at the bun he held, which indeed emanated an enticing aroma. Such a fine bun. Yet the name Quan Buli is rather unappealing. The term dog refers to our loyal companions who would never betray us. If they did, one might as well make them into meat-filled buns. Xia Chen examined the bun in his palm. Indeed, the filling was ample while the dough was thin, and the flavor was delightful. It was no wonder that many esteemed officials in the capital favored this establishment. As he savored the bun, he spoke nonchalantly. At that moment, Li Shi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Xia Chen's words, realizing that his ruse had been uncovered by this esteemed officer. The officer had decisively dealt with the son of the Jin Wuho just the day before, indicating that he was not a person to be trifled with. If he were to face retribution, how would life proceed? "The buns are delightful. Ensure you bring me one every day?" Just as Li Shi's anxiety began to bubble within, he heard Xia Chen's voice. He looked up to find Xia Chen already walking away. Realizing this, Li Shi's face lit up with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, boss, I will bring you breakfast every day?" Li Shi exclaimed excitedly. Xia Chen, who had been poised to step into the military tent, halted abruptly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What do you mean by bringing breakfast every day? One might think you were trying to court me." He glanced at the bun in his hand, reflecting, indeed, the name Quan Buli does leave much to be desired. Chapter 20. Cultural and Recreational Activities. Noon. Li Shi approached once more, his smile as radiant as ever, his face adorned with endearing wrinkles. "Boss, after the evening roll call, I invite you to a delightful place for some fun." Li Shi leaned closer to Xia Chen, adopting a conspiratorial tone, his face alight with a cheeky grin. He was quite audacious. Although merely a junior officer, he addressed Xia Chen, a captain, with familiar intimacy. Xia Chen regarded him with an odd expression, pondering whether this lad intended to lead him to a brothel or a place for entertainment. In this world, recreational activities were scarce, and evening pastimes were even fewer, typically consisting of drinking, listening to music, and engaging with women, followed by more intimate interactions. Thus, the realm of intimate exchanges thrives abundantly in this world. However, brothels occupy a rather esteemed position within this industry, akin to upscale clubs, where the young women are remarkably beautiful. Yet, the cost of indulging in such pleasures is exorbitant. A single night's escapade may consume a significant portion of an average family's annual income, and this is merely for the most basic offerings. Should one desire the company of a courtesan, mere financial means would hardly suffice. In this context, taverns naturally flourish. Although they may not possess the same prestige as brothels, their affordability makes them highly appealing, allowing ordinary individuals to partake without excessive strain on their finances. Consequently, they garner even greater admiration. To be candid, Xia Chen harbored a considerable yearning for such establishments. Despite his reputation as a man of virtue, he believed in partaking in shared joys. Embracing this philosophy, Xia Chen readily acquiesced to Li Shi's invitation. Since he had no engagements that evening, he decided to indulge in the mystery his companion promised. With a hearty pat on Li Shi's shoulder, he remarked, "You have a bright future ahead." Li Shi, beaming with delight, departed from Xia Chen's tent to arrange their evening's activities. The perks of leadership. Entertainment and relaxation are effortlessly organized, sparing one the burden of counting coins or fretting over logistics. Yet, one might ponder if this could be considered an unconventional form of leisure. Xia Chen mused academically, eager to witness the intense cultural collision that would unfold that night. As night fell, the day had passed without incident. In the afternoon, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a stroll through the bustling streets of the capital, a sight that left Xia Chen, who followed closely behind, utterly dazzled. Along the way, Xia Chen passed by the Princess Yao Wang's residence, casting a glance at the majestic lions that have stood guard before its gates through the passage of time. Additionally, he familiarized himself with the locations of several brothels in the vicinity. It is essential to note that his interest in these establishments was not for personal indulgence. He prided himself on being a man of integrity, a paragon of virtue, who shunned the company of women. That evening, this virtuous gentleman stealthily followed Li Shi and Xia Chen as they slipped away from the Yuling Guard's headquarters, venturing into a narrow alley. The further they walked, the more Xia Chen sensed something amiss. This route diverged sharply from the brothels he had studied earlier. "Hey, Chief, it's going to be fun. Music and dance await," Li Shi exclaimed, his face breaking into a grin that seemed to bloom with excitement. "I know you hail from the esteemed Ho family of Zhendong, where strict regulations reign. Before reaching the 8th rank, one is not permitted to venture out freely, let alone spend the night away from the estate. I surmise you have yet to visit such places. Tonight, I shall treat you, allowing you to experience the vibrant culture of our capital's nightlife." He admitted that he had never been to such establishments either, but had heard whispers from the kitchen staff about their unparalleled allure, claiming that a single visit would leave one enchanted. "Isn't this route leading us away from Suyu Street? Aren't the brothels concentrated along that thoroughfare?" Xia Chen inquired calmly. While his instincts heightened, could this be a trap? Li Shi seemed to perceive the vigilance in Xia Chen's heart and hastily remarked, "The music at Gulen is somewhat beneath your esteemed status. While the brothel is quite pleasant, your unique position warrants caution. The throngs of people may tarnish your reputation if word were to spread. Thus, I have deliberately sought out a place called Qingya Shaozhu, where one may not only enjoy music and dance, but also find lodging. Here, every guest dons a mask, ensuring a high degree of confidentiality." Li Shi spoke in a tone reminiscent of seeking praise. The engagement between Xia Chen and the second princess was already common knowledge in the capital, and he was certainly aware of it. Xia Chen regarded him with an odd expression, pondering whether this young man was indeed a person of exceptional thoughtfulness. In the Great Wu dynasty, frequenting such vibrant establishments was hardly extraordinary. In fact, it had become a refined pursuit lauded by scholars over the years. Among literati, failing to visit such venues before reaching adulthood was deemed a disgrace. Upon realizing this, Xia Chen felt a wave of emotion, reflecting on the audacity of scholars who could derive pride from such pursuits. And it was no wonder that during the reign of the Empress of the Great Unification, there were stringent prohibitions against the thriving entertainment industry. Consequently, when Xia Chen and his fellow players entered this world, they lamented the loss of a splendid era they had never experienced. Some players, in defiance of this edict, contemplated overthrowing the Great Wu dynasty to restore the glory of manhood. Of course, one such individual was swiftly dealt with by the Empress's decisive hand. "I thought you were going to take me to the Jiaofengxi?" Xia Chen jested. "Oh, come now, I could never afford Jiaofengxi. Merely entering costs 5 taels of silver, and that does not include the expenses for wine and music. As for spending the night with a lady, you would need at least 10 taels. Such thoughts are fanciful." Li Shi shook his head, his eyes sparkling with longing for Jiaofengxi. Having heard tales of the exquisite women therein, whose beauty was said to be so striking as to appear as if they could be wrung out for water. More importantly, many of these women were the daughters or wives of officials, and the thrill of being with a lady of such esteemed lineage was a sensation that money could not buy. Jiaofengxi represented the pinnacle of entertainment in this world, a realm where the majority of women were the relatives of those who had fallen from grace, resources that no brothel or other establishment could rival. Throughout the journey, Xia Chen remained silent, absorbing Li Shi's insights while forming a clear conception of such establishments in his mind. These venues were not merely about carnal pleasures. That would be too mundane. They gave rise to cultural activities such as music appreciation and poetry, which were highly favored by scholars. The more refined the experience, the greater the allure. The Qingya Shaozhu that Li Shi intended to lead them to was akin to such a place. Naturally, the core offering of overnight stays was also available. After all, one would not assume that everyone was merely idle at night to enjoy music and poetry. Soon, the trio stepped into a concealed alley, arriving at a courtyard that seamlessly blended with the surrounding residential buildings. at the entrance of the courtyard. For elegant characters inscribed the name Qingya Shaozhu, refined abode. To an unknowing passerby, it might appear to be nothing more than a simple residence. In the annals of history, it is recorded that the founding emperor, in his youth, was wholly devoted to the martial arts while serving in the imperial guard. When his contemporaries invited him to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels, he resolutely declined, stating, "In my youth, I must dedicate myself to the path of martial prowess. For I cannot squander my time in such frivolities." Thus, he steadfastly rejected their invitations, leading to his unparalleled advancement in martial mastery, far surpassing his peers. Chapter 21. Refined Abode. The name Qingya Shaozhu is indeed melodious. Xia Chen marveled at its elegance. Yet little did he know that it served as a sanctuary for profound exchanges of the heart. Li Shi, displaying keen insight, proceeded to knock on the door while explaining to Xia Chen. The Qingya girl, the owner of the courtyard, enjoys a modest renown in the capital, highly sought after by scholars and literati. It is said that even certain officials occasionally grace this abode with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, aside from the entrance and beverage fees, whether one could remain for the night would depend on whether their talents captured the attention of the Qingya girl. However, even if one did not catch her eye, there remained the option to select from a number of maidservants. The Qingya girl is immensely celebrated in the capital, a renowned beauty. Xia Chen was somewhat astonished. This Qingya girl possessed quite the business acumen. Was not the Qingya Shaozhu a high-end private club in its own right? By leveraging her personal charm to cultivate fame and distinguishing herself from other establishments with a unique blend of mutual affection, she enhanced her competitive edge. This model, cloaked in the allure of reciprocal desire, would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of the literati, who are known for their lofty standards, often believing themselves superior to others. Moreover, the more elusive the experience, the greater the desire to attain it. A first visit that did not culminate in an overnight stay would surely lead to a second, or even a third. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen nodded, intrigued by this Qingya girl, though uncertain whether the true master of the small courtyard was indeed her or someone else entirely. Just then, a small head peeked out from behind the gate of Qingya Shaozhu, a round-cheeked, delicate face that appeared quite charming. Li Shi promptly handed over the invitation he held, and soon the gate swung open. Xia Chen, having donned the mask that Li Shi had prepared in advance, stepped inside, immediately greeted by a fragrant waft of rouge. A round-faced maidservant guided the trio into the courtyard, which was already bustling with around 20 to 30 individuals, all adorned in scholarly attire. Upon their entrance, the assembled guests merely glanced up before returning their focus to their own pursuits. Xia Chen settled into a seat at the far end, keenly observing his surroundings. The courtyard was alive with the melodious sounds of maidens dancing gracefully, while others engaged in lively games of drinking and poetry, such as the flying flowers and drunken oath games. Aside from her somewhat revealing attire, the dancer possessed an extraordinary charm, reminiscent not of a mere courtesan, but rather of an elegant lady of high society. It is no wonder that this modest yet refined courtyard garnered such admiration. Indeed, she exuded an air of grace and sophistication, leaving one curious about the true beauty of this enchanting maiden. Surely, her appearance must be remarkable, otherwise, her reputation would not be so pronounced. As Summer Chin pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly captivated by a melodious sound of the guqin, which stirred a slight commotion among the attendees. The elegant maiden was about to make her entrance. He listened intently to the enchanting music until it gradually faded, followed by the voice of Li Shi. The elegant maiden was proficient in poetry, song, and music, particularly renowned for her exceptional guqin skills. Some praised that her playing rivaled that of the courtesans in the music houses. Summer Chin nodded, directing his gaze toward the interior, where he glimpsed a slender figure illuminated by the lantern light, casting a delicate shadow upon the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, I apologize for the wait." A clear and melodious voice resonated, as a beautiful woman stepped forth from behind the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Instantly, all present, despite their masks, felt their eyes brighten with awe. What a remarkable lady! Upon witnessing the true visage of this elegant maiden, Summer Chin could not help but smile. Was this a play on contrasts? How intriguing! "You jest, my lady. We are merely here to indulge in wine, and the night has just begun." "It hardly qualifies as a lengthy wait," exclaimed a man seated in the front row, adorned in lavish attire, his masked gaze fervently fixed upon the maiden. "Indeed, after all, a beautiful lady is always worth the wait," chimed in another rotund gentleman. The elegant maiden, upon hearing their words, chuckled softly, partially concealing her face with a handkerchief, exuding an air of coyness that made one wish to embrace her tenderly. As soon as she made her entrance, she eclipsed the allure of all the maidens in the courtyard, casting them into the shadows and diverting the gaze of all guests solely upon her. The atmosphere within the courtyard reached a new zenith, as the previous silence gave way to eager voices vying for her attention, each hoping to elicit a smile from the beauty and secure their place as the evening's honored guest. The elegant maiden surveyed the assembly, her eyes sweeping across the masked faces. When her gaze lingered momentarily on Summer Chin, it seemed as though she endeavored to peer through his mask and discern his true identity. This meticulous scrutiny tightened his heart, although he wore a mask. His casual demeanor as he sipped his wine exuded an aura of remarkable distinction. Some individuals are inherently the focal point of attention. Could he be a scion of nobility? Speculations fluttered among the crowd, yet there was no sense of alarm. They all shared the same guise of masks, rendering the competition fair and devoid of concern. Gentlemen, why don't we commence with a game of Flying Flower? The elegant maiden proposed with a smile. Flying Flower was a favored game among literati, where participants took turns reciting verses containing a particular keyword, with the loser facing a drinking penalty, requiring a certain level of poetic knowledge from all involved. Everyone nodded with laughter, clearly brimming with self-assurance. Xia Chen played a few rounds and contributed a few remarks, yet he refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, thus remaining somewhat inconspicuous among the crowd. Although the Ho residence was a noble family of military lineage, its young scions were also encouraged to pursue scholarly endeavors from a young age. While not expected to master every subject, a solid foundation was certainly required. As time slowly passed, various games unfolded, the flowing of wine along winding streams, the passing of flowers with the beating of drums, and even a poetry competition towards the end. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, buzzed with an animated atmosphere. Xia Chen could not help but nod. Xingya was indeed a remarkable individual, skillfully orchestrating the entire event and elevating the ambience to its zenith. Throughout the proceedings, several scholars distinguished themselves with their exceptional poetry, which even Xia Chen acknowledged as commendable. Dear friends, I find myself somewhat fatigued and shall retire for a moment. I hope you all continue to enjoy yourselves. Xingya rose gracefully, offering a courteous bow to the assembly, her demeanor exuding elegance and warmth, embodying the essence of a refined lady. The crowd nodded in agreement, though their expressions were tinged with tension, aware that the main event was approaching. They wondered who among them would be fortunate enough to catch Xingya's discerning eye and be chosen as her confidant for the evening. Among those who had performed admirably and captured the spotlight, several scholars stood with unwavering confidence, convinced that they would be selected by her tonight. Chapter 22, An Overnight Stay. In the courtyard, most attendees had shifted their focus away from the games. However, a small contingent remained acutely aware of their lack of prospects for being chosen by Xingya, their gazes lingering on the maidservants in the yard. Li Shi quietly inquired, as the hour approached the late evening, nearing the time of curfew. The three individuals in their group had not stood out, and Xingya had scarcely acknowledged them, prompting Li Shi's question. Xia Chen, blushing in the background, felt utterly out of place. It was his first time in such an establishment, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Let us wait a bit longer, Xia Chen stated calmly. Li Shi pondered over this, choosing not to elaborate further. Logically, the leader of their group should have been inexperienced in such settings, yet he appeared remarkably composed, as if he were a seasoned veteran, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied his novice status. Within the room, behind a screen, warmth enveloped the air as mist swirled about. A graceful figure stepped into a wooden tub, the hot water embracing her delicate, porcelain-like skin, while petals floated atop the surface, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. Xingya's exquisite shoulders and collarbone were exposed to the air, her damp hair cascading around her, and her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of melancholy. This visage only intensified her allure, evoking a desire for tenderness. At that moment, her demeanor was a stark contrast to the radiant smile she had displayed earlier. Instead, she exuded a purity akin to a celestial being from the heavens. Had Xia Chen been present to witness Xingya in this state, he would surely have marveled at her multifaceted charm, envisioning her as a perfect candidate for role-playing, an exhilarating prospect indeed. At that moment, a maidservant, while replenishing the water for Xingya, inquired, Miss, will you be retaining anyone for the night? The elegant abode, Xingya Shaozhu, offers accommodations for the night. Though it is not customary for Xingya to host guests overnight on a daily basis, a maximum of 1 or 2 nights per week suffices. Paradoxically, this selective availability has only heightened its allure, to the extent that a wealthy gentleman once proffered a staggering sum of 1,000 taels of silver for a single night with Xingya, a request that was ultimately declined, thereby amplifying her renown. Upon hearing this, Xingya furrowed her brow, a sudden epiphany illuminating her countenance. Invite the gentleman in the white mask, the one of exceptional demeanor, to stay the night. The maidservant paused, perplexed. He appeared rather unremarkable this evening, whereas several other gentlemen displayed far more distinction. Accommodating him might incite discontent among the others, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of Xingya Shaozhu. Let him stay tonight, Xingya insisted, a glimmer of hope flickering within her. Perhaps he holds the key to resolving the troubles we have encountered of late. A mesmerizing smile graced her lips, enchanting in its beauty. Is this individual of a unique status? The maidservant, Xiao Lian, felt a surge of excitement. Though she herself was strikingly beautiful, she remained overshadowed by Xingya's ethereal presence. Xingya's smile radiated sweetness, her diverse charm captivating. Xiao Lian, taken aback, recalled her mistress's distinctive eyes, capable of perceiving beyond the confines of mere masks. Very well. I shall fetch him. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yin gracefully exited the room. With a soft sigh, Qingya rose from the bath, her flawless form akin to a sculpted masterpiece. Fully exposed to the cool air, pearlescent droplets cascaded down her delicate skin, glistening under the light, an exhilarating sight, though regrettably, one that went unappreciated. Outside in the courtyard, as Xia Chen and his companions quietly enjoyed their wine and observed the dance, a young man adorned with a white mask approached them. My father, Li Gang, is a minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your distinguished demeanor from afar, yet it seems this is your inaugural visit to Qingya Xiaozhu, the young man remarked. A smile gracing his lips. I am Li Kuei, courtesy named Deshan. Dressed in the attire of a scholar, he bowed to Xia Chen, then confidently unfurled his folding fan. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chen felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, envisioning a burly man behind the mask, possibly sporting a thick beard and addressing him as brother upon introduction. Do you have a brother? Xia Chen could not contain his curiosity. Why do you say such things? I am the sole heir of my family, Li Kuei replied, fanning himself with a flourish, as if to accentuate his uniqueness. Oh, merely a moment of curiosity. I am Yang Shi, without a courtesy name. You may simply call me by my given name. Xia Chen jested, but when he realized no one understood his humor, he felt a twinge of disappointment and shifted to a more serious tone. One must adopt an alias when venturing beyond the confines of home, especially in social settings. It is customary to alter one's name and surname, for how could one possibly use their true name? Ah, so you are young Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed once more, while his mind raced to recall the families of the Yang surname in the capital, none of which he had any prior connection to. However, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to ascertain the true identity of his companion. Noticing that Xia Chen exhibited no inclination to disclose his family background, he hesitated to press further. Could it be that he hails from the esteemed Yang family? Suddenly, Li Kuei thought of the cabinet members Yang Yin and Yang Golao. And though a flicker of hope ignited within him, he dismissed the notion, recalling the strict upbringing of the Yang family. He had never heard of their scions frequenting such establishments. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, Li Kuei was speculating about his origins, yet even if he were aware, it would not concern him. After all, he was merely a minor official in the Ministry of Revenue, a fifth-rank position that held little significance in the capital, allowing him to remain unperturbed. Observing Xia Chen's somewhat indifferent demeanor, Li Kuei felt uncertain about his background but surmised that his companion must come from a respectable family. For such an aura could not easily be feigned. Taking the initiative once more, he remarked, Brother Yang, it seems that our hopes of having the charming Miss Qingya stay with us tonight are rather dim. Why not divert our course to Suyu Street? It is lively there, and I know of a brothel where the ladies are exceptionally beautiful. Let us indulge ourselves in drink and spend the night there, my treat. Li Kuei proclaimed with a hearty bravado. As the saying goes, a man's four great bonds of friendship, sharing the same roof, facing danger together, dividing spoils, and partaking in pleasures. Li Kuei prided himself on his discernment, rarely misjudging character. Perhaps this Yang Shi was indeed from a prominent family in the capital, where several esteemed Yang families resided. Should he gamble correctly, it would be a windfall. Li Shi, who stood behind Xia Chen, regarded Li Kuei with growing suspicion. What audacity! Does he intend to usurp my position with the master? I invited our lord to the elegant abode, and yet this rascal seeks to lead him to another brothel, implying my arrangements are lacking and that the evening would be less enjoyable. Instantly, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei shifted. Chapter 23, A Favor to the Second Princess. Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware of the offense he had unwittingly caused. Just as his confidence surged, a woman emerged from within. Miss Xiao Yan. The group, initially prepared to retreat, suddenly brightened at the sight of her. Although their chance to have Miss Qingya stay was lost, an encounter with Miss Xiao Yan would be equally splendid. Li Kuei's gaze sparkled. He gazed at Xiao Yan with an infatuated expression. For her beauty rivaled that of the leading courtesans in any brothel. If he could win her favor tonight, his visit would not be in vain. As he mused, he noticed Miss Xiao Yan approaching them, greeting the group before making her way directly toward Yang Shi, the very individual he had intended to befriend. Young master, my mistress requests your presence. Little Lotus shouted with a crisp voice and greeted Xia Chen with a bow. Instantly, her pristine white attire clung tightly to her form, accentuating her graceful curves and revealing her rounded silhouette. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their gazes fervent and their breathing labored. Yet, they were also somewhat in a daze. What? Tonight, the elegant maiden chose to keep someone, and it was this individual? The crowd had a vague recollection of Xia Chen, as the elegant maiden had lingered on him for but a fleeting moment earlier. However, during the game, her attention had never returned to him, and Xia Chen's performance had been rather unremarkable, leading them to lose interest. A few talented scholars who had previously performed well stood up, their expressions discontented. Why should a latecomer surpass them? Was it because they had not been overly competitive? It was absurd to think that this matter, concerning a woman, could affect their chances of a deeper connection with the elegant maiden tonight. No one was willing to relinquish this opportunity. Little Lotus, this seems rather unfair. This individual's performance has been utterly mediocre. Someone boldly inquired. Meanwhile, standing beside Xia Chen, Li Kuei was already in shock. Just moments ago, he had declared that the elegant maiden would never keep them overnight, even suggesting they move on to a brothel to indulge in some merriment. Yet now, it seemed that this very Yang had been chosen. What was the rationale? They were all masked, indistinguishable in appearance. Was it merely due to a slight superiority in charisma that he had been favored? Observing the growing agitation among the crowd, Little Lotus took a deep breath and flashed a smile once more. Esteemed gentlemen, whether one can stay overnight at the elegant pavilion ultimately rests upon my lady's will. Tonight, my lady has made her choice. You may return another day. Little Lotus concluded, then glanced at Xia Chen. This young master, please. Xia Chen rose and addressed Xia Qian and Li Shi behind him. Just as Xia Qian was about to speak, Li Shi, grinning, interjected, All right, boss. But make sure to rise early tomorrow. There's a task in the camp, and I suspect the lantern bearers require our assistance. Li Shi whispered conspiratorially in Xia Chen's ear, exchanging a knowing glance. Xia Chen paid little heed to Li Shi and followed Little Lotus. But as he passed by the still-dazed Li Kuei, the latter grasped Xia Chen's arm, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brother Yang, is there a secret to this? How did you catch the elegant maiden's eye? Li Kuei paused momentarily, ultimately refraining from mentioning taking shortcuts. He, too, was eager to know how to access the elegant maiden's favor. What a delight that would be. Xia Chen pondered briefly, then patted Li Kuei on the shoulder, softly replying, Perhaps it's simply that I am more handsome than the rest. Having uttered this enigmatic remark, Xia Chen departed without a trace of hesitation, leaving the crowd with a mysterious silhouette. As for the others, particularly those few who had previously performed admirably, their faces were etched with anxiety, fearing that tonight, Xia Chen might truly take the clandestine path with the elegant maiden. They were immediately inclined to step forward, but at that moment, two burly figures, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forth to block their way. The young scholars exchanged glances at the imposing stature of these men and quietly retreated, resuming their positions as if nothing had transpired. For scholars, the essence lies in the ability to be both flexible and steadfast. Upon entering the room, Xia Chen discovered a realm of wonders. The courtyard was unexpectedly vast. He quietly followed Xiao Lian, absorbing every detail along their path. My lord, we have arrived, Xiao Lian announced as she halted before a chamber in the inner courtyard, permitting Xia Chen to enter alone. He paused at the threshold, hesitating momentarily as he gazed at the delicate silhouette on the door paper. Resolving his indecision, he pushed open the grand door. As he stepped inside, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, a unique blend reminiscent of floral blooms intertwined with the subtle scent of a woman's essence, exceedingly pleasant. Within the chamber, Xingye sat before her vanity, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen as she engaged in her grooming ritual. The copper mirror reflected her exquisite visage, her hair tips glistening with droplets of water, akin to shards of jade cascading down. With a gentle touch, she picked up a silk handkerchief to delicately wipe away the moisture, her movements as tender as caressing the petals of spring flowers. Subsequently, she grasped a wooden comb and began to methodically untangle her flowing ebony locks, each stroke releasing a faint, elusive fragrance. Her tresses gradually became smooth, shimmering under the candlelight like polished jade. Though she wore only her undergarments, not a hint of excess skin was exposed, her cheeks flushed with a radiant glow. The grace of a refined lady evoked thoughts of the forthcoming events, rendering the scene irresistibly alluring. Xia Chen observed this captivating tableau in silence, refraining from interruption and quietly savoring the moment. What composure you possess, my lord. Suddenly, a cool voice resonated within the room as Xingye turned to reveal her breathtakingly beautiful countenance. Such beauty, if marred, would undoubtedly portray me as lacking in appreciation for the finer things. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, appearing rather frivolous, embodying the persona of a young gentleman. My lord is already within my chamber, yet you still do not remove your mask. Xingye's gaze held a hint of melancholy, stirring emotions within. She approached Xia Chen slowly. I pondered that donning a mask might indeed heighten the intrigue. Xia Chen smiled, while Xingye paused, not fully grasping how wearing a mask could enhance interest. Yet, being astute, she surmised that he referred to a deeper exchange. This elicited a scoff within her. Men, it seems, are merely captivated by a woman's form. Xia Chen took the initiative to sit at the table, casting a glance at Xingye's graceful figure, particularly her ample bosom, which promised to unleash a tempest of fervor. The moonlight was enchanting, and the long night stretched ahead. If one were to indulge in such sights, it would indeed warrant a degree of candor. With a smile, Xia Chen proactively removed his mask. A striking visage, with deep and luminous eyes, a nose as prominent as a peak, and lips slightly upturned, revealing a hint of an elusive smile. His skin, pale as jade, radiates an enchanting glow amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Though previously granted a fleeting glimpse of Xia Chen's face through a unique ocular technique, it was merely a hurried glance. Now, in close proximity, Xingye found her elegant gaze momentarily fixated, unable to successfully divert her attention from Xia Chen's countenance. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a handsome face. Xia could not help but marvel inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. She instinctively recalled the second princess of the Great Wu, feeling rather envious that her future husband bore such a visage. Surely, she would never tire of gazing upon him in their secluded abode. Blushing at this thought, Xia hurriedly averted her gaze, perplexed by the disarray of notions that had surfaced in her mind. Quickly regaining her composure, she remarked, "Young master, your appearance is truly exceptional. Surely, you could contend for the title of the most handsome man in the capital." With a smile, Xia noted that some well-meaning individuals in the capital had compiled a list ranking the most attractive men and women. For individuals of each gender were selected, dubbed the 4 great beauties and the 4 great handsome men of the capital. Though such titles may seem somewhat trite, all 8 individuals, regardless of gender, possessed countenances and temperaments that transcended the ordinary. Thus, it was evident that Xia had indeed encountered one of the so-called 4 great handsome men. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, displaying a confident ease, almost as if he were the host rather than a guest. "I have had the fortune to meet one of them, yet I perceive that he pales in comparison to you, young master." Xia, enveloped in an alluring fragrance, took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen. Her words were not mere flattery, but a sincere observation. According to her intelligence from the Royal City Office, Xia Chen was merely 17 years old this year. In a year or two, as he approached his prime, his beauty would only ascend to new heights. Upon hearing her words, Xia Chen could not help but smile. Am I to become a male counterpart to the legendary Yang Guifei? The phrase born of exquisite beauty, hidden away in seclusion, echoed in his mind. Had he truly spent his 17 years within the confines of the Marquis estate, largely unknown to the world? He then thought of his betrothed, destined to become an empress, and realized he might indeed have the opportunity to embody an alternate version of Yang Guifei. How curious that the pseudonym I recently adopted also bears the surname Yang. Everything seems to align. As Xia Chen pondered, lost in thought, Xingyu observed his distant gaze with curiosity. Hadn't her heartfelt praise merely been a compliment regarding his appearance? What occupies your thoughts? She inquired. Nothing at all, Xia Chen replied, regaining his composure and assuming a dignified posture, which elicited a smile from Xingyu. Could it be that this young man is truly visiting such a venue for the first time? My lord, the long night stretches endlessly, and sipping tea becomes rather tedious. Here lies exquisite wine. With her elegant, bright eyes, Hu Yingyi found the situation somewhat amusing. She picked up a jug of fine wine from the table and poured a glass for Xia Chen. One wonders just how beautiful the 4 renowned beauties mentioned by the graceful maiden truly are. Xia Chen sought a topic of conversation, for he was rather unfamiliar with the gossip circulating in the capital. You are unaware of this? Hu Yingyi expressed her surprise. For did not men typically find such matters most intriguing? Yet, her professional demeanor quickly overshadowed her curiosity. She began to speak slowly. The 4 renowned beauties, each of noble birth, are even more credible than the so-called 4 handsome men. There is no room for debate. One is a direct disciple of the current celestial master of the Celestial Master Manor, and another is the contemporary Buddhist nun of the Dragon Temple. The other 2 are of the common world. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister LNHNP, and the other is the second daughter of the current emperor, Princess Weiguing. When Hu Yingyi mentioned the second princess, she elaborated slightly, carefully observing Xia Chen's expression. To her disappointment, he displayed no sign of reaction, as if the noble heir from the Marquis's residence were someone else entirely. Are the Celestial Master's Manor and the Dragon Temple also participating in the selection? Xia Chen inquired, intrigued. The Celestial Master's Manor and the Dragon Temple are the sacred grounds of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, perhaps even considered the sanctuaries of the world's spiritual paths. Both the Celestial Master and the Abbot of the Dragon Temple are paragons of their respective disciplines, yet neither engages in worldly affairs. These 2 establishments are situated on opposite sides of the capital, seemingly in opposition to one another. Although they did not enter the competition, some well-meaning souls had nonetheless elevated these 2 figures in conversation. Hu Yingyi spoke softly, her words resonating with a certain charm reminiscent of Jiangnan. How does your beauty compare to these 4? How could I possibly compare to them? Hu Yingyi paused, then quickly shook her head and chuckled lightly. My lord, please do not jest. Whether in status or appearance and grace, I am worlds apart from them and unworthy of comparison. She spoke with a gentle, self-deprecating tone, then slowly rose. My lord, the hour grows late. Do you truly wish to engage in a lengthy conversation with me tonight? Seemingly reluctant to prolong this topic, she approached the bed, lifted her delicate foot, and gracefully ascended onto the couch. In an instant, her demeanor transformed from that of a poised noblewoman to the most enchanting enchantress of the realm. Her sultry eyes shimmered, exuding an alluring radiance, and the atmosphere in the room turned decidedly intimate. Xia Chen smiled and approached the bed with light steps. It appeared that Hu Yingyi could no longer contain herself. How impatient she had become. Xia Chen teased, taking a seat on the couch, gazing at the beauty before him. Is it not that my lord is too hard-hearted? Engrossed in mere conversation while neglecting to engage and play with me amidst such a splendid evening? Hu Ing's eyes brimmed with a mournful allure, creating a stark contrast. She and chuckled and was about to leap forward to embrace this captivating noblewoman when suddenly, he felt an overwhelming weakness consume him, collapsing onto the bed as he fell into a deep slumber. How unfortunate. Indeed, men are rarely trustworthy. Just after the engagement, he hastily sought out such establishments. Xiao Lian strode in from outside, spitting disdainfully like a young lioness. She had remained vigilantly at the door, fully aware of Xia Chen's identity. Having previously overheard Xia broach the subject of the second princess's marriage with him, I never anticipated his arrival here, yet it presents an opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage his influence to provide the lantern bearers with crucial information. Their recent investigations have been relentless, inflicting significant losses upon our underground network in the capital. If this continues, we may face grave consequences. Qingya sighed as she glanced at the now unconscious Xia Chen, stepping down from the bed. She had restored her poised and elegant demeanor. The previous allure completely vanished. She exuded an air of cool detachment. Beside her, Xiao Lian spoke with indignation. Damn those people from Defeng. Had we not intervened back then, they would have long been annihilated by Dou. Yet now, having regained their strength, they dare to deceive us, stealing military defense maps and framing us for it. Xiao Lian's frustration was palpable. Many of their members had recently been captured. Although most were peripheral members, it was only a matter of time before the net closed in on them. More critically, the inspectors from the Feng state had leaked their intelligence to the lantern bearers, resulting in severe losses for their Royal City Division. Chapter 25, The Royal City Division. There must be an undercover agent from the Inspection Institute among us. Otherwise, we would not have been so thoroughly routed this time. Our identity has become precarious. After this incident, we must adopt a new one. Qingya spoke coldly, and Xiao Lian nodded gravely in agreement. After a moment's silence, they exchanged glances at the slumbering Xia Chen. Unable to restrain herself, Xiao Lian asked, "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly employ illusionary arts to convey some clues to him? But even if he learns of these clues, will he actually investigate?" Xiao Lian expressed her concerns. For the espionage work was predominantly managed by the lantern bearers, and Xia Chen was merely a captain of the Imperial Guards. Would he truly prove useful? Men of his stature, born of merit, surely aspire to achieve great deeds upon entering the bureaucracy. According to the records, his enlistment in the Imperial Guards was certainly not for idleness. Regardless of its efficacy, we must give it a try. We must take the initiative and not allow the Inspection Institute to control our fate. As Qingya spoke, she approached the bedside, her gaze shimmering like rippling water. Imbued with a peculiar energy, I will first draw him into a dream, subtly influencing him within it, so that he will visit Chunhua Tower tomorrow. There, he will uncover certain clues, believing them to be the result of his own astuteness, unaware that he has become a tool in our hands. A smile graced Qingya's lips. Were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence, she would never have allowed such a man into her chamber, let alone permit him to touch her. Regardless of who steps into the room, they are inevitably drawn into her dreamscape. A realm so vividly realistic that it can blur the lines between illusion and reality, even influencing the very thoughts and perceptions of individuals. Qingya is enveloped in a shimmering radiance, particularly in her eyes, where a spirited brilliance dances. Two ethereal butterflies emerge from her gaze, drifting gracefully into Xia Chen's being. However, as soon as they enter, Qingya's expression shifts dramatically. Within her line of sight, she suddenly perceives a pair of eyes gazing down upon her, elevated and devoid of emotion. Akin to a deity, this pair of eyes possesses 4 pupils, seemingly imbued with the essence of truth and the ultimate mysteries of existence. Transformed into a butterfly, Qingya feels her soul tremble, as if frozen in place. In the next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had intruded upon Xia Chen's consciousness shatter, dissolving into mere illusions. Qingya opens her eyes, her pallor evident, with a lingering glimmer of terror deep within her gaze. She instinctively attempts to retreat, but her delicate, jade-like arm is firmly grasped by a large hand. A tremendous force courses through her arm, destabilizing her and causing her to tumble onto the bed. When Qingya regains her bearings, she finds herself nestled in Xia Chen's embrace, who regards her with a smirk that dances between amusement and intrigue. In a fleeting moment, Qingya perceives that within Xia Chen's eyes, 2 pupils merge into one, their depths akin to a black hole capable of consuming the very essence of the soul. Release, my lady. The abrupt turn of events unfolds too swiftly. By the time Xiaolian comprehends the situation, she realizes her mistress's neck is already being gripped by someone. Yet, confusion envelopes her. For had Xia Chen not succumbed to the illusion and fallen into slumber? The beauty in his arms, with a touch as warm and gentle as jade, should have evoked an atmosphere of utmost intimacy. Yet at that moment, neither of them seems inclined to pursue further dialogue. It is astonishing that the illustrious Qingya is, in fact, a formidable sorceress, forcibly ensnaring others within her dreamscape. One wonders whether she possesses the capability to kill within dreams. With a keen interest, Xia Chen inquires, gently lifting Qingya's flawless chin with a playful hand, akin to a wealthy young man teasing a respectable woman, tilting her exquisite face to meet his gaze, which remains captivated by her sapphire-like eyes still radiating an ethereal blue glow. Their bodies are pressed closely together, mere inches apart, their breaths brushing against each other's cheeks. In an instant, Qingya's skin prickles, her body reacting, goosebumps rising, her cheeks flushed as if she had indulged in too much wine. Inside the room, Xiaolian observes Xia Chen's utter disregard for her presence as he lays hands upon her mistress, and she becomes alarmed. Her energy surges, her vitality surging like a torrent, her body tensing like a small, fierce beast poised to pounce at any moment. A sorceress and a 7th-tier martial artist within the royal city. Who would have thought that this modest abode of Qingya conceals such depths? Xia Chen remains unfazed, unabashedly trailing his fingers across Qingya's flawless visage, his touch igniting her skin with warmth, causing her complexion to bloom with color. It feels as though his fingers possess an enchantment, an experience unlike any she has ever encountered before. You have remained fully conscious throughout our conversation, having heard every word. It is inconceivable. You have consumed both tea and wine, in which I had infused a tranquilizer. Qingya, cradled in Xia Chen's arms, began to force herself to regain her composure. Realizing that events were spiraling beyond her control, fear gripped her as she contemplated the possibility of Xia Chen taking advantage of her, which could irreparably tarnish her innocence at his hands. She hastily spoke, attempting to divert his attention. Tonight, in pursuit of absolute certainty, she had added an additional layer of precaution, employing a colorless sedative developed by the Royal Cities Department, mixed into the beverages. Coupled with her ocular technique, it should have proven effective, yet, astonishingly, it had no effect on this man. Perhaps I am simply too robust. Your dosage must have been insufficient, Xia Chen remarked casually. Possessing a system that scans any foreign substance entering his body, he was shielded from harm. It could be said that his physique was immune to toxins. Qingya was taken aback. What nonsense is this? The dosage was insufficient? The courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release our young lady. Otherwise, will you resort to violence against me? Do you truly believe you can subdue me in this moment, given your mere 7th-grade cultivation? Xia Chen raised his gaze, scrutinizing Xiaolian, a maid who appeared youthful, yet possessed a 7th-grade cultivation realm. It seemed that the significance of Qingya was beyond his initial assumptions. Even if she had vanished from the royal city, she certainly was not an inconspicuous figure. Tonight, he had likely ensnared a prized catch. You may attempt to take action, or summon those in the courtyard. Perhaps among them are 6th or even 5th-grade experts capable of restraining me. However, allow me to remind you of 2 points. First, those individuals are likely also members of the Royal City's department, not mere household servants. If they witness your lady in such a compromising position with me, you cannot blame me for the consequences. Second, it is already curfew. There are lantern bearers and guards patrolling the vicinity. Should a conflict erupt here, do you think those experts among the lantern bearers and guards will not perceive it immediately? Xia Chen's laughter was audacious, and he playfully pinched Qingya's smooth, delicate cheek. Chapter 26. My lady, he did not take advantage of you last night, did he? Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Xia Chen's laughter, which echoed while he held a beautiful woman in his embrace. The scene resembled that of a villain tormenting a virtuous maiden. Xiaolian gritted her teeth, her face flushed with rage, yet she felt utterly powerless. The reality was as Xia Chen had stated, should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable experts from the capital, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Young master, since you are already aware of our identities, why not release me so we may sit down and converse properly? At this moment, Qingya had regained her composure, her bright eyes fixed intently on Xia Chen. She sensed that this seemingly inconsequential heir of the Duke of Zhendong harbored secrets far beyond what their royal city department's records suggested. Can we not converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers gently glided across Qingya's smooth back, evoking a cascade of goosebumps that enveloped her entire being. Her skin flushed crimson, as if electrified. A tingling sensation surged within her heart. Xia Chen, in that moment, was issuing a warning, compelling her to awaken to the reality of her predicament as a captive, yet still harboring ambitions of control and dominance over the situation. My lord, since you have overheard our conversation, let me speak candidly. The military defense map was not pilfered by us, but rather a scheme orchestrated by the Great Feng Inspection Bureau, using us as a scapegoat. Why should I trust you? I do not know who stole the military defense map, but it is a matter of fact that you belong to the Royal City Division. It is also evident that your rank within the Royal City Division is not insignificant. Capturing you and dismantling your stronghold would indeed be a significant achievement. Xia Chen smiled, for regardless of who had committed the theft, if he could deliver the culprit, it would be a triumph of considerable magnitude. Why then, should one seek distant goals when closer opportunities abound? Qingya and Xiaolian fell into a profound silence, rendered speechless. For Xia Chen, it mattered not whether he apprehended members of the Royal City Division or the Inspection Bureau. Either would yield significant merit. There is yet another proposition. If the Great Feng Inspection Bureau can infiltrate your royal city division, it stands to reason that you must have similar arrangements. Thus, if you were to provide me with information on the distribution of Inspection Bureau members within the capital, along with evidence that the military defense map was not pilfered by your faction, I might consider releasing you. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice resonated anew, illuminating the dimness that had enveloped both Qin Ye and Xiao Lian after his earlier remarks. In an instant, a spark ignited in Qin Ye's eyes, her emotions soaring like a roller coaster. She gazed deeply at the young man so close to her that she could almost feel his breath. This youth was not only remarkable in appearance, but harbored ambitions that far exceeded those of his peers. The brilliance in Xia Chen's eyes flickered as he contemplated the gravity of capturing a member of the Royal City Division. While it would be a notable achievement, it would not suffice. Should the military defense map indeed not belong to the Royal City Division, the truth would eventually surface as the lantern bearers conducted their inquiries, diminishing the significance of his capture. However, what if he could preemptively uncover this issue, and at the very least, inflict substantial losses on the Inspection Bureau's clandestine network within the capital? If I can accomplish this, surely I could attract the attention of Emperor Wen. Xia Chen pondered. He was far from content with merely dismantling a stronghold of the Royal City Division. He aspired to leverage this victory for swift advancement. If successful, although it would mean trampling the dignity of the lantern bearers and attracting scrutiny from all quarters, the advantages would outweigh the drawbacks. Time was of the essence. Only 5 years remained. Currently, he was but a lowly 7th grade captain, thus he must rise swiftly. Why should I trust you? If I provide you with the Inspection Bureau's intelligence, and you turn around to apprehend us, would that not signify my utter defeat? I cannot furnish you with proof. The only thing you can trust is my integrity. You have the option not to wager. Xia Chen once again grasped Qin Ye's delicate chin, compelling her autumn-like, shimmering eyes to meet his gaze. His seemingly nonchalant words were imbued with an air of dominance. In a fleeting moment, a mysterious ripple appeared in Xia Chen's eyes, subtly influencing Qin Ye's cognitive judgments. It was as if she were transported back to the moment she had invaded Xia Chen's consciousness, encountering those colossal eyes akin to the celestial path. For a brief instant, her thoughts seemed to stall. The room remained enveloped in silence for what felt like an eternity, until at last, a voice slowly emerged from Qin Ye's alluring crimson lips. Very well, I shall provide you with the intelligence of the covert agents from the Inspection Institute. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room, transforming it into a resplendent sea of gold. On the bed, Qin Ye gradually opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her body. Her waist ached, her legs tingled, and particularly her knees felt as though they had endured prolonged kneeling, marked by bruises. Suddenly, she turned to her side and discovered a man sleeping beside her, one hand resting upon her waist. As if sensing her movement, that warm hand tightened possessively, drawing her gently into his embrace. Feeling the heat of his broad chest, Qin Ye's cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced down at herself, her heart easing as she realized she was still clothed, albeit somewhat disheveled, wearing the same attire as the night before. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, seemingly lost in slumber, yet his voice resonated through the air. You can let go of me now. Qin Ye composed herself, although she had utilized her unique identity to gather intelligence. She had never permitted any man to touch her in such a manner. Throughout, she had maintained her purity, despite the fact that Xia Chen had not forced any relations upon her the previous night. The mere fact of sharing a bed and intimate contact left her in a precarious situation. She bit her lip, her gaze complex as she regarded Xia Chen. Though the final act had not transpired, her innocence was evidently tarnished by this formidable martial prince. That won't do. This courtyard is filled with your people. If I release you, what if they come and tear me to pieces? Xia Chen, still with his eyes shut, seemed to perceive everything, remaining vigilant even in this intimate moment. Last night, the hour had grown late, the outside world shrouded in curfew, naturally compelling him to stay overnight. Is the information I requested ready? Xiaolian. Qin Ye felt the warmth of that large hand on her waist, and, with a complex expression and a flush upon her cheeks, took a deep breath to calm herself before calling out to the door. The door swung open at once, and Xiaolian burst in, her eyes crimson and filled with fury, brandishing a long knife. Miss, that scoundrel didn't do anything to you last night, did he? Chapter 27, Compliance Testing. Xiaolian had not slept a wink throughout the night, standing guard in the courtyard. Originally, she intended to remain within the room, but alas, Xia Chen had ordered her out. I am fine. Qin Ye shook her head, yet her expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. Indeed, Xia Chen had not been overly forward with her the previous night, but in the latter part of the night, she sensed that he had drifted into slumber. She contemplated breaking free from his grasp, but just as she attempted to act and unleash her inner energy, Xia Chen, who seemed to possess a divine perspective, awoke a moment ahead of her and swiftly restrained her once more. His punishment for the disobedient beauty was to make her kneel, maintaining an exceedingly humiliating posture, resulting in bruises upon her fair, jade-like knees. It was only when she was utterly exhausted that he permitted her to lie down and sleep again. After that encounter, she refrained from any further mischief. This young man was rather uncanny. Xiao Yan, observing her mistress's unnatural demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. Although she had heard no significant commotion from the room the previous night, the mere fact that her mistress had spent the night in close quarters with this man raised countless concerns about what transpired. Please hand me the documents. It's getting late, and I must head to work. Xia Chen beckoned to Xiao Yan, his demeanor reminiscent of a master commanding a servant, which only fueled her indignation further. Gazing at the sky, Xia Chen realized that if he did not make his way to the magistrate's office soon, both Xia Chen and Li Shi would likely assume that his vigorous exploits from the previous night had left him weakened and weary this morning. Xia Chen had no desire for them to think he was lacking because of such trivial matters. Hand them over. Though Qingya was uncertain about the meaning of work as Xia Chen expressed it, she truly did not wish to prolong the interaction any further. Having tussled throughout the night without gaining any advantage, she felt defeated. Reluctantly, Xiao Lian retreated, and before long, she returned with a stack of documents, unwillingly presenting them to Xia Chen. Lazily reclining on the bed, Xia Chen accepted the documents with one hand while releasing Qingya with the other. As she felt the warmth of his hand leave her shoulder, she exhaled a sigh of relief. After the tumult of the previous night, her attire had become disheveled, revealing one bare shoulder, thus leaving no barrier between them. Although Xia Chen had released her and was entirely focused on the documents, Qingya dared not make a single move. She had already witnessed the boy's uncanny abilities the night before. She was certain he had been asleep, yet he had preemptively subdued her as if he had anticipated her actions. Such prowess was formidable. It was no wonder he had the audacity to allow her to sleep beside him after their confrontation. Clearly, he was unafraid of any potential threats in his sleep. How intriguing. It appeared that the Royal City Inspectorate had embedded numerous operatives within the Inspection Bureau. A smile graced Xia Chun's lips as he perused the detailed documents in his hands. As one of the foremost dark organizations in this world, the Emperor's sharpest blade, the Lantern Bearers of the Great Wu, the Royal City Inspectorate of the Great Qing, and the Inspection Bureau of the Great Foam were all intricately intertwined, with the most intense battlegrounds situated within the capitals of the three nations. In the grand capital of Dao, the domain of the Lantern Bearers, there exists a clandestine presence of the Royal City Division and the Procuratorate, a secret well understood by the court's officials and the common folk alike. This situation arises not from the Lantern Bearers fostering internal strife, but rather from their profound awareness that even if they were to eradicate every member of the Royal City Division and Procuratorate within the capital, a new wave of infiltrators would inevitably arrive. Both Deqing and Defeng would never relinquish their hold on the political heart of the capital. Similarly, in the capitals of Deqing and Defeng, the atmosphere is fraught with lurking spies and informants. Here, in the realm of the Lantern Bearers, one would expect a camaraderie with the Procuratorate, if not mutual assistance, at least an absence of betrayal. Yet this time, the Procuratorate has exploited us as instruments of their own agenda, leaving us no choice but to retaliate, spoke Qingya coldly. Xia Chen, having perused the documents in his hand, fell into a momentary silence before raising his hand to pierce the skin of his fingertip. From the crimson droplet, an enigmatic energy seemed to emanate. With an air of calm, he declared, "Open your mouth." Qingya paused, momentarily taken aback. However, as a sorceress, she instinctively sensed the peculiarity of his blood, aware that some sorcerers could employ their own essence to perform unusual spells. Noticing her hesitation, Xia Chen wasted no time. He grasped her face firmly and forced her mouth open, thrusting his bloodied fingertip inside. Coughing and struggling for breath, Qingya covered her mouth in shock. "What have you done?" "This is a technique from my noble house, accessible even to warriors. Your body now contains my blood essence, and from this moment forth, I shall sense your every movement. Therefore, I trust this information is accurate. Furthermore, you may need to change your identity. Should you comply, there may be opportunities for further collaboration." Xia Chen remarked with a smile, gently caressing her smooth, flushed cheek, resembling a devil as he rose from the bed. "The hour grows late. Attend to my washing and dressing." Xia Chen regarded this place as his own domain, issuing commands with a gentle yet domineering tone. Lying on the bed, Qingya bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Yet ultimately, she rose slowly to attend to Xia Chen's grooming. It was her first time serving another, and every technique felt foreign to her. The process proved clumsy. Nevertheless, Xia Chen exhibited remarkable patience, never contemplating a change of attendance. The entire scene unfolded like an act of taming. Were a player to arrive at this moment, they would comprehend Xia Chen's actions, for in their world, there exists a term for such behavior, compliance testing. Xia Chen stepped into the government office, invigorated. "Young master." Xia Chen had been waiting inside. Upon spotting Xia Chen, he hurried over. "How was last night, boss?" Li Shi, noticing Xia Chen as well, approached with a glimmer in his eye, a knowing smile gracing his face, as if to affirm the shared understanding among men. "Aside from pleasure, what else could it be?" Xia Chen chuckled, patting Li Shi on the shoulder, his face alight with a grin. "As long as you are comfortable, boss," Li Shi replied, grinning foolishly. "All the brothers have arrived at the yamen, haven't they?" Without delving into the details of last night's events, Xia Chen glanced around and inquired. Most have gathered. Good. Assemble the A and B battalions. The smile faded from Xia Chen's face, replaced by a serious demeanor as he spoke. Xia Chen was taken aback, uncertain as to why the sudden call for assembly. Yet he refrained from questioning it, while Li Shi remained composed. Before long, the 200 soldiers under Xia Chen's command swiftly assembled in the camp. Chapter 28. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. Within the camp, others looked on in confusion, puzzled by the early morning mobilization of the A and B battalions, which seemed to herald a significant confrontation. Xia Chen called Xia Hui aside and whispered several instructions into his ear. As Xia Hui listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in Xia Chen's directive. We will split into 2 groups. Speed is of the essence. Should anyone dare to resist during this operation, they are to be shot on sight. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back. Understood, Commander. In the military camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his title rather than as young master. Xia Chen faced all the soldiers and declared, a battalion. Follow Commander Xia. B battalion. Follow me. Beyond this, he offered no further explanation. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, yet none dared to inquire about their mission. Their sole duty was to obey the orders given, presumably to assault the imperial palace. The 100 fully armed soldiers of Xia Chen surged forth from the Yuling Guard Yamen, making their way towards East Street. Young master, what exactly are we doing? At that moment, Xia Chen stealthily approached Xia Chen to ask quietly. No need for further questions. You will find out shortly. Xia Chen shrank back slightly, aware that his young master's demeanor signaled imminent significant events. 15 minutes later, the group arrived at East Jung Street, a vibrant hub of tea houses and theaters in the capital, often regarded as the cultural epicenter of the martial arts world. Various theatrical performances and storytelling traditions first flourished here before spreading throughout the realm. In front of the renowned theater, Baiwei Tower, Xia Chen halted. Surround this theater. Allow not a single fly to escape. Anyone who disregards this warning and attempts to break through will be shot on the spot. His tone was stern and ice-cold, sending shivers down the spines of the soldiers behind him. The capital was home to many influential figures, and Baiwei Tower was particularly famous. It was said that even members of the royal family frequented this establishment. If they were to shoot someone of significant standing, it could lead to grave repercussions. However, considering their leader's background, the soldiers hesitated not a moment longer and promptly encircled the entire Baiwei Tower. Inside Baiwei Tower, a grand and opulent stage was alive with performances by various actors. Recently, a new play titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had emerged, capturing the hearts of the capital's elite. This theatrical performance hails from the illustrious Baiwei Tower, and it now graces the stage no fewer than 3 times daily to satiate the insatiable appetite of esteemed dignitaries. The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks unfolds a poignant love story, with the male protagonist being the scion of a noble family, while the female lead is a princess of the Fox clan from the eastern wilderness. Initially deemed unworthy by societal standards, the couple ultimately surmounts myriad obstacles to vow their eternal devotion to one another. What should have been a blissful romance takes a dramatic turn, distinguishing this opera from the rest. The creativity of the composer shines through, as just when the audience believes the fox princess and the noble heir will find happiness together, tragedy strikes. The princess meets her untimely demise, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. This marks their first encounter with such a narrative twist. Subsequently, the male lead succumbs to darkness, embarking on a path of vengeance to avenge his beloved. This unprecedented development captivates the audience, rendering tickets to the Tale of the Mandarin Ducks at Baiwei Tower exceedingly rare. Suddenly, chaos erupts as the imperial guards surround Baiwei Tower. At the pinnacle of the story, servants from various households rush into the venue, some hastily entering the private boxes, their expressions betraying a sense of urgency. The grand entrance of Baiwei Tower is forcefully thrust open, and armed soldiers stream in. Instantly, pandemonium ensues, leaving the patrons bewildered. The guards command, do not move. Remain where you are, or face immediate execution. Just as disorder threatens to engulf Baiwei Tower, a commanding voice cuts through the tumult, momentarily disorienting all present. Standing at the forefront is Xia Chen, flanked by more than 10 soldiers who draw their swords in unison, while crossbows and firearms are aimed at the audience. Should any signs of unrest arise, they shall be unleashed without hesitation. The destructive power of these weapons is such that even skilled warriors would find it nearly impossible to evade their deadly barrage. Initially perturbed by the disturbance, the noble patrons quickly compose themselves, swallowing their inquiries about the guards' intentions, and take their seats with newfound decorum. Xia Chen's gaze scans the crowd, swiftly honing in on a striking young performer, the male lead of the Tale of the Mandarin Ducks, who stands at the center of the stage. At that moment, the young performer also scrutinizes Xia Chen, their eyes locking in an electric exchange. How handsome, but nothing extraordinary, muses the performer, as Xia Chen, informed by previous intelligence, acknowledges the actor's appeal, a rising star in the capital, adored by the city's elite women. Yet, Xia Chen finds his appearance rather lackluster. Without uttering a word, Xia Chen points decisively at the actor and speaks coldly. In an instant, 5 soldiers behind him draw their long swords, moving with the precision of a tiger among sheep as they advance toward the performer. The actor, sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere upon the guard's entrance, realizes the imminent threat and braces for the confrontation that is clearly aimed at him. This is no mere accident. It is a direct assault aimed at him. Behind the actor, a martial performer stands resolutely before the advancing Imperial Guard, showing no hesitation as they block the actor's path, readying concealed weapons in their palm. The 5 Imperial Guards swiftly brandish their long blades in defense, while 3 more emerge from behind the actor, plunging the entire stage into chaos. The audience below is utterly stunned, some narrowly avoiding flying projectiles that pierce the air around them, sending chills down their spines. They had not anticipated that these performers possessed such formidable martial prowess and would dare to confront the Imperial Guards. The realization that they were merely spectators to a band of ruthless actors sends tremors through their hearts. "Advance," commands Xia Chen, his demeanor unruffled amid the turmoil. Instantly, 10 more skilled fighters surge forth from behind him, while at the entrance, an increasing number of Imperial Guards flood in. The actor stands at the center of the stage, his heart sinking further. His identity has been exposed, and it is likely that he will meet his demise here today. Even if he could escape the Manhwa Tower, he would undoubtedly alert the patrolling guards and the hidden lantern bearers. There is no retreat. Nevertheless, the actor is not prepared to surrender without a fight. From his sleeves, he produces an array of paper figurines, some wielding great blades, others brandishing long swords. To his astonishment, these paper figures expand rapidly in the air, seemingly coming to life. Soon, they display remarkable offensive capabilities, clashing with the Imperial Guards. Chapter 29, The Shura Captain. Inside the Manhwa Tower, gasps of terror intermittently resonate. The expanding arcs of blades terrify the audience in the hall, turning their faces pale. Fortunately, the presence of numerous Imperial Guards provides them with some reassurance. Xia Chen narrows his eyes. The situation has dragged on longer than he anticipated. He seeks a swift, decisive strike that catches the intelligence agency's spies off guard. Yet he finds himself ensnared in this prolonged conflict. Altogether, subdue them swiftly. With that, Xia Chen draws the crimson long blade from his back. As his vitality surges, the blade emanates a searing heat. His aura escalates dramatically, exuding an overwhelming force. He directly strikes at a paper figure, igniting it in a furious blaze. A figure capable of withstanding 2 or 3 Imperial Guards is obliterated in an instant. Leading the charge, Xia Chen moves like a tiger among sheep, dispatching paper figures with each swing of his blade. Behind him, Xia Chen rallies the Imperial Guards, joining the fray. While eliminating the paper figures, Xia Chen's gaze remains fixed on the actor. The intelligence provided by Qingya indicates that this actor holds a significant position within the intelligence agency, directly overseeing many of its activities in the capital. This theft of military defense plans is closely tied to him. The actor, his expression grave, remains composed even in this dire moment. He swiftly surveys his surroundings, seeking a path to break free from the encirclement. "Break through," the performer spoke coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, more paper figures sprang forth. However, it seemed that maintaining these figures drained too much of his energy, leaving the performer's face ashen. "You go ahead, I will hold them off." The first to strike, a martial artist wielding a large blade, positioned himself protectively in front of the performer just as Xia Chen closed in. With a thunderous shout, the martial artist lifted his sword, aiming to cleave Xia Chen in two, as if the weight of Mount Tai bore down upon him. Xia Chen appeared to possess foresight. As the martial artist raised his weapon, he had already swung his own sword. In a fleeting moment, everyone present witnessed a radiant sun emerging from the arc of Xia Chen's blade, illuminating the ground with its brilliance. When the onlookers opened their eyes, they beheld a deep gash appearing in the center of the martial artist's body, and in a horrifying spectacle, he was severed in two, blood staining the stage crimson. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. In the private boxes on the second and third tiers, some young ladies and noble women turned pale, their gazes shifting from adoration to fear and terror as they regarded the strikingly handsome youth. A living person had been gruesomely dismembered before their very eyes. Regardless of the identity of those captured by the guards, any sane individual witnessing such a sight would be filled with dread. Blood spattered across Xia Chen's face, casting him as a figure reminiscent of a hellish demon. After dispatching the adversary before him with a single stroke, Xia Chen did not pause for breath, charging straight towards the performer. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called waste of the Eastern Town Marquis estate. It seems everyone has misjudged you, blinded by their perceptions. To slay an 8th grade peak martial artist with a single strike, how deeply you have concealed your true strength." The performer retreated, his cold gaze fixed on Xia Chen. Their intelligence bureau possessed information on Xia Chen, yet it now seemed erroneous. A 17-year-old 7th grade martial artist was undoubtedly a prodigy, even within the Marquis estate. Xia Chen had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the performer. His sole focus was on the leader before him. His singular goal was to eliminate him, disregarding those who sought to protect the performer from his advance. As he led the charge, Xia Chen activated the red sun body refinement technique, allowing the power of his blood and energy to surge forth, enveloping his body in a protective layer akin to armor. His speed was as swift as lightning, and the dual pupils in his eyes reappeared, rendering the movements of those around him sluggish, as if time itself had been altered. The performer, glancing at the nearby window, propelled himself forward, intending to escape, but suddenly, a figure emerged behind him with the swiftness of a demonic entity. A hand reached out, and the performer felt the air around him being siphoned away. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and he found himself hoisted aloft by Xia Chen as one might lift a small chick. With the performer captured, order was swiftly restored within the White Moon Tower. Several performers who had attacked the guards were shot dead by crossbows on the spot, while the remaining ones were directly apprehended. The entire process, though intricate, transpired with remarkable speed. In less than 10 minutes, the target was secured. Boss, I should accompany Brother Xia Chen. With so many people in by Yulo, it would be more secure for me to escort him. Li Shi urgently interjected, eager to alleviate some of the pressure on Xia Chen. Xia Chen glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Within by Yulo, the imperial troops were meticulously clearing the battlefield, administering the sealing blood needles to the crouched and disheveled dark agents from the inspection bureau. The sealing blood needle, a disposable artifact developed by the Heavenly Masteress Office, imposed significant restrictions on martial artists. Once implanted, it became exceedingly difficult for them to mobilize their vital energy. Xia Chen's gaze fell upon the performer in his grasp, who was fixating on him with a chilling intensity, as if intent on devouring him alive. Such a clearly defined target. It appears you have already grasped our intelligence. You seek to usurp credit from the lantern bearer. After years of subterfuge, your ambition is indeed formidable. The performer glared fiercely at Xia Chen. He had anticipated an encounter with the lantern bearer, yet never imagined he would fall into the hands of the imperial troops, let alone be subdued by Xia Chen, someone he had deemed insignificant. Without uttering a word, Xia Chen decisively struck the back of the performer's head, rendering him unconscious. The method was brutally straightforward, yet astonishingly effective. Holding the performer aloft, he did not hand him over to Xia Chen. Instead, he commanded Li Shi to take charge of the situation. He intended to oversee the matter personally. Gather some individuals. We are headed to another location. Xia Chen swiftly departed by Yulo with a contingent of several dozen, aiming for a different site. Time was of the essence, and he planned to catch the inspection bureau off guard with a lightning-fast strike. Boss, where are we off to now? Are there more dark agents? Li Shi inquired, tapping Xia Qian's arm with curiosity. Not sure, Xia Qian replied, shaking his head, opting to remain silent as he turned to address the aftermath at Bai Yulo. The audience who had come to watch the performance at Bai Yulo breathed a collective sigh of relief, observing the capture of all the dark agents. They began to whisper among themselves. Are these individuals from the Royal City Division or the Inspection Bureau? Who would have thought Bai Yulo was their stronghold? One person expressed his apprehension. In his youth, the founding emperor served in the imperial troops, displaying remarkable intellect and insight. When a military defense map was stolen in the capital, the emperor discerned the enemy's cunning scheme and led the troops with boldness and decisiveness, successfully apprehending the enemy spies, thereby unraveling the military defense plot. For this feat, he earned the title Jade-Faced Lord. Xia Shu, Volume 3, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who was that leading figure? How ruthless. Though Xia Chen's swift actions had concluded the conflict, he left a profound impression on all. Silent throughout, he was nothing short of decisive. So domineering, so cold-hearted. That lieutenant is remarkably handsome. Such beauty exists in the capital. In the upper floors, several elegant ladies gazed with rapture, the earlier bloodshed, now forgotten. Xia Chen's appearance had rekindled their admiration. Let us find out which family he belongs to. Is he married? One young lady gazed dreamily, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. The third floor of Bai Yulo. In the most exquisite private chamber, a distinguished young man and a captivatingly alluring woman were engaged in a serene tea-drinking ritual. Even amidst the chaos that had just unfolded, these two remained unfazed, gazing down upon the scene as if they were spectators of an elaborate performance, with all others merely players in the drama below. Su Buliu, the young officer whose prowess had just been displayed, was the subject of the young man's light laughter as he casually inquired about him to a silent swordsman lurking in the dim corner. This swordsman, masterful in both his aura and the manipulation of his own vitality, had executed a strike that concentrated all his strength into the blade's tip. He had attained an understanding of the essence of the sword, unyielding and radiant, making him a formidable opponent among the 7th-tier practitioners, of which few could rival his skill. Yet, he seemed to possess further hidden depths. Su Buliu, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a flickering gaze, provided his assessment of Xia Chen. If you were in the same realm, perhaps you could prevail. The distinguished young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's words, asked for clarification. You only know through combat. Su Buliu replied, his words sparse yet insightful. Oh, you are the renowned genius swordsman of the capital, yet you lack absolute confidence in victory, the young man remarked. Taken aback, I am currently at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, on the verge of ascending to the 4th. If I were to suppress myself to the 7th tier, defeating him would be effortless. However, in my past 7th tier form, I would still need to engage in battle to ascertain the outcome. Su Buliu elaborated patiently. The young man, upon hearing this, found his curiosity regarding Xia Chen deepening. Fascinating. Investigate who he is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I am surprised to discover such talent within the Imperial Guards. A smile graced the young man's lips as he addressed his attendants. Su Buliu is a celebrated genius in the swordsmanship realm, predicted to ascend to the 3rd tier within a decade or two. Yet, now emerges a rival who could match his former prowess. How intriguing it would be to have such a genius as an ally. At that moment, the enchanting woman, who had remained silent, turned her head, a subtle smile playing on her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. She appeared to be around 30. Modestly attired yet radiating an undeniable air of nobility. Oh, my dear aunt knows his identity. The young man expressed his surprise, recalling that his ambitious aunt had long been involved in political machinations, amassing a network of informants. He must be the eldest son of the Duke of Anong, recently engaged to Yaoguang. My sources say he is extraordinarily handsome, rivaling the so-called four great beauties of the capital. Today, I find him even more striking than those esteemed figures. Princess Pingyang, mature and alluring, was passionate about power, having remained unmarried, grappling with her inner solitude while yearning for love. My niece is indeed fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed. She was the youngest sister of Emperor Wen, raised by the emperor's mother despite not being a full sibling. Having been on the throne for over 50 years, Emperor Wen treated this sister as a daughter. As Princess Pingyang grew up, she exhibited a keen interest in politics, and crucially, the emperor did not hinder her. Instead, he tacitly allowed her to engage in political affairs. Hence, Princess Pingyang held a unique position within the royal family. The third prince was now even more astonished, for he had not anticipated that a mere minor officer in the Imperial Guards, whom he considered beneath him, could be related to him in such a manner. Was his aunt's information accurate? If he recalled correctly, that Xia Chen was notorious for being a good-for-nothing. The Duke of Anong had neglected him for years. Why then had he become so formidable now? A few days prior, the Xia family had secured him a position as an officer in the Yulin Guards, and his identity and appearance matched perfectly. It was undoubtedly him, and as for his cultivation, it was indeed somewhat astonishing. Princess Pingyang pondered, resting her delicate chin on her hand, lost in thought. Xia Chen was oblivious to the fact that within the White Moon Tower, Princess Pingyang and the third prince were observing every detail of his capture. At that moment, he was hastily making his way to another location, a certain inn. This inn served as an intelligence transfer point for the inspection bureau within the capital, and it was highly likely that the military defense plans had been disseminated from here. Although there was still resistance during this operation, the fully armed Imperial Guards swiftly apprehended the innkeeper. Search meticulously, leave no document behind. Take everything, Xia Chen commanded. He then immediately led his men to the next destination, a place called the Kindness Hall, akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. However, upon arriving, Xia Chen discovered that the premises were deserted, with only a few children and a handful of immobile elderly. Sir, there is no one inside, and we found no documents. One of his men reported quietly. Xia Chen fell into silence, scrutinizing the tattered sign that bore the 3 characters for Kindness Hall. From the Yulin Guard's office to the White Moon Tower, then to the inn, and now to this place, it had been less than an hour. Yet, the location was already vacated, suggesting that the personnel at the subsequent locations had long since retreated. News traveled swiftly indeed. Xia Chen's gaze flickered. Sir, where shall we go next? Someone asked softly. Throughout the operation, Xia Chen had not divulged much information, and they still did not know which faction they had captured. Xia Chen waved his hand. They had already alerted the enemy, and further searches would be futile. Qin Mu hurriedly approached as Xia Chen entered. I heard as soon as I arrived at the office this morning that you had taken 200 men and gone out. What does this matter? Why have so many been captured? Qin Mu found himself engulfed in confusion. Although the Imperial Guard indeed possessed the authority to apprehend, the sheer scale of the arrests, conducted without his prior knowledge, was astonishing, and it was certain that news of this incident had already spread throughout the entire capital. The individuals involved were from the Investigation Bureau, and due to the urgency of the situation that morning, there had been no time to seek prior approval from the superior. I will personally explain the matter to the general shortly. Xia Chen was acutely aware that he had breached protocol by leading such a large group in an arrest without prior consultation. Had they been ordinary citizens, it was likely that Qin Mu would have immediately summoned others to detain him upon his entrance. Chapter 31. Dividing the Spoils. Qin Mu's expression hardened. The reprimand he intended to deliver caught in his throat. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and spoke in hushed tones. My lord, I acknowledge that the procedure was somewhat amiss, but rest assured, once the Deputy General becomes aware of this matter, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Not only will he not hold you accountable, but this achievement may also elevate your position. Xia Chen bore a radiant smile, entirely devoid of the cold demeanor he had earlier exhibited while working. Although Qin Mu was merely a lieutenant, he was still Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen had studied the works of Mao, whose wisdom was deeply etched in his mind. In the realm of politics, one must cultivate numerous allies while minimizing enemies, uniting all who can be united. At critical junctures, the right individuals will naturally elevate you to the highest echelons of power. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened, and he was about to respond when Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense plans were actually pilfered by spies from the Investigation Bureau? Deputy General Li Wenzhong sprang from his seat, spilling tea all over himself. Taken aback by Xia Chen's revelation, Qin Mu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He was well aware of the significant events occurring in the capital, including the theft of the military defense plans, and their unit, the Yuling Guards, had been tasked with assisting the lantern bearers in a thorough investigation of the matter. The consensus had been that the plans were stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the lantern bearers had accepted this narrative. However, Xia Chen had now introduced an entirely different version. According to the information I have gathered, the theft of the military defense plans was orchestrated by the very individuals I apprehended today. They have already been captured, and the subsequent investigation will reveal the truth. Moreover, even if the military defense plans are not directly tied to these individuals, their affiliation with the Investigation Bureau spies is indisputable. Regardless, we have achieved a significant accomplishment. Xia Chen respectfully reported this to Li Wenzhong, who settled back into his chair, attempting to regain his composure, yet the smile on his face was irrepressible. If it were indeed the case that the military defense plans were stolen by agents of the Investigation Bureau, it would amount to an extraordinary triumph. However, there was concern that this could offend the lantern bearers, and it remained uncertain whether the superior could withstand the ensuing pressure. Before Li Wenzhong could articulate his thoughts, Xia Chen interjected. Li Wenzhong's eyes flickered. The lantern bearers operated independently of the court and wielded immense power. The loss of the military defense plans already reflected poorly on their efficiency. If the theft was indeed the work of the Investigation Bureau, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the lantern bearers. Their monumental achievements were indeed built upon the shoulders of the lantern bearers. However, it matters not, for I, as a member of the Imperial Guard, stand close to the Emperor. The lantern bearers have little sway here. Moreover, we possess the authority to intervene in this matter, and it is only fitting that we do so. Li Wenzhong hesitated for a mere moment before his gaze firmed. Such great credit was virtually at his fingertips, and to shy away from it would be an act of cowardice. The lantern bearers wield immense power. But does Li Wenzhong lack his own backing? Let us not make this public just yet. First, we shall pry open the mouths of those involved and gather the evidence. When the time is right, I will enter the palace to petition His Majesty for recognition on behalf of us all. As he uttered the final words, his gaze fell upon Xia Chen, the young noble who seemed far more perceptive than he had initially presumed, devoid of the arrogance that often accompanies youth. He conducted himself with a remarkable level of maturity. Xia Chen had already served the credit upon a silver platter, and thus, Li Wenzhong felt compelled to reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen offered a slight smile and respectfully clasped his fists. I shall defer to the general's command. A seasoned politician must understand the art of sharing power, ensuring benefits for those beneath while also appeasing those above. One must never indulge in solitary gain. History serves as a testament. Those who seek to monopolize rewards ultimately face dismal fates. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this truth. Moreover, he remained too weak to confront the lantern bearers directly. It would be far wiser to share a portion of the accolades, allowing Li Wenzhong to bear the banner into battle while he himself remained in the shadows to grow stronger. The ensuing conflict with the lantern bearers was beyond his current capacity to engage. Qin Mu observed from the sidelines, watching as Xia Chen conversed naturally with Li Wenzhong about future plans, and he felt a sudden sense of disorientation. A thought crossed his mind. In those days, I was but a pawn. Wasn't he supposed to be Xia Chen's superior? Why were his subordinates and his superior so engrossed in fervent discussion while he found himself unable to interject? Yet, upon reflection, Qin Mu realized he had no burdens to bear. He could simply reap the rewards while reclining in comfort. How delightful this was. He resigned himself to playing the supportive role. Just as Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hui and his men entering. What is the situation on your end? My lord, I have dismantled 3 strongholds and captured all the key figures. However, by the time I reached the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted. Xia Chen fell into contemplation upon hearing Xia Hui's report. He had only managed to secure 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui and his team from the Inspection Institute had evidently received the news too late. Bring them in, Xia Chen commanded, not wishing to elaborate further. The most crucial players had been apprehended, making this endeavor far from a loss. As noon approached, an unusual tension enveloped the entire ranks of the Imperial Guard, as if an undercurrent of anxiety had swept through from the top down. The previously reclusive general, who had been contentedly sipping tea within his military encampment, had made several excursions to the small, dimly lit prisons located at the rear of the Imperial Guard's headquarters. Upon his return, his countenance radiated an uncontainable joy, leading many to speculate regarding the reasons behind his elation. Xia Chen remained dutifully within the confines of the military tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to the prison for the interrogation of the actors. Although referred to as a prison, it was merely a few airless chambers. In the entire court, only the Ministry of Justice and the Lantern Bearers possessed independent prisons. To swiftly extract valuable information, Xia Chen imparted several techniques of profound memory recovery, aiding the actors in rapidly recalling the circumstances surrounding the theft of the military defense plans. He refrained from further involvement, knowing that after his instruction, the small prison was filled with the anguished cries of the interrogated, echoing relentlessly, chilling the spines of those who overheard. The individuals applying the memory recovery techniques began to regard Xia Chen with a newfound reverence. This newly appointed officer was undeniably formidable. Such perverse methods of punishment were beyond the imagination of even the most rigorously trained spies. Chapter 32. The Essence of Speed in Warfare. Afternoon. The lantern bearer has arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong found this unexpected. This morning, the Imperial Guard had made a significant show of force, apprehending numerous individuals. And the news had spread rapidly throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern bearers have remained uninformed? Initially, they had not paid much heed to the situation, but as various reports trickled in, their expressions grew grave, realizing that a major event was unfolding. Captain Kai Ming of the Lantern Bearers, acting under the orders of our commandant, has come to take custody of individuals. Kai Ming, accompanied by a dozen associates, presented his badge. His tone was polite, yet his demeanor was resolute as he immediately asserted his demand for custody. Captain Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Imperial Guard. What individuals do you intend to take from us? Qin Mu, personally leading a contingent, intercepted Kai Ming at the entrance. His expression one of confusion. Do not feign ignorance, Captain Qin. This morning, I heard that the Imperial Guard conducted an operation, apprehending a batch of spies. The matter of spies has always been under the purview of the Lantern Bearers. The Imperial Army is responsible for maintaining the safety of the city, and now that individuals have been captured, they rightfully belong in our custody, Kai Ming replied. Upon hearing these words, Qin Mu chuckled, unperturbed. Indeed, we apprehended a group this morning, but they are no spies. We acted on reports from the citizens, who identified them as lawbreakers plotting to undertake activities that would jeopardize the safety of the capital. The duty of the Imperial Guard is to protect the city's security, and we are currently conducting interrogations to prevent any accomplices from emerging. Once our examination is complete, we will, of course, hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched at this response. Did they truly believe they could deceive the Lantern Bearers? Qin Dewei, I have no inclination to prolong this discussion with you. Regardless of whether the individuals apprehended this morning are spies or mere lawbreakers, simply relinquish them to us, the Lantern Bearers. We shall take responsibility for subsequent matters, and any merits will not be overlooked by the brothers of the Imperial Guard, Kai Ming asserted with a firm demeanor before attempting to push forward with his men. Qin Mu's expression darkened, and he stepped forward resolutely. This is the sacred ground of the Imperial Guard. Even as Lantern Bearers, you have no authority to trespass at will. Upon uttering these words, the soldiers behind him advanced in unison, forming a formidable barrier that kept everyone else at bay. Kai Ming's face turned ashen. He scrutinized the steadfast Qin Mu, his expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. After several tense moments, he regained his composure and coldly replied, Very well. I shall report this matter to the commander. The Imperial Guard has no right to detain prisoners. We Lantern Bearers will hold you accountable. With that ominous declaration, Kai Ming turned and led his men away, knowing well that with their current resolve, he could not force his way in. Moreover, it was evident that someone was benefiting from this situation. Otherwise, how could a mere Dewey exhibit such audacity? Jinhu, what shall we do next? Kai Ming seethed, his agitation palpable as he kicked at the ground in frustration, though his gaze remained eerily calm. The Yuling Guards would rather offend us Lantern Bearers than hand over the captives. Is it because those individuals hold significant merit, and they fear we might usurp their accomplishments? Or is there another reason? Kai Ming's mind raced, and soon he recalled the military defense map. The only matter that could provoke such a resolute stance from the Yuling Guards must be this. A foreboding feeling gripped Kai Ming as they had already received credible information that the individuals apprehended by the Yuling Guards this morning were from the Great Feng Inspection Institute. However, the precise reasons remained obscure. Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had long since sealed off the information, and only a handful were privy to the entire truth. Moreover, those interrogating the captives were strictly forbidden from leaving the prison to prevent any leaks. Although the Lantern Bearers were an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guard was exceptionally unique. Unless authorized by His Majesty, embedding spies within the Yuling Guards would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, even up to this moment, the Lantern Bearers were still unaware of the specifics surrounding these events. Once Kai Ming conveyed his suspicions, they were immediately taken seriously. The Lantern Bearers, when fully mobilized, were a formidable force, particularly when driven by a specific purpose. That night, the Lantern Bearers, acting on Xia Chen's earlier maneuvers, apprehended a group from the Inspection Institute who had received advance warning and vacated their stronghold. Under intense interrogation, they finally unearthed the intricate details of the situation. In the dead of night, the gravity of the revelation struck. What? The military defense map was stolen by members of the Inspection Institute? Commander Lu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a grave tone, his gaze fixed intently on the subordinate delivering the report. The subordinate stammered. The results of the investigation are as such. Lu Li settled back into his seat, taking a deep breath, fully aware that the situation had escalated into a serious predicament. They, the Lantern Bearers, have committed such a grievous blunder. After several days of investigation, they have misidentified the target. Should His Majesty become aware of this, what would he think? Would he not question their capabilities? It is no wonder that, despite days of inquiry, no significant results have emerged, having strayed off course. Success seems all but impossible. Summon Shinfang. How could he have mismanaged this affair? Lu Li, filled with fury, quickly regained his composure. Bring me my attire. I must venture out. It is already late at night, and he had just settled into bed at home, his beautiful concubine beside him, only to be abruptly awakened. Now, all traces of sleep have vanished. He must hasten to the Yulin Guard to bring back those pivotal figures and confer with Li Wenzhong. This situation must be reframed from their negligence to a narrative where the Lantern Bearers and the Yulin Guard jointly uncovered the clues, conducted a thorough investigation, and ultimately apprehended individuals from the Inspection Bureau. In this manner, not only would they evade blame, but they would also gain merit. As he donned his garments and entered the hall, he was met by a steward rushing in. Master, someone from the palace has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted. He realized it was too late. The Yulin Guard had taken the initiative. Xia Chen rose from his bed, invigorated after a restful night. He had stayed late at the Yulin Guard's office, ensuring all evidence regarding the theft of military defense plans by the Inspection Bureau was prepared before departing. He understood that the ensuing matters no longer pertained to him. The intricacies of their machinations were beyond his current grasp. Xia Chen practiced a set of punches in the courtyard and was just about to head to the office when a household soldier appeared outside. Third young master. The master requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you. Very well. Xia Chen nodded, altering his course eastward towards the inner courtyard. He anticipated inquiries regarding the military defense plans. Both he and Li Wenzhong believed that swift action was paramount. Before others could react, they aimed to settle the matter decisively. Thus, Li Wenzhong had entered the palace overnight to finalize the details. Chapter 33, Emperor Wen. Mingda Courtyard. This was the residence of Xia Chen, a place basked in the warmth of spring, adorned with vibrant blooms. This courtyard has stood for 400 years, with each generation of the family having dwelled within its embrace. Hence, Mingda Courtyard bears the marks of time. Second brother. Upon arriving, Xia Chen encountered a young man exiting the courtyard, strikingly handsome and in his early 20s. Little Chen. The young man's name was Xia Chen, the second son of Xia Chen, currently serving in the Imperial Dragon Guard. Xia Chen had risen to the rank of Duwei in just a few short years, positioning him as one of the leading figures among the younger generation of the Imperial Guard. They have unlawfully usurped the credit, placing it upon the head of the Lantern Bearer, an unprecedented occurrence, with the pivotal figure being the third brother standing before him. You may enter first. Father is awaiting you. The two exchanged little pleasantries. Xia Chen nodded and turned to leave. Xia Chen was not particularly surprised. Xia Chen had always possessed a temperament that was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any real malice. During their childhood, he often visited this courtyard, and one could say that the bond between the two brothers was relatively amicable. However, as they grew older, Xia Chen had moved to a more secluded area, leading to a certain estrangement. Chenner. Upon entering the courtyard, Xia Chen beheld Xia Chen seated within, seemingly awaiting his arrival. After performing a courteous bow, Xia Chen took a seat without hesitation, while a nearby maidservant poured tea for him before discreetly stepping back. Xia Chen picked up the delicacies on the table and began to savor them. They were quite delectable, serving perfectly as a breakfast. In truth, he was well acquainted with this courtyard, recognizing every blade of grass and tree, and even the maidservants, having spent the majority of his time here before the age of 12. However, as he matured and developed a sense of pride, he chose to move out of Mingda Courtyard, generally remaining in his own small residence except during festive occasions. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen as he indulged in his meal, his gaze contemplative, before he finally spoke. The military defense map incident was orchestrated by you. In the absence of outsiders, Xia Chen spoke candidly. Just before dawn today, he received news revealing that a significant event had transpired in the palace the previous night. To some extent, yes, but I apportioned the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to take the forefront. Xia Chen regarded this as a prudent decision, acknowledging that Xia Chen, still a mere captain and newly initiated into the officialdom, should not shine too brightly. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen now imbued with a modicum of admiration. Are you aware of what transpired last night? He shifted the conversation, adopting a serious tone. Xia Chen shook his head. He had no further involvement in the ensuing events and deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper. Lu Li has fallen. The calmness of Xia Qian's words concealed an explosive revelation. Lu Li had overseen the lantern bearers for 26 years, having been personally promoted by Emperor Wen, a veritable king of shadows, orchestrating all of De Wu's clandestine activities. Yet now, such a formidable figure had been toppled, heralding a seismic shift in the De Wu bureaucracy, wherein numerous so-called influential figures would inevitably be crushed during the upcoming reshuffling. Was it due to the military defense map incident? One might argue so. The theft of the military defense map was attributed to Lu Li's negligence. He had misjudged the situation, committing grave errors consecutively, resulting in his dismissal from the position of commander last night within the palace. Xia Chen sighed heavily, his spirits seemingly dampened by unspoken thoughts. Xia Chen fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the reality that he had inadvertently precipitated the downfall of Lu Li, a figure whose influence ranked among the top 5 in the De Wu political arena. This matter should merely serve as a catalyst. He has presided over the lantern bearers for 26 years, wielding that very blade, having engaged in countless unspeakable acts, thereby incurring the ire of many. His downfall, ostensibly due to a professional misstep, is in fact the result of various factions seeking to plunge a dagger into him. Xia Chen surveyed his surroundings, sipped his tea, and then spoke calmly. Xia Qian's gaze shifted, his eyes sharpening, the entire process lasting but 2 or 3 breaths before he bellowed, "Silence. Exercise caution in your words and actions." Though he scolded, a brilliance erupted in his eyes, and his gaze towards Xia Chen transformed entirely. He had not anticipated that Xia Chen, who had spent his youth within the confines of the estate and had little contact with the outside world, could analyze the intricacies of court politics with such profound insight, perceiving the essence beneath the surface. Though the Xia family boasted numerous prodigies, few possessed such political acumen. Aside from his third brother, even his 2 sons displayed a lack of sensitivity towards political matters. Yet here was Xia Chen, exhibiting such discernment. Could it be that when heaven closes one door, it truly opens another? Contemplating this, Xia Qian's gaze softened as he looked at Xia Chen. The Xia family has never lacked for talent or charisma, but it is sorely deficient in individuals possessing strategic foresight and political sensitivity. Without such sagacious minds to guide the clan, the more resplendent and prosperous it becomes, the closer it edges toward decline. Perhaps allowing Chen'er to pursue a military career was a grave misstep. He should have been encouraged to study and tread the path of scholarship. In that case, his third brother could have borne a lighter burden, alleviating some pressure. Alas, my second brother. Xia Qian sighed inwardly, recalling that he had originally intended for Xia Chen to accompany his third brother, Xia Han, in their studies, only to be thwarted by a letter from his second brother, Xia Yuan. Had he known, he would not have heeded his second brother's counsel. Regret gnawed at Xia Qian. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, his remarks had prompted such reflections in Xia Qian. He observed the seemingly distracted Xia Qian and cautiously continued, "Our sovereign is exceedingly intelligent, yet profoundly self-serving. For many years, he has incited conflict between the civil officials and our military faction, maintaining a precarious balance in governance. Furthermore, he has manipulated Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of power, placing them in the limelight while he remains shrouded in the shadows. Seated high in the heavens, surveying us, Lu Li's hands are stained with blood, yet every significant event has been orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. He reaps all the benefits while Lu Li bears the blame. Our sovereign's mastery of imperial strategy is truly remarkable. Over the past few days, Xia Chen had garnered a general understanding of the court's dynamics and found the current emperor strikingly reminiscent of the Jiajing emperor from his own world, self-serving yet extraordinarily gifted, having ruled for over 50 years with unparalleled control over power. What further insights do you have? To Xia Chen's surprise, upon hearing his audacious statements, Xia Qian displayed no outward emotion but continued to probe. Chapter 34. Major Affairs in the Capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed upon his uncle, a smile gracing his lips, for everything unfolded as he had surmised. The illustrious Ho residence, with its 6 centuries of grandeur, could hardly have thrived solely on the principle of loyalty to the crown and patriotism. It had maintained its resplendence throughout the tumultuous shifts of power for over 600 years, never once succumbing to decline. While the loyalty of the East Town Marquis may not be in question, the fidelity to the sovereign remains a matter of debate. Both the elder East Town Marquis and Xia Qian had long adhered to a life of reticence within the confines of the Ho residence, shunning the outside world. Was it not due to Emperor Wen's suspicions? For the safety of the Marquis and the prospects of the next generation, they had no choice but to act thus. This exemplified a certain political acumen, deeply intertwined with human emotions. How could one remain devoid of feelings in such circumstances? With the fall of Lu Li, the civil officials must have been elated. Xia Chen spoke somberly. Indeed, this time, it was none other than Elder Li who took matters into his own hands. The emperor's abandonment of Lu Li perhaps stemmed from this deeper rationale. Xia Qian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the lantern bearers were ostensibly established to balance the civil and military factions, they primarily aimed to suppress the civil officials. Over the years, the power of the civil officials had burgeoned, evolving into a formidable force that could threaten imperial authority. It is remarkable that you have discerned so much. You are indeed the catalyst of this affair. On the surface, it appeared that Li Wenzhong was at the forefront. Yet he had maintained a position of neutrality over the years and was ill-equipped for investigative matters. It is unlikely he would risk so much to seize credit from the lantern bearers. From what I have gathered, you clandestinely led a group out of camp yesterday, apprehending individuals before reporting to Li Wenzhong, did you not? Xia Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery, his tone tranquil. Xia Chen was taken aback, astonished that Xia Chen was privy to such details. This matter is within my comprehension, as it would be for others. The capital is not devoid of astute minds. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen bowed respectfully, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman, which earned a nod of approval from Xia Chen. Be on your way, Xia Chen gestured, permitting Xia Chen to depart. Wise individuals require no excessive words. In the ensuing days, the political landscape of the capital trembled with upheaval. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards mobilized, the downfall of a prominent figure igniting fervor among many. The hierarchy is akin to a game of musical chairs. Only when those above falter can those below ascend. Meanwhile, in the unseen realm, the lantern bearers launched a fervent offensive against the Great Feng Inspection Bureau. Numerous undercover agents hidden within the capital were captured, some even executed on the spot. Far in the northwest frontier, military forces commenced significant mobilization, enforcing martial law and preparing for war, wary of the kingdom of Qing to the west and the Great Feng to the north, ever ready to confront the specter of conflict. Multiple representatives of the military meritocracy were summoned to the imperial palace for military discussions, and even the cabinet began deliberations on who should be dispatched should a great war erupt in the northwest frontier. Amidst the charged atmosphere thick with the scent of gunpowder, Manhwaaudiobook Xia Chen was summoned to the palace on several occasions. Xia Chen had heard through the grapevine that His Majesty was considering appointing Xia Chen, and there was even talk of employing the venerable Duke of East Town, Xia Chutian, who was currently in seclusion. 36 years ago, during the Battle of Huaiyang, Xia Chutian had nearly brought the Great Feng Kingdom to its knees. The entire court had immense confidence in the old general's capabilities. It was unlikely that your grandfather would be called upon. His military achievements during the Huaiyang battle were too significant. Should war erupt once more and victory be attained, it could very well lead to his elevation to nobility. However, such a scenario was improbable, and thus neither the emperor nor the cabinet would allow it to materialize. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Qian strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation. Ever since that day, Xia Qian had been inviting Xia Chen over frequently to share various tidings and solicit his opinions, which greatly surprised Xia Chen. Observing Xia Chen, who lagged half a step behind him, Xia Qian's gaze was laden with complexity. Who would have imagined that the recent upheavals in the court were somehow connected to this seemingly inconsequential young officer of the Imperial Guard? Thus, if the kingdom of Qing truly intended to reignite the flames of war, the only capable commanders would be your uncle and the Grand Commandant. Xia Chen chuckled, noting that in this era of martial prowess, few possessed the ability to lead large-scale military operations. Among these, only the venerable Duke of East Town, Xia Chutian, and Xia Qian, who had distinguished himself over 2 decades ago in the Southern Frontier War, along with the current Grand Commandant, Ouyang Jing, held any substantial chance of overcoming the kingdom of Qing. It was no surprise that 2 of these 3 eminent figures hailed from the Xia family, which had maintained an exceptionally low profile throughout 2 generations, willingly relinquishing military authority after each conflict. Any emperor would undoubtedly harbor suspicions in such circumstances. The emperor had already issued an edict, urging the second prince to swiftly conclude operations in the eastern wilderness. Managing 2 fronts was immensely taxing. If the conflict were to drag on, the kingdom of Qing would surely intervene, leading to perilous consequences. Moreover, the emperor would never permit both me and my younger brother to wield military command simultaneously. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 troops in the eastern wilderness, and should war erupt with the Great Feng, a minimum of 300,000 soldiers would need to be mobilized. The Xia family, therefore, would control over 400,000 troops, wielding nearly half the military might of the Great Wu Kingdom. In such a precarious situation, no one dared to gamble. Xia Qian observed the seemingly unperturbed Xia Chen and sighed inwardly. The tension in the atmosphere escalated. Scouts from the Lantern Corps had confirmed troop movements within the Great Feng territory, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. Aside from this pressing matter, a significant event unfolded in the capital, the appointment of a new commander of the Lantern Corps named Ma Song. His ascension had taken everyone by surprise, as Ma Song had previously been inconspicuous, holding the least power among the 8 divisions of the Lantern Corps. Yet, rather than succumbing to the downfall of Lu Li, he had instead risen to seize the ultimate prize, emerging as a significant victor, which left many pondering the implications. Xia Chen had only gleaned limited information regarding these developments and chose not to delve deeper, as his ties with the Lantern Corps were currently tenuous. He awaited his promotion, anticipating the moment when the matters concerning military defenses would settle, allowing him to partake in the fruits of victory. Calculating the time, it seems that in just a day or 2, one might be able to ascend to a higher position. With this thought, Xia Chen could not help but smile. Furthermore, Xia Chen was also preoccupied with another matter. The Qingya cottage had caught fire on the very night following his departure, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Tragically, there were no remains of anyone. This deeply saddened many past guests of the cottage, for their goddess, the graceful maiden Qingya, would now be forever beyond their reach. Chapter 35. The Shift of Power. It was indeed a pity for the maiden Qingya, whose life was extinguished at such a tender age. Xia Chen, trailing behind Xia Chen, held a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, lamenting the loss. As one of the three who had accompanied Xia Chen to Qingya cottage that day, Xia Chen had met Qing Yan, and upon hearing of her demise, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. The dog-ignored buns were undeniably delicious. Yet, truth be told, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The delicacy of rice noodles, prepared in rich broth and complemented by various condiments, was simply exquisite. Regrettably, such fare was scarce in the capital. Xia Chen had searched several establishments in recent days, but none matched the flavor he desired. Shaking his head at this thought, he swallowed the bun and spoke up. Each individual has their own fate. Some may have perished yet still linger on, while others may still breathe, but have long since died inside. Xia Chen scratched his head, evidently perplexed by Xia Chen's profound words. Xia Chen smiled, but chose not to elaborate. He was certain that Qingya had not truly perished. Despite suffering a significant setback at his hands, she was undoubtedly an astute individual. With such a monumental event unfolding in the capital, where even the powerful minister of lantern-bearers, Lu Li, had fallen from grace, attention would inevitably be drawn towards Xia Chen. How had he come to uncover the hidden identities of the inspectors lurking in the capital? Although Xia Chen and his companions had remained discreet that day, the capital was rife with influential figures, and it was likely that Qingya cottage would be scrutinized. Naturally, Qingya would not take such a risk. Hence, the Inferno had obliterated her identity entirely. How audacious it was to remain concealed within the capital. Xia Chen quietly observed a small red dot marked on his system panel. This dot represented Qingya. That day, Xia Chen had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking ability. At present, he was merely a martial artist, lacking the skills of a sorcerer or any mystical methods. Yet, simplicity is the essence of the profound. Xia Chen possessed a system equipped with a mapping function. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly surveyed the vast expanse of the capital, having completed 95 of the system map, save for the imperial palace. That morning, he had marked Qingya within the system. As long as she remained within the confines of his mapped territory, there would be no escape. Now, the map indicated that Qingya was situated in the western district of the capital. Currently, Xia Chen has no intention of seeking out Qingya. For as long as she remains in the capital, he can find her at any moment, unable to escape his grasp. Therefore, Xia Chen plans to choose a late night to surprise Qingya. At the Weakling Guard headquarters, as soon as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him with an air of mystery. "What brings you here in person, my lord?" Xia Chen smiled, but did not rise. "Please, no need for such formalities. Just call me Lao Qin if you don't mind." The smile on Lao Qin's face crinkled with joy. He was a far cry from the stern demeanor Xia Chen first encountered. Qin Mu took a seat beside Xia Chen and poured himself a cup of tea. Clearly, their relationship had grown considerably closer after recent events. "After this, perhaps you will be promoted directly to the position of deputy commander, and we will be of equal rank." Qin Mu took a sip of tea and exhaled a breath of relief, reflecting on the fact that at 17, Xia Chen was already at his level, while he himself was already 35. One could only imagine the boundless prospects that lay ahead for Xia Chen. Has there been any resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chen quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that this matter was finally reaching its conclusion, and they were on the verge of reaping the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not be so agitated. Although the military affairs in the Northwest were of utmost importance these days, the officials in the court had not forgotten about the military defense map. The Weakling Guard's success in cracking this case would surely be recognized and rewarded in due course. Qin Mu took another sip of tea, suppressing his excitement to maintain his composure. "Congratulations, my lord." Xia Chen smiled and raised his cup of tea in a toast to Qin Mu. "Haha, you were the one who contributed the most. The senior colonel has already reported this matter, and after this, you will at least hold the title of deputy commander." Qin Mu mused, noting that if Xia Chen were not so young, the merits gained from uncovering the military defense map and dismantling the dark web of the Great Feng Inspection Bureau in the capital would surely lead to a promotion far beyond just the deputy commander position. In fact, a 17-year-old holding the title of a 5th-rank deputy commander is a rarity in the 800-year history of the Great Wu dynasty. Xia Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. It is highly likely that the senior colonel will be reassigned to the Dragon Martial Guard as the Grand General. I may accompany him, which could provide an opportunity for you to shift positions. Qin Mu continued, his spirits buoyed. Although the Weakling Guard and the Dragon Martial Guard each command their respective forces, their real powers differ significantly. The Weakling Guard comprises only 3,000 personnel, solely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, while the Dragon Martial Guard boasts 6,000 elite troops tasked with guarding the inner city of the Imperial Palace, directly responsible for the Emperor's safety, despite holding only a third-rank official title. The Grand General of the Dragon Martial Guard wields immense power, with only one superior above him, Emperor Wen. Thus, if Li Wenzhong were indeed appointed as the Grand General, he would have truly embedded himself within the Emperor's inner circle, at the very heart of power in the Great Wu dynasty. Is this news reliable? Though the official decree has yet to be issued, the esteemed Zhonglang Jiang has made 2 visits to the palace in the past few days, suggesting that an announcement is imminent. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's mind raced with thoughts. Any alterations in position would inevitably lead to a reshuffling of power. The appointment of Li Wenzhong as the Grand General of the Longwu Guard signifies that he is undoubtedly a close confidant of Emperor Wen, validating Xia Chen's previous assessment that Li Wenzhong stands firmly behind the Emperor. The former Grand General of the Longwu Guard had maintained a rather close rapport with the Crown Prince, which raised concerns. Suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around before leaning closer to Xia Chen, whispering softly. Though he did not finish his thought, Xia Chen grasped the implication immediately. The Grand General of the Longwu Guard serves as a protector of the Emperor, and the fact that this protector has forged a bond with the heir apparent is a signal that is utterly intolerable for a sovereign. The relationship between the Emperor and the Crown Prince has historically been intricate, marked by both inheritance and rivalry. The Crown Prince is the sole individual capable of openly threatening the Emperor's authority. Xia Chen swiftly catalogued this information in his mind, discerning its significance. The Emperor harbors distrust towards the Crown Prince, hence his support for the Third Prince, creating a balance and instigating a rivalry between the two. While this strategy was not without merit, it ultimately sowed the seeds of turmoil for the impending coup 5 years hence. A glimmer of ambition sparked in Xia Chen's eyes. The political arena is resplendent, and he yearns to take the stage himself. Chapter 36. The Nine Sons Military Strategy. Afternoon. Xia Chen remained in the military camp, refraining from his usual patrol of the streets. Reports from various sources hinted that the promotion decree was on the verge of arrival. He held a military treatise in his hands, engrossed in its study. This text, authored by a renowned strategist of this world, is a staple for anyone studying military tactics. While this was not his first perusal, even he had to concede that certain philosophies within this treatise held considerable merit. My lord. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. Enter. Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, remaining focused on the text before him. Li Shi stepped inside, his eyes falling upon Xia Chen, seated at the desk. He found himself momentarily entranced by the sight. What a distinguished young gentleman he was, with unmatched grace. At that moment, Xia Chen, holding a scroll of military strategy, was clad in simple civilian attire, having shed his armor. His long, dark hair was casually tied up with a hairpin, exuding an effortless charm, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. What is it? Xia Chen inquired calmly, his expression revealing no hint of agitation. The esteemed Zhonglang Jiang requests your presence. It appears to be good news. Li Shi lowered his head, hesitant to gaze further, feeling that the officer before him possessed an ethereal quality, as though he could ascend beyond the mortal realm at any moment. Understood. You may leave. Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his composure. As the critical moment approached, he found himself increasingly serene, free from distracting thoughts. Once Li Shi exited the tent, Xia Chen rose, tidying his appearance and attire, before making his way leisurely towards Li Wenzhong's military quarters. Xia Chen entered Li Wenzhong's military tent and beheld Li seated at his desk, engrossed in a military treatise, quite serendipitously the same one that Xia was holding. Titled The Nine Yang Military Strategies. The treatise posits, a commander must cultivate a serene heart to formulate strategies and elevate morale to govern the troops. Before Xia could utter a word, Li Wenzhong inquired first. As a leader, one must maintain inner clarity to devise strategies and inspire the troops to ensure effective governance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia replied instantly, recognizing this as the very first line of the Nine Yang military strategies. A commander, regardless of circumstances, be they of great joy or sorrow, must uphold absolute rationality, devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations. This trait of yours is commendable. No wonder the Xia family has produced so many illustrious generals throughout history. Li Wenzhong set aside the treatise, a smile gracing his face as he expressed his admiration. Despite the tumultuous events stirring the capital in recent days, Xia Chen had refrained from seeking him out to inquire about the developments or the nature of his rewards. Such composure is not typical of a mere 17-year-old. It resembles that of a seasoned statesman. I have faith in you, my lord. Since the matter is entrusted to you, I shall patiently await the outcome, Xia Chen replied with a smile, exuding both calmness and confidence. As I mentioned, in private, you may simply call me Uncle Shi when no one else is around. Li Wenzhong waved his hand, inviting Xia to take a seat. Curious about your reward, are you? This morning, Captain Qin informed me that a promotion to his position as deputy commander is quite likely, and he will accompany you to the Longwu Guard. Xia spoke with tranquility. Originally, that was how commendations were to be dispensed, but circumstances have since shifted. Xia furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected turn. Li Wenzhong's voice continued. Qin Mu and I have already confirmed our transfer to the Longwu Guard, primarily due to you. Me? Xia looked at Li Wenzhong, slightly taken aback, as he had assumed the issue pertained to Li's own appointment as general of the Longwu Guard. Instead, it revolved around him. You were indeed to be promoted to deputy commander, but the emperor intervened. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia with a penetrating gaze. The emperor? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xia's eyes. He had not anticipated the emperor would personally involve himself in matters concerning his promotion. Do not worry excessively. The emperor did not prohibit your appointment as deputy commander. He merely advised that there is no rush for your elevation. Young men must undergo further tempering and refinement. Li Wenzhong took a sip of tea, chuckling, finally witnessing a shift in the young man's demeanor, no longer the stoic figure he had previously appeared to be, exhibiting emotions akin to those of a much older soul. This is indeed a positive sign. Among countless officials in the court, only a select few gained the emperor's notice. Li Wenzhong patted Xia Chen's shoulder. Prepare yourself. Shortly, we shall enter the palace. Into the palace? Xia responded, astonished. The emperor wishes to see you personally. Li Wenzhong's expression turned solemn. In recent years, the emperor had seldom attended court, and many officials could only glimpse his countenance during the annual court assembly. Many matters are often addressed by His Majesty summoning the esteemed ministers, and after deliberation, the decisions are directly executed by the cabinet. However, this time, His Majesty has chosen to summon Xia Chen personally. Is this a signal to the outside world, or does it indicate some newfound favor? Li Wenzhong found himself at a loss, unable to decipher the emperor's intentions. I understand now. Xia Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was the next step. He had achieved great merit and held the title of a prince consort. Surely, the esteemed emperor would not wish him harm. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage that gradually made its way toward the heart of the inner city. Having reigned for over 50 years, His Majesty had largely shunned the company of women, dedicating the first 20 years to Buddhism and the latter 10 to Taoism, until ministers advised him on the necessity of heirs for the dynasty. Thus, the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince came into being. With progeny now, His Majesty had shed some of his previous aloofness, yet in the past decade, he had become increasingly inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Therefore, when facing the emperor, one must refrain from harboring too many personal notions. Do you understand? Li Wenzhong spoke softly, elucidating various matters to be aware of upon entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a somewhat clearer image of the esteemed emperor in his mind. Success and failure are two sides of the same coin. Over the past 50 years, under the reign of the emperor, the Great Wu nation had grown ever more powerful, securing numerous victories in foreign conflicts. For instance, the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago almost led to the downfall of the Great Feng. More than 20 years ago, in the war against the southern frontier, they achieved victory and pushed the borders of the Great Wu southward by several hundred miles. Currently, the war against the eastern wastes and the demon race was nearing its conclusion. The Great Wu nation now commanded great respect, instilling fear in the other two nations as well as the eastern demons and the southern barbarians. However, the incessant warfare over the years had become a burden to the citizens of Wu, exacerbating domestic strife. Although the Wu nation stood as the foremost power in the world, it seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. If a female emperor did not emerge to lead, the nation might face disintegration in the impending coup 5 years hence, descending from glory to ruin. Within the carriage, Xia Chen continuously analyzed the current and future circumstances. Soon, the carriage halted before a towering, majestic city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes simultaneously. They had arrived at the palace. Chapter 37. The first audience in the palace. Outside the city wall, armored soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Li Wenzhong's carriage, two men approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, with Xia Chen following closely behind. Lordly, the soldiers saluted upon recognizing him. They were members of the Longwu Guard, and news had already circulated among them that their general might soon be replaced by the very Li Wenzhong standing before them. Very well. Conduct a search. I must enter the palace. Li Wenzhong nodded, then spread his arms wide. Even as the head of the cabinet, one must undergo inspection before entering the palace. The rules must not be altered for anyone. Your Excellency, His Majesty's decree has arrived. You may proceed directly. The soldier casually conducted a brief inspection of Li Wenzhong before hurriedly speaking. Li Wenzhong nodded, while Xia Chen silently followed behind, keenly observing. If he was not mistaken, the three large characters White Tiger Gate inscribed upon the city wall would herald the palace coup that would transpire 5 years hence. The third prince would lead his army through the White Tiger Gate, storming into the palace, leaving a river of blood in his wake. The city wall was immensely imposing, adorned with arcane formations laid by sorcerers, and manned by crossbowmen clad in armor. Unless tens of thousands of soldiers were to sacrifice their lives in a relentless assault, breaching this fortress was all but impossible. Xia Chen meticulously surveyed the terrain surrounding the White Tiger Gate. Outside the capital lay 3 encampments. housing a total of 50,000 troops, collaborating with the Imperial Guard to safeguard the city. These encampments could only be commanded by the Emperor's express orders. And regardless of the circumstances, these 50,000 soldiers were forbidden from stepping foot within the capital. Thus, it became inevitable that any attempt to open the White Tiger Gate would have to be orchestrated from within. The third prince had undoubtedly bribed the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps this individual was already in league with him. Xia Chen pondered, realizing that some members of the Dragon Guard had sided with the third prince, an invaluable piece of intelligence. As he contemplated this, Li Wenzhong followed a leading eunuch through the ornate palace gates. Xia Chen ceased his musings and began to appraise the grandeur of the palace. The glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight, resembling stars adorning the pinnacle of the palace. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters encapsulated the timeless elegance and legendary narratives of ages past. The palace lanterns swayed gently, casting ethereal shadows that danced through the corridors like a dream. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched upon the roof ridges, seemingly safeguarding this majestic realm, exuding regal dignity and opulence. After 8 centuries, every brick and tile bore the imprints of time, instilling a sense of reverence and caution. Generally, "You may enter with His Highness," the leading eunuch remarked, his face adorned with a broad smile, displaying none of the arrogance often reserved for outsiders. As if he were merely an ordinary servant. Indeed, Li Wenzhong nodded, exhibiting little need for excessive formality. After all, he was soon to be appointed as the Grand General of the Dragon Guard. Unless it concerned the few high-ranking eunuchs who presided over the 12 supervisors, he felt little obligation to be overly considerate. "Thank you for your efforts, Eunuch Ma," Xia Chen said, producing a silver coin from his sleeve and placing it into Eunuch Ma's hand. The eunuch's eyes brightened, but he quickly regained his composure, hastily waving his hands. "This is merely the duty of a servant. How could I dare accept the silver from His Highness?" A eunuch tasked with serving the emperor was not without acumen. Eunuch Ma was well aware of the young noble's background. If he were an ordinary prince, such politeness might suffice. But given that this gentleman hailed from the Xia residence, and, more importantly, had been personally summoned by His Majesty, he had never seen the emperor grant an audience to anyone outside a select few cabinet ministers and high officials. Thus, he could not accept Xia Chen's silver. "Though I serve His Majesty, it is but a trifling sum to buy a jug of wine for your long wait." Xia Chen smiled faintly without elaborating, deftly flipping his hand to slip silver coins into the waistband of the eunuch Ma. With a casual wave, he proceeded towards the palace. Ma, feeling the weight of the silver nestled in his belt, gazed at Xia Chen's retreating silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Although he served the emperor, he wielded no real power. And none of the high-ranking officials he interacted with had ever shown him such respect, nor had anyone cared to inquire how long he had waited, let alone personally offer him silver. As he sensed the lingering warmth of Xia Chen's touch on the coins, he took a deep breath, tucked the silver into his pocket, and his gaze regained its calmness. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty." Upon entering the palace and traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived in a grand hall. Before Xia Chen could take in the surroundings, Li Wenzhong abruptly pulled him down to kneel. "Rise." A voice, ethereal and impossible to discern, resonated throughout the palace. It was then that Xia Chen truly observed the environment. At the heart of the palace, seated upon the floor, was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with Buddhist beads around his neck. His hair was flecked with white, and he faced away from the two, obscuring his true visage. This was none other than the sovereign of the Great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. "This is the Dragon Martial Guard's token. Take it and commence your duties tomorrow." The emperor remained turned away, as if engrossed in cultivation or profound contemplation. An inexplicable aura enveloped him, and in a fleeting moment, Xia Chen fancied he saw a spectral golden dragon, several meters long, glide past the emperor. This ethereal dragon appeared to be on the cusp of existence. Was it the auspicious golden dragon of fate, indicating that the time was not yet ripe? Or was it a reflection of the current inadequacies of the Great Wu's national strength? Or perhaps a matter pertaining to Emperor Wen himself? As Xia Chen pondered these questions, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt with a thud, his voice tinged with excitement. "Your servant thanks your Majesty. I shall not disappoint your trust. Depart for now," the emperor gestured, reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens. Li Wenzhong rose and, as he passed Xia Chen, offered him an encouraging glance, as if to convey not to be anxious. Once Li Wenzhong had exited, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the chamber. The fragrant smoke wafted gently, and the stillness of the room allowed one to hear their own breath. Xia Chen patiently awaited, refraining from speaking first. "Please, take a seat." Time passed unmarked until the emperor's voice broke the silence once more. "Thank you, your Majesty." Xia Chen quickly knelt, expressing his gratitude, then found a seat nearby. "Your disposition does not resemble that of the Marquis of Anong." The emperor, still facing away, showed no inclination to turn. Yet it seemed as though he could perceive everything behind him. "I was separated from my father at a young age, thus my recollections of him are sparse. Over the years, my correspondence with him has been minimal, leaving me little understanding of his true nature. The majesty of His Majesty was as weighty as the mountains, and akin to the divine beings in the heavens, imposing and beyond reproach. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I felt a sense of familiarity in his presence, which alleviated my tension and emboldened my spirit. Xia Chen replied reverently, though his words bore an audacious tone, in the resplendent, yet chillingly austere palace. The voice of Emperor Wen resonated like a thunderclap, devoid of emotion. I have heard that Duke Onwu has neglected you over the years and even fathered a brother for you in the eastern wastelands. Do you harbor any grievances? Xia Chen's frame quivered slightly, and in an instant, his expression transformed with the turbulence of shifting storms. First, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes like a small flame, only to be soon overshadowed by a cloud of sorrow. Yet, he maintained a strong restraint, his lips trembling slightly before he managed to voice his response with a choked tone. The Emperor's voice suddenly grew stern, akin to a cold wind sweeping across a frozen lake. Do you know that my great Wu dynasty has thrived for 800 years through the virtue of filial piety? That man is your father. As a son, how can you express discontent? Xia Chen fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with conviction and sincerity. My great Wu dynasty upholds filial piety, where the sovereigns and ministers, fathers and sons, each have their roles. You are both my sovereign and my father. Thus, how could I dare deceive your majesty? At that moment, a glimmer of golden light sparkled in the emperor's eyes, as if the blazing sun had burst forth from behind the clouds. Xia Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense pressure, akin to a slumbering beast awakening after millennia, and he was struck with astonishment. Was the emperor truly a sorcerer? His realm seemed exceedingly profound. This formidable presence had transcended the mundane, undoubtedly placing him among the ranks of extraordinary masters, possibly of second or even third tier. Xia Chen pondered deeply. How could such a powerful emperor be slain by the third prince 5 years hence? Even when faced with an encircling army, the emperor should have been able to escape unscathed unless, during a coup, an equally formidable or stronger force intervened. His thoughts raced, yet his expression remained sincere. In this moment, his acting prowess reached its zenith. What a fine principle of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons. If my great Wu dynasty could boast more individuals like you, with a clear understanding of these roles, I too could be spared many troubles. The emperor turned, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the youth kneeling at his feet. Lift your head and let me see you. Xia Chen complied and noticed that the emperor often referred to himself as I rather than the imposing eye of royalty. You possess a commendable visage, worthy of my daughter Yawan. Upon observing this, the emperor nodded in approval. His eyes, profound and contemplative, belied his youthful appearance, exuding vitality akin to the morning sun. At such a tender age, you articulate the principles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons with such eloquence. It seems you have studied diligently in the duke's residence, and your knowledge surpasses that of many learned scholars in the court. Though the emperor often presented himself with the demeanor of a sage, none could deny his exceptional intellect as a ruler. Despite hearing such principles for the first time, he keenly perceived the extraordinary significance they held for the stability of political order. This discourse serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the monarch's absolute power, emphasizing order and hierarchy, compelling all to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was indeed quite fond of these words. Did someone teach you this? He inquired. Ah, how splendid. It is said that the house of the Eastern Marquis flourishes in martial arts. Yet who would have imagined that in this generation, a scholar like you would emerge, rivaling even the great Confucians? A rare smile graced the emperor's lips, causing the maids and eunuchs standing in the corners of the palace to reveal their astonishment. They had served the emperor for many years, but had never witnessed such emotional fluctuations, not even during meetings with the grand ministers of the cabinet. Do you know why I summoned you today? The emperor's tone shifted. Xia Chen continued to respond with utmost respect, fully aware that he had garnered a measure of trust from the emperor. The doctrine of loyalty between sovereign and subject, father and son, was his powerful gambit. For feudal rulers, such words are akin to an indestructible artifact, an unparalleled treasure for maintaining dominion. I have heard that you have unveiled the military defense map case and apprehended numerous spies from the Inspection Institute within the capital. With such merit, you could be promoted to the position of commander. However, I do not intend to grant you this position at present. Do you harbor any grievances? None whatsoever. Both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your decision not to appoint me as commander surely holds profound significance. Thus I shall leave it entirely to your will. Xia Chen spoke earnestly. What a remarkable sentiment that all blessings come from the emperor. If every minister in the court possessed such awareness, how could there be so much strife within the halls of power? Xia Chen's words appeared to resonate deeply within the emperor's heart, transforming the emperor's gaze towards him entirely. What was once a mere pawn in idle conversation unexpectedly brought forth such delight. If you had devoted yourself to study from a young age, you would undoubtedly have the stature of a prime minister upon entering the Hanlin Academy. Were anyone else to claim such potential for a prime minister, it would merely be seen as flattery. Yet when these words come from the emperor's lips, though they may seem casually spoken, who can ascertain the truth of his intentions? My lifelong aspiration is to protect my family and my nation. Should your majesty require assistance, I am willing to be your sharpest blade. Even if it means bloodshed on the battlefield, I would not hesitate. Xia Chen declared with fervor, his performance so compelling that he nearly convinced himself of its authenticity. To die on the battlefield. What a pity that you pursue martial arts. The emperor finally spoke slowly. You are correct. I do indeed have great plans for you. Your talents are wasted within the imperial guard. I wish for you to assume the role of lantern bearer. The preceding conversation had assured the emperor of this son-in-law's unwavering loyalty and his latent discord with the house of the Eastern Marquis, particularly with his father, the Marquis of Anong, aligning perfectly with the emperor's intentions. Lantern bearer? Xia Chen feigned confusion. Do you not wish to go? The emperor asked. Xia Chen's face lit up with excitement, embodying a fervent youth eager to showcase his abilities before the sovereign and achieve great deeds. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. The lantern bearer's 9 departments are currently lacking a director for one, and you shall temporarily assume the role. Your Majesty, I fear my qualifications are insufficient for this position. Xia Chen's hesitation was evident. The director of the lantern bearer's 9 departments held a 4th-rank official status. While he was merely a 7th-rank captain, a leap from 7th to 4th rank was, indeed, quite irregular. I command you to go, and none shall dare to dissent. This is but a provisional appointment. I have designated you to the role of lantern bearer for a specific mission. The words of Emperor Wen were imbued with authority. Yet as he concluded, a weighty solemnity enveloped his tone. Your Majesty, what task do you assign? Even if it requires traversing mountains of daggers or seas of flames. I vow to fulfill it at all costs. Xia Chen's voice resonated with fervor, his face flushed with passion. At this moment, his performance could easily earn him the accolades of an esteemed actor. Chapter 39. We are cut from the same cloth. Within the palace, the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced upon the walls, reminiscent of silent specters. The soft rustling of the burning wax resembled the gentle swish of a dancer's gown, with every flicker of flame stirring the tranquil air. Seated high above, Emperor Wen gazed down upon the prostrated youth, Xia Chen, and nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. I do not require you to brave fire and water. Simply discern the schemes of the prosecutorial office, and I shall know you possess some measure of intelligence. Today, I appoint you as lantern bearer to assist Ma Song in uprooting the faction of Lu Li completely. The emperor's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Xia Chen, as if to penetrate his very flesh and delve into the depths of his soul, scrutinizing his unwavering loyalty. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally raised his head. Your Majesty, is that all? His voice was calm, yet laced with curiosity. What else do you believe may be required? The emperor's voice floated ethereally, as though it emanated from a distant realm, laced with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty has summoned me to the palace. Surely there are other critical matters to discuss. You are indeed astute, the emperor acknowledged. There is indeed another task I wish to entrust to you. Rise. His tone softened slightly, transforming him momentarily into an ordinary elder. Yet the aura of authority surrounding him rendered any thought of disrespect unthinkable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chen stood and resumed his seat with poise. Your primary duty as lantern bearer is to uncover the hidden spies of the imperial city's judicial office. The tranquility of the emperor's words belied the tempest they stirred within Xia Chen's heart, akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of agitation across its surface. The lantern bearers have already been infiltrated? Xia Chen exclaimed involuntarily. Though infiltration may be too strong a term, there is no doubt of an insider, and their position must be significant. Otherwise, how could Lu Li commit such a blunder, even misidentifying the target of military intelligence? I shall uncover the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen clasped his fists, his vow resolute. Oh, 3 months? You are remarkably confident. The emperor raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through the air to graze Xia Chen. A bold assertion, indeed. After 3 months, I shall await your good news. With a gentle wave of his hand, a platinum token floated gracefully before Xia Chen. Commence your duties tomorrow. The investigation is urgent. You are permitted to select several individuals from the Imperial Guard to accompany you as lantern bearers. With that, the emperor gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. Your humble servant takes his leave. Xia Chen performed a deep bow, his movements precise, embodying the very essence of respect. The emperor could not help but steal another glance. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat across from Li Wenzhong. Do you not wish to know what His Majesty and I discussed? Xia Chen broke the silence first. Li Wenzhong did not lift his gaze, seemingly engrossed in his own world, eyes closed in contemplation. The emperor has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, appointing me as the director of the lantern bearers. Xia Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in Li Wenzhong's ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes widened, his gaze sharp as lightning, the brilliance gradually dimming after a moment. Following Lu Li's downfall, 2 major directors from the 9 departments had also departed. However, Lu Li had wielded power as the lantern bearer for over 2 decades, and the multitude who benefited from his favor was countless. Those who had their hearts aligned with him were innumerable. The emperor has dispatched you, presumably to assist the new commander Ma Song in restoring order. A tempest of blood and chaos among the lantern-bearers seems inevitable. Li Wenzhong's eyes were profound, his tone laced with sentiment. For over 20 years, he had witnessed Lu Li's unparalleled glory. Who could have foreseen that it would collapse like a crumbling edifice, vanishing in an instant? How could he not feel a sense of lament? The lantern-bearers wielded excessive power, existing outside the bounds of the court's decorum. Originally a sharp blade in the emperor's hand. Yet, in recent years, Lu Li's brilliance had outshone, fostering a multitude of confidants among the lantern-bearers, causing many to recognize only Lord Lu and forget the emperor. His downfall was not merely due to the military defense map. It was, in truth, a consequence of his own making. Xia Chen's gaze remained calm, his tone indifferent. Although Lu Li's defeat arose from his actions, the root cause lay in Emperor Wen's intent. The military defense map was merely a spark to ignite the fire. Li Wenzhong gazed deeply at Xia Chen, silently marveling at how this young man was far more perceptive and astute than he had anticipated. Serving as a minister, one walks a treacherous path, akin to accompanying a tiger. While being favored by the emperor is a rare opportunity, it is also fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into an abyss of no return. The Lu Li of yesteryear, the present me, Ma Song of the Lantern Bearers, and even you, are all ensnared in this whirlpool of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze turned distant, his head gently resting against the carriage wall, as if seeking to pierce through the world's illusions and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen too fixed his gaze upon Li Wenzhong, not expecting this traditionally cautious general, embodying the essence of a seasoned warrior, to reveal such earnest thoughts before him. His uncle is about to assume the position of Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of the emperor. How could he utter such words without fear of my informing the emperor? A faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips as he looked at the reclining Li Wenzhong with an expression that was both amused and contemplative. Though our acquaintance is brief and hardly profound, I have always possessed an uncanny ability to read people. Your eyes betray no reverence. Whether gazing at me or speaking of the emperor, I am not as unwaveringly loyal as I seem, and neither are you. We are, in essence, fellow travelers on this path. Li Wenzhong maintained his composure, and after a pause, turned his gaze back to Xia Chen. I hold you in high regard. As long as you do not err gravely and perform well, you may indeed shatter the centuries-old rule that prohibits the maternal relatives from wielding power. Perhaps, in due course, I shall find myself relying upon you, considering it an early investment. A flicker of amusement appeared on Li Wenzhong's face as he raised his teacup, gesturing toward Xia Chen before drinking deeply. As the ancients said, great wisdom appears foolish, and this must refer to your uncle. It is said that the officials in the court are among the most astute individuals in the world. I believe if your uncle had pursued a scholarly path into officialdom, his achievements would rival theirs, and his immersion in military affairs is indeed regrettable. Xia Chen smiled and praised. Great wisdom appears foolish. I cannot claim such merit. Merely a modicum of understanding in dealing with the world. The capital city is a murky abyss, a mingling of dragons and snakes. The sovereign above the clouds, the powerful soaring through the skies, the henchmen who bully with their might, the seemingly reckless and foolish warriors, the cunning politicians, the scheming masterminds lurking in the shadows, and the leaders who sway the masses. Are any of them not exceptionally astute? Faced with such individuals, how can one not tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a sigh, his gaze once again resting on Xia Chen. Yet you, in these years, have proven to be the most intelligent among the younger generation I have encountered. Uncle, let us not indulge in mutual flattery, Xia Chen hastily interrupted, unwilling to prolong the conversation. The carriage moved steadily forward, with both men leaning against opposite corners, each lost in their own contemplation. Suddenly, shattering the silence, Li Wenzhong's voice emerged once more. If ever I were to fall from grace, would you safeguard my family? Why do you speak so pessimistically, uncle? Xia Chen asked, his expression grave as he regarded the tranquil countenance of Li Wenzhong, a wave of heavy sorrow surging within him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The spring breeze rustled the carriage curtains, creating a soft sound, while silence enveloped the interior. Why such despondency, uncle? Xia Chen remarked, observing Li Wenzhong with a sigh. Do you realize that over the past 50 years, how many commanders of the Longwu Guard have changed? Li Wenzhong's tone remained exceedingly calm, yet his eyes held profound depths. A total of 8. Especially in the last 2 decades, 5 have been replaced. Hearing this figure, Xia Chen fell silent. Indeed, in less than 20 years, 5 commanders had been swapped out, indicating that the position of Longwu Guard commander was fraught with peril. In recent years, the emperor had become increasingly inscrutable, concealing his emotions, and suspicion had intensified. The most successful Longwu Guard commander in recent memory was Zhao Chong, who had retired more than 30 years ago, returning home in stability. While the others had faced confiscation of their properties, Li Wenzhong's words were calm, yet they exuded a chilling aura. This role, while seemingly glorious, was laden with infinite risks. I understand, uncle. Xia Chen nodded solemnly, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage continued its slow advance, the wind causing the bells to emit a melodious chime. The breeze in the capital had grown gusty. Xia Chen recognized that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing his bets on him. He valued the support of the Duke of Zhendong behind him. Considering the 5 commanders were placed over 2 decades, each had served an average of 4 years. Li Wenzhong's confidence in Xia Chen was well placed, yet 4 years was a fleeting span, clearly indicating a lack of belief that Xia Chen could influence the court or the emperor at that time. His wager was on the Xia family. Li Wenzhong appeared to converse with him, yet he was, in truth, addressing the Xia family that stood behind him. By deliberately revealing so much, even exposing his vulnerabilities, he was essentially presenting a token of trust. As Xia Chen pondered, the carriage abruptly halted. "My lord, there is a carriage blocking our way ahead, judging by the insignia. It must belong to the third prince." The old servant of the Li family whispered. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor, the Longwu Guard commander, had fallen from grace due to an overly close association with the crown prince. Now, the third prince's approach was evidently a dangerous signal for him. "Let them pass. Give way." Li Wenzhong spoke in a deep tone, yet it was evident that there was no way to maneuver around the situation. Zhengde Street was a main thoroughfare, broad enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, and it was clear that the other party was approaching him. Indeed, the luxurious carriage opposite came to a halt beside Li Wenzhong's. "I have heard that General Li is about to be promoted," the young prince remarked with evident delight. "It is quite a coincidence to meet you here. Just ahead is Deshun Tower, where officials often hold banquets for promotions. Why not join me for a celebration there?" The lavish carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing the handsome face of a young man, adorned with a smile, the third prince, who had previously enjoyed an entertaining performance in a private box at Baiwa Tower. Realizing he could not evade this encounter, Li Wenzhong also drew back the curtain, his tone cool and detached. "Your Highness, I have pressing matters at home and cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. Should there be a banquet for my promotion, I will certainly send you an invitation." Li Wenzhong was determined to maintain distance. In the current court, who was unaware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince. Given his sensitive position, how could he afford to entangle himself with the third prince unless he truly had no desire to remain as the general of Longwu Guard? At this juncture, he could only be a loyal subject of the emperor. "General Li, I have long admired you," the third prince exclaimed, his demeanor exuding a carefree and audacious spirit. "Moreover, I am inviting you in public, not privately. My father possesses a magnanimous heart. Would he harbor suspicions over such a trivial matter? Your Highness, I genuinely have matters to attend to today," Li Wenzhong reiterated, shaking his head. This third prince was undoubtedly up to no good. If he truly wished to win him over, he would have approached him discreetly. With so many eyes upon them in the street, who would dare engage in further conversation, let alone dine together? "Oh, could it be that one of your concubines is about to give birth today?" the third prince inquired, a curious expression crossing his face. "My wife is virtuous, and my family has not been blessed with many heirs. Hence, today she has arranged a matchmaking event for me to select a concubine. I expect that by this time next year, I shall indeed have a concubine in confinement, and I will certainly invite your Highness to celebrate." Li Wenzhong replied solemnly, clasping his fists. Xia Chen, listening quietly to their exchange, wore an expression of astonishment. Once again, Li Wenzhong had surpassed his expectations. The third prince, momentarily at a loss for words, had intended to put Li Wenzhong in a difficult position, yet the latter's clever retort had turned the tables. The third prince's gaze shifted as he peered into the carriage, landing on Xia Chen. What a pleasant surprise to encounter an acquaintance, Master Xia of the Xia family. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you," Xia Chen responded, clasping his fists in respect, though he did not dismount his carriage. "You are the husband of my second royal sister. We are all family, so there is no need for such formality." The third prince waved his hand warmly. "Master Xia, we are indeed family. General Li is rather timid and unwilling to join me for a drink to avoid suspicion. Why don't we partake in a few cups together?" The third prince extended his invitation to Xia Chen. "Indeed, we are all one family. There is no need for such formality. Your Highness, simply addressing me as brother-in-law suffices. I shall refer to you as Your Highness, and let us keep our titles distinct to avoid any sense of estrangement." Xia Chen smiled warmly, extending his hand out of the window as if to grasp the hand of the third prince. The corners of the third prince's mouth twitched slightly. Both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were behaving rather unorthodoxly today, particularly Xia Chen, who was utterly unreserved, audaciously suggesting that he should call him brother-in-law. At 20 years of age, how could he possibly utter such a title for someone who was merely 17? However, from a generational perspective, Xia Chen indeed held that position. Damn it, the third prince inwardly cursed, blaming his unreliable father for putting him in such a compromising position. Gazing at Xia Chen's outstretched head and handsome visage, he felt a surge of resentment. This individual not only took advantage of him, but was also far more handsome. The third prince begrudgingly acknowledged a twinge of jealousy. Yet, he suppressed his discomfort, his expression stiff as he regarded the youthful features of Xia Chen, managing to force a smile. "Brother-in-law, Your Highness, today's visit to the palace has proven quite fruitful. I have inadvertently acquired a rather ambitious young brother-in-law who dares to orchestrate a coup, betraying kin and father alike." a truly ruthless character. Chapter 41, The Solitary Third Prince. On Jingda Street. The attention of onlookers was riveted on two magnificent carriages stationed in the center of the road. One was grand and stately, while the other exuded a sense of antiquity and restraint, unmistakably the conveyances of influential figures. The carriage on the left belonged to the third prince. From a tavern along the road, someone recognized the third prince's vehicle. Who could possibly compel the third prince to halt in the street and engage in conversation? One curious observer asked. If I am not mistaken, that should be the carriage of the Li residence. The Li residence? The one associated with General Li, who recently gained prominence in the military defense map incident and is rumored to be on the verge of a significant promotion, ascending to a position of great power within the court. A current of tension swept through Jingda Street. In the midst of this, Li Wenzhong wore a grave expression, acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor suspicions about him, leading to a lack of trust. This was an inauspicious start before even assuming his official duties. Your Highness, I must attend to matters at home. Though I assure you there are no concubines to bear children, nor am I seeking a concubine for matchmaking. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. You need not worry about that, Your Highness. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Xia Chen jested, clasping his fists in a mock salute before lowering the curtain. The carriage began to move slowly, leaving the third prince's carriage stranded in the center of Jingda Street. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were utterly audacious, showing no regard for the presence of His Highness. In the spacious interior of the carriage, a strikingly beautiful woman spoke with palpable indignation. One is a subject of His Majesty, and the other, the legitimate son of the Xia family, is, in terms of status, my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince. So how could they possibly regard me with any significance? Inside the carriage, the third prince wore an expressionless face, revealing no hint of his emotions. Yet, their audacity knows no bounds. Their words are utterly nonsensical, especially that Xia Chen, who dares to take advantage of His Highness. The maid in yellow, a close confidant of the third prince and not an ordinary servant, spoke with indignation. I am well aware they would not heed my invitation. My purpose in coming here today was merely to provoke them. Li Wenzhong is destined to never align himself with me, so I shall unsettle my crown prince brother and my father instead. As for Xia Chen, I indeed wish to cultivate an alliance with him. I have long heard rumors in the capital, though I did not take them to heart until I witnessed his prowess at Baiwei Tower. He is indeed a formidable warrior. Even my father now seeks to employ him, which adds an intriguing twist to the matter. Although he is 3 years my junior, addressing him as brother-in-law feels somewhat embarrassing. Yet this connection could serve to bridge our relationship. He hails from the house of the Eastern Marquis. If I can secure their support through him, then wielding military power would render my status as crown prince less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the maid in yellow, his smile radiant as he spoke animatedly, while she listened attentively. She cradled his head, occasionally feigning ignorance, for her understanding was far from superficial. Her ability to gain the third prince's trust was not solely reliant on her beauty. She recognized his solitude and the occasional need for companionship to alleviate his boredom. At that moment, the third prince seemed to have completely opened his heart, sharing freely. My father, obsessed with the pursuit of immortality in his early years, practicing both Taoism and Buddhism, has ruled for over 50 years. It was only more than 20 years ago that he sired my elder brother, followed by my second sister and me. Although he is infatuated with the idea of eternal life, he remains unable to relinquish power. I am merely a pawn to him, used to balance the crown prince. I know he has never contemplated passing that position to me. Regardless of my merit, I am but a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone gentle yet flat, as if he were not speaking of himself, concealing the sorrow in his gaze. The maid in yellow gazed at his handsome visage, gently brushing her fingers across his forehead, her eyes filled with empathy. If he wishes to treat me as a tool, then so be it. If he desires to sharpen me into the crown prince's whetstone, then I shall oblige. Ha ha ha. He believes he can control everything, imagining himself a deity among mortals. How laughable. Does he truly consider himself a god? I shall see if he is indeed the divine being he fancies himself to be. The third prince's tone grew increasingly indifferent, exuding an aura of relentless coldness. This third prince is remarkably well informed. As soon as we exited the palace gates, he pursued us closely behind. Xia Chen, fiddling with a dagger in his hand, remarked with evident interest. It seems he appears to be coming for me, but his true target is you. Li Wenzhong cast a sidelong glance at Xia Chen. It is merely because of the prominence of the Zhendong Marquis behind me that he has taken an interest. Alas, he has miscalculated, for I am but an uncherished legitimate son in the Marquisate. Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly, uncertain whether his words were directed at the third prince or Li Wenzhong. Indeed, the Zhendong Marquis does not hold you in high regard, yet your uncle, Xia Chen, does not treat you poorly. He is, after all, the current head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong, without raising his head, let his voice drift to Xia Chen's ears. Xia Chen smiled, choosing not to delve further into this topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chen to the Jingda Street. where the Zhendong Marquis is situated at the heart of this thoroughfare. Tomorrow, I shall report to the lantern bearers. What then of my duties with the imperial guards? His Majesty has not specified, so it seems you are to concurrently serve in your role with the imperial guards. Li Wenzhong pondered for a moment before speaking. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully leaping from the carriage, and with a wave of his hand, he turned to enter the Marquis. The Emperor has assigned him to the lantern bearers ostensibly to investigate cases and uncover traitors, yet Xia Chen sensed a deeper significance. After all, despite the rifts between him and the Xia family, he carries their blood, and the Xia family currently wields considerable power and military control. Are they not concerned about the Xia family infiltrating the lantern bearers and commandeering the intelligence network of the Dawu? Xia Chen relayed all the circumstances to Xia Chen, who wore a grave expression, finding himself momentarily at a loss. As night fell, it enveloped the capital like a great beast of darkness. The nocturnal revelries of the affluent truly began. On the brothel street, the scions of nobility and numerous officials congregated. A piece of news circulated among various circles. Have you heard? His Majesty personally met with the legitimate son of the Zhendong Marquis, Xia Chen, today. How could this be? Even a few of the secretaries in the 6 ministries are seldom summoned by the Emperor. It is true. Do you know what His Majesty said when he summoned Xia Chen? Li brother, do tell, do not keep me in suspense. I am dying of curiosity. His Majesty proclaimed. If Xia Chen were to pursue studies and a career in the Hanlin Academy, he would undoubtedly become the Prime Minister within 30 years. Ah, Li brother. I heard it would be within 20 years. Nonsense. His Majesty clearly stated that this lad possesses the talent to govern the world, with intentions to have Xia Chen replace the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu in 10 years, becoming the pillar of our Dawu. Throughout the social venues such as brothels and taverns, all were abuzz with discussions of Xia Chen's audience with the Emperor today, various versions of the tale flying about. Ultimately, some even proclaimed that Xia Chen possessed the talents to govern and strategize, asserting that despite his youth, his intellect and wisdom had already surpassed that of the current Prime Minister Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42. Fame echoes through the capital. At the Dujuan Tower, one of the most renowned brothels in the capital, a private chamber housed several young men seated around a table, each accompanied by a lady. Lin brother, shall we not go and teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What grand talent of governance is he boasting of, such arrogance? A young man clad in purple robes gestured with his fist, addressing the young man seated at the head of the table. How dare they belittle Lin Xiang? They must possess the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Such ignorant youths, unacquainted with the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Humph. What culture can a coarse warrior possess? In pursuit of fame, they have sunk to such shamelessness. In an instant, the entire elegant chamber became a cacophony. As these young gentlemen were renowned scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers holding esteemed positions in the court. Pertaining to the Emperor, this matter surely bears some truth. Yet through the embellishments of many, it must have been exaggerated. The young man in the blue robe, seated at the head of the table, slowly shook his head, his mind clear and rational. Besides, he hails from the Duke of Eastern Town, who knows how matters might unfold among us scholars. Lin Zihan set down his cup, his tone calm, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of emotion. However, I am indeed curious about the abilities of that Xia Chen, who has garnered the Emperor's summons and public praise. I would relish the opportunity to witness his prowess. The others exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Zihan's words, aware that although he remained level-headed, as the legitimate son of the Prime Minister, he held a vested interest in protecting his father's reputation. Princess Yawang has recently been organizing a literary gathering, inviting the celebrated talents of the capital. Why not extend an invitation to this Xia Chen as well? We shall ascertain whether he possesses genuine skill or is merely a vaudevillian seeking notoriety. Lu Bo unfurled his fan, smiling as he spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Seated beside Lin Zihan, he was the son of the Minister of Works. This was the inaugural literary gathering hosted by Princess Yawang. How could they invite a crude warrior? This was a celebration for scholars. Some shook their heads in disapproval, feeling that the presence of such a coarse individual would taint the entire event. Over the years, the schism between the scholarly officials and the martial achievers has grown increasingly pronounced, each side looking down upon the other. One perceives the other as uncouth and brutish, while the other believes their counterpart is merely all talk with no tangible deeds. What a splendid idea. It is worth noting that Princess Yawang has significant ties to this Xia Chen. A glimmer of realization sparked in someone's eyes, recognizing that the ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly be captivating. Yet, upon hearing this remark, discomfort settled in the hearts of the listeners, akin to swallowing a fly. The thought of the enchanting and beautiful Princess Yawang being betrothed to a coarse warrior left many shaking their heads in unspoken agreement. A feeling of melancholy enveloped the air. The roles of sovereigns and subjects, of fathers and sons, hold a certain weight. Not far from Duwan Tower, in another brothel, within a private chamber, 5 middle-aged men sipped wine, savoring the steamed base that had recently become popular in the capital. Each of the 5 was accompanied by a young and beautiful lady. A bearded man, with an imposing countenance, spoke in a deep voice. Brother Liu, is that statement truly as profound as you claim? A middle-aged man sitting beside Lu Yun questioned, feeling that the remark held merit, yet struggling to grasp its essence. Brother Lu, having studied under the esteemed Confucian scholar Kong Song, and being the second-place winner of our examination cohort, certainly possesses a depth of knowledge that surpasses our own. Chun Zhizhong smiled as he embraced the young and lovely maiden beside him, his hand naturally resting upon her graceful form. This evening, as I passed by the Guozijian, I overheard several young scholars discussing a particular phrase, though I did not pay it much heed at the time. Now, having arrived here, I find that everyone is abuzz with talk about the events that transpired in the palace this afternoon, spreading throughout the entire capital at such an astonishing pace. Do you not find this somewhat peculiar? Lu brother suggests that someone is deliberately disseminating this information. Chun Zhizhong's eyes brightened, and he instantly grasped the crux of the matter. He recalled the phrase concerning the roles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, and in that moment, it seemed he had seized the essence of the situation. Who in the capital possesses the audacity to disseminate the conversation between His Majesty and his ministers so swiftly, causing it to become common knowledge throughout the city? Lu brother posits. The atmosphere among the crowd grew serious, and they dared not continue the discussion. Only the lantern-bearer possesses such capability. Lu Hao sighed. Yet he understood that this matter must have been sanctioned by His Majesty. Otherwise, how could the lantern-bearer dare to act so independently? The assembled individuals, all astute minds filtered through the imperial examination, naturally reached the same conclusion. A ruler must embody the essence of sovereignty, a minister the demeanor of servitude, a father the role of a parent, and a son the essence of filial piety. Each segment of society has its own duties and responsibilities, and this maxim is destined to be passed down through the ages. If this phrase truly originated from the esteemed Xia Chen, it would indeed be remarkable. Lu Hao sighed again, realizing that this single utterance could immortalize Xia Chen's name in the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come.
Even if scholars do not acknowledge him, future monarchs would undoubtedly enshrine Xia Chen in historical records. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Such exaggeration?
Only Qin Zhizhong managed to keep pace with Lu Hao's train of thought. His curiosity about Xia Chen, hailing from the Duke of Zhendong's household, ignited within him. The following day, as the morning sun began to rise, Xia Chen awoke with vigor, the blanket elevated high above him, forming a perfect pyramid akin to a work of art. He threw off the covers, and, with a release reminiscent of the torrential waters amassed through the night, he began his morning ablutions. Grasping the lantern-bearer's insignia, he stepped out from the Duke of Zhendong's residence. Brother Chun, shall we head directly to the lantern-bearer? Or is there another plan? Xia Chen eagerly inquired from behind, his excitement palpable. Initially believing he would showcase his talents within the Imperial Guards, he was thrilled to find himself swiftly assigned to the more exhilarating role of a lantern-bearer, an enigmatic figure. Who in the capital has not grown up hearing tales of the lantern-bearers, those who move with the stealth of phantoms? Today, he would accompany his master to join their ranks. How could he not be exhilarated? No rush. Let us first visit the Yuling Guards to arrange matters. Xia Chen replied steadily as he made his way eastward. While the role of a lantern-bearer is significant, the affairs of the Imperial Guards must not be neglected. 5 years hence, during the coup d'etat, the Imperial Guards played a crucial role. Originally, he intended to utilize the Imperial Guard as his foundation, laying the groundwork within their ranks. However, unforeseen circumstances thwarted his plans, and to his surprise, he was abruptly assigned to the Lantern-Bearers organization. This disruption slightly unsettled his strategies. Yet, such matters are trivial. Regardless of the changes, the current situation remains firmly within his grasp. Moreover, he harbored a profound interest in the Lantern-Bearers prison. If memory serves correctly, a number of exceptionally talented individuals who would later shine during the Empress's reign were currently incarcerated within the Lantern-Bearer's dark confines. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. All his intricate stratagems lay within his mind. Chapter 43, The Lantern-Bearer's Office. Sir, take me with you. The Lantern-Bearers are unruly, and you will require some allies by your side. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt with fists clasped, his gaze resolute. Xia Chen regarded Li Shi intently before speaking in a serious tone. We all serve His Majesty. As loyal subjects, we are merely here to alleviate his burdens. Rise, for your daily provision of dumplings has earned you this favor. Come with me. He gestured, assisting Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord, Li Shi exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Prepare yourself and head down, Xia Chen instructed, watching as Li Shi departed. He then turned to the remaining four, Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Xiao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao will accompany me to the lantern bearers, while Xia Hui, you and Xia Kong will advance within the Imperial Guard. You both have earned accolades, and I have already petitioned for your promotion. You shall gradually ascend. My lord, that cannot be. The family head has assigned us to you. You are our master, and wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. Xia Kong interjected, a sense of urgency in his tone. Each young master departing the residence would be accompanied by a few family guards, binding their fates together from that moment onward. Henceforth, they belonged solely to Xia Chen and no longer to the Xia family as a whole. I have arranged for you to remain here for a specific purpose. Trust my judgment. Moreover, in the capital, who would dare to assassinate me? If someone truly intended to do so, the presence of a few more or fewer individuals would make little difference. Xia Chen shook his head, then turned to Xia Hui, whom he held in high regard. He was aware that Xia Hui had commanded troops in the past and possessed considerable military acumen. Over the years, he had retired from the army but had not remained idle within the Xia residence, diligently studying military strategy and literature. In fact, upon learning of this, his uncle Xia Chen had tested Xia Hui and subsequently mentored him in military tactics for a time. It was because of his departure that Xia Chen had specifically dispatched Xia Hui to assist him. In recent days, Xia Hui had demonstrated commendable abilities, leading Xia Chen to believe that appointing him as a mere battalion commander, overseeing 100 men, was almost an insult to his talents. Rest assured, my lord, I shall manage the situation here in the Imperial Guard. At the very least, the 200 men currently under your command will always remain loyal to you. Xia Hui revealed a faint smile, her expression solemn as she gazed at Xia Yang. The lantern-bearer's office, a grand yet ancient edifice, imbued with the weight of time, stood proudly on the central avenue, a mere 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate of the palace. The lantern-bearers traversed the shadows, yet their stronghold resided in the light. Whether noble or commoner, all were acutely aware of the precise location of the lantern-bearer's office. Yet none dared to approach within 100 paces. Airborne, is it akin to that new director from the Shadow Bureau? Damn, I detest these parachutists. Each one convinced of their own understanding, yet they know nothing. Sighing, one lamented, ever since Commander Lu's downfall, our lantern-bearers are engulfed in turmoil. A sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, poised to fall and sever our very lives. Hush, speak with caution. At a desk, one individual tightly covered his companion's mouth, his gaze darting around, filled with palpable tension. Have you lost your mind? Do you not grasp the precarious nature of our current situation? Some of the higher-ups have already been purged. We, the lesser figures, should refrain from meddling. While his companion's eyes flared with indignation, reason ultimately quelled his fury, leaving him slumped in his chair, devoid of spirit. Indeed, what do the struggles of the powerful concern us, small fry? We must focus on our own duties. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging that he had indeed been rather indiscreet moments prior. Do you have any idea about the background of that new director? Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? I don't even know him. Oh, but you do know him. Remember the task we received yesterday afternoon? The individual we were to promote in the capital? Zhang Jing whispered in Li Wei's ear. Are you referring to the young lord of the Zhendong Marquis, Xia Chen? Precisely. He is the one who has been appointed as our airborne director. Zhang Jing shot Li Wei a look of incredulity. How can it be him? If memory serves, he is only 17. That's exceedingly young. What can be done? Look at his lineage. Moreover, he is a prince consort, the emperor's own son-in-law. As lantern bearers, we serve as the emperor's hounds. Whether his majesty grants this Xia Chen the directorate or even the commander's position, what can we say? Zhang Jing sighed, feeling the weight of life's inequities. Just then, as the two conversed, someone burst through the door in a flurry. Brothers, quickly tidy up our desks and clean the place. Our new director is arriving shortly. Xia Ping gasped for breath, then grabbed a broom to sweep away the scattered papers on the floor. The group exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately, under his lead, they rose from their seats and began to mobilize. What of their discontent? What of their lamentations over fate's unfairness? They are mere inconsequential figures, overshadowed by the grand machinations of the powerful. A single ripple from their battles could shatter them to smithereens. Despite their discontent with the newly appointed director, many even feel that their own sons surpass him in age, yet it remains an undeniable fact that he is indeed the director now. They lack the audacity to challenge him. Such is the reality. What is there to clean up? A newcomer with unruly hair has yet to arrive, yet he already exudes an air of superiority, demanding that we engage in this superficial display of decorum. I refuse to partake in such nonsense. A young man, in his 20s, suddenly kicked a chair from beneath the table, sending it crashing to the ground. A scar stretched from his forehead to his chin, rendering his visage fearsome. Upon witnessing the young man rise, the crowd instinctively recoiled, lowering their heads in submission, their eyes alight with realization. How could they have forgotten this troublemaker? They may be insignificant without connections or status, yet this troublemaker boasts an impressive lineage. The current empress is his aunt, and the crown prince is his cousin. He is indeed a true scion of nobility. I, too, harbor disdain for him. Why must he disrupt our ranks of lantern bearers when he could remain in the Imperial Guard? I have heard it said that the downfall of our commander, Lu, was orchestrated by this very individual. Has he come here to court disaster? Another figure stood, appearing to be in his 30s, his expression dark and brooding. The crowd's eyes brightened once more. This man is the adopted son of Lu Li, hinting at an impending spectacle. Chapter 44. One man could penetrate millions of troops. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's most capable adopted sons, was placed among the lantern bearers, hinting at Lu Li's intentions for him to be the heir. Yet, the will of the heavens is inscrutable. Lu Li has served as commander for over 20 years. Should Lu Chen succeed him, it is likely that the lantern bearers would indeed bear the surname Lu. This was one of the reasons behind Lu Li's downfall. The Eagle Eye Society comprises 5 factions, with Lu Chen and the Duke of Yunyang, Cui Hu, each commanding one. Their voices resonated with the crowd, yet some individuals with flickering eyes silently retreated to the shadows, blending into the corners. The conflicts of the celestial beings are of little concern to these insignificant folk. What a lively scene it is. Amidst the fervent cheers, a voice resonated from outside, calm yet piercing, cutting through the barriers to reach the ears of the assembly, causing their expressions to shift. Before they could see the speaker, they heard the voice. As they turned their gazes, the grand doors were forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful yet fierce countenance, wielded a long knife as he led the way inside. Following closely were Xia Chen, accompanied by Xia Xiao and Li Shi. Xia Chen wore a smile, gracefully wielding a folding fan, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were merely out for a leisurely stroll in the countryside. Combined with his unparalleled beauty, he resembled a distinguished young gentleman of the world. This is the insignia of the Eagle Eye Director, and from this moment forth, I shall assume the mantle of the Eagle Eye Director. A smile adorned Xia Chen's face as he deftly retrieved a platinum token from his belt and tossed it into the crowd, his movements reminiscent of a pampered scion. The token was caught by Li Wei, who felt a sudden stiffness as he sensed the gaze of the gathered crowd upon him, making the insignia in his hand feel almost scalding. Is there a problem? Xia Chen inquired with a smile, his countenance radiating an unparalleled charm that left the onlookers momentarily entranced. This newly appointed director exuded an air of opulence that was astonishing. As lantern bearers who had encountered many prominent figures in the capital, they had never before witnessed such demeanor among the younger generation. Feeling somewhat anxious, Li Wei hastily presented the insignia back to Xia Chen with utmost respect. Initially, he had dismissed this newcomer, even harboring animosity, yet now, standing face to face with Xia Chen, who appeared several years his junior, he felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Was it truly possible for someone to be born with such innate nobility? High and untouchable, an aura that commanded respect. Though Xia Chen said nothing, his serene smile bestowed upon others a sense of springtime warmth. Yet Li Wei found himself inexplicably engulfed in trepidation, leading him to ponder this very notion. This sentiment was not confined to Li Wei alone. All present shared a similar feeling, as if the very air around them had been siphoned away, making it difficult to breathe. A profound silence enveloped the entire Eagle Eye department, and no one dared to raise their voices. Even the most boisterous among them averted their gazes, unable to meet Xia Chen's eyes. Throughout, Xia Chen remained remarkably composed. Yet his presence instilled a palpable fear in others, a silent clash of wills. The east wind prevailed over the west. Though he possessed an admirable appearance, mere looks were insufficient. We lantern bearers sought true capability. If you believe that connections and status grant you the right to act with impunity among lantern bearers, I would advise you to retreat to the Imperial Guard at your earliest convenience. Lord Yunyang, Cui Hu, observed as Xia Chen's simple yet impactful words effectively nullified the morale of the crowd, prompting him to furrow his brow, aware that if he did not intervene soon, the tide would irrevocably turn against him. What qualifications could a mere 17-year-old brat possess? Lu Chen stood up and spoke in a deep voice. The moment he rose, more than 10 lantern bearers behind him followed suit, their silence speaking volumes. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. Lord Yunyang, young master. If others were to say that they relied on connections and status to ascend, I would hold my tongue. But for you two to stand and make such claims is utterly ludicrous. Xia Chen, positioned at the entrance, closed his fan and pointed at Cui Hu and Lu Chen, laughing heartily as if they were inconsequential. The expressions of the lantern bearers who stood closest to Xia Chen turned pale. The newly appointed superior exudes an unsettling aura. It is not merely a pressure stemming from their cultivation, but rather an innate intimidation that instills fear and anxiety within those who harbor even a hint of hostility. It evokes a sensation akin to encountering His Majesty, deep and unfathomable, reminiscent of celestial authority. Both Lu Chen and Cui Hu sensed this disquieting presence, their brows furrowing in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with a unique twin pupil phenomenon, each eye flickering in distinct harmony, emanating an enigmatic light from within. Yet this transformation went unnoticed by others. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this peculiarity that had manifested since the night he activated the 9 Dragons' imperial seal and entered that shattered celestial realm. Whether it was due to the colossal auspicious golden dragon merging with him or the awakening of his twin pupils, he could harness a certain pressure that instilled awe and trepidation. In that moment, it felt as though he embodied the very essence of the celestial mandate, representing overwhelming authority alone. Moreover, Xia Chen sensed that this formidable presence could be further refined. Amidst the gathered crowd, there was no figure of Lord Yunyang, only Master Cui. As Cui Hu felt Xia Chen's gaze upon him, a tremor coursed through him. However, upon hearing Xia Chen address him as Lord Yunyang, he frowned and spoke in a deep voice. What is so amusing? What have we done? Why should we not speak of you? Lu Chen's expression darkened, his demeanor chilling like a serpent lurking in the shadows. Is it not amusing? Surely our Lord Yunyang is not unaware of his own lineage. Xia Chen surveyed the room, his attention lingering on Lu Chen for a moment before shifting to Cui Hu. I have already stated, do not refer to me as Lord Yunyang. Cui Hu, filled with disdain for this title, resembled an enraged lion, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Lord Yunyang is the glory of your ancestors. A person who cannot even face their own origins is unworthy of addressing me in such a manner. Xia Chen mocked, then continued, you are correct. My rapid ascension is indeed attributed to my lineage and background. I began my career as a 7th grade captain, a station that remains unattainable for the average person throughout their lifetime. I comprehend fully that my success is a result of the blessings bestowed by my forebears, which I cherish and openly acknowledge. There is nothing shameful in this. My rise from a 7th grade captain is a testament to the sacrifices made by countless ancestors who shed blood on the battlefield in service to the nation. Securing my present standing, I have nothing to shy away from, but rather, I take immense pride in it. And you? You bask in the fortune granted by your ancestors, yet are too ashamed to admit it, proclaiming loudly that your achievements are solely your own. Do you not find those words utterly laughable? Pointing at Cui Hu, Xia Chen spoke coldly, while across from him, Cui Hu's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze, fists clenched, his mouth opening and closing in futile attempts to retort, yet he felt utterly powerless. Chapter 45, The Dark King. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. At the entrance, someone was cautiously leaning against the wall, observing the spectacle created by the lantern-bearers of other factions. Xia Chen's words flowed unabated, seemingly intent on shattering Cui Hu's resolve. You were born into the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe, inheriting the title of the Duke of Yunyang, with your aunt being the current empress. From the moment of your birth, these imprints have been etched upon you. Surely, you do not believe that your ascent to this day is solely the result of your own capabilities. Our vast and expansive Great Wu, with its 19 provinces, is teeming with exceptional talents, yet countless individuals languish in obscurity. Were it not for these imprints upon you, had you been an ordinary individual, not only would you not have attained the position of a lantern-bearer at your youthful age, but you would likely have failed to even cross the threshold of the lantern-bearer's hall. One must hold gratitude for their ancestors and possess an awareness of their own limitations. One cannot attribute all personal achievements solely to their own merit. Our journey to this point, including those esteemed in the court, is contingent upon the harmonious confluence of timing, location, and human relationships. Some matters cannot be resolved through sheer effort or capability. The pivotal moments in life are determined by one's birth. For being born into a fortunate circumstance is paramount. Xia Chen's proclamation resonated like the booming sound of a grand bell, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Instinctively, many perceived this as sophistry, heretical and nonsensical, yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Some even nodded in reluctant agreement, as if Xia Chen's words had ignited a spark of enlightenment within their minds. Indeed, the turning points in life hinge upon one's birth. While hard work and ability are undeniably significant, the fortune of one's origins is of utmost importance. Do not think that my words are directed solely at him. They are equally applicable to all of you, Xia Chen declared, gesturing towards Cui Hu and slowly surveying everyone present. Though you may consider yourselves mere footnotes among the lantern-bearers, to the common folk, you are already figures of great stature. Each of you who has entered this circle owes your position to your forebears, does it not? It is only when a father passes away or grows old that you can smoothly take their place among the lantern-bearers. Is this not a matter of connections? The only difference is that your connections are not as influential as mine, and your backgrounds are not as formidable, hence you must refer to me as your superior. Essentially, how do you differ from me? You two are merely basking in the glory of your ancestors, standing at a starting point that an ordinary person would scarcely dare to envision. Your indignation towards me stems not from a disagreement with my stance, but rather from discontent with your lack of a similar background and identity. How utterly laughable. Xia Chen pointed at the crowd, addressing the assembly of over 100 from the Eagle Eye faction, yet none dared to meet his gaze. For the truth in Xia Chen's words was undeniable. They were all beneficiaries of connections, and entry into the lantern-bearers' ranks was not achieved through mere effort. The legacy of the lantern-bearers was predominantly a matter of inheritance. One might become an outer member of the lantern-bearers, yet only after generations of effort could they hope to ascend to the inner circle. Cui Hu, dejected, resembled a drenched and defeated chicken, utterly devoid of spirit at that moment. Xia Chen gazed in admiration at Xia Chen, marveling at the prowess of her master's eloquence, which rendered everyone present utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi observed Xia Chen with a curious expression. Having contemplated numerous strategies to break the impasse, such as suppressing with force or summoning Commander Ma Song for support. Yet, he was taken aback to find that Xia Chen had effortlessly seized control of the situation through mere words. It is indeed true that my position as a colonel is attributed to my family background. I do not deny this. However, To be favored by His Majesty and transferred from the Imperial Guard to lead you as your superior, that is a testament to my personal abilities. Xia Chen relentlessly pressed on, delivering another heavy blow with his words. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map primarily fell to the Eagle Eye Division, correct? Upon the conclusion of Xia Chen's statement, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. What do you wish to convey? At this moment, the previously silent Lu Chun could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with his gaze locked onto Xia Chen. Lu Chun, speaking of which, did you not personally lead a team to apprehend those who stole the military defense map? It seems you even captured the wrong individuals. With such misdirection, do you believe you can reach a successful conclusion? Xia Chen regarded Lu Chun, whose pallor darkened. What exactly do you mean? Lu Chun gritted his teeth, feeling as though Xia Chen's words were daggers piercing his heart, inflicting pain upon his proud spirit. I merely sensed your lingering dissatisfaction, and you recently questioned what right I have to be your superior. My apologies. I am somewhat petty and enjoy playing the teacher. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to elucidate. Xia Chen maintained an expression of calm, rendering his true emotions inscrutable. Why am I here among the lantern bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I am more intelligent than you. Because I possess greater capability. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Thus, I have arrived. Hence, I am the director. And you are merely a hall master. So do you yield now? Each assertion reverberated like a resounding bell, striking at the hearts of those present and leaving them pale. I refuse to yield. Lu Chen's eyes blazed crimson, recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, fell from grace due to this very person. He clenched his fists, yearning to cleave Xia Chen in two. Xia Chen slowly approached Lu Chun, their distance barely a yard apart, fixing his gaze upon Lu Chen's fiery eyes as he spoke softly. If you refuse to yield, you may strike. Is not your long blade resting at your side? With a swift motion, you might very well cleave me in half. Xia Chen smiled, exuding an air of madness, which unsettled everyone. They sensed something was amiss with their superior's composure. Mad enough to disregard his own life, they were acutely aware of Lu Chen's temperament. In such a furious state, he might indeed strike. The atmosphere within the hall froze at that moment, as Lu Chun's gaze turned sharp, as if calculating the trajectory of his blade. Li Wei, trembling with trepidation, feared that at any moment, Xia Chen might be bloodily severed before them. Ha ha ha, do you take me for that fool Zhao Yu? On your very first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into taking action against you. This allowed you to seize the moral high ground. Exerting pressure through your authority, not only did you ruthlessly thrash Zhao Yu, but you also used him to establish your own reputation, employing him as an example to intimidate others. Ultimately, you expelled him from the Imperial Guard. Do you believe I am as foolish as you think? Lu Chen suddenly smiled, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze resembled a still pond, devoid of any emotion. He had come perilously close to losing his composure, nearly allowing Xia Chen to provoke him into a reckless response. Regardless of whether he could have successfully slain Xia Chen, the mere act of defying authority would have ensured his downfall. Xia Chen remained calm and unperturbed, viewing the situation as merely a spontaneous maneuver, a step taken without expectation. It was no surprise that his opponent did not take the bait. If one could so easily lose their rationality, it would indeed be disheartening for someone of the Empress's stature, wielding immense power, and having successfully dismantled the dark regime of the Inspection Bureau and the Royal City Division. A satisfied smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Though he was a younger, less evolved version of the Dark King, the brilliance within him could not be concealed. Such a character would indeed prove to be a worthy challenge to subdue. Chapter 46. I am a person of kindness. The Eagle Eye Division once again fell into silence. Contrary to the anticipated fierce conflict, only a verbal sparring match ensued. The newly appointed director bore the demeanor of a great scholar, skillfully silencing all present, particularly the instigators, Cui Hu and Lu Chun. The eloquence of this new director was remarkable, a sentiment echoed by all. Meanwhile, the future renowned Dark King, Lu Chun, had masked all expressions, revealing no trace of emotion. He regarded Xia Chen and spoke in a tone that was almost indifferent, devoid of feeling. I have investigated you. Although you are young, your actions demonstrate exceptional maturity, akin to that of a seasoned hunter who prefers to strategize before acting. Whether during your initial appointment as a captain in the Imperial Guard or while capturing spies from the Inspection Bureau, you have consistently displayed impressive martial prowess. Since your departure from the estate, you have showcased your capabilities twice in public, revealing your formidable strength. While the world deems you a waste, I perceive you as a deeply concealed individual. Therefore, not only would my attempt to slay you fail, but I would also unwittingly present you with the blame. Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of those present, leaving some lantern bearers astonished. They had assumed that Lu Chun refrained from acting out of fear of the repercussions of killing Xia Chen. Instead, they discovered that he lacked the confidence to deliver a fatal blow. Was this infamous waste truly so formidable? Lu Chun was renowned among the lantern bearers for being a youthful prodigy, capable of contending with even a sixth-tier warrior. Since you have studied me and still wish to act against me, such behavior is hardly the mark of a wise individual. Xia Chen chuckled, and continued speaking. Lu Chen remained silent, his thoughts a mystery. In light of the current situation, let us deliberate on how to conclude this matter. With over 100 of you encircling me, all elite members of the Eagle Eye Division, one might mistakenly think you are plotting a rebellion against me. Xia Chen spoke nonchalantly, causing many to change their expressions. Such an insinuation of treason was a heavy mantle to bear. Who could withstand it? Director, you jest. We are gathered here to welcome you, having learned of your appointment today. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with a broad smile, emerged from the crowd and approached Xia Chen with small, eager steps, bowing respectfully. Xia Chen's lips twitched. The audacity of this old fellow was astonishing. Had he not overheard their earlier raucous claims of uniting against his esteemed son, he might have almost believed him. The other lantern-bearers brightened at the sight of the man. Indeed, old Zheng's eloquence was commendable. It was no wonder that Zheng, having served as a hall master for over 20 years in the Eagle Eye Division, commanded such respect. Ah, so you are all here to welcome me. I am profoundly honored. Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man with the goatee, whose face radiated sycophantic cheer. He recalled the details of Zheng Ping's background. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 hall masters of the Eagle Eye Division, had maintained his position for over 2 decades, a testament to both fortune and misfortune. Zheng Ping, with deep roots among the lantern-bearers, had once exhibited remarkable prowess in his youth, standing alongside the former commander Lu Li. Rumor had it that the two had once vied against each other, competing from the ranks of junior lantern-bearers to hall masters, yet Lu Li ascended to prominence, his name resounding throughout the Great Wu dynasty. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping remained stationary in his hall master seat for over 20 years. Some whispered that he had offended Lu Li in his youth, resulting in younger generations surpassing him, while others claimed it was a gentlemanly rivalry that had allowed Zheng Ping to remain steadfast in his position, a testament to his resilience. While I perceive you all as here to welcome me, I distinctly heard those two planning to instigate trouble. Xia Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Cui Hu and Lu Chen. What are you two still dawdling for? Have you not yet paid your respects to the director? Zheng Ping shot a glance at Cui Hu and then approached Lu Chen, giving him a nudge. Cui Hu's expression shifted, realizing the tide had turned. Just then, Lu Chen spoke up. We pay our respects to the director. Cui Hu, quick on his feet, followed suit. We pay our respects to the director. The two bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed this scene with a smile, knowing that his esteemed master had firmly established his footing among the lantern-bearers. Truly, the young master was formidable. With mere words, he commanded respect, wielding influence mightier than any fist. Xia Chen reveled in this realization, his admiration for Xia Chen deepening. Since you all recognize me as the director, our discussion can proceed smoothly. Although I am known for my gentle disposition, I am equally committed to upholding the rules. Certain matters cannot be easily overlooked. Today, while I shall not pursue accountability for others, your two attempts to incite subordinates to defy authority cannot be dismissed lightly. Xia Chen's tone was calm, yet it struck a chilling fear into the hearts of those present. My lord, it is merely a misunderstanding. Today marks your inauguration, and I have prepared a feast. Why not join us, and let us drink until we are inebriated? Zheng Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward hastily. You need not say more. Wrongdoings must be met with punishment. Do you understand? Xia Chen cast a glance at Zheng Ping, who felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. The gaze was devoid of emotion, resembling the inexorable laws of nature, dark and profound, yet seemingly encompassing all existence, beyond description. He stood frozen. Having never before encountered such an aura, it was utterly terrifying. Xia Chen's demeanor grew cold as he pointed at Cui Hu, Lu Chen, and the dozen or so individuals behind them. His voice, although calm, was laced with authority. You all shall receive 50 strokes of the rod, and then be dispersed among the other halls. Starting today, the 5 major halls will undergo rotation. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the countenances of everyone present changed dramatically, particularly those of Cui Hu and Lu Chen. While enduring 50 strokes might be manageable for hardened men like them, the true threat lay in the rotation. Such a measure would effectively dismantle their established power structure, built painstakingly over the years by the lantern-bearers. My lord, is this rotation not a tad hasty? It may provoke unrest. Zheng Ping could not help but speak up again. Zheng, I have expressed my benevolence and compassion. Do you not comprehend? I am saving you. Xia Chen continued, his tone shifting slightly. You are an intelligent man. Surely you can deduce why His Majesty has assigned me to the lantern-bearers. You all have formed cliques, seeking comfort in numbers. Does the lantern-bearer serve your interests or those of His Majesty? Is Lu Li's downfall truly a consequence of my investigation into the military defense plans? Surely, you can grasp this, Zheng. As Xia Chen spoke, he patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, revealing a fleeting smile. I extend my goodwill to you. Yet you do not appreciate my intentions, which deeply disappoints me. If you are unwilling to undergo rotation, so be it. Consider my suggestion as never spoken. I shall not impose my will upon you. You may proceed as you wish, with no objections from me. However, I cannot predict what may transpire thereafter. I am a benevolent person, and I hope that, should it come to that, I will not be the one wielding the blade. If it indeed reaches that point, I will surely remember the warmth with which you all gathered here today." Xia Chen smiled, while Zheng Ping was already drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably and his complexion pale. Chapter 47. Empress, why don't you assist me in fulfilling my duties as a wife? Xia Chen departed, walking into the office belonging to the director in full view of everyone. Having successfully taken control, none dared to impede his passage, leaving a group of silent onlookers behind. "Old Zheng, you have always been the wisest among us. You take the lead. Should we rotate positions or not? If we do, the foundations we have built over these years will be shattered." The other two hall masters, Li Yu and Chen Song, moved closer, aligning themselves with Zheng Ping. "I accept the rotation. Whether you do is your own affair. Do not use me as a pawn. I am too old for such endeavors and merely wish to live out my remaining years in peace." Old Zheng, having regained his composure from Xia Chen's words, glanced at the two and then at Cui Hu and Lu Chun, shaking his head before turning to leave. Li Yu, Chen Song, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. "I, too, accept the rotation." Lu Chun spoke somberly. After his declaration, he led a group of over 10 individuals out of the hall. What a situation. Li Yu and Chen Song looked at each other in disbelief, placing their last hope on Cui Hu. "Do you two still not understand? Our internal solidarity as lantern bearers has already attracted the Emperor's attention, leading to Commander Lu's downfall." Cui Hu regarded the two with a frosty gaze and continued, "As colleagues, I have been quite accommodating in my words thus far. However, to disrupt all our subordinates right from the onset is excessive and tyrannical. Since time immemorial, no newly appointed official has ever conducted themselves in such a manner." Li Yu frowned, realizing that the disarray of his subordinates could cost him dearly, even if he consented. Would those behind him accept such upheaval? That is all I have to say. You must weigh the pros and cons for yourselves. With that, Cui Hu turned and left, leaving only two factions in the grand hall. They felt as if they were being manipulated like a courtesan, used at will. Once prideful and dismissive of others, they now found themselves subdued by a single individual, rendered more docile than the most timid of women. Disgraceful. Chen Song erupted in anger. Those who were once so boisterous are now cowed, without Xia Chen even lifting a finger. How is it that a mere tongue can bring such people to heel? In the garden of Princess Yaoguang's residence, a riot of blooming flowers thrived, competing for beauty while butterflies danced among the blossoms, like playful spirits. Surrounding them, pavilions and towers were arranged with elegance, intricately carved railings winding around lotus ponds where goldfish frolicked and raindrops sparkled like dew on the lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang, with great interest, fed the fish in the pond when she heard a report from a maid clad in purple behind her, causing her to turn in surprise. Beside Princess Yaoguang stood a woman in yellow attire. Though her beauty paled in comparison to that of the princess, she would still be considered a stunning beauty in the outside world. At this moment, the enchanting beauty held in her hand a skewer of candied hawthorn. Her demeanor adorably innocent. Indeed, it was Li Wei. The woman in the purple attire and Yao Guang had evidently grown accustomed to Li Wei. The former, known as Ziyu, was one of Yao Guang's two most trusted handmaidens. If Xia Chen were present, he would recognize Ziyu, for she was the renowned female chancellor from the era of the Empress, a figure whose influence once surpassed even that of the prime minister. Ziyu meticulously reported all the events that transpired today concerning the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun had all agreed to the rotation and were currently kneeling at the prince consort's office door, voluntarily seeking to report and request the rotation. However, Li Yu and Chen Song found this humiliation intolerable and had taken to patrolling the streets with their subordinates instead. In Ziyu's lively eyes sparkled the brilliance of wisdom. Her long, raven hair cascading like a waterfall, simply secured with a jade hairpin, with a few stray strands framing her cheeks, adding to her gentle allure. Her graceful figure was draped in a flowing purple dress that fluttered with the breeze, resembling a blossom blooming in the tranquil night. While conversing with Yao Guang, her gaze was focused, and her intelligence shone through her brow. She was an extraordinarily captivating woman, yet regrettably, standing beside Yao Guang, her radiance seemed somewhat overshadowed. It appeared that I had underestimated my fiancé. I had misjudged him from the outset. Yao Guang listened in silence to Ziyu's report, and after a pause, she finally spoke. Zheng Ping and his companions were astute individuals. Li Yu and Chen Song were clever too, but their confidence stemmed from being close to the crown prince and the third prince. It seemed that significant changes were imminent within the Eagle Eye division. Yao Guang's voice was cool, her red lips slightly parted. Your Highness, have you not always wished to extend your influence within the lantern bearers? Now that the prince consort has taken command of the Eagle Eye division, this presents a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, with the prince consort's lineage from the Xia family, should we manage to secure their support, we would gain military authority, and perhaps, Your Highness, your dream of becoming the first empress of the Great Wu dynasty would no longer be a fantasy. At this point, Ziyu's eyes glimmered with fervor. While the crown prince and the third prince could only aspire to reach the level of the lantern bearers' leaders, their current potential, backed by the prince consort, would grant them invaluable resources and intelligence. That was one of the 9 divisions, wielding immense power, capable of providing significant assistance. Yet to be wed. And already calling him prince consort, Yao Guang remarked, turning her head away, offering only a delicate profile to the two. Her gaze flickered, lost in thought. If Xia Chen were to meet your highness, he would surely be utterly captivated. I refuse to believe there exists a man who could resist your highness's beauty. Li Wei chuckled, wrapping her arms around Yao Guang's. The three had grown up together. Though their relationship was one of mistress and servant, their bond was extraordinary. After all, marriage was inevitable. He would eventually be her true prince consort. Ziyu laughed along. I have heard that Xia Chen possesses unparalleled looks. Some even claim his appearance surpasses that of the so-called four great beauties of the capital. You two are my personal mates. If I truly wed that Xia Chen, you might find yourselves serving as concubines for the night. Is it not I who is anxious, but rather you who are infatuated with Xia Chen? Yao Guang revealed a subtle smile, instantly rendering the flowers in the garden pale in comparison. Unwilling to be outdone, she retorted to her two maids, suggesting that if she were indeed fated to marry him, it would be better for them to fulfill the duties of a wife on her behalf. Yao Guang gazed at Ziyu and Li Wei, the two maidens who dared to mock her, their faces now flushed with embarrassment. We would never dare to compete with the prince for a man. Ziyu chuckled. In her quietude, she resembled an exquisite ancient painting, exuding an aura of serene elegance. Yet when she spoke, she transformed into a lively spirit, akin to the vibrant hues of dawn, possessing an understated charm that was impossible to overlook. Ziyu, a hidden minister during the reign of the Empress, had many suitors, yet she remained as unattainable as the moon in the sky, beyond anyone's reach. By the pond in the garden, laughter and joy filled the air. Even the goldfish in the water seemed drawn to the enchanting scene. After the merriment subsided, Yao Guang and Ziyu fell into a contemplative silence, Yao Guang's expression turning serious. Please deliver an invitation to him, inviting him to attend the literary gathering in 3 days. It is indeed time for me to meet my fiancée. The exquisite beauty of Yao Guang's face was captivating, making it difficult for anyone to look away. She regretted her initial judgment, having hastily deemed her fiancé as a talentless fool. Yet, how little time had passed, and he had already stirred the winds of change in the capital, even becoming the leader of the lantern bearers, a position she could not even approach. She had indeed misjudged him. Chapter 48. The invitation to the literary gathering. The literary gathering? Xia Chen had just finished his work, concluding his first day as a lantern bearer. At the entrance of Zhengde Street, he was approached by a stunningly beautiful figure, the illustrious Ziyu. With a hint of confusion, she spoke. Yes, Prince Consort, my princess has been betrothed to you for some time, yet you have never met. In 3 days, she will host a literary gathering, providing an opportunity for you both to meet and deepen your bond. Ziyu stepped down from her carriage without hesitation and directly entered Xia Chen's carriage. Upon entering, she lifted her gaze to closely examine Xia Chen's appearance, finding him indeed strikingly handsome, unmatched in the capital. This reminded her of her mistress's previous comments, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Xia Chen, puzzled, wondered why he felt her embarrassment when he had merely entered the carriage without any impropriety. The future hidden minister still seemed somewhat immature, as if she were merely a young girl. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen decided to tease her. Deepen our bond? What? Does your princess long for me? He playfully twirled a jade pendant in his hand, raising an intrigued eyebrow. You jest, Prince Consort. My princess simply wishes to meet and understand you, to avoid entering marriage without truly knowing each other, which could affect their feelings post-wedding. Oh, it is not the princess who misses me, is it? It must be you who longs for my company. Pray, do not jest, dear prince. Ziyu pressed her lips together, feeling a disarray of thoughts as she entered the carriage, unable to maintain her composure. I was under the impression that you had voluntarily entered my carriage to experience what it feels like to be close to your royal princess. As Yao Guang's personal maid, you will soon assume the role of her bedchamber attendant. To my knowledge, it is customary for the royal family to send a maid to assess the prince's capabilities before the marriage. Might you be that chosen one? Xia Chen said playfully, while Ziyu's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Xia Chen found her bashful demeanor quite amusing. The contrast between her future dignified role, where she would command silence in the court, and her current flustered state was exceedingly entertaining. I must request, dear prince, that you maintain your decorum. The reason I entered your carriage was due to the throngs of people outside. Although I am but a woman, as the princess's maid, I am also considered your maid. And thus, there is no need for excessive formality. As for who evaluates your suitability, that shall be the princess's prerogative, Ziyu replied, regaining her composure and smiling, exuding an elegance surpassing even that of the most refined ladies of the capital. I have come today to invite you to a literary gathering, she continued. Such events are suited for scholars. Would it not be a jest for a mere martial man to attend? If your princess truly wishes to meet me, let her choose a secluded place, or perhaps the princess's residence, where we can converse privately, rather than at a gathering filled with onlookers. Xia Chen regarded her with a smile. Who in the capital does not know that the prince has been praised by his majesty himself, lauding his exceptional talents? rivaling even Prime Minister Lin. Should you choose the path of scholarship, a future in the council awaits you. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Having learned of it that very morning, he surmised that the lantern bearers were undoubtedly orchestrating this promotion on the emperor's command. The emperor intended to elevate his status. The more renowned Xia Chen became, the further his astonishing theories about governance would spread. Despite his burgeoning fame, many scholars in the capital were not yet convinced of his merit, some even daring to threaten him with physical confrontation. The princess, in her wisdom, sought to safeguard him, believing that if he could hold his own against learned opponents, he would surely excel at the literary gathering. Ziyue extended an exquisite invitation to Xia Chen, gracefully bowing and offering him a smile before departing the carriage. Xia Qian and Xia Xiao climbed in, with Xia Qian wearing a mischievous grin. You are not yet wed, and already the princess is so eager to send someone to contact you. Could it be she is impatient to marry? This princess is far from simple. Arriving precisely at this moment, it is likely she has taken note of my current standing, Xia Chen mused. Indeed, one must first elevate oneself to garner the respect of others. Otherwise, even in moments of anger, one may be perceived as endearing. Xia Chen lifted a corner of the curtain, watching as Ziyue's carriage gradually vanished from his sight. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yaguang may be, she ultimately remains a woman. And her betrothal to the young master is a decree from the emperor, a bond that cannot be altered. In no more than 2 or 3 years, she shall be wed. Xia Qian chuckled dismissively. Although the princess held a prestigious status, she was, after all, merely a princess. Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Who in the capital would foresee that this relatively inconspicuous Princess Yaguang, compared to the crown prince and the third prince, would emerge victorious? After years of lurking, she soared like a dragon, astonishing the world that fateful night. It was precisely because Xia Chen recognized the formidable nature of Princess Yaguang that he did not presume too much. Her initiative to reach out to him was undoubtedly not due to his own merit, but rather because he currently commanded the Eagle Eye Division, a vital intelligence network for any organization. Whoever wields it gains the upper hand. Xia Chen recounted in detail all that transpired today with Xia Qian concerning the lantern bearers. Your control was masterfully executed, displaying both authority and a gentle touch, preventing any aversion from arising among the crowd. You have firmly established your footing. Now that the 3 hall masters have agreed to rotate, you can seize this opportunity to gain complete control over these 3 factions. What do you plan to do about the other 2 factions? Xia Qian pondered for a moment before inquiring. Li Yu and Qin Song are affiliated with the crown prince and the third prince, respectively. We can ascertain this fact, and the emperor is surely aware of it as well. His decision to assign me to the Eagle Eye Division undoubtedly aims to eliminate the crown prince's and the third prince's influence within the lantern bearers. Their defiance presents me with an opportunity. As a newcomer, I must promote some of my own personnel. For every carrot, a pit must exist. For every rise, there must be a fall. It is time to take decisive action against these 2 factions. A thorough cleansing within the lantern bearers is in order. Xia Chen's words were calm, yet chilling. To be candid, he preferred action over words. Solving matters with a fist seemed far less exhausting than conversing. Chapter 49, The Division of the Family. Xia Qian regarded his nephew, feeling that although he was astute, he often approached matters with excessive gentleness. Lacking the typical vigor of the Xia family, Xia Qian harbored concerns that Xia Chen might stray onto a misguided path, resorting to shadowy machinations akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the dark. Yet, it appeared that he had misjudged. Among the 3rd generation, while Xia Chen may not possess the most exceptional martial talent, in terms of intellect, none among the younger generation could rival him. As I grow old, perhaps Xia Chen will shoulder the responsibilities of the family, steering the helm. Thus, the Xia clan would not only possess martial prowess, but also intellectual depth, potentially thriving for centuries to come. The Xia family has flourished for 600 years precisely because it has never adhered to rigid norms. Those with capability and wisdom shall assume leadership. Xia Qian was likewise devoted to his family. Although his 2 sons were exceptionally talented, they lacked the broader perspective that Xia Chen possessed. Uncle, I intend to move out of the Ho residence. As Xia Qian contemplated the grand future of the Xia family, Xia Chen's sudden declaration startled him. Why on earth would you move out of the Ho residence? Is it because your courtyard is too secluded and the servants too few? I can arrange for people to assist you right away. Xia Qian furrowed his brow, his gaze stern. In the 6th centuries of the Xia lineage, it was rare for a legitimate son to vacate the Ho residence. Such a move typically signified a division of the family. That's not the reason. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor as gentle as jade, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Do you wish to split from the family? Xia Qian's frown deepened. He had envisioned cultivating Xia Chen for the weighty responsibilities of the family, ultimately passing the mantle of leadership to him. Yet now, Xia Chen was expressing the desire to leave. It's not that the situation is so dire, but I no longer find myself suited to reside in the Ho residence. Xia Chen took a sip of tea, calming Xia Qian's rising unease before he continued. His Majesty holds our Ho residence in high regard. Yet he harbors certain reservations about us. The principle of merit stirring the master has been evident throughout history. Our Ho residence thrives due to the current lack of unity in the realm. With the world still in disarray, His Majesty requires our support. Yet he remains wary of us. My current status is rather unique. I am a direct descendant of the Ho family and also a prince consort. His Majesty seeks to win my favor, as evidenced by my recent appointment among the lantern bearers. Perhaps he harbors other intentions, such as using me to sow discord within the Xia family, hoping to see it fracture into two factions. To outsiders, I appear to have been overlooked within the Ho residence, raised in a manner akin to neglect, leading them to believe my ties to the Ho family are weak. His Majesty likely thinks the same. This is precisely why he has chosen me. Therefore, moving forward, I must not appear overly attached to the Ho residence, and they must not treat me too favorably. Xia Chen spoke slowly, while Xia Qian's expression fluctuated. He yearned to refute Xia Chen's assertions, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words, finally murmuring, "Is the situation truly as grave as you claim? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished our military authority, and your father has remained steadfastly compliant. Does His Majesty still harbor suspicions toward us? Even if we bear no ill will, a united and remarkable Ho residence poses a significant threat to imperial power, a scenario no emperor would welcome." Xia Chen's eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, deep and enigmatic, casting an aura of somber tranquility. His tone became grave, inducing an involuntary tension. "We must not wager on whether a heartless emperor possesses any affection. Having ruled for over 50 years, His Majesty has transformed into a political automaton. Any threat to his reign or anything beyond his control will be obliterated." Xia Chen gazed earnestly at Xia Qian, his demeanor exceedingly serious. "Thus, your Majesty wishes to witness the disintegration of the Xia family, to see you harbor animosity towards us, to observe the disunity among the 3 generations of our clan. If that is the case, let us put on a performance for him, to reassure him, while we secretly accumulate our strength. Is this your desire?" The brilliance in Xia Qian's eyes flickered as he gazed intently at his nephew, his tone exceedingly grave. "Indeed, the more I feign discord with you, the more trust the emperor will place in me, granting me greater authority, thus ensuring the safety of our Xia family." Xia Chen and Xia Qian locked eyes. And in that moment, he no longer concealed his brilliance, his presence akin to a drawn sword. This confident aura left Xia Qian momentarily entranced. After a long pause, Xia Qian finally spoke. "I understand your intent. Go forth and act as you see fit." The next day at the lantern bearer's office. "Eagle Eye Division. At this hour, why hasn't the new director arrived? I am eager to see his approach today. It is said that the rotation is commencing today. Though this gentleman is youthful, he possesses a ruthless heart. I heard that yesterday, the esteemed Zheng Tangzhu and his associates sought to request a rotation. Yet this director compelled them to kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before permitting their entry. This gentleman is extraordinary, despite his request for a rotation. It was Zheng Duren and the others who had to plead. He has effectively placed the knife in his own hands, allowing him to wield it. What remarkable tactics!" As the crowd conversed, the hour approached noon, yet Xia Chen had yet to arrive at the lantern bearer's office. "Something must be amiss. Do not wait any longer. It appears that the new director shall not grace our office with his presence today." Someone hurriedly dashed into the Eagle Eye Division. "What has transpired? Is there another unforeseen event?" The crowd quickly inquired, only to hear a shocking piece of news that swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astounded. Recently, the rising star of the capital, favored by the emperor and currently governing one of the 9 divisions of the lantern bearer's Eagle Eye Division, the young lord of the Zhendong Marquis House, the emperor's son-in-law, Xia Chen's courtyard has caught fire. This revelation left many incredulous. "What? The Zhendong Marquis House is ablaze? Shouldn't we extinguish the flames?" "Extinguish what flames? The Marquis House is home to numerous skilled individuals. It cannot truly be on fire. It seems this prince has quarreled with the Zhendong Marquis House and has reportedly moved out entirely. The son of my cousin's brother-in-law's wife's sister's son witnessed it firsthand. Xia Chen is currently selecting a new residence with his subordinates and has already made a payment, indicating that he has indeed separated from the Marquis House. What could have caused such an uproar? A separation of this magnitude is no trivial matter. It seems there has not been a case of a legitimate descendant moving out of the Marquis House in many years. I do not know. I only heard that the uproar was quite severe. The head of the Xia family, the esteemed Anwu Marquis Xia Qian, even summoned the clan elders and personally enacted family discipline. It is said he nearly expelled Xia Chen from the family lineage. At this moment, from high-ranking officials to common folk, all across the capital have heard of this incident. In taverns and tea-houses, discussions abound regarding this matter. In an instant, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. At this moment, the protagonist of the trending topic, Xia Chen, was moving into his newly purchased courtyard with Xia Qian. Following closely behind him was a beautiful maidservant, Bai Zhu. "Young master, will we visit the lantern people tomorrow?" Xia Qian inquired softly, trailing behind Xia Chen. Having just assumed control over the lantern people, it would be unwise to neglect them for too long after having managed to bring them under his influence. We shall take a day off tomorrow and attend the literary gathering the day after. As for the lantern people, let them be for now. Chapter 50, Rebirth and the Intent of the Blade. Though Xia Chen's newly acquired courtyard paled in comparison to the Duke's residence, it still stood as a grand estate within the capital. Nestled in the inner city and near the main thoroughfare, its location was superb, and both the landscape and the rooms within were rather exquisite, captivating Xia Chen at first glance. Thus, the purchase alone cost him 3,000 taels of silver, a staggering sum for an ordinary family. In this era, silver held considerable purchasing power. Xia Chen's monthly stipend was a mere 50 taels, totaling only 600 taels in a year. The cost of rice in Chang'an was high, making life in the capital quite challenging. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen sighed, reflecting on his situation. One does not truly appreciate the value of household expenses until they are responsible for them. Having lived in the Duke's residence, I never had to worry about daily expenditures, thus lacked any real understanding of their significance. Now that I have moved out, I truly realize the challenges of affording food, clothing, and daily necessities. Young master. A gentle and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts as a gracefully poised maidservant emerged from the house. Indeed, Baizhu was now in Xia Chen's service. Previously, she had been a maidservant beside Cui Mingru, who had intended to transfer her to Xia Chen's side once he ascended to the 8th rank. However, Xia Chen had been preoccupied with official duties and had not yet adapted to having someone in his personal space, causing the matter to be delayed. Last night, upon learning of Xia Chen's impending departure from the Duke's residence, Cui Mingru, tearfully, insisted that he take Baizhu with him to care for Xia Chen. Observing his aunt's sorrowful countenance, Xia Chen could only accept Baizhu. Reflecting on this, warmth filled his heart. Though his biological parents were indifferent, his uncle and aunt had treated him like their own child over the years, never regarding him as an outsider. What do you think of this courtyard? Xia Chen asked Baizhu, who, with a hint of shyness, dared not meet his gaze. Although she had been assigned as a maidservant, her true role was to warm his bed. In affluent households, young masters were typically provided with several bedwarmers upon reaching a certain age, who would remain until the young master married. After his marriage, these maidservants would be promoted to concubines. Thus, from this moment onward, she truly belonged to Xia Chen. I still have over 2,000 taels of silver left. Henceforth, you shall oversee the household affairs. In the coming days, take some individuals to the West Market and procure a few more maidservants and servants. It's acceptable for them to be younger, but their backgrounds must be impeccable. Xia Chen handed a large stack of silver notes to Baizhu, yet she hesitated, her anxiety preventing her from accepting the money. Young master, I am but a mere maid. How can I manage the household affairs? Such responsibilities ought to be handled by the matriarch, that is, the princess. We do not yet know when she will marry. Are we to wait indefinitely for her arrival? We have just moved out, and everything needs to be newly arranged. By the time she arrives, it will be too late. Xia Chen gently grasped Baizhu's delicate, smooth hand and pressed the silver notes into her palm. Now, you are the only lady in the household. If not you, then who? Shall I ask Xia Chen to handle it? It is settled then. You will manage everything within the house from now on. I do not have the inclination to oversee such matters. Xia Chen spoke with a smile, while Baizhu lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes. As she felt the warmth of his hand, her thoughts became slightly dazed, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom in the spring. Occasionally, she would glance up, her starry eyes brimming with bashfulness, a subtle blush creeping along her fair cheeks. You are so kind, young master. Nightfall arrived, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Xia Chen stood in the courtyard, practicing his swordsmanship. His movements were remarkably simple, consisting only of the most fundamental techniques, chopping, thrusting, and slashing. He repeated these actions over and over. To an untrained eye, it appeared ordinary, yet a knowledgeable observer would be astonished. Each strike of Xia Chen's was imbued with an extraordinary essence, slicing through the air with the finesse of a fine thread. Effortlessly cleaving the atmosphere itself, the intricacy was lost on those with limited understanding. Xia Chen's focus was unwavering. Regardless of the day's demands, whenever he returned to his courtyard, he would diligently practice 10,000 strikes each day. Such relentless dedication and hard work inevitably yield remarkable rewards. Within Xia Chen's line of sight, words began to appear on his system panel. Proficiency 10. Proficiency 10. Proficiency 10. Swordsmanship skill experience. 9830100000. As time slipped by, the youth continued his routine, persevering without falter. Before long, a chime echoed in the air. Your swordsmanship has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden sword intent. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. You have comprehended the pure yang sword intent. Sword intent level. First forbidden. Experience required for second forbidden sword intent. 30,000. First forbidden sword intent. 030,000. Xia Chen paid no heed to the words on the system panel any longer. He felt as though he had been drawn into a wondrous realm. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, following his master in sword practice. As the sun rose and set, with the seasons changing from spring to autumn, Regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold, Xia Chen stood steadfast on a great stone atop a cliff, enduring the winds, rains, and sun's glare. By the age of 8, he had achieved minor proficiency in swordsmanship. By 11, he had attained significant mastery, and by 18, he reached perfection in his craft. After mastering his swordsmanship, Xia Chen bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to seek experience in the mortal realm. He journeyed eastward, encountering various masters of swordsmanship along the way. He faced marauding bandits and unruly armies, battling fiercely. At the age of 20, he enlisted in the military, starting as a lowly soldier, honing his sword intent amidst the carnage of the battlefield. At 22, feeling a profound calling, Xia Chen withdrew from the army and continued his eastern journey, ultimately gazing upon the vast sea. Standing atop the coastal cliffs, he beheld the boundless ocean. Reminiscent of his childhood days practicing sword forms on mountain precipices, repeating the fundamental movements of his craft. That year, he lived as a fisherman, observing the rise and fall of the tides and the sun's journey across the sky. As time passed, he tempered the fierce aura and murderous intent forged in the blood-soaked battles, allowing them to wash away like the tides, transforming into an ordinary fisherman. Eventually, Xia Chen set aside his sword, relinquishing his obsession with practice, choosing instead to embrace the natural rhythm of life. He became a true fisherman, yet he harbored a unique passion. Every day, he would sit atop the rocks, gazing at the sun, sometimes for an entire day. One ordinary afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, consumed by the sea, a smile unexpectedly graced Xia Chen's face. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, akin to the sun gradually rising, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He picked up a harpoon resting beside him and nonchalantly swept it across the water's surface. This stroke was named Dawnbreaker. Xia Chen spoke softly, as if in quiet contemplation, yet his voice resonated with an unwavering strength, reverberating like a deity proclaiming to the world. Instantly, the darkening sea erupted with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning vessels widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing another sun slowly ascending, illuminating the world anew. The once smooth sea surface was cleaved open, revealing the depths below. This extraordinary display lasted for 5 or 6 breaths, after which the vast ocean surged back, yet the surface remained imbued with a lingering, radiant energy. Such was the power of a single stroke, awe-inspiring in its magnitude. Chapter 51. The Unique System and the 6th-Rank Martial Artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes, the brilliance of a great sun retracting into a singular gaze, merging into an ordinary eye, indistinguishable from that of a common person. Tides, the sun, sword intent, Xia Chen murmured to himself, lifting his gaze to the high-hanging moon. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, yet he felt as if he had genuinely traversed over 20 years of life as vicissitudes. Everything he experienced in that world felt profoundly real, particularly his insights gained from sword practice. Yet, as memories began to blur, only pure understanding remained. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, aware that recollections of that world were becoming indistinct. He remembered countless events, but struggled to recall specifics. Save for the vivid memories of his sword training, it appears that my system has undergone a mutation, bearing significant differences from the player systems of my previous life. The player systems from before could accumulate experience points and subsequently comprehend various martial arts such as swordsmanship and fist techniques, but they did so through direct indoctrination. In contrast, Xia Chen has seemingly lived an entire life, commencing his practice with the blade at the tender age of 5, ultimately achieving enlightenment by the Eastern Sea at the age of 23. This experience is unprecedented. Although the memories of that world are now hazy, the sensations remain incredibly vivid, rendering everything strikingly authentic. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in a small world, gazing at the vast ocean and grasping the true essence of the tides, thereby creating your own sword technique, Dawnbreak. Your performance is exceptional. Reward, 1 minor returning elixir. Host, Xia Chen. Age, 17 years. Realm, Pinnacle of 7th grade. Cultivation techniques, Qiyang body refining method, Shouyang demon breaking blade. Dawnbreak. Blade technique, first band pure yang blade intent. Concept, law true essence of tides. System space, 10 cubic meters minor returning elixir, saves 3 months of arduous training. System store, not yet unlocked. Cultivation speed, 10-fold enhancement, fortune golden dragon purifying marrow, root bone talent. Superior root bone, formerly a waste body. Naturally possesses dual pupils, awakening. 1. A plethora of text emerged on the system panel as Xia Chen scrutinized the information. His recent enlightenment bore substantial rewards. The last time he entered the 9-Dragon Jade Seal and absorbed the transformative energy of the Fortune Golden Dragon had also been immensely impactful, most notably reflected in his cultivation speed. Previously, whether in practicing blade techniques or enhancing proficiency and experience, he would accumulate values of 11. Since that encounter, however, he now directly achieves 1010. This represents a 10-fold increase in effectiveness. Furthermore, his root bone, once deemed a martial waste, has been transformed into a superior root bone following the purifying process of the fortune golden dragon. Even without relying on the system, his self-cultivation would undoubtedly classify him as a prodigy. To his astonishment, he has also acquired an elixir. Xia Chen felt a surge of joy within him. In his previous life, he had engaged in discussions on player forums and learned that while every player possessed a system, they were rather rudimentary, and he had never heard of a system yielding equipment or rewarding items. It seems that my system is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that my rebirth and premature entry into this world are not merely due to the 9-dragon jade seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered as he pondered this notion, momentarily at a loss. He had always believed it to be the jade 9-dragon seal in his palm, yet the mutation of the system has left him in doubt. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it further. The unknown may reveal itself in time. He retrieved the minor returning elixir from the system space, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. While this elixir is of only inferior grade, it can save 3 months of strenuous training. Though the world possesses elixirs, their availability is sparse, primarily consisting of healing potions, with few capable of directly enhancing cultivation speed. As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Securing the formula for this minor elixir would greatly bolster his ambitions to establish his own influence. This was merely a lower-grade elixir. If he could obtain a medium or even a high-grade version, the possibilities were boundless. In an instant, a multitude of ideas flooded Xia Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he tossed the small elixir into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of searing energy erupted within his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones. His blood began to boil, and his heart thudded vigorously, echoing like the beat of a great drum. As if the very yard resonated with the sound of drums. It was hard to believe that such a thunderous rhythm emanated from a single heart. At this moment, it was still mid-March, and the lingering chill of the season had only just begun to wane, failing to offer any warmth. In the yard, the peach blossom tree had only just begun to sprout tender buds, yet to blossom. As Xia Chen sat cross-legged, breathing in a rhythmic pattern, the temperature in the yard began to rise. Baizhu, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, sensed the unusual commotion outside and hurriedly pushed open the window. What she beheld would forever be etched in her memory. Xia Chen sat beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, a magnificent vision materialized, a boundless ocean stretching endlessly to the horizon, waves crashing one after another with tremendous force, evoking awe and reverence. This was Baizhu's first encounter with the sea. She had heard tales of its vastness within and today, she witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, a radiant sun slowly ascended from beneath the horizon, heralding dawn and illuminating the world. A profound warmth enveloped Baizhu as the sun gracefully traversed to its zenith above the ocean, transforming into a blazing orb of light. Instantly, the entire yard was aglow, the flowers bloomed. The peach blossom tree unfurled its blossoms in an instant, revealing exquisite beauty that captivated Baizhu completely. Was this a miracle? How remarkable was her young master? Xia Chen opened his eyes, and this time, a flash of lightning danced within them. His gaze had become increasingly extraordinary. He had officially entered the realm of a 6th-tier martial artist. At that moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. His progress that night surpassed his previous strength tenfold. Within the martial world, a 5th-tier martial artist could establish their own sect. Thus one could only imagine the value of achieving the 6th tier. How impressive her young master was. Baizhu regained her composure and hurriedly dashed out from the room. These events of the night must remain secret, a cherished bond between the two of them. Xia Chen flashed a brilliant smile at Baizhu, and upon gazing at his stunning visage, her heart raced uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand. I won't speak of this outside. Not even if a princess marries into our family in the future. This is our secret, Baizhu replied, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness, adding a final note in a whisper. Chapter 52. But brother, why are you so handsome? Night fell. Baizhu poured hot water for Xia Chen, then stood by the wooden tub. Young master, allow me to assist you. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her lively eyes. Xia Chen pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Baizhu was now his personal maid, and as a native of this world, he saw no reason to impose modern sensibilities upon it, nor did he feel the need to pretend to be a paragon of virtue. One must possess extraordinary power to alter the world, otherwise, it is futile to resist or strive for uniqueness. Blushing, Baizhu moved closer to Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and helping him shed his garments. In an instant, a figure resembling a work of art was revealed before her, standing at only Xia Chen's chest height. The proximity allowed her to feel the intense warmth emanating from him, rendering her momentarily entranced. She remained still until the splash of water brought her back to reality. Noticing that Xia Chen had already immersed himself in the tub, as she scrubbed, her mind wandered. Young master is truly impressive. In the stillness of night, Xia Chen extinguished the lamp and, as he settled into bed, he caught sight of a small figure stealthily approaching from the adjoining room. Despite the darkness, his gaze remained as clear as day, revealing Baizhu clad in a scanty purple undergarment. Baizhu, he called softly, startling her. What is it? Is there something else? A moment of silence passed before her voice, barely above a whisper, emerged. The mistress instructed me to attend to your needs and to warm your bed at night. Her words were almost inaudible, and under the veil of darkness, her face blushed furiously. Xia Chen fell silent, understanding that this was a custom of the large family. He had refrained from such practices because he had not yet attained the 8th rank and was not ready for intimacy. I do not require bed warming. You may sleep in the side room tonight. He sighed, not wishing to be a hypocrite nor to rush into matters, especially since Baizhu was still quite young. Do you find me undesirable, young master? The darkness fell silent, until a choked voice broke through, tinged with sorrow. That is not my intention. Xia Chen gazed at Baizhu, who looked as if she might weep, and felt a pang of frustration. Fine, come here, but truly, it is only for warmth. As he lifted the covers, a soft, cat-like form nestled into his embrace. In this feudal era, since change was unattainable, it seemed prudent to acquiesce. One may possess the might to physically destroy another, yet cannot forcibly alter a person's thoughts. Morning dawned. Upon awakening, Xia Chen resumed his martial arts practice. Having already sent Xia Chen to request time off from the lantern bearer, he intended to attend his fiancée's poetry gathering the following day, after which he would confront those who had wronged him, demonstrating to them the true meaning of retribution. The previous day's verbal sparring was merely an appetizer. Baizhu also rose from her slumber, her face radiating a blissful smile, her eyes dreamy. Although the young master had not taken any liberties with her the night before, their relationship had undergone a qualitative transformation. Gradually, they were transitioning from strangers to a deeper familiarity. On the 3rd day, Xia Chen's biological clock awoke him on time, rousing the slumbering Baizhu, who lay curled up like a kitten in his embrace. She rubbed her bleary eyes and emerged from the warmth of the blankets, her delicate, fair skin exposed to the air, clad only in a cool, light garment. Are you going to meet the princess today? She inquired. Not exactly. It's merely a literary gathering, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head before affectionately tousling Baizhu's hair. You should sleep a little longer. I can manage on my own. No way. I must assist you in dressing. The gathering is at the princess's residence, and you must look exceptionally handsome so she won't underestimate you, Baizhu exclaimed, hastily rising to help Xia Chen with his attire. In a small shop along the main avenue selling lamb soup, Xia Chen asked, Young master, are we not in a hurry? The princess's residence is just a few hundred meters ahead. Shouldn't we finish breakfast first? Haven't you heard that heavyweight guests make their entrance last? Without lifting his gaze from the bowl of lamb soup, Xia Chen responded to the fidgeting Xia Chen, indeed. This lamb soup is quite delightful and authentic. I thoroughly enjoy it. Sighing, Xia Chen observed the unflappable Xia Chen, who continued to savor his meal. For some reason, Xia Chen felt that his master exhibited a certain indifference towards the renowned second princess, lacking any semblance of anticipation. Yet, Xia Chen treated everyone, even the beggars in the city, with the utmost courtesy and grace, leaving no room for criticism. Xia Chen found this perplexing. Let us go. After leisurely finishing his lamb soup, Xia Chen finally stood up, beckoning Xia Chen to follow. How much do I owe you? He inquired of the proprietor. No need for payment, young master. The owner replied cautiously, bowing his head with a beaming smile. Although he did not recognize Xia Chen, his remarkable appearance and demeanor suggested that he was of noble lineage. Being a small business owner without connections, he dared not accept payment from such a distinguished individual. Here you go. My master always pays for his meals. Xia Chen interjected, pulling a piece of silver from his pocket and placing it on the table, leaving the proprietor with a view of his tall, imposing figure. Which noble family does this young master belong to? I have never encountered someone so refined. Oldly murmured to himself, his gaze distant. At that moment, he could not fathom that the person in question was none other than the illustrious prince-in-law Xia Chen, the subject of much discussion throughout the capital and the reigning star on trending lists. At the Princess Yaoguang's residence, an array of carriages and sedan chairs lined up, creating a bustling scene at the entrance. Scholars clad in scholarly robes and young nobles in splendid attire approached the gate, presenting invitations. Their faces adorned with smiles as they entered the princess's abode. Look, that woman is extraordinarily beautiful. It's my first time encountering such a stunning beauty. Which esteemed family does this young lady hail from? Her grace is truly remarkable. That woman in purple has quite the background. She is the personal maid of Princess Yaoguang. Is that so? Just a maid? Yet she outshines the daughters of noble families in both beauty and poise. No wonder she is favored by the princess. As the crowd gathered before the princess's residence, they noticed a strikingly elegant woman in purple standing at the side entrance. Whispers filled the air, and some audacious young men attempted to approach her, only to be met with her indifferent rejections. Was this young lady, Xia, waiting for someone special? Who could possibly warrant such attention from her, making her linger at the entrance for so long? Could it be Princess Pingyang, or perhaps the Crown Prince, or the Third Prince? Surely, only such distinguished individuals could command the presence of the princess's personal maid awaiting them at the door. As the crowd speculated in hushed tones, Xia's eyes suddenly brightened. Following her gaze, they beheld a gentleman approaching. He possessed brows as finely drawn as ink, his hair swept back at an angle, with eyes that were long and deep, shimmering with a celestial light, as if concealing boundless emotions and wisdom within. His skin was fair as snow, and his face was like a jade crown. Clad in a blue robe, he stood tall and upright as a pine tree, exuding an aura of grace and warmth, as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, captivating the attention of all. Ziyue, upon seeing the meticulously adorned Xia Chen, was momentarily entranced. Unable to divert her gaze, the onlookers cast envious glances at Xia Chen, thinking, "Brother, how can you be so handsome? How are we to compete?" They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. The literary gathering had not yet begun, yet they felt they had already lost. They too had dressed thoughtfully for the occasion, yet the disparity between them and Xia Chen was glaring. Hearts heavy with despair, their sadness only deepened when they witnessed Ziyue, the object of their affections, actively moving towards the gentleman. She has met the prince-in-law. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all present were struck dumb by this scene. Their goddess, Ziyue, displayed such demeanor before him. Wait a moment, are you telling me that he is merely a bit more handsome? We are all tall young men here. If he has looks, we have height. If he has height, well, perhaps we lack a bit in looks, but we are still men. They were all there for the literary gathering. Why should he receive such preferential treatment? The crowd simmered with indignation and discontent. What brings you here? Xia Chen inquired, somewhat surprised, as he regarded Ziyue. Of course, I am here to welcome the prince-in-law. Here lies the princess's residence, where the esteemed consort is certainly not to be regarded as an ordinary guest. Ziyue stood respectfully beside Xia Chen, responding with deference. Today, Xia Chen appeared far more dashing than the version of himself clad in lantern-bearer attire from that day in the carriage. On that occasion, he exuded a devil-may-care charm, his sharpness somewhat ostentatious. However, today, adorned in splendid finery, Xia Chen radiated the refined aura of a nobleman, exuding an air of opulence yet remarkably restrained. He speculated that had this gathering not been beneath the emperor's gaze, the envious onlookers outside the princess's gates would likely have surged forward, ablaze with jealousy, eager to confront him. In such a scenario, should he summon the imperial guard or the lantern-bearers to fend them off? Alas, the ferocity of human envy is quite formidable. Contemplating this, Xia Chen offered Ziyue a subtle nod. Let us proceed inside, he suggested. Ziyue guided Xia Chen and Xia Chen through the throng gathered at the entrance of the princess's palace. Only after Xia Chen's figure had vanished from sight did the crowd commence their animated discussions. Who on earth is that person? Ziyue herself welcomed him. Such prestige. But what is it that makes him so striking? With his arrival, do we still have a chance? What is there to fear? The literary competition is about intellect, not looks. I wager he is merely a decorative pillow, all show without substance. A young man clad in a brocade robe scoffed, harboring disdain for those who rely on their looks, unlike himself, who depends on his family's wealth. Attending a literary gathering looking that handsome? Surely he has ulterior motives. He must be after Princess Yaoguang. Clearly a man seeking a comfortable life. Humph, while I may not be as handsome as he, I pride myself on never relying on my parents for sustenance. Yang Wei straightened his back, filled with a sense of pride. However, his composure soon faltered. It seems I need to rest well. Maintaining such rigidity is quite exhausting. With a smile on his face, Yang Wei unfurled his fan, eager to display his elegant demeanor when he suddenly overheard a voice nearby. Hush, do you know who that person was? Who else could it be but a pretty boy? Seeking patronage. I hold such individuals in the utmost contempt. Before the speaker could finish, Yang Wei interjected. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, the speaker's expression shifted, glancing nervously around before hastily covering Yang Wei's mouth. Brother Wei, such words cannot be spoken lightly. That individual is of significant stature. Be wary of his associates. Who could it be to invoke such caution? Surely not a prince. Curiosity piqued among his companions, some expressing dissatisfaction with the speaker's cryptic remarks. That person is Xia Chen, the legitimate heir of the Duke of Anong and the consort of Princess Yaoguang. Was it not just yesterday that news of him stirred such a commotion? I hear he has recently moved out from the Duke of Zhendong's residence. What? He is Xia Chen? No wonder Ziyue personally came to greet him. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, followed by a sudden realization. They were within the princess's residence. Although the two had yet to be wed, this union had been bestowed by the emperor himself, and the announcement of their engagement had echoed throughout the realm, making their marriage a foregone conclusion. Hence, Summer Chen could indeed be considered a co-master of the princess's domain. Lower your voices. Are you aware that Summer Chen currently oversees the Eagle Eye Division, one of the 9 branches of the Lantern Bearers? Each division wields its own authority and jurisdiction, and the Eagle Eye Division primarily governs the capital. Today's literary gathering has attracted a significant number of scholars and young nobles from across the city. The Eagle Eye Division has undoubtedly infiltrated the event, and it is possible that every word we utter is being meticulously recorded. Wu Bai surveyed the surroundings, his voice laced with trepidation, fearful that their conversation might be overheard. The atmosphere shifted palpably, particularly for Yang Wei, who was acutely aware of the pervasive reach of the Lantern Bearers. Over the years, they had executed numerous raids against prominent families in the capital. Thus, the young scions of noble houses were particularly fearful of them. Brother Wei, are you all right? You seem unusually weak. You must gather your strength. As the crowd's expressions shifted, Yang Wei suddenly felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and his body weakened, causing him to falter and collapse. I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. I fear I won't be able to attend this gathering. I must return to rest. Yang Wei was gripped by fear, recalling that he had just spoken ill of Summer Chun, and rather loudly at that. Would Summer Chun summon the lantern bearers to trouble him? Brother Wei, I've heard that goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I have a remedy that primarily uses goji berries. I tried it last time, and it worked wonders. After the gathering, I shall personally deliver it to you. A companion offered, patting his chest with a cheerful grin. The entrance descended into chaos while Summer Chun had already ventured into the depths of the princess's residence. This isn't the venue for the literary gathering, is it? Summer Chun inquired as he followed Ziyue along a winding, picturesque path, admiring the scenery. We are heading to the inner courtyard. Is it appropriate for me to go there? Summer Chun remarked, his gaze fixed on a stunning fountain within a distant garden. The prince consort is not a stranger. Even if we enter the inner courtyard, outsiders will not speak ill of it. There is still some time before the gathering commences, and the prince consort is family. Naturally, he ought to rest first. Ziyue replied earnestly, stopping to face Summer Chun, her eyes reflecting sincerity. Summer Chun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ziyue led him through several courtyards until they arrived at a particularly exquisite courtyard, steeped in historical elegance. Tianfeng Pavilion. The plaque above the courtyard bore 3 simple, yet profound characters, devoid of a signature, yet exuding an air of distinction. These characters were penned by the princess herself, whose calligraphy had even garnered praise from the Grand Tutor. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging the exceptional quality of the calligraphy, yet his pause was not merely for the characters themselves, but for the 2 words Tianfeng. After Yao Guang ascended the throne, the era was named Tianfeng. From the presence of these 3 characters, Xia Chen discerned that Yao Guang had long harbored aspirations for the world, aiming for lofty heights. Does the prince feel there is anything amiss with these 3 characters? Ziyu, possessing remarkable intelligence, detected an unusual emotion in Xia Chen's expression. The characters themselves were indeed exquisite, but Tianfeng felt somewhat grandiose. The phoenix, capable of soaring to the heavens, also harbored ambitions to ascend even higher, revealing a certain sharpness. Xia Chen's gaze and tone remained exceedingly calm as he offered his critique. Yet it was this very calmness that altered Ziyu's expression. The prince jested, declaring it merely the name of an ordinary courtyard. Ziyu smiled charmingly, swiftly concealing the peculiarity in her eyes. Haha, I merely spoke casually, but if it were up to me to name it, I believe a simple 2-character name would suffice. Oh, does the prince have a better name in mind? Ziyu scrutinized Xia Chen, who stood at the courtyard's entrance, her keen intellect momentarily perplexed as to whether his words were spoken flippantly or with deeper meaning. The early morning sun cast a gentle light upon Xia Chen, illuminating half of his exquisite visage, making him appear as though he were bathed in divine radiance, resplendent and ethereal. Why not call it Yao Qi? Xia Chen suggested, his radiant smile exuding warmth, his presence as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. After speaking these words, he stepped forward into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the plaque bearing the words Tianfeng Go. Yao Qi. Ziyu repeated the name at the doorway, momentarily perplexed, yet finding the words imbued with grandeur and sanctity, as if they carried profound significance. The more she repeated them, the more she felt their poetic essence. Yet she could not quite grasp the depth of their meaning. In this world, devoid of legends like Yao Qi and the Queen Mother, she was destined to remain ignorant of what these words truly represented. Prince, wait for me, Ziyu called out, lifting her skirts and running gracefully, her movements still imbued with elegance. Upon entering, she discovered Xia Chen had already seated himself in the hall. The prince has arrived. The princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The imperial kitchen is preparing breakfast for both the princess and the prince. It will be ready shortly. Ziyu led Xia Chen into a dining hall, then spoke with a smile. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow. Was he to meet the future empress so soon? Was she so eager? Would they share breakfast together? Their relationship seemed remarkably intimate, to the point that an outsider might assume they were an old married couple. Chapter 54, Princess Yao Guang. Xia Chen sat quietly on a chair. Warm light flickered between the golden painted beams. In the center of the hall, a long sandalwood table was set, adorned with a meticulously embroidered satin tablecloth. Surrounding them, jade screens glimmered softly, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Xia Chen stood alone, exuding an air of calmness akin to an unfathomable abyss. Maidservants quietly surrounded him, pouring tea, yet he remained uncommunicative, enveloped in an unusual silence. In the depths of the courtyard, within a modest chamber, Yao Guang sat before her vanity, whispering to herself as she absorbed Ziyue's detailed report, echoing the words Tianfeng repeatedly. The bronze-tinted mirror reflected an exquisite face, flawless in its beauty, while Ziyue, standing behind her, lifted a wooden comb, cascading Yao Guang's long, dark tresses like a waterfall. I sense that the prince consort harbors a deeper intention. His peculiar attitude towards the term Tianfeng intrigues me. It feels as though there are no secrets before him. As if he perceives everything with clarity, Xia remarked, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. It seems our prince consort is even more astute than we imagined. For the past 17 years, he has remained in seclusion, shrouding his brilliance and concealing his talents. Dressed in a cooling inner garment, having just emerged from a bath, Yao Guang's skin glowed with a captivating radiance. But why? Why does the prince consort choose to conceal his talents? Is his situation within the unfavorable? Could there be those who wish him harm, seeking to extinguish his potential in its infancy? Perhaps he has deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary man, she pondered aloud, her voice carrying an alluring blend of maturity and wisdom. 14 years ago, the Marquis of Anong went to the battlefield of Dongwang and fathered his second son. It was said that Xia Haoyan possessed extraordinary talent, and both the Marquis and his wife showered affection upon him, while remaining indifferent to Xia Chen. Yet, as the legitimate eldest son, Xia Chen's status ensured that the title of Marquis would eventually be bestowed upon him. Yao Guang's voice, imbued with a mature allure, resonated with wisdom, her beauty reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, with delicate rosy cheeks and skin akin to warm jade. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, drawing others into their depths. She was enchanting, as if a celestial being stepped out from a painting, rendering the world around her devoid of color. Xia, standing behind Yao Guang, gazed at the familiar visage reflected in the mirror, momentarily entranced, unable to divert her gaze. Finally, she regained her composure and spoke. What the princess implies is that the Marquis of Anong desires to pass the title to his younger son, Xia Haoyan, and Xia Chen's existence poses an obstacle, prompting the Marquis to consider actions against the prince consort. Yet, a father's cruelty is unfathomable, even after 14 years of absence. He could not possibly resort to such harsh measures. As Xia delved deeper into her reasoning, a chill crept down her spine. The image of Xia Chen's composed and confident smile lingered in her mind, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. What trials must the prince consort have endured to grow up safely within the... Surely, he has faced many dangers and hardships. No wonder he chose to sever ties with thee and establish his own household. I am uncertain of the specifics, and perhaps my conjectures are misguided, Yao Guang replied, shaking her head, yet a hint of confusion still lingered in her brow. It seems that the situation is far more complex than it appears. I feel as though I have entered a maze of thought. What is he doing now? Suddenly, Yao Guang cast a glance at Xia in the bronze mirror, and the topic shifted. He sat there quietly, neither gazing nor inquiring further, simply savoring his tea. Indeed, he possessed remarkable patience. I have heard from Li Wenzhong that Xia Chen has a penchant for military texts, exuding an air of tranquility and the demeanor of a great general. Upon seeing him today, it is evident that this is true. A subtle smile graced Yao Guang's lips. Xia, what is your impression of Xia Chen? General Li holds the prince in high regard. Although rumors in the capital can be misleading, General Li's unwavering loyalty to the princess is undoubtedly genuine. He would not deceive her. I have encountered the prince twice. While I am uncertain whether he possesses the qualities of a valiant leader, he is certainly not an ordinary man. Xia remained silent for a moment, thoughtfully grooming Yao Guang while pondering. After a while, Yao Guang nodded. Perhaps I could win him over. He may indeed become my future husband, as some matters are inescapably intertwined with him. A contemplative expression flickered in Yao Guang's enchanting eyes. By the way, we should refrain from contacting General Li Wenzhong as much as possible from now on. He has been promoted to the Grand General of the Longwu Guard, and his status is no longer what it once was. My father is quite suspicious and will undoubtedly assign someone to monitor Li Wenzhong, to see if he associates with others. We must exercise caution. Yes, Your Highness, I will minimize our correspondence, unless there are significant matters or emergencies that require General Li's involvement. Otherwise, I shall refrain from employing this hidden strategy with him. Xia's expression was grave, fully aware of the stakes involved. Bring me that phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at her unparalleled beauty in the bronze mirror and spoke. Did you not say that the hairpin is too gaudy and should be more understated? Xia replied, somewhat surprised. This hairpin is a gift from His Majesty, renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty. It is said that Emperor Wuzong once discovered a peculiar gem, crimson as if stained with phoenix blood, and upon acquiring it, he was overjoyed. The most skilled jade craftsman and the contemporary celestial master painstakingly carved and polished it. This phoenix jade hairpin was first bestowed upon the Empress of Emperor Wuzong. Now, this hairpin has been passed down through the royal family for 6 centuries. When Princess Yao Guang turned 16, Emperor Wen gifted her this hairpin, yet she has only worn it once until now. Today, she intends to don it again. I possess no other adornments worthy of note. This hairpin is my only option, perfectly suited to accentuate my appearance. Xia smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and rose to retrieve the hairpin. She understood clearly that the princess, being naturally beautiful, had refrained from wearing any accessories since the age of 15 to allow other young ladies and noblewomen some space to shine. However, the princess's residence still houses numerous embellishments, and her decision to wear this phoenix jade hairpin today clearly signifies its importance. With gentle movements, Xia produced a jade box containing the exquisite hairpin. The hairpin, resplendent in crimson, is exquisitely carved, with the delicate contours of phoenix feathers vividly apparent, as though at any moment it might transform into a phoenix reborn from the flames, brimming with vitality. Upon adorning herself with this exquisite piece, the princess's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. "You look absolutely stunning," Xia remarked, her eyes wide with admiration. "This literary gathering will attract numerous talented individuals. It warrants considerable attention," Yaoguang mused as she appraised her reflection in the mirror, seemingly addressing Xia, yet deliberately offering an explanation. "I suspect you wore it specifically to meet the prince," Xia teased, unabashedly calling out Yaoguang. Their close friendship allowed for such playful banter without hesitation. Yaoguang's ears flushed slightly at the comment, but she quickly masked her embarrassment, her gaze regaining its composure. "Enough of this nonsense. Go and check on Xia Chen. We've kept him waiting for far too long. I'll be there shortly." Yaoguang gently nudged Xia, who smiled at the playful exchange before gracefully exiting the room. Chapter 55, The First Encounter with the Empress. Xia Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor, patiently awaiting her arrival until he beheld Xia approaching, clad in flowing purple robes. "Apologies for the wait, Your Highness. The princess will be with you momentarily," Xia said with a respectful bow, her steps light as she approached Xia Chen. "Not at all," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head, his expression remaining composed. Xia was momentarily unable to discern whether Xia Chen truly felt unperturbed or if he harbored any frustration, particularly after making him wait for 3 cups of tea. "The princess has just completed her preparations to meet you, and she took a bit longer than anticipated. So I hope you can forgive her," Xia explained, wishing to prevent any misunderstanding regarding the princess's intentions. Xia Chen smiled gently and shook his head. "You needn't worry, Miss Xia. I am quite at ease. Waiting a little longer poses no issue." He remained indifferent to such trivial matters, whether it was a display of authority or a genuine delay in preparation. However, in his heart lingered an unsettling shadow. Ever since he entered the princess's residence, he appeared calm on the surface, yet he was ever vigilant and cautious. From the accounts of his previous life, it was evident that the second princess concealed her true nature profoundly, to a somewhat alarming degree. The struggles between the crown prince and the third prince had escalated to violence, culminating in the third prince's desperate rebellion during the coup, a last-ditch effort born of utter desperation. Meanwhile, the second princess remained inconspicuous until the very last moment of the coup, when she emerged to quell the chaos with swift, precise, and ruthless action. This left Xia Chen with the impression that she was a figure shrouded in enigma. Another reason for Xia Chen's apprehension regarding the second princess was that, despite the massacre of the royal bloodline during the coup, the royal family still had the 8 kings, whose lineage remained relatively close and held claims to the throne. Convention dictated that, in such circumstances, a male royal descendant would typically be chosen to inherit the throne. Yet, astonishingly, both the civil officials and the military aristocracy opted to support the ascension of the second princess, a choice that was undeniably unsettling. Clearly, these individuals had long been ensnared by the second princess, all of them having pledged their allegiance to her. This cunning maneuver rendered the entire realm under her influence. Now, faced with the daunting prospect of meeting such a formidable figure as his fiancée, Xia Chen could not help but muster every ounce of vigilance. Though he possessed the advantages of a player and had certain enhancements, Xia Chen never dared to underestimate the inhabitants of this world. Countless players from his previous life had demonstrated, through their very demise, how they were toyed with and slaughtered by these natives. Yet, what troubled Xia Chen even more was the mystery surrounding his own death during the coup in his past life. Was it truly an accident? Or had the second princess, in the midst of quelling the rebellion, inadvertently brought about his demise? Deep down, Xia Chen harbored grave doubts. "Your Highness, the prince is here." In a moment of distraction, he heard the voice of Xia. As he turned toward the side hall, a woman emerged from behind, captivatingly beautiful, rendering Xia Chen momentarily dazed. She was indeed the most exquisite person he had ever encountered. Following her was a charming and spirited girl, Li Wei. Having encountered the princess, Xia Chen snapped out of his stupor and promptly rose to pay his respects. Regardless of his suspicions, he knew he must adhere to the formalities. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her enchanting eyes revealing a flicker of emotion. This man was undeniably the most distinguished she had ever seen, his appearance flawless. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please rise," Yao Guang instructed, her voice calm, yet laced with an unintentional hint of a smile. Li Wei, standing behind Yao Guang, regarded Xia Chen with curious eyes. "Please, take a seat." Yao Guang gestured for him to sit across from her. Almost immediately, a procession of maidens entered, bringing forth an array of exquisitely crafted delicacies, each portion modest, yet beautifully presented, a feast for the senses. "Are you hungry?" Yao Guang inquired, her gaze fixed on the handsome youth before her. "Not particularly," Xia Chen replied with a serene nod. A silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the table, observing the delectable dishes being presented. She wished to engage in conversation to dispel the heavy atmosphere, but found herself at a loss for words. Typically eloquent and astute, today, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The young man who was her betrothed differed from her expectations based on the intelligence reports. Xia Chen was described as gentle and courteous, exuding an air of nobility while being amiable to all, often adorned with a smile. Yet, upon this encounter, while Xia Chen was indeed polite, he appeared somewhat bland, perhaps even distant. This caused Yao Guang to furrow her brow slightly. What could be the reason? Had he changed upon meeting her? Were the reports misleading? A woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Xia Chen believed he had presented himself well, showing respect and courtesy, yet Yao Guang sensed a subtle disparity. The two sat at the dining table, enveloped in an awkward silence. Ziyue furrowed her brow. The prince consort was neither shy nor reticent, and his demeanor did not suggest any nervousness. Why then was he so aloof? It was said that he possessed great literary talent. So much so that even the emperor had praised him. Was he prepared for today's literary gathering? As Yao Guang's advisor, Ziyue felt compelled to dispel the somber atmosphere. This was the first meeting between the princess and the prince consort, and while it was hoped that an immediate spark would ignite between them, it was essential that the encounter not be overly awkward, leading to discomfort for both parties. Indeed, as soon as Ziyue spoke, the oppressive ambience was instantly shattered. I am merely a warrior, here today to witness the splendor of our illustrious youth. Yet, nothing had yet transpired. He had only recently become engaged to her. And his younger brother, the future pillar of the Great Wu, Prince Zhendong, Xia Hao, was still only 13 years old. Rumors had circulated in the past that the Empress intended to choose Xia Hao, but such tales were clearly fabrications. The Empress had reigned for decades, exerting her dominance over the realm, and no force remained capable of challenging her. If she truly had her eye on Xia Hao, they would likely have already been united. However, as Xia Chen understood, the Empress had always been solitary, seemingly focused solely on her own path. Ultimately, even the heir to the throne was selected from the royal family's youngest members. Moreover, when the era of spiritual energy revival began, the Empress mysteriously vanished in its early stages. Whispers circulated that Prince Zhendong, Xia Hao, was involved. This was no baseless rumor. In the subsequent turmoil of the Great Wu dynasty, Xia Hao indeed emerged as its greatest beneficiary. While it was tempting to deduce the past from the present, doing so could lead one to fall into the trap of preconceived notions. Xia Chen promptly realized that regardless of the truth behind this historical enigma, he was currently immersed in the flow of events and must engage earnestly with the experiences at hand. As for the outcome and whether it could be altered, he resolved to fight valiantly, undeterred by adversity. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen turned to Yao Guang, gracing her with a radiant smile. Chapter 56, Phoenix Claws. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Yao Guang and Ziyue exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Xia Chen's demeanor. It was their first encounter with the princess's dignified presence, and thus, he felt a touch of apprehension. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and offered a gentle explanation. I am no longer anxious. Yao Guang's lips parted in surprise. She herself was taken aback by her own girlish demeanor. Upon first meeting Her Highness the Princess, she had perceived her as a phoenix descending from the heavens, radiating brilliance and imposing authority, which inevitably stirred feelings of trepidation within her. However, now that she had taken her seat and could clearly behold the princess's unparalleled beauty, she felt considerably more at ease. Xia Chen smiled, his countenance dignified as he sat across from Yao Guang, their proximity intimate, his gaze warm yet not overly intense. He maintained an admirable sense of propriety. Though Yao Guang had initially held his gaze, she now averted her eyes slightly, feeling somewhat awkward, a sensation entirely foreign to her. Surely, my princess possesses the most exquisite beauty in the world. At this moment, Li Wei suddenly spoke, looking earnestly at Xia Chen. Though my princess is indeed the most beautiful in the world, to claim she dominates it is somewhat exaggerated. Ziyu, standing beside her, chuckled, sensing that the prince's remark about dominating the world was not merely flattery. It seemed akin to his earlier preoccupation with the term phoenix. With aspirations as lofty as a swan, the future may indeed see him soar to great heights. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and deftly grasped a piece of phoenix claw, consuming it with a smile. His words were casual, as if they were merely engaging in light-hearted banter. However, Yao Guang, seated across from him, suddenly narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing as she fixated on Xia Chen, who was engrossed in his breakfast. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the elegant sounds of Xia Chen's chewing. As a woman, no matter how grand her ambitions, what significance did it hold? Abruptly, Yao Guang smiled, and the atmosphere transformed, as if spring flowers had bloomed, suffusing the room with a radiant beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. She found herself genuinely intrigued by the man before her. To dismiss his words as mere casual chatter would indeed be a grave folly. Was Yao Guang foolish? Far from it. She was astute. and Xia Chen felt confident that few in the entire Dou dynasty could rival her intelligence. Thus, Yao Guang was resolute, recognizing that her prince was well acquainted with her, perhaps even aware of her underlying truths. Yet, an intense sense of insecurity gripped her. She felt as though he could see right through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Moreover, she realized that her understanding of this fiancé was superficial at best. Much of what she had gathered did not align, rendering him somewhat enigmatic, obscured in a fog. Do you have a fondness for phoenix claws? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded Yao Guang's mind, but she quickly regained her composure, adopting a natural demeanor. Rather than pressing on that question, she shifted the topic. The phoenix claws are delicious and succulent, particularly those from the princess's residence. They possess a unique flavor. Xia Chen had already consumed a bowl of lamb soup prior to breakfast, leaving him quite satiated, yet he genuinely found the phoenix claws delightful. In the delicate dish before him, only 3 pieces remained, and he had already devoured 2. Yao Guang observed his silence, sensing an underlying ambiguity in his words. I've heard today that the son of the Minister Lin will attend the literary gathering. Recently, there have been whispers in the capital that the prince is exceptionally talented, perhaps even surpassing Minister Lin. It's likely that the minister's son will seek to challenge him. Ziyu felt compelled to steer the conversation anew, inwardly sighing as she found herself acting as a lubricant between the two. Such rumors merely circulated in the bustling streets and markets. Yet the arrival of the minister's son today would indeed be an opportunity to witness if he bore any of the minister's flair. Xia Chen remained unconcerned, fully absorbed in the culinary delights before him. As he continued to eat, he suddenly lifted his head and inquired, who else will be attending the literary gathering today? As Ziyu began to recite a list of names, Xia Chen couldn't help but cast a glance in her direction. Originally disinterested, a flicker of curiosity ignited within my heart. The arrival of the official sons and students from the Bailu Academy was hardly surprising. Yet the presence of a distinguished scholar from the academy was indeed unexpected, signaling that this literary gathering was of considerable significance. More intriguingly, representatives from the Tianlong Temple and the Tianshi Mansion would also be in attendance, an unusual occurrence. The abbot of Tianlong Temple and the esteemed elder of Tianshi Mansion were recognized as the foremost powerhouses of the age, their extraordinary prowess earning humanity the title of terrestrial immortals. Each possessed unfathomable strength. Although both the temple and the mansion resided within the capital, they remained aloof from worldly affairs, holding an exalted status. Xia Chen cast a profound glance at Yao Guang, reflecting on the remarkable feat of gathering such illustrious entities for a single event. Why has the prince consort not dined? Li Wei inquired, having intended to summon a maid for more phoenix talons, only to find Xia Chen had already set down his chopsticks, prompting her curiosity. These phoenix talons are so delectable. I fear becoming addicted to them, and it would be quite distressing if I could not indulge daily. Xia Chen jested with a smile. Oh, I see. Li Wei responded with an innocent simplicity. If you enjoy them, you are welcome to come often. Suddenly, Yao Guang fixed her beautiful gaze upon Xia Chen and uttered this unexpected statement. Xia Chen regarded Yao Guang with astonishment. Come often? Perhaps it would be better to move directly into the princess's residence. He mused silently, though he refrained from voicing such thoughts. We are not yet wed. Frequent visits to the princess's abode might invite gossip. He hesitated before articulating. Are you concerned about what others might say? Chapter 57, Heroes of the Realm. In the room, Ziyu and Li Wei exchanged surprised glances at Yao Guang, never anticipating the princess's forthrightness. In truth, Yao Guang regretted her words almost immediately, realizing the ambiguity they conveyed. Their unwed status made her invitation to Xia Chen's home appear rather forward, potentially leading to misinterpretations, regardless of her intent. With this realization, Yao Guang discreetly glanced at Xia Chen, only to find him maintaining an air of tranquility, a gentle smile adorning his face, seemingly unperturbed by any implications. If the princess is unafraid, then I too shall not fear, Xia Chen replied, his smile radiant and demeanor composed. The two then tacitly agreed to steer clear of further discussion on the matter. Yao Guang gradually savored her breakfast, her delicate bites executed with grace, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure in Xia Chen. Yet, Yao Guang felt somewhat self-conscious under Xia Chen's attentive gaze, an unfamiliar sensation as it was her first experience dining while being observed so intently. She instinctively quickened her pace, though her movements remained elegant. Thus concluded their breakfast, the entire affair devoid of significant turbulence. Xia Chen endeavored to remain composed, repeatedly reassuring himself not to overthink the situation, treating it as an unconventional courtship. Perhaps it would be prudent for the princess to prepare a bit. I shall first make my way to the literary gathering. Xia Chen watched as Yao Guang finished her meal, delicately wiping her vibrant lips with a silk handkerchief. He could not help but speak up, as he held a keen interest in the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Celestial Master's manor. Yao Guang pondered for a moment, then turned to Xia Chen with a cool voice. It is time. Let us proceed together. With that, she rose, and Xia Chen observed her retreating figure, momentarily perplexed by her intentions. In the past 5 years, the capital had not witnessed such a grand literary assembly. and it was evident that Princess Yao Guang had invested considerable time and energy into orchestrating this event. Her motivations were far from trivial. She aimed to attract distinguished talents and gather capable subordinates through this gathering. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this fact. However, he understood that accompanying Yao Guang could potentially influence her efforts to recruit, undermining her portrayal as an independent and formidable woman. Thus, he had tactfully suggested that he would go ahead alone. To his surprise, Yao Guang showed no hesitation in revealing their relationship, and their joint appearance undoubtedly conveyed a particular message to the public, perhaps suggesting a harmonious bond between them, with both parties satisfied with their impending union, hinting that they might soon be wed. These thoughts flitted through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up with Yao Guang, striding alongside her toward the outer courtyard. Why should he concern himself with appearances when Yao Guang did not? After all, he had no affairs to hide from the world. As they walked, Xia Chen took advantage of the spaciousness of the princess's residence to inquire about the guests attending from the Bailu Academy and the Celestial Master's manor. The Bailu Academy is represented by the esteemed scholar Lu Tong, who has descended from the mountains with his disciples and arrived in the capital a few days ago. As for the Heavenly Dragon Temple, Master Tian Hai is present, and if all goes as expected, Taoist Xianzhen from the Celestial Master's manor should also be in attendance, replied Ziyue. Xia Chen nodded, fully understanding. Since arriving in this world, he had familiarized himself with the notable figures of the Daowu dynasty and beyond. The Bailu Academy was a renowned Confucian institution with a legacy spanning over a millennium. Lu Tong was a man of remarkable legend. After 15 years of rigorous study, he passed the imperial examination at the age of 20 and entered the civil service as a prominent young talent. Yet, at 32, he had submitted a memorial to Emperor Wen, advising him to allow the populace to recuperate and to refrain from waging war. As the Daowu dynasty had been ravaged by the battles of Huaiyang and the southern barbarians, exacerbating the hardships faced by the people. Now, 20 years had passed since Lu Tong had resigned and departed the capital, and the political landscape had transformed dramatically in that time. Was it in this literary assembly that Lu Tong chose to align himself with Yao Guang, or had he returned to the capital at this juncture due to her machinations? Xia Chen was acquainted with Lu Tong, or more accurately, with the Lu Tong of his previous life, who, during the reign of the Empress, had ascended to prominence, ultimately becoming a cabinet elder. He had since focused on improving the livelihoods of the people, implementing numerous policies that revitalized the economy of the Daowu dynasty, laying a solid foundation for the future military conquests that would see the Daowu cavalry sweep across the lands, annexing the kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng. In this era, Master Tian Hai of the Heavenly Dragon Temple enjoys considerable renown, being eloquent and well-versed in Buddhist philosophy. Although he hails from the Heavenly Dragon Temple, he does not eschew external teachings, having delved into Confucianism and Taoism alike, mastering the essence of all three. He is also one of the 6 direct disciples of Master Long Shu, ranking 3rd, frequently visiting the palace to engage in discussions on Buddhism with Emperor Wen. As for Taoist priest Zhuanzhenzi of the Heavenly Master's residence, he is one of the most distinguished figures among the 2nd generation of the Heavenly Master's disciples, aside from the old Heavenly Master's direct students. Although his fame and recognition do not quite match those of the aforementioned 2, Xia Chen does not dare to underestimate this priest, for he is a sage who appears simple yet possesses profound wisdom, having accumulated knowledge over time before revealing his true capabilities. Zhuanzhenzi lived until the early days of the era of spiritual revival, during which he forged his own path from the teachings of the Heavenly Master's residence, thus opening a new lineage for Taoism and becoming a formidable leader. What may seem like a modest literary gathering conceals a multitude of hidden talents, many of whom will ascend to prominence in the annals of history. Xia Chen felt a shiver of realization. He had initially overlooked the significance of this event, but was fortunate not to have missed it. He wondered if the 2 individuals from Bailu Academy and the National University had arrived yet. Considering their ages, they should just be in their early 20s. Visions of the future flickered in Xia Chen's mind. During the period of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished, even momentarily overshadowing Buddhism and Taoism, becoming the orthodoxy of thought. Among the most illustrious figures were 2 scholars named Su Xingchen and Fang Zhiru. The former, having been born in the National University, achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest prime minister at the age of 29, while Fang Zhiru, born in Bailu Academy, broke into the 2nd realm of Confucian and Taoist studies at the age of 31, setting a record for the fastest ascension to this level during the Great Wu dynasty. Both individuals are distinguished by their exceptional intellect and extraordinary talent in Confucianism and Taoism. Moreover, their backgrounds from Bailu Academy and the National University have led to comparisons and discussions among the populace. Both have received the Empress's favor and pledged their loyalty to her. It remains to be seen whether they will be recruited by Yao Guang at this literary gathering. A seemingly narrow path, yet Xia Chen's thoughts drifted far beyond, traversing the river of time, deducing the present from the future in search of a path that suits him. He pondered how to maximize his own interests. Soon, the group passed through numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. Many had already gathered, some seated. And as they heard footsteps, their gazes turned in unison toward this direction. They were instantly captivated by the unparalleled Yao Guang and the figure standing beside her, Xia Chen. Chapter 58. He, my betrothed. The previously lively outer hall fell into a sudden hush. All eyes fixed upon Yao Guang, whose brilliance was utterly radiant. Yet, even in her splendor, she could not entirely eclipse the luminous presence of the man beside her. Tall and upright, he stood like a majestic pine, his impeccably tailored attire accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting a strikingly perfect silhouette. His visage resembles a finely crafted masterpiece, as if sculpted by celestial hands. With brows that arch like swords and deep, captivating eyes that seem to harbor countless stars, he possesses an innate nobility. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips are delicately shaped, exuding an effortless elegance. Standing there, a gentle smile gracing his lips, he resembles the warm sun breaking through the ice of spring, inviting and enchanting. His ethereal presence suggests he is a deity emerged from the realms of poetry and painting, radiating a tranquil aura that captivates all who behold him, drawing their gaze irresistibly towards him. Your Highness the Princess. The crowd collectively bowed, yet their peripheral vision lingered on Xia Chen, curiosity piqued. Who is this individual? His striking appearance stands out remarkably beside the princess. Is he perhaps one of the princes? The current emperor has but a few offspring, 4 princes and 3 princesses. Many have never laid eyes on a prince, prompting a flurry of speculation. This gentleman appears perfectly matched with the princess. Together, they resemble a pair of celestial beings, equally matched in grace and poise. An inexplicable thought surfaced in some minds. How is it that such an extraordinarily handsome man exists in the capital, and I was unaware until now? Others echoed similar sentiments. As thoughts swirled through the crowd, a melodious yet authoritative voice resonated. Please rise. Today's literary gathering need not be so formal. Yao Guang raised her delicate hand slightly, commanding the atmosphere with grace. Xia Chen observed the surroundings quietly. The expansive front hall, including the courtyard, could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling cramped. On the opposite side of the hall stood a middle-aged eunuch, orchestrating the event, alongside beautiful maidens and other eunuchs who adeptly served fruits and beverages, efficiently arranging the setting. That is eunuch's son, the steward of our princess's residence. He is quite capable, Ziyuan noted, having caught Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although the princess's residence was still in its developmental phase with many talents yet to be recruited by Yao Guang, there were still a few remarkable individuals under her command at this stage. As Xia Chen searched the crowd for a target, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman in his 40s approached, accompanied by 3 scholarly individuals clad in scholarly robes. No need for such formalities, Master Lu. Yao Guang quickly urged the middle-aged man to rise and take a seat. At that moment, Yao Guang and Xia Chen were situated in a side chamber, allowing them to observe the entire literary gathering while maintaining a degree of privacy. Xia Chen scrutinized the somewhat modestly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized his identity. Lu Tong, the esteemed scholar from the White Deer Academy. It seemed Yao Guang had long been in contact with him. Lu Tong's visit to the capital was evidently arranged by her. Xia Chen mused, and indeed, he soon heard Lu Tong's voice resound. The princess has sent word for me to come to the capital. I trust it is not merely for the purpose of attending a literary gathering. Naturally, given the shifting dynamics of the court, Master Lu's remarkable talents would be wasted merely on teaching and nurturing. Currently, Master Lu has reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade enlightened heart realm. However, to transcend into the 3rd grade proclamation realm, he must immerse himself in the world. At present, the position of Left Minister of Rights is vacant, and I have recommended Master Lu to my father. Yao Guang spoke softly, her demeanor embodying the essence of an empress as she sat upon her throne. Years ago, I resigned in a fit of anger, which displeased His Majesty greatly. Lu Tong pondered, articulating his inner concerns. After his resignation, he retreated to the Bailu Academy, vowing never to return to court. Yet, as he ascended to the 4th grade enlightened heart realm, he purified his thoughts and returned to his true self, realizing his aspirations, thus no longer shunning the political arena. Even so, he remained patient, awaiting the opportune moment. Master Lu is exceptionally talented, although my father was angry back then. He is a magnanimous man who would not harbor resentment over such matters. Yao Guang asserted confidently, for she understood her father well. As long as one does not infringe upon his interests, he resembles a wise ruler. 2 decades have passed, time has transformed the landscape, and the events of yesteryear are long gone. Hearing her words, Lu Tong nodded in agreement, refraining from further speech. After 20 years of retirement, to re-enter officialdom as a 3rd grade minister is a significant advancement, placing him within the core of the Dao dynasty's power. Lu Tong recognized that had it not been for Princess Yao Guang's endorsement, this position would have been elusive for him, despite his esteemed reputation. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 20 years prior, he was merely a 5th grade official, and now he had ascended to the rank of 3rd grade minister. Among their cohort, those who had navigated the tumultuous waters of bureaucracy remained, at best, mere left ministers of the Ministry of Revenue. The three young scholars behind Lu Tong were visibly elated. Their mentor's rise to prominence within the court would undoubtedly benefit their own futures in the civil service. Having connections within the court is invaluable for aspiring officials. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation, unreservedly discussing Xia Chen, which revealed the purity of their current relationship. Although Lu Tong had received a favor, he had not wholly aligned himself with Yao Guang. "May I inquire as to the identity of this young gentleman?" Lu Tong finally asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he turned to Xia Chen. He had noticed this remarkable young man the moment he entered, whose presence was so striking that even in silence, he commanded attention. "This is Xia Chen, my betrothed," Yao Guang replied succinctly, her tone forthright, presenting Xia Chen without pretense. "So he is the prince consort." Lu Tong was taken aback. Having been disengaged from political affairs for many years, he was unfamiliar with the happenings in the capital. Upon his recent arrival, he had made it a priority to familiarize himself with the court's dynamics. And the name he had heard most frequently over the past few days was indeed Xia Chen. As a result of his accomplishments, Xia Chen had swiftly risen to prominence, assuming control of the lantern bearers and overseeing the Eagle Eye division. Rumor has it that His Majesty intends to appoint Xia Chen as the future head of the lantern bearers, as Xia Chen hails from a noble lineage, and the Emperor harbors reservations about outsiders. If this rumor proves true, Xia Chen may become the most powerful external relative in 6 centuries of the Great Wu dynasty. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, Xia Chen's youth assures an extraordinary future ahead. After all, he is of the direct bloodline of the Xia family. Lu Tong's 3 disciples regarded Xia Chen with a gaze imbued with envy, yet devoid of any hint of jealousy or resentment. Indeed, the fates of individuals can be remarkably disparate. At over 20 years of age, they remain mere candidates for the imperial examination, while Xia Chen, at 17, has already attained the esteemed rank of a 4th-grade official. What is more pivotal is that he oversees one of the formidable lantern-bearer departments, wielding authority that far surpasses that of an ordinary 4th-grade official. In recent days, Lu Tong has encountered numerous whispers regarding Xia Chen within the capital. Though not one to indulge in gossip, the fervor with which these tales circulated was inescapable, compelling him to listen. For instance, the esteemed prince consort has received commendations from the emperor, who exclaimed that his intellect surpasses that of the prime minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary prowess rivals that of the greatest scholars in the realm. Additionally, the prince consort has had a falling out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out. These rumors piqued Lu Tong's curiosity, and to his surprise, it was this very individual before him. "I have met the prince consort." Lu Tong rose to pay his respects, as did his 3 disciples, who understood that despite Xia Chen's youth, he had already reached a level equivalent to that of their esteemed mentor. More intriguingly, upon encountering Xia Chen, they felt an intangible aura emanating from him, subtly influencing their hearts, leaving no room for jealousy, but rather a desire to draw closer and follow him, a realization they themselves did not comprehend. "Master Lu, you are too modest," Xia Chen replied with a slight smile, rising with an air of humility that evoked warmth in others. Upon hearing the prince consort articulate the principles of ruler and subject, father and son, it was evident that he had studied Confucianism, for these words seemed to echo the tenets of our philosophy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tong, intrigued, posed a question, particularly curious about this aspect of Xia Chen. "Your humility is commendable. While simple, your words encapsulate the relationship between the individual and the state in Confucian thought, embodying the essence of our philosophy," Lu Tong remarked, his admiration evident, much to the astonishment of his disciples, who realized that their esteemed teacher, one of the 5 great scholars of the Great Wu dynasty, held Xia Chen in such high regard. It is merely a moment of inspiration. In response to the praise, Xia Chen remained modest. It is no wonder that His Majesty values a prince consort of such caliber at such a young age. "At your age, I was still laboring over my studies." Lu Tong gazed at the young man before him, whose demeanor was as gentle as jade, and he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Realizing that time had not been kind to him, he was aging. If only you could cultivate your thoughts diligently and wholeheartedly immerse yourself in Confucian studies, refining the philosophy you espouse, perhaps you could etch a glorious chapter into the annals of history. Lu Tong was acutely aware of the significance of such a sentiment for the consolidation of imperial power, and he sensed that if this insight truly stemmed from the youth's contemplation, then he was indeed a seed of scholarly promise. Though he had aged somewhat, if he devoted himself to Confucianism, it was conceivable that he might one day emerge as a sage of the Confucian tradition. Xia Chen smiled lightly and shook his head, stating, "I seek not fame after my passing, but rather to dedicate myself to the welfare of the common people, ensuring their happiness. Thus, I aspire to the battlefield, to defend my homeland." Yao Guang had been quietly listening from the side, refraining from interjecting, but upon hearing Xia Chen's words, she couldn't help but cast him a more attentive glance. Alas, what a pity! Lu Tong shook his head in genuine regret, believing that had Xia Chen been under his tutelage from a young age, he might have achieved remarkable feats. However, He understood that given Xia Chen's current status, he was no longer in a position to be the youth's mentor. Is there a student named Feng Zhiru among the scholars brought to the capital by Mr. Liu? Xia Chen, with a clear objective, sought to ascertain whether Feng Zhiru had arrived. The prince actually knows him? Lu Tong replied. Zhiru did not accompany me to the capital this time. Xia Chen felt a twinge of disappointment as Lu Tong shook his head. I have merely heard his name. Xia Chen smiled, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Who is this Feng Zhiru? Yao Guang, perceptive as ever, sensed that Xia Chen's seemingly casual inquiry piqued her curiosity, for she was eager to gather talented individuals, and this grand event was orchestrated precisely for that purpose. Feng Zhiru is a scholar at the Bailu Academy, having entered the academy a decade ago and accepted as a direct disciple by the headmaster. Yao Guang's interest was instantly piqued. To be chosen as a direct disciple by Master Qi must indicate great talent. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was renowned as a leading figure in the martial arts and Confucian doctrine, standing on the precipice of the second rank of Confucian sages. Xia Chen's mind conjured the image of the headmaster, Qi Jingfeng, styled as Bujiu, famously declaring, "A gentleman does not save," when he broke through to the third rank, thus earning widespread renown among scholars across the realm. Yet, this eminent master had seldom made public appearances in recent years. After hearing Yao Guang's words, Lu Tong exhibited a wry smile. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that since Feng Zhiru became a disciple 10 years ago, he has remained unremarkable and is still only at the 8th rank of personal cultivation. Initially, I had intended to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and engage with the young talents here during the literary assembly, hoping it might inspire him to break through to the 7th rank, but he declined, stating he had yet to finish perusing the academy's collection and was unwilling to descend the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head. By seniority, Feng Zhiru could still be considered his junior disciple. Despite his good intentions, he was met with rejection. He sincerely believed that the headmaster had misjudged. Although Feng Zhiru possessed commendable moral character, he lacked the innate talent for the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism. Now, at just over 20, instead of immersing himself in the endless tomes of Bailu Academy, it would be far more fruitful for him to seek success in the capital and pursue a career in governance, potentially achieving greatness and not squandering his youth. What did he wish to do? To peruse the vast collection of Bailu Academy? Even Yao Guang was taken aback by Lu Tong's words. Bailu Academy, with its millennium-long history, had accumulated a treasure trove of knowledge over generations, its volumes surpassing even those of the imperial library. Yet, this Feng Zhiru audaciously aspired to read them all. How could that be possible? Yao Guang's interest in Feng Zhiru waned, yet she sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Mr. Qi, who had chosen to accept Feng Zhiru as his disciple, must have seen something exceptional in him. Xia Chen smiled slightly, choosing to remain silent. He, of course, did not believe that Feng Zhiru was a mere mediocrity. He knew the outcome often reflected the process, and it was unlikely he had erred in his judgment. Xia Chen had heard in his past life that Feng Zhiru had not been particularly remarkable during his early days at Bailu Academy, even appearing somewhat talentless. He was a unique individual, seemingly indifferent to the realms of Confucianism and governance, embodying a dispassionate detachment from fame and fortune, resembling more a Taoist than a Confucianist. He spent his days engrossed in reading at Bailu Academy, yet on one fateful stormy night, he experienced a transformative leap, attaining a third-grade rank and uttering words that would astonish the world. Xia Chen felt compelled to make a visit to Bailu Academy sooner rather than later, not necessarily to recruit him, but at the very least to familiarize himself with this promising talent. Given the current skepticism surrounding him, it was an opportune moment for investment. With this thought, Xia Chen smiled. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Great Wu, the prevailing moral philosophy emphasized kindness and helping others. However, Qi Jingfeng's contrarian views stirred considerable uproar. In the 32nd year of the Xian era, in September, Qi Jingfeng delivered a discourse at Bailu Academy, drawing scholars from across the land, all eager to cast out this dissenting voice. Standing upon the stone of enlightenment at Bailu Academy, Qi addressed the assembled scholars. The gentleman does not rescue. He expounded. The gentleman refrains from rescue to uphold order and rules. He understands that the world is like a complex web, governed by its own principles and causality. The gentleman prioritizes the welfare of the collective, cognizant that resources are finite and should be wisely allocated. To engage in misguided actions or to rescue the multitude could undermine the moral fabric of society. The gentleman's refusal to intervene also serves as a form of self-protection and restraint. He assesses his own capabilities and refrains from recklessly plunging into danger to save others, lest he himself be endangered. Should he encounter a drowning person, if he is not a proficient swimmer, the gentleman will not impulsively leap into the water, but will instead call for a specialist to assist. Moreover, the gentleman considers the mindset and future implications for the one in need of rescue. To rescue them excessively may foster a dependency. Thus, the gentleman refrains from rescue, wishing for individuals to attain self-awareness, to independently navigate their challenges and grow. When a friend encounters minor setbacks, The gentleman will not directly assist, but will encourage self-reflection and strategizing. This encapsulates the essence of the gentleman's refusal to rescue. In the realm of academia, all scholars bowed to the prowess of Qi Jingfeng, whose reputation resonated throughout the land as the foremost leader of the Great Wu's Confucian doctrines. In the secluded hall, the trio of Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang engaged in lively discourse, with Ziwei occasionally interjecting insightful remarks that left Lu Tong both astounded and impressed, for he had not anticipated that a mere maidservant of the princess could possess such remarkable intellect. As for Li Wei, she remained disinterested in the conversation, quietly savoring the confections laid out before them. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, whispers about Xia Chen's identity had begun to circulate. The moment he appeared alongside Yao Guang, he commanded the attention of the assembly. What? That individual is Xia Chen, the betrothed of Her Highness? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as they recalled the numerous rumors that had circulated in recent days. A mere 17 years of age and already a fourth-rank official, a rarity in the annals of the Great Wu dynasty. His noble lineage, rapid ascent to prominence, and engagement to Princess Yao Guang, coupled with his striking good looks, left the young men present feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. It was rumored that the illustrious young master Jingxian, one of the four most handsome men, would also grace the gathering with his presence. Hailing from the illustrious Shao family of Jiangnan, he was known for his fondness for scholarly gatherings. The Shao family is a lineage steeped in literary tradition, believed to carry the bloodline of a former royal family, someone exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This was no idle boast. The Shao family had historically intermarried with royalty, and many empresses hailed from their line. Although the Great Wu dynasty had supplanted the previous regime and the Shao family had suffered grievous losses during the war, they had since retreated to Jiangnan, where the current royal family bore them no ill will. The prospect of the two most beautiful individuals, Princess Yao Guang and young Master Jingxian, standing side by side was enough to spark a flurry of anticipation among the gathered youth. Just imagine how breathtaking they would appear together. Someone mused aloud, unable to contain their excitement. Pray, tread lightly, my friend. This is the princess's court, and young Master Xia is still present. We must refrain from such idle speculation. Another, alarmed, quickly distanced himself from the speaker, while those nearby exchanged glances, some with bemusement. Eventually, one could not hold back and remarked, I have had the fortune to see young Master Jingxian in person. While he is indeed striking and ethereal, in both appearance and demeanor, he pales in comparison to Xia Chen. The crowd exchanged incredulous looks. Young Master Jingxian was universally acknowledged as one of the Great Wu's four handsome men, and the notion that he could be outshone by Xia Chen seemed implausible. Just as they were about to voice their objections, the image of Xia Chen's unparalleled visage resurfaced in their minds, plunging them into contemplative silence. The singular beauty and grace of his presence were indeed compelling. The assembly awaited the arrival of young Master Jingxian with bated breath, eager to determine who among them truly possessed the superior charm. The esteemed old minister has arrived. With a call, all eyes turned towards the entrance. It was none other than Lin Zihan, the esteemed son of the Lin family. Renowned in the capital at the age of 25, he had already attained the rank of a fifth-grade official. Currently serving in the cabinet, he held a position akin to that of a clerk, assisting in the conveyance of documents and the composition of official papers under the guidance of the cabinet elders. Although his duties were largely menial, he had indeed penetrated the core of the great martial power. Many cabinet elders had once held such a position in their youth, leading to the belief that this role was a stepping stone to higher office, a promising prospect after 2 to 3 decades of diligent service. Furthermore, due to Lin Zihan's father being the prime minister, he was often referred to as the little cabinet elder, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Lin Zihan had opted not to don official robes today, having taken a special leave to attend the literary gathering. Upon entering, he scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of someone. Young master, the guests have arrived, including the princess and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong, who are in the side courtyard. Someone whispered discreetly in his ear. Lu Tong is also here. Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened, but he quickly relaxed. He had accompanied his father during a discussion with the Minister of Rights the previous day, where he learned that Lu Tong was being reinstated to serve as the Deputy Minister of Rights, a recommendation by Princess Yao Guang. Thus, his presence at the event hosted by the princess was entirely expected. Young master, shall we enter now? Not so fast. We must exercise patience. If we enter now, outsiders will assume I am here solely for him, branding the Lin family as petty and narrow-minded. My reputation matters little, but my father's honor cannot be tarnished. The banquet will commence shortly. This gathering is about camaraderie through literature. There will be ample opportunity to assess him later. Lin Zihan shook his head, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Although his objective for the day was indeed Xia Chen, he remained unhurried. He stepped aside, quietly sipping his wine, and soon found himself surrounded by several young gentlemen and scholars eager to engage him in conversation, their words laced with flattery. Lin Zihan maintained an air of composure, welcoming all, and before long, a circle had formed around him, centered on his presence. Just as the crowd's attention was drawn entirely to Lin Zihan, A striking monk entered the princess's estate. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, he wore a smile, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Despite his monk's robe, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Though he moved silently, his presence captured the attention of all. It was Master Tianhai, who had also graced the gathering with his presence. Gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. Tianhai had gained fame at a young age. Once known as the little monk Tianhai at merely 12 or 13. Now, he was universally acknowledged as Master Tianhai, frequently visiting the homes of dignitaries. He imparted Buddhist teachings and philosophy, earning him considerable renown. At the age of 15, he had left the capital, embarking on a journey across the world as an ascetic, begging for alms and honing his Buddhist nature. No one knows where he went, which flowers he beheld, or how many miles he traversed barefoot. All that is certain is that at the age of 25, Tianhai returned to the Tianlong Temple. After a decade of diligent practice, Tianhai cultivated a heart of Buddhism, his radiance fading but remaining untouched by the dust of the world. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple was illuminated by a great aura of Buddha, and the sound of scriptures resounded throughout the capital. Behold, Master Tianhai. Even among the many scholars present, the crowd displayed utmost reverence before such a Buddhist master. Honored patrons, you are too kind. A smile graced Tianhai's lips, his eyes gleaming as if he could see into the very hearts of those around him. Taoist Xianzhen also made his entrance. Tianhai's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in simple robes who appeared behind him. Holding a wine flask and bearing a long sword on his back, his demeanor relaxed. Upon noticing Tianhai, Xianzhen nodded at him, then disregarding the gazes of the assembly, seated himself at a table in a corner of the hall. In the adjacent chamber, Xia Chen and several others witnessed the scene unfold. Ziyue, the time has come. Please announce the commencement of the literary meeting, Yao Guang suggested, having observed that most of the guests had arrived. It was during a literary gathering that Xianzhen first encountered the ancestor. Typically indifferent to such events, he quietly occupied a corner, dressed plainly, drinking alone. While others engaged in merriment, no one paid him any heed, save for the ancestor, who approached him and struck up a conversation, thus forging a friendship. History of Xia. Volume 52, Biography of Xianzhen, Chapter 71. Chapter 61, Countenance. The literary meeting has commenced. Yao Guang stepped out of the adjacent chamber, with Xia Chen and Lu Tong following closely behind. After exiting, Xia Chen departed from Yao Guang's group, making his way to a corner of the hall, halting beside a Taoist. It is rather dull for a solitary Taoist to drink alone. I have little interest in this literary gathering. Why not share a drink together? Xia Chen, feeling familiar, sat beside Xianzhen and raised his cup in a toast from afar. Upon hearing the voice, Xianzhen turned his bleary gaze towards him. In that instant, he felt as though struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, the haze of intoxication lifting. The cup he held slipped from his grasp, spilling wine across the table. What had he witnessed? An endless nine-clawed true dragon coiling above Xia Chen's forehead, surrounded by a mist of purple energy, radiating with a golden hue. Xianzhen was taken aback, and upon a closer look, he saw a young gentleman, as exquisite as jade, smiling and raising a cup in salute. The boundless nine-clawed dragon vanished, and the primordial purple aura dissipated into nothingness, as if the entire spectacle had merely been an illusion. Had he drunk too much? Xianzhen's thoughts were tumultuous, his emotions surging. Xia Chen, slightly taken aback, observed the astonished Xianzhen and then glanced down at the spilled wine. Taoist, what troubles you? Do you feel unwell? Who are you? Xianzhen steadied his thoughts, regarding Xia Chen with a mixture of awe and seriousness. I am Xia Chen. Xianzhen gazed at Xia Chen for an extended period, scrutinizing his features with growing astonishment. It turns out to be you. Although Xianzhen resided in the Heavenly Masteress residence, he had recently heard of Xia Chen's name. Your visage is rather extraordinary. You are surely no ordinary person. Xianzhen spoke earnestly, yet he felt a twinge of insecurity, for he had discerned nothing. Proficient in physiognomy, he would dare to compete with even the most esteemed heavenly masters in this regard. Over the years, having frequented the homes of nobility, he had rarely erred in his judgments, save for the peculiar features of Princess Yao Guang, which had eluded his understanding. Yet, Xia Chen's countenance confounded him entirely. He could not perceive his past, predict his future, nor grasp his present. It was as if he transcended the annals of history, detached from the flow of time. Might you elaborate further? Xia Chen inquired with keen interest, pouring a fresh cup of wine for Xianzhen. It cannot be spoken, it cannot be revealed. The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Xianzhen shook his head vigorously, accepting Xia Chen's cup and draining it in one gulp to mask his unease. He had discerned nothing. His earlier assertions had been mere fabrications. Yet beneath this veil of uncertainty, Xianzhen felt an immense weight upon his heart. Previously, he had vaguely perceived Xia Chen enveloped in purple mist, with an endless, seemingly fated nine-clawed golden dragon coiling about his brow. Now, however, he was utterly unable to decipher the young man's features, a phenomenon that was quite astonishing. If what he had seen earlier was not a mere illusion, Could it be that this unusual manifestation indicated that Xia Chen possessed the bearing of an emperor? Yet, how could that be? In the present day, within the realm of Wu, he had only observed such features in Emperor Wen, the crown prince, and Princess Yaguang. When he had first beheld the imperial traits of Princess Yaguang, he had been utterly taken aback, even doubting his own judgment. Subsequently, he had closely observed her and consulted the old heavenly master, who, though silent, offered no confirmation. Nevertheless, Xianjinzi was convinced that despite the hazy nature of her features, an imperial demeanor indeed existed. He had not erred in his assessment. This realization had left him deeply contemplative. Might the kingdom of Wu witness an era dominated by a female sovereign? It was precisely this extraordinary discovery that had compelled him to pay his respects to Princess Yaguang by attending this rather tedious literary gathering. And now, a potential fourth figure had emerged. The kingdom of Wu currently flourished, with the sovereign as its ruler, yet even so, the power of destiny could only coalesce into a somewhat ethereal five-clawed golden dragon measuring merely over a meter in length. In contrast, Xia Chen appeared to embody an infinite nine-clawed golden dragon, spanning realms unknown. Xianjinzi found himself steeped in self-doubt, questioning his mastery of physiognomy, even considering the possibility that he had truly been intoxicated, conjuring illusions in a dreamlike state. Xia Chen, bemused, wondered why Xianjinzi seemed somewhat distracted. Could it be that he had overindulged in paper last night, rendering him somewhat lightheaded and unfocused? Drink up. Though he believed himself to be unparalleled in appearance, the old master truly possessed a comprehensive understanding and had unraveled the mysteries of the heavens, making him incomparable at present. As Xia Chen and Xianjinzi sipped their wine and engaged in conversation, they traversed a myriad of topics, from the political affairs of nobility to the culinary delights offered by street vendors. Eventually, it seemed that the effects of the wine had taken hold of Xianjinzi, who, with a jovial demeanor, leaned companionably against Xia Chen, sharing his exclusive insights. Let me tell you, he exclaimed, in the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, while Miss Lian Yu may not be the most beautiful, she is undoubtedly the most attentive in her service. Spending a night in her chamber guarantees you won't wish to leave come morning. Xianjinzi chuckled, completely shedding his earlier ethereal demeanor. Inwardly, Xia Chen marveled at him. Truly, he was a future luminary capable of forging a new path, unrestrained by worldly concerns, indulging freely, and possessing profound understanding of the Tao. What a splendid opportunity it would be to explore Suyu Street with him. This was a gem of a venture he was wholeheartedly embracing. As Xia Chen delved into discussions of the Tao with Xianjinzi, the grand hall around them buzzed with the fervor of a literary gathering. Games such as drinking orders, passing the flower, throwing pots, and poetic recitals flourished among the cultured attendees. In the center of the hall, a troupe of performers dazzled the audience with their artistry. Xia Chen cast a glance and could only lament that each era has its own version of a tavern. In essence, it bore little difference from a bar, where losing meant drinking or performing poetry and talents. If only there were a dice game to enliven the atmosphere. Amidst his scattered thoughts, he found no inclination to participate in the revelry. Wasn't it far more enriching to converse about the intricacies of life with Xianjinzi? Despite his somewhat secluded position, many eyes in the room gravitated toward him, for his striking handsomeness was undeniable. Even in a corner, he drew attention effortlessly. Particularly notable was the Taoist with whom he was drinking. Xianjinzi, though not widely known, was recognized by some as a true practitioner hailing from the esteemed Celestial Master's residence. Suddenly, the entire gathering fell into a brief silence, soon interrupted by gasps of astonishment. Young Master Jingxian has arrived. At the entrance stood an exceptionally handsome young man, accompanied by a young attendant. Jingxian wore a smile, pausing at the threshold, his presence commanding as he unfurled his fan, exuding an extraordinary elegance. He did not advance further, instead waiting to bask in the admiration of the crowd. He had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, and this pose showcased his striking features, particularly highlighting the perfection of his right profile. Relishing in the gazes fixed upon him, he was prepared to embrace the accolades that were sure to follow. Come forth. Let me be the center of attention. Let your praises rain upon me like a tempest. The more fervently, the better. Xianjinzi, a master of physiognomy, was awestruck upon his first audience with the emperor, his countenance shifting dramatically as he knelt and proclaimed, "Last night, in a dream within a dream, I beheld a purple aura enveloping the horizon for 9,000 miles, with a divine dragon coiling amidst it, its head and tail eluding sight. Now that I stand before you, I realize you are this true dragon. I wish to follow you and serve at your side." Chapter 62, Strategic Direction. Jingxian, embodying the virtues of a gentleman, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, yet after a prolonged wait, he was taken aback by the absence of applause from the crowd. Lowering his gaze to the hall, he discovered that all eyes were fixed upon a young man in the corner. As Jingxian's attention fell upon this youth, his pupils constricted in shock. Standing at a distance, he could only glimpse half of Xia Chen's profile, but it was enough to leave him profoundly unsettled. This profile bore an air of striking handsomeness. Jingxian felt an overwhelming pressure, Merely a side profile held such terror, leading him to wonder how extraordinary the full visage must be. Though somewhat self-absorbed, he was perceptive enough to deduce the atmosphere's shift. It was undoubtedly related to the young man revealing half of his handsome face, as the crowd seemed to compare their attractiveness. Despite having not seen his full face, Xia Chen sensed that he had lost this silent competition. He murmured to himself, acknowledging the unspoken sentiments reflected in the gazes around him. Quietly folding his fan, he feigned nonchalance, maintaining a natural smile as he strolled into the hall. Greetings to all. Xia Chen saluted the assembly, his demeanor impeccable. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, now fully convinced that Xia Chen had indeed been outshone by the undeniably captivating Xia Chen. Strangely, the pressure in their hearts diminished. If even one of the four renowned handsome men could not rival Xia Chen, it seemed less unacceptable for them to concede the same. Who was this individual? When had such a figure emerged in the capital? Xia Chen sought out Lin Zihan amidst the throng, who parted to grant him passage. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Who is that man?" With an expressionless countenance, Lin Zihan replied slowly, "His name is Xia Chen, the prince consort." Is he truly Xia Chen? Xia Chen's complexion shifted slightly. He had come for two reasons: to attend the literary gathering and to see Princess Yaguang. Aware that she was already betrothed, he nonetheless cherished the memory of their encounter 3 years prior, where she had left an indelible impression upon him. Did Xia Chen comprehend the intricacies of court politics? Did he possess knowledge of Confucian writings, Buddhist scriptures, or Taoist texts? He was merely a brutish warrior. Princess Yaguang was a paragon of intellect and grace. How could she possibly be drawn to Xia Chen? Xia Chen, confident in his own talents and appearance, had arrived today with high hopes. Yet now, he found himself beset by considerable unease. The self-assured appearance that had once been a source of confidence for Xia Chen was utterly eclipsed by Xia Chen. Have you ever experienced his literary prowess? Or is he merely the fool as rumored? Xia Chen, being a cautious individual, had already conceded in terms of outward appearance. He could not afford to falter in his inner talents. He had been engaged in a drinking bout with Taoist Xianjinzi, deliberately shunning these frivolous contests. Lin Zihan remained composed, displaying no signs of impatience. A glance from Xia Chen revealed that Lin Zihan's purpose for attending today's literary gathering was undoubtedly aimed at Xia Chen. Having passed the imperial examination 6 years prior, Lin Zihan now held the esteemed rank of a 5th-grade official. With both talent and connections, he had no need to rely on such gatherings for fame. He had been sequestered in the corner, quietly imbibing, seemingly aware of his own lack of substance. It was likely that his proclamation of ruler and subjects, father and son, was merely a borrowed phrase, fortuitously pleasing the emperor. Xia Chen's confidence burgeoned further. There was no rush. The literary meeting had only just commenced. Lin Zihan remained as steady as an ancient dog. After all, he was the young cabinet elder. Though the title bore an air of flattery, none could dispute that Lin Zihan possessed genuine ability. Many remarked that he bore a striking resemblance to his father, Lin Hanpu, and that he might one day share the cabinet with him, a tale of dual cabinet elders that would surely become legendary. Thus, he would not recklessly antagonize a favored official of the emperor. Moreover, this was the princess's residence, and Xia Chen was to be her future consort. Regardless of Princess Yaguang's feelings towards Xia Chen, striking him would be akin to striking the princess herself. Endowed with extraordinary talent and having spent 6 years under the meticulous guidance of his father in the inner cabinet, Lin Zihan, though youthful, possessed a perspective far beyond his years. The jealousy and rivalry exhibited by Xia Chen and his companions appeared to him as mere child's play. Observing Lin Zihan's tranquility, Xia Chen felt a sense of calm wash over him as he settled down to savor his wine. However, the allure of the games being played by the others piqued his interest, and he soon found himself drawn into the fray. The atmosphere at the venue surged with excitement. As time passed, the literary gathering, grand in scale, had attracted nearly all the renowned scholars from the capital, especially those from the National Academy, who occupied a significant portion of the venue. While some attendees were still without official titles, the majority had already achieved status as Jinshi. Consequently, the quality of the gathering was notably high. Many rushed to present their meticulously crafted couplets and poems, which elicited nods of approval from the audience due to their remarkable caliber. Some even composed poetry on the spot, garnering admiration from the crowd. The entire poetry session reached a fever pitch of enthusiasm. The literary meeting began with a period of free engagement, allowing attendees to form groups for games, drinking, and poetry recitation. As the event progressed, it transitioned into a phase of open expression, where participants could showcase their well-crafted poems, recent writings, or any literary compositions. This was an exceptional opportunity for fame, prompting many to line up to present their works. Some recited poetry, others played musical scores, and some even played the flute. Throughout the entire process, Xia Chen continued to indulge in his drink, demonstrating a genuine disinterest in seeking fame through such means. He has always maintained a clear mind, understanding that logging in early does not grant him the luxury of arrogance. This world is profoundly intricate, a lesson many players from his previous life learned at the cost of their existence. We have yet to enter the era of the revival of spiritual energy, and thus, no matter how high one's personal combat prowess, it pales in comparison to the terrifying machinery of the state. Consequently, Xia Chen intends to first ascend to power within the great martial dynasty before patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Therefore, he believes in acting with grandeur yet living with discretion. He has no desire to engage in literary gatherings that yield only superficial recognition without substantial benefits. Furthermore, he possesses a repository of world literature. With a mere utterance of a few astonishing verses or reciting the essential lines of the Henku, he could easily overshadow those gathered, akin to a child's play. Xia Chen feels that employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut would be an utter waste of his talents, even if he were to become a literary plagiarist. Such efforts should be reserved for more significant endeavors, not trivial literary assemblies. Unbeknownst to him, while he observes the bustling literary gathering, an undercurrent of intrigue has already begun to swirl, with many eyes once again fixed upon Xia Chen. It appears he is merely a spectator. Intending to depart once the gathering concludes, they could not allow him to leave without first weighing his worth. Someone turned to the surrounding individuals and commanded them. The great ancestor possesses a striking appearance, his demeanor akin to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens, unmatched by anyone in the world. One day, as the great ancestor attended a literary assembly, upon entering the venue, astonishment swept over the crowd, all captivated by his beauty and feeling inferior. At that time, the capital boasted 4 renowned handsome men, one of whom was the esteemed young master Jingxian, present at this gathering. Upon seeing the great ancestor, he stood frozen, exclaiming, "Today, my eyes have truly been opened. Such remarkable beauty exists in the world, far beyond my own." Thus, the young master Jingxian was unable to contain his embarrassment, vowing never to refer to himself as a handsome man again. Xia Shu, Great Ancestors Transcripts, Volume 3. Chapter 63, The Living Buddha? The poetry gathering continues. The entrance of Yao Guang stirred the hearts of the many scholars present. She is a princess, and absent this event, they would have no opportunity to engage with her. Amipa. From a corner, a chant of the Buddha echoed in Xia Chen's ear. He felt slightly intoxicated, having spent the entire morning drinking with Zuanzenzi. Master Tianhai. Although slightly inebriated, Xia Chen's mind remained relatively clear, and upon noticing the large monk before him, he rose and nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary assembly?" The wisdom in Master Tianhai's gaze sparkled, his eyes profoundly deep. A smile graced his lips, exuding elegance. The literary assembly is but a hollow title. The Buddhist teachings emphasize emptiness. Is it possible that the master holds an interest in such ephemeral fame? Young Master Xia actually possesses knowledge of our Buddhist teachings. That is quite remarkable. Master Tianhai's eyes brightened, and he slowly brought his hands together, bowing to Xia Chen. "I have heard your words, ruler to ruler, minister to minister, father to father, son to son. I perceive that this phrase harbors great truths, yet it appears incomplete. Thus, I have come to seek your guidance." Tianhai's demeanor is marked by humility, and his bearing is indeed remarkable. Although he may not possess the striking appearance of Jingxian, he stands amidst the crowd, drawing attention no less than his counterpart. Master Tianhai is a venerable monk, yet why does he cling to the mundane? It is said that he possesses a heart of Buddha, untainted by the dust of the world, yet it appears that, in this moment, Master, you have become entangled in worldly matters. Upon hearing this remark from Xia Chen, Tianhai's previously serene and cultured expression shifted slightly. "What do you mean by that, young sir?" he inquired, his hands pressed together in prayer, reciting the name of Buddha. Confucianism advocates engagement with the world, Buddhism espouses detachment from it, while Taoism encourages retreat from worldly affairs. Yet, the master has consistently navigated the corridors of secular power. A decade of mental cultivation has not purified him, but rather fostered a demonic heart. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity as he gazed intently at Tianhai, those eyes seeming to penetrate the flesh and bone, revealing the hidden darkness within. At Xia Chen's words, not only did Tianhai's expression change, but even the bleary-eyed Xianzhenzi turned to look. Who can definitively distinguish between the heart of Buddha and the heart of demons? I have my own path. Tianhai regained his composure, donning a smile, his hands once again coming together in prayer, exuding an air of cultured confidence. He regarded the young man before him, astonished that one could so succinctly articulate his condition. Indeed, after a decade of mental cultivation, he had encountered issues. When he returned in his youth, the Buddha light of Tianlong Temple had soared, not due to the emergence of a pure heart, but because his master, Longshu, personally recited scriptures to suppress his demonic inclinations. Few within Tianlong Temple were privy to this truth, yet this young man knew. The Buddha may save the next life, but cannot redeem the beings of this world. I possess a heart of Buddha, willing to become a savior in this life. A radiant smile graced Tianhai's face, imbued with a profound compassion, as if he were transforming into a Buddha to rescue the souls of the present age. Throughout his decade of mental cultivation, he traversed the eastern wilderness, journeyed through the southern barbarians, arrived in the kingdom of Qing, beheld the mountains and rivers of the Great Foam, and ultimately journeyed westward on a pilgrimage. Along this path, he witnessed the immense suffering of countless beings, struggling in a world rife with pain, amidst years of warfare and rampant banditry, where human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. From that moment, he resolved to withdraw from worldly pursuits, determined to make a difference for the beings of this world. If the Buddha cannot save them, then he shall be their Buddha. He yearns for power, aspiring to bring an end to this chaotic era. I possess a heart of Buddha, wishing for this world to transform into a pure land, a divine realm. Xia Chen gazed deeply at Tianhai, recognizing that the master's heart of Buddha had diverged from the current teachings of Buddhism. From Xia Chen's perspective, this was not necessarily a misstep, rather a source of admiration. Yet, in this age, such views are deemed heretical by Buddhism. One should give rise to their heart without attachment. Xia Chen spoke softly, leaving Tianhai momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, "Without attachment? To give rise to one's heart without attachment is a renowned phrase from the Diamond Sutra, signifying that the heart should not cling to any material thing. For instance, one should not cling to external fame and fortune, nor to material pleasures, nor to one's own notions, perspectives, or emotions. Such attachments breed distress and obstacles, constraining the heart. Tianhai possesses a great compassion, yet he has succumbed to obsession, becoming entangled in appearances. This is precisely why Xia Chen remarked that he was born with a heart of demons. May I inquire, esteemed one, what heart should one nurture?" Tianhai lingered in place for a considerable time, murmuring to himself, echoing Xia Chen's words. Ultimately, he earnestly questioned Xia Chen. One ought to cultivate a pure heart, a heart of compassion, a Bodhi heart, unencumbered by the myriad distractions of the external world, thereby giving rise to wisdom and enlightenment. Tianhai regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness, pondering how deeply this Xia Chen delved into their Buddhist studies. In the hall, many distant gazes were fixed upon Tianhai and Xia Chen, as well as Xianzhenzi. Who would dare overlook these two, hailing from the Tianshi Mansion and the Tainglong Temple, both of whom possessed formidable abilities? What ails Master Tianhai? Why does he persist in greeting Xia Chen with clasped hands? What could they be discussing? Who might venture to eavesdrop? There was an oddity in Tianhai's gaze towards Xia Chen, one that seemed to convey respect and reverence. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Is the esteemed one suggesting that my path is futile, urging me to relinquish my obsessions? The master bears a heart of compassion. Perhaps I may be reassigned to the capital in the future. If Master Tianhai wishes, he may come to visit me, and perhaps then he will discover the true path. Xia Chen also clasped his hands, resembling a Buddhist master, a smile adorning his face. Steel must be wielded at the cutting edge, applied to practical matters. Since Tianhai has willingly sought him out, Xia Chen decided to invite him into the fray. As he spoke, he commanded attention, directly captivating Tianhai. He then invoked the profound wisdom from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a powerful impact upon Tianhai. Without shattering his Buddhist heart, he aimed to at least stir it. He refrained from excessive words, for fishing requires patience. Tianhai is a clever individual, and if his intentions were too overt from the outset, this fish would slip away from the hook. Currently, Xia Chen could not illuminate a clear path for Tianhai. But should he indeed be appointed to the capital in the future, when Tianhai arrives on his territory, he would have ample means to retain him. First, he must lure the fish in. Whether he can satiate it later is a matter for another time. Tianhai was indeed intrigued by Xia Chen's approach, astonished at his profound understanding of Buddhist principles. "Young Master Xia, it seems you are destined to connect with our Buddha, if time permits. I would be honored to visit Tainglong Temple with you to explore Buddhist teachings together." Tianhai bowed in respect. "I have heard that young Master Xia possesses remarkable talents and the stature of a great scholar, even earning praise from His Majesty. Thus, I hold you in high esteem. As the literary gathering is soon to conclude, might there be an opportunity to witness your prowess?" Just as Xia Chen and Tianhai were engaged in delightful conversation, someone finally could not contain themselves, rising to speak aloud. It is not that they lack patience. Rather, it is that Xia Chen has been exceedingly evasive. Half the day has elapsed at this literary gathering, and he remains ensconced in a corner, indulging in drink and conversation, as if separated from their world by an impenetrable barrier. Initially, they had waited for an opportunity to present itself. But with the event nearing its conclusion and still no sign of it, they felt compelled to force Xia Chen's hand. Master Tianhai embodies compassion for all beings. In his youth, he was a wandering ascetic, traversing the world and witnessing the myriad sufferings of sentient beings, which inspired him to pledge that he would endure the torments of the 18 layers of hell to bring peace to the world. During a literary gathering, Master Tianhai encountered the Celestial Emperor, marking their first meeting. Within this assembly, the Celestial Emperor discerned the Master's lingering obsessions and proclaimed, "One should generate their heart free from attachment." Upon hearing these words, the Master experienced an epiphany. Not long thereafter, he became a disciple of the world-honored one, and from that moment, the present Buddha of our era was established. Chapter 64. A true man should care for the world. The banquet fell into an abrupt silence. all eyes converging upon the scene. As some inwardly rejoiced, the highlight of the gathering had finally arrived. Since Xia Chen's reputation had soared in the capital days prior, many had anticipated this literary event, with some having come specifically for him. Human nature is such that jealousy often brews when confronted with greatness. Xia Chen, already strikingly handsome, had become a prince consort and, at a tender age, ascended to a fourth-rank official. Coupled with his cultural prowess, how could others not feel envious? While they found no fault in his other attributes, they were keen to scrutinize his intellectual merits. Yet, there lingered doubt about the depth of his knowledge. Nearly all present had concluded that Xia Chen's erudition was mere pretense, superficial, and lacking substance. They were determined to use this gathering, particularly in front of Princess Yaguang, to unmask his facade. What audacity it was for him to feign knowledge before those well-versed in culture. Could they possibly tolerate this? Indeed, young Master Xia, your declaration of rulers as rulers, ministers as ministers, fathers as fathers, and sons as sons does possess a certain Confucian grandeur. Mark my words, in a few years, you shall become one of the esteemed scholars of our great Wu. Some voices rose, deliberately loud. Lin Zihan, who had been seated quietly, cast a neutral glance at the speaker, committing his face to memory. This individual dared to invoke his father, the esteemed Prime Minister Lin. Knowing well that he sought to undermine Xia Chen while simultaneously trampling upon his father's dignity, especially in his presence, it was akin to courting disaster. Yao Guang and Lu Tong also caught wind of these insidious praises. Lu Tong glanced at the impassive Yao Guang before shifting his gaze to Xia Chen, eager to see how he would respond. With a calm demeanor, Xia Chen gradually rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the speakers, causing them to feel an involuntary shiver, prompting them to retreat a few steps. At that moment, they realized that this young man was not only strikingly handsome, but also emanated an overwhelming aura. I am but a mere warrior, lacking in the art of poetry and prose. Today's literary gathering is merely an opportunity for me to observe the talented youth of our capital. You shall compete amongst yourselves. I shall not partake. Xia Chen raised his cup, filling it to the brim, and, from a distance, toasted to the assembly before drinking deeply. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's candid admission of his own inadequacy in literary pursuits. Had they achieved their goal? No, it was insufficient. Such a mundane declaration, if it were to spread beyond this gathering, might be perceived as mere humility, a disinterest in engaging with them. Thus, it became imperative for Xia Chen to compose a poem, allowing the assembly to ridicule him thoroughly and tarnish his reputation in the capital. Young Master Xia is far too modest, who in the capital is unaware of his literary talent. Is it possible that he looks down upon us scholars by refraining from showcasing his abilities today? The voice of the fourth-rank official, Master Xia, resonated, while we, mere candidates, have yet to attain even an official title, merely humble scholars unworthy of such disdain. Two voices rang out in succession, drawing the attention of the assembly. They belonged to two students from the Imperial Academy, one named Li Chun and the other Wang Ming. Both were somewhat renowned within the academy and prominent contenders in the current examinations. Though their words ostensibly flattered Xia Chen, they were laced with provocation. Their sharp rhetoric established a moral high ground, clearly delineating Xia Chen from the other scholars, suggesting that he, by withholding his talents, disdained everyone present. Li Chun continued, I have expressed my disinterest in poetry and prose, and I harbor no contempt for you scholars. You are the future pillars of our nation, destined for greatness. My presence today is solely to witness your talents and the grace of the scholars of our great Wu dynasty. Xia Chen's demeanor appeared weak. He showed no anger, nor did he feel compelled to engage in competition. This only solidified the crowd's belief in his lack of genuine ability. With this thought, the assembly grew bolder, descending to the arena, eager to take advantage of the situation, hoping to gain notoriety after the gathering concluded. Despite the clamoring of the crowd, Xia Chen continued to shake his head in refusal. Ultimately, even Jing Xian could no longer restrain himself. Rumors had circulated in the capital, claiming that young Master Xia's talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin, causing quite a stir. Now that young Master Xia held sway over one of the 9 departments, could it be that he orchestrated this rumor to elevate his own status at the expense of Prime Minister Lin? Jing Xian's words were sharp, directly affixing this weighty accusation upon Xia Chen. He understood that Lin Zihan's primary aim today was to vindicate his father. The stature of Prime Minister Lin was such that he could not act on certain matters, yet that did not imply indifference. Xia Chen cast a profound glance at Jing Xian, then turned his gaze towards the expressionless Lin Zihan beside him. He understood that those students approached him like rabid dogs, eager to bite and trample him in hopes of currying favor with the young minister, as the imperial examination was imminent. If they could catch the young minister's eye, their future would undoubtedly shine brightly. Although he held the esteemed position of the lantern bearer in the 9 divisions and was a prince consort, his noble status did not extend to matters concerning the imperial examination or the promotion of future officials. Thus, they preferred to offend him rather than the young minister. Young Master Lin, the recent rumors in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed casually praised me, but he did not declare that my talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this here today to avoid tarnishing Prime Minister Lin's reputation. Whether you believe it or not, this is my sole explanation. Allow this cup of wine to serve as my respect for Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen rose once more, poured a glass of wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and downed it in one gulp. His grand demeanor elicited silent nods of approval from many present. Following this, Xia Chen did not retreat as he had before. Instead, he surveyed everyone in attendance. A slight smile graced his lips as he gathered his breath and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, I, Xia, am indeed not well versed in poetry. For I believe poetry is but a trivial pursuit, a genteel pastime of peaceful times. Yet, in this current era, with the world divided and the Northwest in turmoil, the common people suffer greatly. A true man should harbor the welfare of the populace in his heart, contemplating how to strengthen the nation and enrich the people. Therefore, I disdain this trivial literary path." Xia Chen's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the hall, rendering the audience silent. Was he chastising them? Accusing them of neglecting the nation's strength and the people's prosperity in favor of superficial elegance? As they stood in stunned silence, Xia Chen's voice rose again. "In these turbulent times, brave soldiers of our great Wu are shedding blood on the front lines, while our borders to the north and west remain on constant alert. I truly have no inclination to compose poetry here. This has been the reason for my previous refusals. Although I lack a fondness for poetry, witnessing your obsession with such triviality amidst the unrest in the Northwest stirs something within me. Thus, I shall offer you a poem." His voice rang out, piercing the air, causing many faces to flush with shame, while some shrank back in embarrassment. Indeed, the soldiers were fighting valiantly on the front lines, yet they were lost in the trivialities of poetry, dreaming of shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively chastised them all. The great founding emperor, in his youth, was erudite and possessed extraordinary talents, capable of governing the world. Yet, his lofty aspirations were rooted in the welfare of the common people. Fully aware of the hardships faced by the soldiers at the front lines, wishing to strengthen the nation and enrich its people. Thus, he seldom took pleasure in poetry as a means of self-promotion. At that time, scholars in the capital were immersed in poetic pursuits, hoping to achieve fame through their verses. During a literary gathering, they urged the great emperor to compose poetry, but he repeatedly declined. Eventually pressured, he angrily rebuked them, saying, "Scholars should harbor grand ambitions. How can you waste your days indulging in trivial poetry?" Upon his words, the hall fell silent, and all present were filled with shame. History of Xia, Volume 3. Annals of the Great Emperor. Chapter 65. An Anthem to Sing, the Wu Hook Tune. Upon the high platform, Yao Guang and Lu Tong both fell into silence. Particularly Yao Guang. Although Xia Chen's ire was directed at the scholars, this literary gathering was organized by her. "Your Highness," Ziyu softly called from behind Yao Guang. "It's nothing. Do you think I lack such fortitude?" Yao Guang shook her head and smiled, adding, "Moreover, he is not entirely wrong. Poetry and prose are but minor paths. Throughout history, no chief minister has governed a nation solely through verse. The princess harbors grand ambitions. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats." Lu Tong remarked with admiration, lamenting that Yao Guang's talents surpassed those of the crown prince and the third prince. But alas, she was a woman. What of being a woman? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang replied calmly with a smile. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yao Guang smiled again, choosing not to elaborate further as her gaze turned toward the corner of the hall where Xia Chen stood. For some reason, she felt a sense of anticipation for the poetry Xia Chen might compose. In the hall, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Chen addressed them in a deep voice. "Where are the writing implements?" "Your Highness, the writing implements are here. You need only recite. And I shall hold the brush for you." A eunuch hurriedly approached with fine brushes, ink, and paper. "I shall do it myself." Xia Chen shook his head, taking the writing tools into his own hands. "Then allow me to grind the ink and read for young Master Xia." Master Tianhai cheerfully stepped beside Xia Chen, and before Xia Chen could respond, he began to grind the ink. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Master Tianhai, akin to a humble scholar, was voluntarily assisting Xia Chen in this manner? Was the world going mad? This was the direct disciple of Long Shu. Even in the presence of the princes, he need not bow so deeply. Seeing that Tianhai had commenced grinding the ink, Xia Chen ceased his pretenses. Soon, the ink was ready. Xia Chen possessed skill in calligraphy, having diligently practiced since childhood in the Marquis' residence. In his previous life, he had also studied Wang Shiji's running script. While he might not be a master, he had achieved a modest proficiency. Thus, as he put brush to paper, his strokes flowed like a river, bold and gallant, imbued with vigor and spirit. Upon witnessing the first line, Tianhai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he read it aloud, allowing the audience to grasp the essence of the opening line. "The song of conquest shall echo the tune of Wu's saber." Though merely the first line, its grandeur was already palpable upon the paper. Before long, Tianhai recited the second line, "Vow to extinguish the realms of Qing and of Feng." At this utterance, the murmurs in the hall ceased, captivated by the profound imagery evoked by the verse. The declaration to annihilate the kingdom of Qing and Defeng, uniting the world, resonated deeply. Wuguan was a pivotal stronghold in the northwest, serving as a critical defense against Qing and Defeng. To wage war in the west or the north, one must pass through this gateway. With this line, the powerful essence of the poem was fully revealed. The lines of poetry stirred the blood of several scholars present, causing their faces to flush. Yet, immediately following this, they heard Master Tianhai shift the tone of his discourse, bringing with it a poignant and majestic ambience. One that confronted death without flinching, only to die on the battlefield for one's country. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide to return? Upon the conclusion of Master Tianhai's words, many in attendance felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Someone murmured, "Why must one be wrapped in horsehide to return?" A resounding cheer erupted from someone seated at the banquet, unable to contain their admiration. So bold, so audacious. Others echoed in agreement. With the emergence of young Master Xia's verses, all previous poems we had composed seemed utterly insignificant. A young man rose, lifted his cup, and, with a grave demeanor, offered a toast to Xia Chen. To the crowd's surprise, this individual turned out to be Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War. Previously, Yuan had kept a low profile among the crowd, yet here he was, boldly proclaiming his sentiments. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, and with each contemplation, he found its essence more profound, embodying the soldier's fearless acceptance of death. This poem is the finest frontier verse our great Wu has produced in nearly 3 centuries, proclaimed Lu Tong from the high platform, his expression grave and earnest. Ziwei repeatedly recited those 4 lines, her eyes growing ever brighter. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen amidst the throng, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Upon completing his poem, Xia Chen bowed to Master Tianhai, who had assisted him with the ink preparation. "I am more grateful for the Buddhist scripture you gifted me than for the ink you ground for me." Master Tianhai joined his palms, resembling a devout believer. "I shall surely visit Tianlong Temple to discuss the Dharma with you." Xia Chen reciprocated the gesture with folded hands, and then turned his gaze towards the quietly observing Taoist Xianjinzi. "If you have time, do come find me. I have fine wine, and we shall drink heartily together." Taoist Xian, with bleary eyes, nodded in agreement. "Xia Qian, let us depart." Xia Chen turned to the awestruck Xia Qian behind him and led her through the crowd, exiting the hall. As Xia Chen departed, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter loudly. "By heavens, that poem was extraordinary. What grandeur! Truly, he is a direct descendant of the Xia family, proclaiming intentions to obliterate both the great Qing and the great Feng." Young Master Xia, though still youthful, harbors such ambition. Could he not one day emulate the legendary General Zhendong and penetrate deep into the heart of Great Feng, seizing its capital? Lin Zihan, gazing at the cup in his hand, remained silent for a moment before finally rising. "Let us take our leave as well," he declared and stepped outside. Young Master Jing Xian remained rooted in place, repeatedly murmuring Xia Chen's 4 lines, feeling increasingly burdened as he did so. "Alas, I cannot match him in appearance. Nor can I rival his literary talent. Am I truly devoid of hope?" Young Master Jing Xian contemplated the breathtaking Yaoguang princess atop the platform, a wave of helplessness surging within him. "Young Master, shall we leave like this? The literary gathering is not yet concluded, and what if the princess?" On the bustling streets, Xia Qian expressed her concerns to Xia Chen. "When the crowd initially urged me to compose a poem, I feigned weakness not to appease them, but rather to gauge Yao Guang's response." Xia Chen's primary intention was to probe Yao Guang. The scholars were merely tools he employed. It was laughable how they reveled in their false sense of triumph, believing they had cornered Xia Chen, forcing him into a position with no escape, ultimately provoking him to recite a poem. In truth, he was waiting to see if Yao Guang would speak on his behalf or intervene against those who pressed him. Yet Xia Chen found himself disappointed. Yao Guang chose silence. Perhaps she wished to ascertain his genuine talent, but by not aligning herself with him, she placed herself in opposition. There was nothing left to say. Xia Chen's heart turned icy once more. "Do you remember the faces of those who shouted the loudest?" he remarked expressionlessly. Behind him, Xia Qian sensed her master's discontent. Though his words were calm, they carried an unsettling chill. "Remember them. In a few days, once I take control of the Eagle Eye division, arrange for a few lavish meals for them as a reward." Xia Chen had always believed in repaying enmity. Those who attempted to trample over him to ascend, seeking to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan, were utterly ridiculous. Although Xia Chen could not pave their way to advancement, he could certainly cast them into the depths of despair. Without imparting a lesson, the people of the capital might truly mistake him for someone easily bullied. Additionally, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to bring him to me discreetly. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes deep in thought, lost in contemplation. The founding emperor possessed a broad mind and a benevolent heart. At that time, there were those in the capital who envied his exceptional talents and publicly challenged him. Yet he smiled and dismissed their provocations, never harboring resentment nor seeking personal revenge. Because of such virtue, he was lauded by scholars throughout the land. History of Xia, Volume 6, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 66, A Paragon Among Men. In the streets, Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why her master would take an interest in a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Had this student offended him? However, she refrained from inquiring further, quietly committing the name Su Xingqian to memory. Xia Chen's primary purpose for attending the literary gathering was indeed to confront Feng Zhiru and Su Xingqian, but to his surprise, neither had appeared. Although he had been drinking, he had remained vigilant, paying close attention to the proceedings, hoping to catch sight of Su Xingqian. From what he knew, Su Xingqian was passionate about court politics. And with Yao Guang hosting such an event, it seemed an excellent opportunity for him to attend. Yet, unexpectedly, he was nowhere to be seen. Indeed, these exceptional talents, though not yet influential, possessed a certain fortuitous aura that made them difficult to recruit. Xia Chen understood that these individuals were currently lying low, biding their time and nurturing their abilities in anticipation of favorable circumstances. However, this literary gathering was not without its rewards. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Zhenzi and Tian Hai, particularly the latter, who had already taken the bait he had cast. Perhaps the future would hold promise. With this thought, Xia Chen entered a wine house, the hour approaching 2 in the afternoon. The Yaoguang mansion served only wine and delicacies, and given his recent swift advancement in martial arts, his appetite had grown considerably. My lord. Shortly after Xia Chen stepped into the private room, a knock echoed at the door. A young gentleman clad in scholarly robes stood at the entrance, smiling as he regarded Xia Chen. His lips were red, his teeth white, and his eyes sparkled like stars. Though he possessed a certain restraint, an innate confidence radiated from his very being. The main hall was already bustling with patrons, and having observed that only 2 individuals had entered this private chamber, he boldly approached to inquire if he might share a table. The young gentleman was exceedingly polite, yet his request to share a table took Xia Chen by surprise. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen furrowed his brow and rose. Though they were neither arrogant nor oppressive, and did not indulge in the bad habits typical of the noble youths in the capital, the notion of sharing a table felt far too presumptuous. Moreover, the very reason they had reserved a private room was for the tranquility and privacy it afforded, especially given that their young master was no ordinary figure. We cannot. Naturally, we can. Just as Xia Chen was about to decline, Xia Chen smiled and rose to his feet. Xia Chen's smile was radiant. As the ancient saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes, those who wish to be caught will bite. Indeed, this fish had willingly thrown itself into the net. This young man was Xia Chen, the one Xia Chen had been sent to seek, Su Xingqian, a prodigy of remarkable talent. In the years to come, he would be known alongside Feng Zhiru of the Bailu Academy as the twin stars of Confucianism and Taoism. Endowed with unparalleled intellect and ambitions that stretched across the world, he was a rare genius with the capability to shape the heavens and the earth. Su Xingqian stood at the door, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze scrutinized Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. It was rather dull for just the 2 of them to dine, and with such a spacious private room, it felt wasteful to occupy it alone. My brother, please. Xia Chen performed the scholarly bow with impeccable grace, embodying the essence of a learned man, making it difficult to discern that he hailed from a military lineage. Thank you, my brother. Su Xingqian clasped his fists in gratitude, his admiration for Xia Chen growing. This prince consort was born into a prestigious family, and at such a young age. He had already attained the rank of a 4th-grade official, yet he exhibited no trace of arrogance. Even his attendants were not overbearing. Although he had initially sought to decline, he had not spoken harshly. His presence here was not a mere coincidence, nor was it simply a matter of lacking a table. He felt compelled to see this prince consort, who had recently risen to fame in the capital. Having spent 7 years in the city, he had formed opinions on many figures, yet he had misjudged this son of the Duke of Anong. Especially after learning of his participation in today's literary assembly, he was eager to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chen did not believe that Su Xingqian was genuinely seeking a table. He had just exited the literary gathering, and Su Xingqian had followed closely behind. What a remarkable coincidence. Thus, Su Xingqian must undoubtedly be acquainted with me. As he approached, I pondered his intentions. Was he merely observing me, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Xia Chen fell into contemplation. The 2 young individuals bore radiant smiles, yet their minds were as cool as ice, racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, scratching his head, stood in a daze, utterly perplexed by the situation. I am Su Xingqian, styled Changya, a student of the Guozijian. May I inquire your name, young sir? After taking his seat, Su Xingqian readily revealed his name, concealing nothing. As there was little to hide, he maintained an exceedingly low profile in the capital, and few were aware of his existence. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Chen, standing slightly behind, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Su Xingqian, scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness, then glanced at his own master, who wore a warm and enthusiastic smile. Suddenly, it dawned on him why his master had exhibited such peculiar behavior, inviting this individual to share the table. Was this not the very person his master had instructed him to investigate? The opportunity had presented itself. Xia Chen regarded Su Xingqian with an increasingly peculiar gaze. My name is Zhang Sheng. Xia Chen played along, adopting a pseudonym. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, yet internally began to assess him. He appeared generous and affable, approachable yet cautious, not wishing to reveal his identity while out and about. Su Xingchen had never assumed that Xia Chen was aware of him. He possessed extraordinary talent. And it was precisely due to this that he understood the necessity of discretion in the capital, eschewing the pursuit of fame and reputation. In his quest for anonymity, he had refrained from attending the recent literary gathering, prudently sending his classmates to gather information on his behalf. Consequently, apart from his peers, few in the capital were familiar with his name, which is why he felt at liberty to use his true name. He was a proponent of the righteous path, intent on seeking the true dragon, and until he encountered a worthy sovereign, he must remain inconspicuous. He lay in quiet anticipation, ready to soar to great heights the moment he identified the rightful ruler, thus garnering renown throughout the world. In his pursuit of a sovereign, he had clandestinely met with the crown prince and the third and fourth princes, only to ultimately dismiss them both, leading to profound disappointment. It seemed that among the direct descendants of the Dawu dynasty, no exceptional leader could be found. Analyzing the current state of affairs, he perceived that the unification of the realm was taking shape, which led him to doubt his own assessments of the world. At one point, he even contemplated leaving the kingdom of Wu to venture into the kingdom of Defeng, in search of the destined true dragon. This notion piqued his interest. The more he observed, the more exhilarated Su Xingchen became, for it was precisely the figure of a worthy ruler he sought. Someone who could realize his vision of the righteous path. Yet, he was puzzled as to why this individual was a woman. Never had there been an empress who ruled in her own right. Su Xingchen found himself ensnared in confusion once more, leading him to resolve to observe Yao Wang for a while longer. This literary gathering, hosted by Princess Yao Wang, was a grand affair, and he naturally aimed to observe it keenly. However, at that moment, Xia Chen caught his attention once more. Thus, he made his entrance, eager to scrutinize up close. Two young individuals, each harboring their own intentions, sat at the dining table, calculating and observing one another. Su Xingchen, courtesy named Changya, was exceptionally talented and possessed a wisdom bordering on the supernatural. One day, while dining at an inn, he found all the seats occupied, leaving him without a place. At that moment, the Emperor Taizu also arrived. Known for his magnanimous nature and love of socializing, upon noticing Su without a seat, he graciously invited him to share a private room for a meal. Disregarding Su's humble status, Su was deeply impressed by the emperor's demeanor, recognizing that he was far from ordinary and bore the traits of a true sovereign, destined for greatness. Thus, a profound friendship blossomed between Su and the emperor. In chapter 67, the great Peng soars with the wind. Within the private room, Xia Chen inquired with a smile. Su, being a student of the Imperial Academy, why did you not attend Princess Yao Wang's literary gathering today? Su Xingchen replied with a serene smile, my learning is rather modest. I would not wish to embarrass myself there. He shook his head, maintaining a natural demeanor. Xia Chen's bright eyes sparkled as he responded. I must respectfully disagree with your statement. Su stared at Xia in surprise. His previous remark had merely been a modest excuse. He had anticipated a chuckle or a nod from Xia, leading to a change of topic, yet he did not expect such a direct contradiction. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to pause and listen intently to Xia's forthcoming words. If you had attended the gathering, it seems there would be little opportunity for other scholars to shine. You are, in fact, providing them with a chance, not wishing to steal the limelight. Xia Chen took a sip from his cup, his gaze steady upon Su Xingchen. Su was taken aback. Despite his keen intellect, he had not anticipated such a remark from Xia. Was this a self-assessment? How could that be? Though he had resided in the capital for many years, his talents remained unrecognized, even by his peers who were unaware of his inner struggles. How could Xia Chen possibly know? Ah, your words are truly delightful, granting me such emotional value. Su feigned a bitter smile, displaying remarkable acting prowess. I have heard of a magnificent fish from the distant Biming, known as the Kuan. It is colossal, dwelling in the frigid depths. And this extraordinary fish can transform into a bird called the Peng. The Kuan observes the tides of the world, awaiting the right moment, ultimately leaping from the water to become the grand Peng, which soars high above, covering 3,000 miles in a single stroke. It travels from the north to the south, making its prowess known, and ascends to the heights of 90,000 miles. Xia Chen recounted this fable with a smile, causing Su Xingchen's expression to shift subtly. Although he had never heard of such a wondrous fishbird, he grasped the essence of the tale. I have heard of a bird that refrains from spreading its wings and singing for 3 years. Many assume it to be a feeble and foolish creature, yet some with discerning eyes remark with a knowing smile, for 3 years it does not soar, but it shall soon possess majestic wings. It does not fly or sing, but it observes the world. Though it may not yet take flight, when it does, it will surely soar to great heights, though it remains silent. Its song will eventually astonish all. When Xia Chen recounted this tale, Su Xingchen's expression transformed entirely, his gaze sharp and penetrating. This was no mere coincidence, nor casual banter, but rather a profound truth. I believe that Su is akin to this bird. Should he choose to fly, he will ascend to the heavens. Should he choose to remain silent, his eventual voice will indeed captivate. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor exuberant and his presence unparalleled, evoking feelings of inadequacy in those around him. His words did not cease. He delivered a final, resounding blow to Su Xingchen. Proclaiming the battlefield's conclusion, the Kunping migrates to the South Sea, striking the waters for 3,000 miles, soaring to 90,000 miles above through tumultuous winds. And all things arise from the interplay of yin and yang. Su, you are like this mythical creature. Though you may currently be a Kun lying dormant in the icy depths, you harbor aspirations of soaring to the heavens, waiting only for the opportune moment to harness the winds and traverse 3,000 miles, thereafter soaring to 90,000 miles and reaching the southern sea, transforming from shadow to light. Upon hearing these words, Su Xingchen remained silent for an extended period, feeling an icy chill envelop him. He had never regarded the world's heroes with any reverence, believing himself to be a master of concealment. Merely a spectator observing the grand performances of renowned figures on the stage of the capital, he reveled in the sensation of lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to emerge. However, today, someone had forcefully and unabashedly torn away his faade, rendering his supposed concealment a mere jest. Ha ha ha. I have always considered myself exceptionally astute, thus taking pride in my superiority, dismissing the multitude. Today, upon meeting you, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. Su Xingchen chuckled self-deprecatingly, rising to his feet and respectfully bowing to Xia Chen. Xia Chen, unperturbed, calmly accepted the salute while sipping his drink, exuding an aura of inscrutable depth and wisdom. If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog gazing at the moon from the bottom of a well. If you were to cultivate, you would see me as a mayfly basking in the azure sky. Mr. Su possesses the talent to govern the heavens and the earth, yet he has remained in hiding, searching for a worthy master. Xia Chen then inquired once more with calmness, causing Su Xingchen's heart to race anew. How could he possibly know this? What manner of creature is Xia Chen? Could he truly read into the hearts of men? Su had never confided such thoughts to anyone. I merely feel that my knowledge is insufficient, and now, during this prosperous era of the Great Wu dynasty, whether I am present or absent makes little difference. So I am in no rush. Su Xingchen remained silent for a long while before speaking again, his tone now cautious. Yet he still hesitated to fully open his heart to Xia Chen. He sensed the precariousness of his current situation. Xia Chen seemed to understand him intimately. While Su knew nothing of Xia beyond the rumors of the marketplace, he pondered the nature of Xia's character, whether he harbored a broad heart and a capacity for understanding, and whether he could trust him. He is now the lantern bearer, the head of a spy organization. Entrusting one's future, fate, and even life into his hands is perilously reckless. Oh, is the world truly at peace? Yet, everywhere I look, it seems the populace suffers tremendously. The common people struggle to pay their taxes, and in certain regions, the horrific phenomenon of selling daughters has emerged, an unmistakable sign of a dynasty in decline. Xia Chen appeared frivolous, resembling a noble scion, yet his words, laden with foreboding, were delivered with an unsettling nonchalance. Su Xingchen's pupils constricted, he raised his gaze. Finally meeting Xia Chen's eyes, his demeanor transformed, shedding all pretense and revealing his latent brilliance, as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. What does young Master Zhang mean by that? Please, call me young Master Xia. We are both perceptive individuals. Your visit was intentional. It's rather tiresome to feign ignorance when we both understand the situation. Xia Chen smirked, abandoning the pretense of role-playing, intent on delivering a profound shock to this self-assured young man. As anticipated, Su Xingchen's expression shifted again. He was filled with an acute wariness towards Xia Chen. Who exactly was he? How did he seem to know everything? Was the lantern bearer truly omniscient? Yet, many matters he had never divulged to anyone else. Chapter 68. On the State of the World. In the private room, Su Xingchen felt like he was sitting on needles, desperate to escape, wishing to leave at once. He detested this uncertainty, the fear of the unknown, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. The man before him, Xia Chen, was exceedingly dangerous. A gentleman does not linger beneath a crumbling wall. He glanced towards the door, only to find that Xia Chen had silently positioned himself by the entrance, seemingly guarding the two of them, and effectively blocking Su Xingchen's escape. With a sigh, Su Xingchen reflected on his own perceived cleverness, only to realize he had walked willingly into a trap. Now, retreat was no longer an option. Xia Chen wore a slight smile, quietly observing the increasingly restless Su Xingchen. What troubles you, my friend? Are you perhaps feeling a bit peckish? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let us enjoy a drink. Xia Chen poured a glass of wine for Su Xingchen, who, gritting his teeth, accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Director, I was rather reckless today. I shall punish myself with another drink. Su Xingchen recognized his lack of foresight regarding Xia Chen, having approached him impulsively to observe up close. He had underestimated the caliber of the world's heroes. There's no need for self-punishment. Instead, simply answer my question. Do you genuinely believe that the realm is currently at peace? Xia Chen maintained his smile, yet it bore an air of seriousness. Su Xingchen clenched his jaw, realizing he could no longer evade the inquiry. If he failed to respond adequately today, he might find it difficult to exit through that door. Should Xia Chen accuse him of some crime, such as being an undercover agent for the Inspection Institute or the Imperial City, conspiring with the enemy, he could find himself imprisoned in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon, an outcome fraught with peril. Over the years, he has remained excessively low-key, failing to form connections with any significant figures in the capital. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known better, he would have showcased some of his talents and acquainted himself with a few influential individuals, thereby avoiding the present predicament of having no connections when trouble arises. Presently, although the Great Wu boasts a formidable military, its finances have long been in dire straits, relying solely on incessant tax increases to sustain itself. The grim reality has led to instances of starvation among the populace due to insufficient provisions. In recent years, establishments like the brothels and taverns of the capital have proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with the cost of a single visit having consistently declined over the past 3 years. This trend illustrates the intensifying competition among such venues, with an increasing number of beautiful young women entering the trade. The unfortunate truth is that many families, unable to survive, are forced to sell their sons and daughters. Though entering a brothel is a dire fate, it is often seen as preferable to the slow death by starvation. With a voice heavy with sorrow and indignation, Su Xingchen continued, "Currently, Great Wu is governed by the 8 kings, who act as local despots, exploiting the common people to the point of desperation. Many suffer under their oppression, living in misery. More critically, over half of these 8 kings harbor ambitious designs. Externally, we face threats from the kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng, with the situation in the northwest teetering on the brink of war. Indeed, there are serious issues plaguing the realm. While Great Wu appears robust, it is akin to fire cooking oil. One misstep could lead to a great upheaval." Su Xingchen spoke solemnly. "Thus, I have remained in hiding, seeking a wise leader to support during these chaotic times, hoping to elevate the true dragon to power and thereby gain merit from the dragon's ascent." Xia Chen chuckled lightly, as if casually commenting, but Su Xingchen, seated across from him, felt a chill of sweat break out. Does he know? Has he discerned everything? Even someone as composed as Su Xingchen felt a surge of anxiety and trepidation. He had not forgotten Xia Chen's current status, the lantern bearer, the court's hound, and the son-in-law of the reigning emperor. The Xia family has been unwaveringly loyal to the royal family for 6 centuries, which is why they have been entrusted with military command and the emperor's confidence. Realizing that his intentions had been completely seen through, Su Xingchen was consumed by regret. One misstep could lead to total ruin. He feared that today might very well be his downfall. He harbored grand ambitions of becoming the prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the one who unifies the realm, achieving historical greatness as the first of his kind. Yet now, he finds himself facing potential demise before he even embarks on his journey. "What do you think of the other 2 nations?" Xia Chen inquired with a persistent smile, posing another question. Though these 2 nations exhibit signs of internal decay, they still possess loyal and capable ministers. Their national strength may be waning, yet their fortune remains intact. Su Xingchen sighed, having envisioned the worst possible outcome. No longer concealing his thoughts, he spoke freely and candidly. Thus, the tripartite balance of power during the 3 kingdoms period, paradoxically, signifies the greatest peril for our most prosperous nation. Indeed, your majesty harbors a fondness for warfare. Presently, our realm teeters on the brink of internal dissolution. Should your majesty choose to embark on a path of recuperation and appoint me as chancellor, I assure you that within 5 years, I can reverse this dire situation." Su Xingchen, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiates brilliance at this moment. He has perceived the looming specter of death, prompting him to abandon his previously understated strategy. He seeks to captivate Xia Chen's attention with his astonishing declarations, hoping to invigorate this stagnant predicament and draw the attention of influential figures within the court, even that of your majesty. Provided someone is willing to grant him an opportunity, he is determined to demonstrate his worth. Although this course of action is fraught with risk, he feels compelled to take the gamble. Su Xingchen, hailing from a humble background, exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, unmatched within his village. At the tender age of 7, a ragged Taoist priest visited the village. Despite his tattered garments, the priest possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeking lodging at the Su household and recognizing Xingchen's brilliance, he subjected him to scholarly examination. At that time, Xingchen had already mastered the Confucian classics and grasped numerous worldly principles, leaving the priest greatly impressed. Consequently, he chose to remain with the Su family. Xingchen became the disciple of the priest, who imparted his knowledge over 5 years. No one knew the extent of the teachings, yet it was evident that Xingchen grew increasingly composed, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. When he turned 13, the priest departed from the Su household, leaving behind a tome entitled The Way of Kings. Chapter 69. A momentous change awaits in 5 years. Xia Chen quietly observed the radiant Su Xingchen, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of the realm will persist?" Without my intervention, the next 50 years will remain a tripartite stalemate, with each kingdom balancing the others. Though they harbor ambitions of conquest, none possess the absolute strength to eradicate the other two. Su Xingchen affirmed this with unwavering confidence. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that within 5 years, our great Wu will witness a cataclysmic transformation. At most, within 10 years, the current state of affairs will inevitably evolve. Xia Chen smiled at Su Xingchen, expressing his own assessment. Su Xingchen's gaze deepened. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, he instinctively felt compelled to refute and elaborate on his perspective. However, he quickly restrained himself, maintaining a demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake. I understand your skepticism and your steadfast convictions. How about this? Let us engage in a light-hearted wager. In 10 years, we shall revisit these 2 time frames I have posited. If my predictions prove accurate, you will owe me something. As for what that may be, I shall disclose it then. But regardless of what I request, you must comply. Xia Chen regarded Su Xingchen as if to provoke him. Do you dare to wager? Su Xingchen gazed at the elegant youth before him, his eyes profound. Xia Chen had cornered him into a dilemma. Initially, he had anticipated a grim fate awaiting him. Yet he was surprised to find that Xia Chen's discourse suggested he did not intend to bring about his downfall. Seizing this chance, he felt a glimmer of hope emerge. Very well, I accept your wager. Su Xingchen's thoughts remained remarkably lucid, though he found himself pondering the true intentions of Xia Chen. Initially, he had prepared himself for the worst. However, he was taken aback when Xia Chen proposed a gamble, offering him a chance for reprieve. Thus, he accepted the wager. Whether he would emerge victorious or defeated was a matter for the future, a concern that would belong to his future self. After all, he firmly believed in his judgment that the world's situation could remain stable for at least another 30 years, and he felt an abundance of confidence. Xia Chen could not help but smile upon hearing Su Xingchen's words, his grin radiant. He had lured Su into his trap, and now this individual had willingly stepped into it. I observe your restlessness. You appear to lack the appetite for this meal and don't seem particularly hungry. In that case, you may take your leave. Xia Chen gestured, indicating that Su could go. A wave of joy surged through Su Xingchen's heart upon hearing this. Yet his expression remained composed, displaying remarkable poise. He respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. Thank you, young master. I take my leave now. Finally, Su Xingchen felt a sense of relief wash over him, his mind no longer taut with tension. Though Xia Chen was astutely clever, he was still rather young and lacked experience. Su had initially feared he would be imprisoned in the Lantern Man's dungeon, but to his surprise, he was allowed to depart. Perhaps it was his analysis of the world's affairs that had left Xia Chen astounded, thus granting him this respite for the sake of their decade-long wager. Su Xingchen chuckled inwardly, recognizing that he was merely a pawn in Xia Chen's eyes, yet his words had ignited the latter's competitive spirit, prompting him to propose a game. He swiftly concluded this in his mind, despite the rapid thoughts racing through his head. Su Xingchen maintained a serene smile as he prepared to turn and leave this place of turmoil. At that moment, however, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. Come to the Lantern Man's yamen tomorrow morning to report. I am in need of a clerk. Su Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. What? He thought, wanting to refuse immediately. What a ludicrous proposition. To follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's yamen as a clerk? He had aspirations of becoming the prime minister. Just as he was about to voice his rejection, Xia Chen spoke again, this time with a tone that was no longer gentle, but rather cold and composed. Do not even think about fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how swift you are, you cannot outrun the Lantern Man. I could find you anywhere, from the ends of the earth to the depths of the sea. I have taken note of everything you said today. It is sheer nonsense. My great Wu kingdom enjoys peace and prosperity. The citizens live in comfort, and the emperor governs with efficacy. Yet here you are, spewing such treasonous words. You must be a spy from an enemy nation, deliberately infiltrating our capital to spread these rumors. Moreover, you have been stealthily following me today. Are you plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen cast a glance at Su Xingchen, whose face had turned somewhat pale, and continued. Furthermore, you mentioned lying in wait, patiently seeking an opportune moment, yearning for a wise ruler to achieve great deeds. Are you, perchance, contemplating rebellion? As Xia Chen uttered his final words, they struck Su Xingchen's heart like an invisible dagger, silencing him utterly. Cold sweat poured from his brow, his complexion turned ashen, and a chill enveloped his body, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. These were words of lethal intent. Su Xingchen could hardly fathom that the previously gentle Xia Chen, who had worn a smile, could suddenly exhibit such a drastic shift in demeanor, turning against him with such ferocity. Do you not realize that these accusations could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan? Xia Chen's voice was chillingly ruthless. A palpable aura of murderous intent cloaked Su Xingchen. This aura was forged in the depths of a peculiar realm within the system space, where he had undergone a legacy of blade intent. Su Xingchen felt as though he had descended into the depths of hell, with Xia Chen emerging as a devil from its shadows. Gazing into Xia Chen's sinking eyes, he perceived a strange luminosity emanating from them, and in a fleeting moment, he envisioned a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, a battlefield of unparalleled brutality, strewn with shattered bodies. Though Su Xingqian considered himself the most gifted of his generation, he had never encountered such a scene. He was paralyzed by fear. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. Steadying his mind and attempting to quell his tumultuous emotions, he spoke in a deep, measured tone. "My lord, you previously stated." "Did I?" Xia Chen interrupted, his countenance embodying righteousness. "Just today, I emerged from the literary assembly, and upon entering the tavern, I discerned someone shadowing me discreetly. This individual followed me into the private room and attempted to approach me with malicious intent, seeking to assassinate me. I uncovered this plot in its entirety. I have merely been interrogating you, and my loyalty to the emperor is unwavering," Xia Chen declared, bowing respectfully in the direction of the palace from within the private chamber. Su Xingqian stood, utterly dumbfounded. "I can attest that my young master has been interrogating you throughout, while your identity is dubious, and you have uttered treasonous words," interjected Xia Chen, who had been standing at the door, causing Su Xingqian's heart to plummet further. Today, he had finally witnessed the essence of power, the art of distorting truth, and the ability to transform black into white. Today, Su Xingqian conceded defeat. "You are an astute individual, and I trust you will make the right decision. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see your presence at the yamen, rather than having to issue orders for your pursuit," Xia Chen remarked, taking a sip of his drink, his expression serene yet commanding, exuding an aura of authority that was as daunting as the heavens themselves. Su Xingqian departed, lost and disoriented, wandering the streets as if his very soul had been stripped away. The once astute and rational man now found his thoughts tangled in chaos. The voice of Xia Chen echoed in Su Xingqian's mind, emotionless and reminiscent of a decree from the heavens, the extermination of 9 clans. Su Xingqian never anticipated that a single misstep would lead to such catastrophic consequences. Xia Chen, who was rumored to be as gentle as jade and approachable, devoid of the airs typical of a nobleman, had led Su Xingqian to believe he could boldly approach him for closer observation. Little did he know that beneath this facade lay a treacherous heart, capable of turning on him without warning. The thought of falling into the hands of this cunning Xia Chen filled Su Xingqian with despair. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister now seemed unattainable. He feared he would be reduced to a mere pawn of the court, a lowly functionary, forever marked by this ignominy. In the Great Wu dynasty, such officials were looked down upon, and once labeled as such, it would haunt him for life, leaving his future bleak and hopeless. Contemplating this dire fate, Su Xingqian felt an overwhelming urge to find a tree and a rope to escape this life. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Su Xingqian, oh Su Xingqian, how could one so self-important harbor such fragility? To even consider surrendering to despair in the face of adversity is utterly disgraceful. This calamity has befallen you precisely because you underestimated the formidable figures of the world, allowing your arrogance to blind you to the consequences. Furthermore, the ruthless Xia Chen would undoubtedly not spare your family, should you perish. They would be left vulnerable to false accusations. How can a man of honor evade responsibility so easily? Even if survival means living a life of obscurity, one must endure with the resilience of a wild grass, for nothing should be able to bring you down. Keep fighting, Su Xingqian. In the depths of his turmoil, Su Xingqian's mind raced with countless thoughts. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, rallying himself with determination, though the gesture appeared rather comical. "Ha ha ha, father, look at that uncle. He is so amusing. In our school, if someone fails to recite the lesson, the teacher punishes them, and when they feel down, the master encourages us, just like that uncle. It seems he must have also failed to recite." A child on the street, clutching a candied hawthorn, pointed at the spirited Su Xingqian with innocent glee. "Xiaoji, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to this uncle." The child's father admonished him, and then turned to Su Xingqian to offer his apologies. The boy, only 7 years old and named Songji, hailed from a humble family in the capital. Children speak without restraint. It is of no consequence. Su Xingqian shook his head, glanced at Songji with a smile, and then turned to depart. In a private room of an inn, Xia Chen took a seat at the table, now devoid of outsiders. He expressed his lingering confusion about the earlier encounter. Having observed the entire scene, he understood that while Su Xingqian suspected Xia Chen aimed to embarrass him, Xia Chen knew that Xia Chen held great regard for Su Xingqian. Even if he hadn't voluntarily approached, Su Xingqian's fate was already sealed. Xia Chen had long set his sights on him. "This individual possesses remarkable talent, akin to that of a prime minister," Xia Chen remarked calmly. "Ah, that cannot be possible. He appears quite ordinary to me, and he is merely in his early 20s, only a scholar with a modest title. Surely there are numerous more accomplished students in the Imperial Academy." Lost in contemplation, he pondered why his young master had never before lauded anyone so highly. What exceptional abilities did Su Xingqian truly possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen ventured to ask, but immediately regretted the question, recognizing it as trivial. Who was Prime Minister Lin, after all? He had wielded power for over 2 decades, remaining steadfast despite the Emperor's suspicions, which had never led to Lin's downfall. Moreover, when did Prime Minister Lin become a standard for measuring the talents of the realm? At that moment, Xia Chen's voice broke through the silence. Indeed, Prime Minister Lin's abilities are not to be underestimated. He ranks among the top 10 in the illustrious history of the Great Wu dynasty spanning 8 centuries. Although the current state of affairs is fraught with issues, it is not Lin's fault, but rather the Emperor's. Had it not been for Lin's governance over these past 20 years during continual warfare, our dynasty might have already crumbled from within, rather than presenting the current vigorous display of strength. Yet, even so, Lin is still not as exceptional as Su Xingchen. Xia Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, and the room fell into silence, while the bustling sounds of patrons enjoying their meals echoed from the main hall. These diners could hardly fathom that within this small private room, a discussion on Prime Minister Lin was unfolding. Nor could they imagine that the pillar of their dynasty was being compared unfavorably to an unassuming student from the Imperial Academy. Xia Chen swallowed hard, struck by Xia Chen's assertions. Though he still found it difficult to believe in Su Xingchen's exceptional capabilities, he trusted his young master. If his master believed it to be true, then it must indeed be so. That was sufficient. Xia Chen lifted his gaze towards the sky through the paper window. Lin Hanpu undeniably possessed great talent, ranking among the top 10 in the annals of history. However, Su Xingchen could very well be placed within the top 3, even vying for the foremost position. He was a prodigious genius, destined to leave a glorious mark in history. Yet, a time of great upheaval was approaching, heralding an unprecedented era of unity, followed by a golden age. Countless heroes would soon emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain, with outstanding individuals gracing the historical stage. A prodigy like Su Xingchen may even find himself overshadowed in the radiant era to come. Ensure to keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow him to escape under the cover of night. Very well, I shall personally oversee this matter tonight. However, my young master, he must be a shrewd individual, aware that we have already grasped his fate. Even if he attempts to flee under the cover of darkness, we have our lantern bearers. Where could he possibly run? It is precisely due to his intelligence that one must guard against his unconventional maneuvers. Scholars, with their myriad thoughts and contemplations, warrant a degree of caution. Xia Chen, in his prudence, did not presume victory nor allow pride to cloud his judgment. Su Xingchen was the first remarkable individual he had encountered, and he regarded him with utmost seriousness. Though this person may not currently submit to him, nor willingly offer his assistance, what does it matter? First, he must secure the individual, for even if he cannot win his heart, he must at least gain his presence. Chapter 71, The Tianshi Mansion. During the midday meal, Xia Chen feasted with great delight, savoring each moment. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had concluded. As the attendees exited, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, an exquisite composition that Xia Chen had penned earlier, filled with ethereal language and profound imagery. Yao Guang's bright eyes lingered on the poem, lost in contemplation. Xian Jinzi, clutching a gourd filled with fine wine procured from the princess's estate, was quite enamored with the exceptional quality of the beverages there. Although he appeared to be inebriated, he navigated the streets with remarkable agility, avoiding collisions with any passerby. It was as if he had melded into the void, yet he remained palpably present, unnoticed by those around him. In that moment, he seemed to be one with the essence of the universe, embodying a peculiar state of being. He traversed the central avenue heading east, eventually arriving before a magnificent mansion, expansive in its grounds and crowned with an imposing tower that soared 9 stories high, evoking a breathtaking visual of ascension toward the heavens. This was none other than the sacred abode of Taoism, the Tianshi Mansion. Within its walls resided the esteemed Grand Master, a formidable figure among the 5 foremost practitioners of the first-grade realm. Master Uncle. Greetings, Master Uncle. Xian Jinzi strode directly into the Tianshi Mansion, greeted warmly by numerous disciples along the way. His esteemed lineage granted him considerable respect, being among the leading figures of the second generation. Though he was not a direct disciple of the Grand Master, the Tianshi Mansion comprised 3 distinct lineages. Where's the Grand Master? Xian Jinzi inquired as he traversed the grand hall, ultimately arriving beneath the towering structure. Master Uncle, the ancestor is upstairs basking in the sun. A chubby, round-faced boy who had been fiddling with something in his hands perked up at the sound of his voice and quickly spoke. Very well. Xian Jinzi nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs, but then, noticing the boy's activity, he asked, "What are you working on there?" "Indeed, Master Uncle, my alchemical pursuits are nearing fruition. I intend to utilize alchemy to create a prodigious artifact. Every entity that flourishes naturally possesses a spirit, whereas creations of human hands are devoid of such essence. Hence, I have fashioned a wooden figure, with the aspiration of imbuing it with life through alchemy, transforming it into a true being." As soon as the illustrious Xian Jinzi inquired, the chubby boy, Mo Ban, immediately began to elaborate enthusiastically on his plans. Bestow life upon a wooden figure? Bring it to existence? Xian Jinzi was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the boy's obsession with the art of the divine craftsman and recognized his unparalleled talent, even earning the admiration of the Grand Master. Yet, The notion of transforming a wooden figure into a genuine person seemed utterly preposterous. To endow all things with spirit is a skill reserved for the creator, whom they refer to as the Tao. What are the results? Although skeptical, Xianzhenzi refrained from discouraging the boy and instead probed further. Indeed, Mo Ban's expression soon fell into despondency. I have failed. I have conducted numerous experiments, but I could only momentarily imbue the wooden figure with a semblance of spirit. This does not constitute true endowment. It merely reflects my manipulation through arcane arts. Once I cease to infuse it with my energy, it reverts immediately to an ordinary piece of wood. Mo Ban hung his head in disappointment. Mastering this art of spiritual endowment proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, I am now attempting to reduce the size of the wooden figure, while also exploring other materials such as jade, stone, and exotic metals. By diminishing its dimensions, perhaps success will be within reach. Mo Ban quickly regained his resolve, his gaze fervently fixed upon the small jade figure in his hands. I shall press on. I will seek out the Grand Master. Xianzhenzi offered a word of encouragement before swiftly turning away, partly because he genuinely had matters to discuss with the Grand Master, and partly because he feared being ensnared by Mo Ban's elaborate explanations of his imaginative ideas, which always left him feeling overwhelmed. Mo Ban, undistracted, devoted his entire focus to the small figure he held. As Xianzhenzi ascended to the third floor, he encountered a woman clad in garments as white as snow, her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall. Her countenance was exquisitely cold, her eyes resembling distant stars, and her brows, though delicate, concealed an air of indifference. With a slender form, her movements exuded an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs, her extraordinary beauty both captivating and daunting. This was Morong Yuyen, a disciple of innate Tao physique, naturally inclined towards the Tao but lacking in emotional capacity, untouched by the stirrings of the seven emotions. Junior sister, Xianzhenzi called out as he stopped in his tracks. Senior brother. The woman acknowledged him with a slight nod, her expression remaining as inscrutable as ice. Xianzhenzi had grown accustomed to her demeanor, understanding that her aloofness was simply a part of her nature. Morong Yuyen was a prized disciple of the Grand Master. Xianzhenzi did not linger for long, preparing to ascend the stairs. His heart was laden with numerous perplexities that necessitated the wisdom of the old celestial master. Yet, before departing, he paused once more, casting a glance back at Morong Yuyen. You have broken through to the 4th rank? I just achieved it this morning, she replied. Her voice cool and ethereal, devoid of earthly concerns, her words succinct. It was precisely due to her recent breakthrough that Xianzhenzi had detected it. Even one as composed as he felt a slight ripple within his heart. His little junior sister possessed an astonishingly monstrous talent. At merely 18 years of age, she had already ascended to the 4th rank. Such an extraordinary gift explained why the old celestial master had taken her under his wing as a disciple. One could only envision that barring any unforeseen circumstances, their celestial manor would soon welcome a 3rd-rank sage in her 20s. Xianzhenzi continued his ascent, momentarily affected yet quickly regaining his composure. His heart was a still lake once more, for he had his own path to tread. Old celestial master. Xianzhen has come to pay his respects. Upon reaching the 9th level, he found himself in an open-air pavilion, where the azure sky stretched above. At night, the old celestial master would gaze at the stars here, contemplating the mysteries of the universe and seeking breakthroughs beyond the 1st rank. Though his voice was not loud, Xianzhenzi was confident the old master could hear him. With the old master's formidable powers, upon entering this star-gathering pavilion, he had already stepped into the old master's domain. This was why the guards along his path were not particularly stringent. The old master had no fear of assassination. Those who were foolish enough to underestimate the heavens and earth in their quest to harm him would soon learn why the 1st rank was revered as a myth among mortals. Come in. The old master's ethereal voice reached Xianzhenzi's ears. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man with flowing black hair, his complexion rosy and skin radiant, reminiscent of an infant. Though he appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s, Xianzhenzi knew the old celestial master had already surpassed a century in age. Old master, I am troubled by certain uncertainties, and thus have come to seek your counsel. Xianzhenzi bowed respectfully. Even you harbor doubts? It seems you have encountered a genuine conundrum. Do share. The old master reclined in a rocking chair, dressed simply, eyes half closed as he basked in the sun. A pot of tea beside him, exuding an air of leisure akin to that of an ordinary elder. Today, at a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a moment of hazy reverie, I beheld a surging purple aura emanating from behind him, and a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon loomed behind his forehead, its head obscured, stretching across an unknown expanse. Yet, upon closer inspection, all vanished as if it were but a figment of my drunken imagination. Though I usually remain sober after 1,000 cups, more critically, I could not discern the young man's visage. Every individual possesses a fate, a destiny, and one's appearance reflects their fate. My inability to perceive his countenance suggests he lacks a destiny, a fate altogether. The old master, who had been leisurely squinting in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words. What kind of eyes are those, seemingly containing the sun, moon, and stars, unfathomably intricate, as if the great Tao were in motion? What is the name of that youth? Xian Jinzi replied earnestly. Is he not the one from the Eastern Marquis residence, who has become the princess's consort and recently assumed control of the Eagle Eye department? Indeed, Master Taisher. Xian Jinzi nodded. The Master Taisher, possessing celestial cultivation, is in harmony with the destiny of the Great Wu Kingdom. Thus, he does not meddle in worldly affairs. On the contrary, he is well informed about the politics of the capital, yet he chooses to remain uninvolved, allowing events to unfold naturally. I have calculated his fate. He possesses an average disposition, yet his betrothal to Yao Wang is troubling. Her fortune is exceedingly potent, which bodes ill for him, as he lacks the destiny to bear such fortune, thus portending an early demise. The Master Taisher spoke slowly, having specifically calculated the fate of Yao Wang's suitor after the emperor bestowed the marriage upon her. Why can I discern nothing in his countenance? Xian Jinzi queried, perplexed. Even if there exists a significant disparity between him and the Master Taisher, he believed his expertise in physiognomy would not fall short of the Masteress. The Master Taisher remained silent, fully aware of Xian Jinzi's proficiency in the art. I shall perform another divination. The Master Taisher rose from his rocking chair. Resembling a gentle elder, his aura entirely unassuming. After a brief pause, the master furrowed his brow and once more grasped the turtle shell for divination. Astonishingly, none of the 64 hexagrams yielded any insight into his fate. None manifested. The Master Taisher murmured to himself, and Xian Jinzi, standing behind him, observed this scene with growing unease. Even the Master Taisher could not decipher it. The Master Taisher attempted another divination, this being the third time. However, as he cast the turtle shell, it had not yet touched the ground when the intricate symbols upon it erupted in a burst of chaos. Unable to divine, unable to see through, though grounded in the present, he exists beyond the past and future. This is a variable. Has the celestial scheme undergone a transformation? The Master Taisher's complexion grew pale, even his profound state of mind faltering. Master Taisher, what troubles you? Xian Jinzi's pupils dilated in shock. The Master Taisher's turtle shell had shattered, an unprecedented occurrence. This individual bears significant karma. It is a variable. The future has already begun to alter. Yet I cannot penetrate the celestial mysteries. After regaining his composure, the Master Taisher spoke solemnly. Xian Jinzi was astounded. Even the venerable Master Taisher, akin to a terrestrial immortal, could not fathom Xia Chen. In the current realm, there exist only two individuals whose roots I cannot discern and whose futures remain obscured. One is Yao Wang, and now another is Xia Chen. What is even more perplexing is that these two share a bond of fate. Strangely, even with Yao Wang, I can vaguely perceive a glimpse through the fog, recognizing her as a person of immense fortune, marked by a noble visage. Though she remains a princess, she has begun to carry a portion of the Great Wu Kingdom's destiny, and may one day become the first woman to rule the realm throughout history, putting an end to the chaos of past and present. Yet, her husband Xia Chen, I find I cannot discern anything at all. The Master Taisher's tone was gravely serious. Xian Jinzi was simultaneously astonished and relieved. The shock stemmed from the fact that even the Grand Master could not see through the situation. The relief arose from the realization that it was not merely his own inadequacies at play, but rather the peculiar nature of Xia Chen's fate. A person's destiny is established from the moment of birth, and to defy the heavens and alter one's fate is an arduous endeavor. The intricacies of existence involve life, fortune, and feng shui, the accumulation of merits through good deeds, the pursuit of knowledge, the selection of a career, the choice of a partner, the cultivation of influential relationships, and the practice of health. All elements that can influence one's life to a limited extent, yet achieving such modifications is exceedingly difficult. Few can accomplish this, and it heavily depends on whether one's original fate can bear such changes. Beyond these, to truly transform a person's destiny, there exists only one path. The Grand Master's words momentarily faltered, and Xian Jinzi, who had been engrossed in the conversation, hastily interjected, Grand Master, what other methods exist to alter fate? Fortune. The Grand Master replied, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting the profundity of the sky. Fortune is what we refer to as national destiny. Ancient texts recount that during a primordial epoch, this world was indeed inhabited by terrestrial immortals, beings of various forms, demons, Buddhas, celestial beings, shamans, and even extraordinary creatures of immense strength and vitality. However, one day, our realm fell into desolation. We faced defeat, with some succumbing to old age while others fled to distant lands. Xian Jinzi listened, his heart filled with yearning, unable to quell the tumult within. He understood that this knowledge was surely a closely guarded secret of the Grand Master's estate. Had it not been for Xia Chen, he would never have been privy to such revelations. In those times, powerful dynasties reigned alongside renowned sanctuaries of cultivation, where sects accumulated merit while dynasties cultivated fortune. The power of fortune is profoundly enigmatic, capable of bestowing divine titles and securing the incense of the realm. The officials, both civil and military, could bind their fortunes to the strength of the dynasty, and with the enhancement of fortune, even those with poor foundations could surpass others in their cultivation speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. To fundamentally alter a person's fate, only the force of fortune could suffice, and it must be a formidable force indeed. Turning to face Xian Jinzi, the Grand Master smiled and spoke. A formidable force of fortune? Was the Grand Master suggesting that Xia Chen had obtained such immense fortune, thereby defying destiny? Yet, as far as he knew, the fortune of the world was finite, divided among the realms of Dou and Defengqing. Where could he have acquired it? Xian Jinzi questioned, filled with confusion. Chapter 73, The Pinnacle of the Age. The fortune of the world is indeed finite, intrinsically linked to the strength of a nation. When the populace enjoys peace, the economy flourishes, the military stands strong, and exceptional talents emerge, the power of fortune becomes increasingly potent. In essence, it is proportional to the comprehensive strength of the nation. Even the Grand Master's estate and the Tianlong Temple to the west of the capital, though not directly involved in worldly affairs, are inclined to assist Dou in maintaining order over the realm, as they too can partake in a portion of this fortune. Thus, the significance of fortune is such that even the most formidable figures of the age must engage in the contest for it. Xian Jinzi remained deeply perplexed as to how Xia Chen had acquired it. Even if he had altered his fate, there should be indications of such changes. The Grand Master spoke slowly, continuing the discourse. In this summer, there lies a profound secret within Xia Chen. Perhaps he possesses an object that conceals the heavenly mysteries. Yet I sense he embodies an unpredictable variable, the one that has slipped away. The old master's eyes erupted with astonishing brilliance as he stood atop the star-picking tower, gazing towards the inner city of the capital, seemingly striving to pierce through the void to discern Xia Chen's whereabouts. The one that has slipped away? The Tao of Heaven consists of 50 principles. While the Great Transformation encompasses 49, all beings are bound by fate. Yet it is precisely due to the elusive variable that the course of destiny can be altered. The old master spoke slowly, his voice resonating like the sound of the great Tao, while Xian Jinzi listened intently to his teachings. You previously mentioned that, in a moment of trance, you beheld a 9-clawed dragon of fortune spanning the boundless sky, accompanied by surging purple chi. The old master turned to gaze at Xian Jinzi, who knelt before him. Indeed, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as though I had merely been seeing things. You are an expert in physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle of this art. At that time, with wine in hand and your spirit unencumbered, you may have harmonized with the Tao, thus catching a glimpse of that obscured fragment. Upon hearing the old master's words, Xian Jinzi was struck with astonishment. Yet, such a vision is indicative of imperial destiny. When I observed His Majesty, I could only perceive a mere half-zhang of purple chi and a 3-zhang force of fortune emanating from him. Unable to restrain himself, Xian Jinzi remarked that he had perused Taoist texts, which described the true dragon of fortune as a manifestation born from the confluence of fortune and national destiny. Only when an emperor's aura coalesces into a 10-zhang force of fortune may it have the potential to transform into a golden dragon of fortune. The old master fell silent upon hearing Xian Jinzi's words, for he too could not provide an explanation. Xian Jinzi continued. You have previously stated that Yao Wang's fate is exceptionally unique. Upon her arrival in this world, she was naturally accompanied by 10-zhang of purple chi, which the great Wu's national fortune willingly infused within her. In the future, she may indeed surpass all emperors of antiquity and achieve unparalleled success, unifying the realm and consolidating the world's fortune within our great Wu, thereby successfully manifesting the true dragon of fortune. At that time, with this grand unifying fortune, you may even break through the constraints of the heavenly Tao and step into the legendary realm of the transcendent. Xian Jinzi's tone grew increasingly grave. However, with this unforeseen variable now present, will it affect your grand design, old master? Should we seize the opportunity while he remains weak to correct this anomaly? As Xian Jinzi concluded, a chilling resolve permeated his voice. When Yao Wang was born, a splendid purple chi enveloped the entire capital, and the sky was adorned with drifting purple clouds, an extraordinary phenomenon that caused all the residents to kneel in reverence. At that time, the entire court believed it signified the victorious conclusion of the Southern Border Campaign, heralding celestial omens to demonstrate that the current emperor's achievements were worthy of comparison to those of the ancient sage kings. The emperor was overjoyed and granted amnesty to the entire realm. Yet, Xian Jinzi understood that this miraculous event was triggered solely by Yao Wang's birth. He was profoundly astonished, for the emergence of a single princess had manifested such a spectacle of purple chi enveloping the capital, a phenomenon that, throughout history, even those founders of dynasties endowed with great fortune and imperial destinies could not surpass. The reason Zhuan Zinzi was aware of this matter was due to the secret discovered by the old celestial master years ago. His profound expertise in physiognomy led to his clandestine entrance into the palace, where he concealed the face of the newly born Yao Wang to prevent others from discovering her identity. If variables could indeed be so easily corrected, they would cease to be variables. If you were to take action yourself, as a first-tier powerhouse, who among the world, aside from the other 4 first-tier powerhouses, could possibly stand in your way? Zhuan Zhenzi spoke earnestly, harboring great confidence in the strength of the old celestial master. Ha ha ha. Who can claim absolute certainty in the face of variables? Moreover, who can assert that no other first-tier powerhouses have taken notice of this Xia Chen? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura radiating tranquility, reminiscent of a benevolent elder. Yet, Zhuan Zhenzi understood that the old celestial master was not one known for leniency. In his youth, he had ventured alone to the eastern wilderness wielding the Xuanwu sword, vanquishing demons and monsters. The old celestial master referred to Long Shu, the current leader of Buddhism and the foremost figure within the Central Plains. Zhuan Zhenzi's expression shifted slightly, recalling the gathering of scholars where Master Tianhai had initiated a conversation with Xia Chen. Were they merely engaging in casual chatter? Ha ha ha. I cannot claim to know all the affairs of the world. I am but an ordinary mortal. How could I possibly grasp everything? The old celestial master chuckled candidly, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon, where blue skies met white clouds, and a gentle breeze swept through. There is no need to harbor thoughts of violence. Since variables exist, they must serve a purpose. As for the future, no one can accurately predict what lies ahead. Even I cannot truly see through it. The emergence of variables does not necessarily lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps, it is precisely because of these variables that we may gain unforeseen rewards. Such is the way of the Tao. In the grand design, there is a predestined order. We are but mortal beings, unable to contend with the heavens. We must allow things to unfold naturally. Standing at the forefront, with no railing to obstruct him, the old celestial master appeared poised to step forward and fall. Yet Zhuan Zhenzi clearly had no concern for the old master's safety. He observed the old celestial master, who at that moment exuded an ethereal aura, harmonizing with the universe. Enveloped in a mysterious rhythm of the Tao, Zhuan Zhenzi sighed, recognizing that this was perhaps the chasm between himself and the old celestial master, not only in terms of realm, but also in mindset and understanding of the Tao. Since it has come to you, it may signify a predestined connection between you and him. Endeavor to engage without ulterior motives. Let everything unfold naturally, just as one would nurture yaguang. Today, plant a seed, and perhaps in the future, it shall take root and flourish. I shall seek an opportunity to meet this young man personally and discern the mysteries he embodies. The old celestial master stood with his back to Zhuan Zhenzi, as if turning away from the world, his entire being poised to transcend into the Tao, his presence elusive. Indeed, Zhuan Zhenzi bowed his head in respect, and when he lifted it once more, he found himself standing before the star-picking tower on the first floor. The celestial arts of the Master's residence were in constant flux. Chapter 74, The Idol of Scholars and the Troubles Brought by Exceptional Talent. While Zhuan Zhenzi conversed with the old celestial master, the events that transpired at the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did Prince Consort Xia Chen also attend? Has he composed poetry, and how did he perform? Just a few days ago, there were whispers about him being a prodigy among scholars. This was indeed a critical juncture, akin to a banquet of fate, with numerous scholars eager to ascertain whether Xia Chen possessed genuine talent and scholarly prowess. It was afternoon, and the tea house buzzed with patrons indulging in their afternoon tea. A group of curious onlookers gathered around a scholar returning from the gathering at the Imperial Academy. However, this scholar's expression was somewhat grim. He hesitated and faltered in his responses. What troubles you, Shally? We are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. We even supported your tuition when you entered the Imperial Academy. Now that you have attained the rank of Jinshi and participated in the princess's literary gathering, do you now look down upon us, refusing to converse? An elder, noticing the prolonged silence, exclaimed in frustration. Uncle Chen, do not press Li Zheng too hard. Just then, another scholar clad in scholarly robes entered the tea house. He greeted the assembly with a smile. What has transpired? The crowd, sensing the tension, inquired of this new arrival. Ha ha. Today, Li Zheng, alongside several scholars from the Imperial Academy, challenged Prince Consort Xia Chen, publicly coercing him to compose poetry. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Regardless of his genuine abilities, he is a prince consort, the son of a noble house, currently a high-ranking official. How could we, mere commoners, dare to offend him? Yet, he boldly approached, wielding words as weapons, and I could not restrain him. Zhang Zhongyong recounted, shaking his head. Had it not been for their shared upbringing, he would not have divulged so much. Yet, Li Zheng remained ungrateful, accusing him of hindering his path to fame in the capital and even threatening to sever ties. Truly, it seems that being a good person is a thankless task these days. Zhang Zhongyong sighed, addressing the attentive neighbors with an air of resignation. If he had merely embarrassed Xia Chen in public, that would have been one matter, but Xia Chen is clearly not to be trifled with. He reprimanded them for their obsession with poetry while neglecting national affairs and scholarship, always seeking shortcuts and opportunistic gains. In the end, he composed a poem before the assembly, articulating his aspirations and leaving all present in stunned silence. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng's face flushed with shame. The poem was exquisite. After today, I dare say no one will dare claim that Xia Chen lacks knowledge or eloquence. This is true fame in the capital, Zhang Zhongyong exclaimed, his demeanor exuberant. Admiring the profound essence of Xia Chen's poem, Xia Chen once again graced the headlines of the capital, becoming a subject of lively discussion among the townsfolk. The most fervent debates centered around his poem, particularly the final couplet, only to die on the battlefield for one's country. Why should I need a horse's hide to wrap my corpse? It captivated many, stirring their hearts and minds with aspirations. Director Xia is indeed correct. Poetry and literature are mere trifles. Throughout history, which prime minister has governed a nation through verse? It is practical deeds that foster a prosperous state. Presently, the realm is far from stable. The northwest frontier is on the brink of war. What we require are capable ministers, not so-called literary giants. The northern Defeng has seen its national strength wane in recent years, primarily due to the widespread veneration of literary pursuits. There, scholars indulge in wine and revelry, oblivious to the pressing affairs of the nation. With such an atmosphere prevailing, how can a formidable military be forged? Therefore, I can assert that if Defeng continues on this path, in approximately 50 years, it will undoubtedly be consumed by our Dongwu. Our realm must not follow in Defeng's footsteps. We must remain vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of our people. At this moment, a student stood at the gate of the National Academy, proclaiming loudly. Surrounding him were many students of the academy, who nodded in agreement as they listened to his words. One must study the classics of sages, but also the strategies of statecraft. However, one must not squander energy on poetry. Historically, no prime minister has attained such a position through verse, but rather through tangible accomplishments. In an instant, the name Xia Chen was reverberated among the scholarly community, with many adopting his line, "To die on the battlefield for one's country, why need a shroud of horsehide?" as their motto, believing that a true man should serve his nation loyally, even unto death in battle. Some even entertained thoughts of enlisting. These developments were beyond Xia Chen's expectations. At this moment, he returned to his courtyard, where a young boy awaited him. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, yet his face bore an unmistakable innocence. "What brings you here?" Xia Chen inquired. "Third brother, I have come to serve you," Xia Wen exclaimed, sitting excitedly on a stool, his gaze darting about restlessly. "You wish to serve me?" Xia Chen replied, bemused. At that moment, Baizhu personally arrived with tea for Xia Chen and Xia Wen. "Indeed, if Sister Baizhu can accompany you, why can't I?" Xia Wen said with a grin as he accepted the tea, while Baizhu blushed at the remark. "This won't do. You are too young. Moreover, does our third uncle know of this?" Xia Chen shook his head, recalling that Xia Wen had yet to turn 12 this year. "But I have already broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence stage. According to the family rules, I am eligible to enter society," Xia Wen declared, standing up earnestly. "You achieved a breakthrough to the refining essence stage so swiftly?" Xia Chen was taken aback, reflecting on the boy's extraordinary talent. Compared to his own past self, who had not broken through the 8th rank at 17. Xia Wen's aptitude was indeed remarkable among the noble youth. "Yes, I owe it all to you, third brother. Had you not improved the foundational sword techniques, I would not have advanced so quickly," Xia Wen said with a sheepish grin, recounting the circumstances to Xia Chen. It turned out that under normal circumstances, Xia Wen would have needed at least 2 to 5 months to achieve a breakthrough. However, later on, Uncle Xia Chen personally taught him a sword technique known as the Shouyang demonic blade, a method that could harness the energies of heaven and earth to temper one's body. Remarkably, he managed to break through this barrier in just a month. Initially, I aspired to join the Imperial Guards, but they deemed me too young. Then I contemplated joining the Frontier Army, yet both uncle and my father were resolute against it. Thus, I resolved to seek refuge with you, third brother. Xia Wen's demeanor was exuberant. Originally, both Xia Qian and Xia Wen's father, Xia Han, intended for Xia Wen to remain in the residence to hone his martial arts, ideally to reach the 7th rank, or even the 6th, before venturing out. By then, Xia Wen would be somewhat older, and they would feel more at ease. However, Xia Wen was utterly unwilling to comply. Having finally broken through to the 8th rank, he yearned to explore the world outside. Even if it meant merely staying in the capital, he had no desire to linger in the dull confines of the Marquis' residence any longer. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and couldn't help but sigh. Is this what it means to possess such remarkable talent, bringing along its own burdens? Had Xia Wen broken through to the 8th rank at around 14, his parents would not have been so concerned about his departure from the residence. At just 11, who wouldn't be apprehensive? He was still just a child. Chapter 75, Xia Han. In the hall, Xia Wen glanced around and noticed Baizhu had already stepped outside, then quietly said, I know that the rumors about third brother falling out with the family are certainly false. Although he may seem somewhat inconspicuous at home, uncle and aunt are exceptionally kind to you. All those external tales are mere fabrications. Xia Wen lowered his voice, his youthful face filled with sincerity. Uncle even mentioned in the residence that he would remove my name from the family registry. How could that be untrue? Xia Chen shot a glance at Xia Wen. Though he expressed skepticism, he silently admired the boy. Despite his tender age and seemingly reckless demeanor, he did not appear foolish. though I am unaware of the circumstances. It seems evident that third brother and uncle have their own intentions behind this. Xia Chen scratched his head and chuckled. Moreover, I informed my father about my desire to come and stay with you. While he vehemently opposed it verbally, he nonetheless dispatched 3 family guards with me. This gesture speaks volumes. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xia Wen's words. Was his coming to seek refuge with him tacitly approved by his uncle Xia Han? What events had transpired recently in the family? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen inquired, was there any significant development? Nothing major, but a couple of days ago, while I was in my father's courtyard, I overheard him conversing with my mother, quite inebriated. I vaguely caught my father mentioning that a vacancy for a deputy minister of rights had arisen, a position that was rightfully his. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the proposal to the cabinet, only for it to be ultimately rejected on the grounds of my father's youth, suggesting he needed further tempering. Consequently, the position of Deputy Minister of Rights was filled by a renowned scholar from Bailu Academy. Xia Wen lowered his head, his spirits somewhat diminished. He had ventured in earlier to catch a glimpse of his father, who was thoroughly inebriated. It was, in fact, the first time Xia Wen had encountered his father in such a state. Xia Chen, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence, involuntarily conjuring the image of his esteemed third uncle, Xia Han, graceful, cultured, and undeniably handsome, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Whenever he interacted with his younger relatives, a smile graced his lips, never allowing differences in talent or lineage to dictate his demeanor. Our Xia family wields considerable military power, and the third uncle, who has pursued a career in literature and politics, has already aroused some envy, particularly given his notable aptitude in governance. With the imperial examination approaching, the Ministry of Rights, which oversees these assessments, holds significant importance. Should the third uncle assume the role of Deputy Minister of Rights, even if he is not the chief examiner for this year's candidates, he would, in name, serve as their mentor. Xia Chen sighed, casting a glance at Xia Wen before speaking in a low voice. I understand. The Emperor harbors apprehensions towards our Xia family. He fears my father might cultivate a faction, worried that we might extend our influence into the civil service, which could destabilize his reign over this grand Wu dynasty. Xia Wen set down his teacup, rising to his feet, his youthful visage imbued with a chill. Xia Chen was taken aback by his younger brother's audacity. This little brother exhibited remarkable courage. What appeared to be rashness belied a keen intellect, a person of profound wisdom. Perhaps his father had not erred in naming him Xia Wen. This younger sibling undoubtedly inherited their father's political acumen. He truly is a prodigy among the future generations of the Xia family, second only to his own brother, Xia Hao. Despite his tender age of merely 11, he had already begun to display extraordinary potential. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for the emperor, particularly the current sovereign. Indeed, he is a talent worth nurturing. All blessings from the heavens are bestowed by the emperor. Xia Chen remarked calmly, observing Xia Wen. I comprehend, third brother. I shall not voice such sentiments externally. The Xia family remains steadfastly loyal to the emperor. Xia Wen lifted his gaze to meet Xia Chen's, grinning broadly. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Stay with me, reside here. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the lantern bearers, where I will arrange an identity for you, allowing you to serve as my attendant. All right, no problem. I have heard that third brother is now a fourth-rank official, overseeing the lantern bearers' Eagle Eye division. You must be quite impressive. Xia Wen's expression brimmed with excitement. Despite his precocious wisdom, he was still just a child of 11. Bai Zhu entered, personally escorting Xia Wen to the side courtyard to make arrangements for him. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, deep in thought. His third uncle, Xia Han, achieved success in the imperial examination at the tender age of 22, earning the prestigious title of a first-degree scholar. Now at 36, he possesses both a formidable background and considerable capability. Over the span of 14 years, he ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade official, a pace that, while impressive to many, is, when measured against his own standards, rather pedestrian, even disappointingly slow. This situation is evidently troubling. In his youth, my uncle studied at the Bailu Academy and received commendations from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, which attests to his scholarly talents. Xia Chen sighed, realizing why his uncle had succumbed to inebriation, displaying a demeanor of unfulfilled ambition. If this trajectory continues, his uncle's career will likely reach its zenith as merely a vice minister, with the prospects of becoming a minister or entering the cabinet entirely out of reach. It seems that both my elder uncle and third uncle have sensed the emperor's profound unease regarding their family. They are both eager to cultivate his favor while harboring a palpable wariness. By sending Xia Wen to the capital, they are essentially placing a wager. The third generation of the Xia family is undeniably distinguished, with each member emerging in succession, though most remain obscure and hidden from the public eye. However, Xia Chen and Xia Han are certainly aware of the true potential of their next generation. Despite their youth, they can already discern the remarkable talents that lie within. If the first and second generations of the Xia family have already aroused the emperor's suspicions, what will happen if the third generation continues to produce such exceptional individuals? Can the emperor truly sleep soundly? It appears that my elder uncle and third uncle have recognized the peril facing our family and have begun to take action. According to the original historical trajectory, it seems that the Xia family firmly placed their bets on Yaoguang, thereby evading a catastrophic purge, allowing the third generation of the Xia family to shine brilliantly during the era of the Great Unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his pupils igniting with a dazzling brilliance. As his dual-colored eyes began to whirl, enveloped in chaos, as if poised to carve open the heavens. Chapter 76. Has my poetry become a model? The lantern-bearer has arrived at the government office. After an absence of 3 days, the esteemed director of the Eagle Eye Division has finally returned. Since taking office, he instilled a sense of awe among his subordinates, who anticipated a tempestuous period ahead. However, to their surprise, Xia Chen defied expectations by being absent for 3 consecutive days. Only yesterday did they learn that their director had attended a literary gathering where he excelled, and now his poem is sweeping through the capital. This poem of our director must be disseminated immediately. The capital and its surrounding areas fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Eye Division, and it is imperative that everyone knows of this poem within a day. As Xia Chen entered with Xia Wen, he overheard the voice of Master Zhengping, who was addressing his subordinates with fervor. Standing beside him were Cui Hu and Lu Chun, who remained silent. Meanwhile, the other 2 masters, Chen Song and Li Yu, were nowhere to be found. What are they up to so early in the morning? Xia Chen cheerfully approached the hall, inquiring of everyone. The director has arrived. Zheng Ping's weathered face instantly transformed into a radiant smile, shifting from his previously stern demeanor. Director, the more than 10 lantern bearers present, regardless of their willingness, all respectfully greeted Xia Chen upon his arrival. During the 3 days of his absence, they had come to terms with many matters. It was an established fact that Xia Chen would assume command of their Eagle Eye Division, a decision made by the emperor that could not be altered by their opinions. Even in Xia Chen's absence, others would inevitably step in, as the emperor had grown wary of their internal affairs, necessitating the introduction of personnel from outside. Why have you disseminated my poem? Xia Chen inquired, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Though he now held the position of director of the lantern bearers, leveraging his authority for personal gain seemed rather inappropriate. Rest assured, director, this matter shall remain confidential. A lantern bearer replied with a grin. The dissemination of your poem was mandated from above. Understanding dawned on Xia Chen. His poem, which spoke of serving the nation fearlessly, was timely. Given the imminent threat of war in the Northwest, its release could inspire the populace and ignite a fervor for battle nationwide, essentially a call to arms. Thus, his poem had transformed into a political manifesto, a notion he had not anticipated, realizing that Emperor Wen had cleverly turned this to his advantage. Our Eagle Eye Division oversees the capital and its surrounding areas, while other divisions manage the rest of the realm. I assure you, Director, your poem will spread throughout the Great Wu Kingdom within 3 days, and your name will resonate among the people. Zheng Ping said with a smile beside Xia Chen. He straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor, before bowing slightly and proclaiming in a booming voice, "Congratulations, Director. Your name shall soon be renowned throughout the world." Upon hearing Zheng Ping's declaration, the other lantern bearers, particularly the taciturn Cui Hu and Lu Chun, exhibited slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. They quickly regained their composure and, in unison, clasped their hands in respect. "Thank you, brothers. Let's celebrate with drinks at Dushing Tower this noon." Xia Chen chuckled, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder. "This old chap is quite astute. Allow me to introduce my brother, Xia Wen. Please assist him in his arrangements. He should join the lantern bearers without concern for rank, simply as my attendant. The gathering at Dushing Tower today will serve as his welcome banquet. Is that agreeable?" Xia Chen looked at Zheng Ping, who regarded the youthful Xia Wen with a warm smile, reminiscent of a simpleton. After glancing back at Xia Chen, Zheng Ping promptly replied, "With the director's personal endorsement, there is no issue. I will have the paperwork ready by this afternoon. No, before the welcome banquet at noon," Zheng Ping declared confidently, thumping his chest. This exemplified the advantages of power. While ordinary individuals might struggle to gain entry into the lantern bearers, for Xia Chen, it was merely a matter of a few words. Behind Xia Chen, Xia Wen gazed at him with admiration, marveling at his elder brother's commanding presence. Indeed, he was a lantern bearer, known for their wild and unrestrained nature, yet Xia Chen had managed to subdue them all effortlessly. I aspire to possess such authority. I yearn to learn diligently by my brother's side, so that when the time comes, those who defy me will be dealt with decisively. With this thought, Xia Wen smiled, his expression exceedingly innocent. However, the other lantern bearers regarded him with curious eyes, for although this youth appeared to be around 15 or 16, his face was remarkably juvenile, indicating that his actual age was significantly younger. This young man was none other than the son of Lord Xia Han, the Vice Minister of Rights. Cui Hu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a deep voice. "Indeed, he is the child of my third uncle. Alas, they are colleagues, so I shall be candid. This boy has quarreled with my third uncle. He wished to step forth to protect the nation, but my uncle adamantly opposed it. Consequently, the father and son had a fierce argument at home, leading to my brother sneaking away. Xia Chen chuckled, having no desire to conceal the truth. As this matter was hardly something that could be hidden, though certain details were best left unsaid. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew even more peculiar, as they failed to grasp the latter part of Xia Chen's statement. He has broken through to the 8th rank. Chui, who could no longer contain his curiosity, and inquired. If I recall correctly, our records indicate that the eldest son of the vice minister, young Master Xia Wen, is merely 11 years old this year. Another voice chimed in, filled with astonishment. An 8 rank at the age of 11? How is that possible? Yet, the regulations of the Duke of Zhendong's household state that one may only enter the world after achieving the 8th rank. Such a young prodigy, the lantern bearers, who were often feared by the common folk, now wore expressions of disbelief. Even Chui, who in the typically taciturn Lu Chun could not help but fix their gaze upon Xia Wen. They were well aware that the lantern bearers kept records of the scions of the capital's nobility. This was no secret. I am not that small. I shall soon turn 12 in a few months. Xia Wen stepped forward from behind Xia Chen, grinning sheepishly while scratching his head, presenting an image of harmlessness. Yet, this revelation struck the others as even more shocking. The world was indeed a mad place. Was this the direct lineage of the Duke of Zhendong? Such exceptional talents were commonplace. It must be noted that within their ranks, some individuals were in their 30s and still only at the 8th rank. The disparity was undeniably vast. You must all come to the celebration at Deshing Tower today, Xia Chen announced, bowing with no hint of official authority. Yet everyone clearly dared not overlook him. His impression on them was indelible. They all understood that while he appeared gentle, he possessed a cold heart and considerable cunning. Far from the harmless faade he projected. We shall certainly attend young Master Xia Wen's welcoming banquet. The numerous lantern bearers promptly responded, bowing respectfully, their gazes toward the youthful Xia Wen now infused with reverence. Report, my lord. There is an individual named Su Xingchen outside the office seeking an audience with you. He claims that you summoned him. A lantern bearer entered, delivering news, and Xia Chen revealed a smile. Both the literary and martial individuals had been ensnared. Today's weather was splendid, and his spirits soared. Chapter 77. Completely on the pirate ship. Su Xingchen followed closely behind a lantern bearer. His face haggard and his eyes bloodshot, yet there was a glimmer of exhilaration within his gaze. He had spent the entire night without sleep, grappling with restless thoughts. Despite having resigned himself to his fate, slumber eluded him. He pondered extensively, and in the end, it seemed as though he had grasped something elusive. Why was Xia Chen tormenting him? Was it merely for amusement? He was the legitimate son of a marquis, a prince consort, and now the head of the lantern bearers. While Su was merely an ordinary scholar from the National Academy, their statuses worlds apart. To Xia Chen, extinguishing his life was akin to crushing an ant. Could such a person truly be motivated solely by a desire for cruel amusement? Su Xingchen found this hard to believe. What could the underlying reason be? Surely, there was more to this than he understood. As dawn approached, a sudden clarity pierced Su Xingchen's mind, and he sat bolt upright in bed, his body trembling violently. Xia Chen knew he harbored rebellious thoughts, seeking a wise sovereign, yet instead of apprehending him, he wanted Su to serve as his scribe. Was it him who desired rebellion? Or was it the Xia family? Su Xingchen felt a profound enlightenment. The confusion and despair that had clouded his mind were shattered by this startling realization. He was exceptionally intelligent and should have deduced this earlier, but he had been misled by Xia Chen, trapped in a cognitive maze. Only arriving at this conclusion in a half-dream state. A brilliant light erupted from his pupils, filled with excitement, exhilaration, and confusion. Xia Chen was a prince consort, and the emperor favored him greatly. Why would he wish to rebel? Was it the Xia family? While they wielded significant power, all indications suggested their loyalty to the throne. Su Xingchen was puzzled. Even he, with his sharp intellect, struggled to comprehend this. However, he had no intention of exposing Xia Chen or the Xia family's supposed treason. For if he did, he would undoubtedly meet a swift and grave end, whether at the hands of Xia Chen, the Xia family, or the royal court. The imperial family would never sever ties with the Xia family at this juncture. With these thoughts clarified, Su Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. This was precisely what he had long desired. He entered the lantern bearer's office, his gaze darting around. The outside world had perpetuated rumors about the lantern bearer's office, depicting it as a veritable hell. Yet, upon his arrival, Su found the comings and goings of people quite ordinary, devoid of the anticipated gloom and terror. Please proceed inside. The lantern bearer, leading him, guided Su to a small courtyard and gestured for him to enter. Sir. Su Xingchen knocked on the door and, upon hearing a voice from within, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an exceptionally handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engaged in work, while another youthful figure, still in the bloom of adolescence, curiously scrutinized him. Did you not sleep well last night? Without lifting his gaze from the documents before him, Xia Chen appeared to perceive Su Xingchen's state with remarkable clarity, deepening Su Xingchen's sense of the enigma that was Xia Chen. I was a bit restless last night due to my excitement, Su Xingchen admitted, cupping his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Was your excitement born from a suspicion of treachery? Xia Chen's voice remained calm as he annotated the papers before him. Yet Su Xingqian felt as though the sound reverberated with an eerie resonance, akin to the echoes of the netherworld, plunging him into despair. How could he possibly know that? Did he possess the power of mind reading? Grateful that he had not contemplated revealing this to the authorities, Su Xingqian realized that Xia Chen might have already set his machinations in motion. Had he entertained such thoughts, he might not have ventured far beyond his doorstep before meeting a most untimely demise. A cold sweat broke upon Su Xingqian as he found himself once more teetering on the precipice of death. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side as a scribe, assisting me in managing various documents and files. Moreover, your parents have grown elderly, and you have been away from home for many years. In our great nation, filial piety is paramount. It is the duty of children to care for their parents. Bring your parents from Ping'an County to the capital. I have acquired a modest courtyard adjacent to my residence. They shall reside there henceforth. Xia Chen remained absorbed in his work, while the previously silent Xia Wen approached quietly. Here is the key, she said, handing Su Xingqian a set of keys. Su Xingqian swallowed hard. He understood that accepting this key meant he had irrevocably embarked upon a perilous journey, regardless of whether Xia Chen was a benevolent leader. He was now committed to this path. He knew he could not refuse, for to do so would not merely render him an employee of the Lantern Bearer, but rather an inmate of the Lantern Bearer's prison, and his family would not escape unscathed either. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, they could even achieve a semblance of familial unity within those confines, living as a happy family. Thank you, esteemed sir. Su Xingqian accepted the keys from Xia Wen, casting a glance at her wholesome smile, before bowing respectfully to Xia Chen. At noon, at Dishing Tower, Xia Chen reserved the entire second floor of the establishment. Renowned in the capital for its delectable cuisine and auspicious name, Dishing Tower was favored by both nobility and affluent merchants when celebrating joyous occasions. Isn't that Zhang, the owner? Who is this person to reserve the entire second floor? Such audacity. Someone grumbled. Indeed, I usually dine in the private rooms upstairs. Why must I be relegated to the main hall today? My cousin is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I must see who possesses such arrogance in the capital. In the main hall, a crowd had gathered, expressing their dissatisfaction to Zhang Lind, the middle-aged proprietor, who quickly bowed in apology. Esteemed patrons of Disheng Tower, I am fully aware of your esteemed status as our loyal customers. However, I must regretfully inform you that the second floor is currently unavailable, as it has been reserved by the Lantern Bearer. Should you inadvertently disturb the esteemed guests above, it may lead to unforeseen calamities, and my intentions are solely for your well-being. The mention of the Lantern Bearer indeed causes a palpable shift in the demeanor of those present. It is true, for it is none other than the esteemed Lord Xia Chen himself who has secured the second floor. I humbly suggest that you dine in the first floor hall, or perhaps at our rival establishment, Disheng Tower, as these options remain open to you. However, I implore you to refrain from ascending the stairs and disturbing the honored guests. Zhang Linda, visibly anxious, ultimately urged the guests to seek their meals at Disheng Tower instead. A glance at the second floor revealed a swift dissipating of ire among the crowd, even from the young gentleman who had previously boasted of his uncle's high position. On the second floor of Disheng Tower, Xia Chen raised his glass, addressing the gathering. Today marks the day my brother Xia Wen and my companion Su Xingqian commence their new roles. I am grateful for your presence, and I shall toast first. He poured himself a drink and rose to deliver a brief yet heartfelt speech, expressing gratitude in an approachable manner. Su Xingqian observed the amiable Xia Chen and the notably docile Lantern Bearer in the hall, marveling at how Xia Chen, though appearing gentle and unpretentious, commanded such respect and compliance from all, instilling a sense of decorum that deterred any potential disrespect. Could this be the essence of true leadership? Chapter 78. I declare that those who conspire will indeed conspire. The atmosphere at the welcoming banquet was harmonious, with Xia Chen undeniably at the center of attention. The attendees, all of at least 100 households rank, gradually gathered the courage to approach him for toasts. Xia Chen responded cheerfully, showcasing no airs of superiority, fully immersing himself among the grassroots officials, which alleviated their anxieties. Their concerns stemmed from the youth of their new leader. There was a fear that he might hastily seek to make a name for himself through reckless means, potentially wreaking havoc among the lower-tier officials. Surrounding Xia Wen and Su Xingqian were numerous admirers, all recognizing them as trusted confidants of Xia Chen, despite their roles as mere attendants. Yet, the steward of the prime minister's household held a status comparable to a 7th-rank official. Particularly noteworthy was Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Eastern Town. Although his branch did not possess a title, his father was a distinguished 4th-rank official. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Xia Wen was a prodigy, having attained the 8th rank at merely 11 years of age, suggesting a future of remarkable prominence. Thus, no one dared to dismiss Xia Wen due to his youth. I can drink no more. You should join Su Xingqian. Xia Wen, with his vision blurred yet still coherent, pointed towards Su Xingqian. Previously denied the chance to indulge in drink at the Duke's residence, he was now swept up in the revelry, but soon found himself somewhat inebriated. Upon hearing Xia Wen's voice and noticing him pointing in his direction, Su Xingchen hastily pretended to be inebriated and laid his head upon the table. The banquet was a lively affair, with everyone reveling in the merriment. Meanwhile, seated beside Xia Chen were Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun. Today, the esteemed host has truly gone to great lengths, Zheng Ping exclaimed, his cheeks flushed from the copious amounts of wine he had consumed. Yet he still raised his glass in a toast to Xia Chen. We are all brothers here. There is no talk of extravagance, Xia Chen replied, lifting his own cup to clink with Zheng Ping's in cheerful camaraderie. However, he sighed, I had originally reserved the entire second floor. Yet it seems barely half of it is filled. The expressions of Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun subtly shifted upon hearing this, each revealing a different reaction. The Emperor has tasked me with a mission upon my entry into the Lantern Bearers, Xia Chen declared, his tone remarkably candid, as if regarding the three as confidants. Their faces altered, even the usually composed Lu Chun cast a curious glance. What mission is that? Cui Hu could not refrain from asking. His demeanor unusually earnest and obedient since that day Xia Chen had lectured him. The Emperor mentioned that over the years, the Lantern Bearers have formed cliques, each member consolidating their own power, with their subordinates practically becoming personal armies, Xia Chen continued, pausing to gauge the reactions of the three, particularly Lu Chun, whose complexion had noticeably paled. Thus, dispersing your subordinates that day was a means of safeguarding you. I hold all three of you in high regard. You are astute individuals, and I trust you will appreciate my well-meaning intentions. He patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder and then did the same to Cui Hu. Turning to Lu Chun, who appeared most troubled, he added, the Emperor possesses a compassionate heart and an expansive mind. Though you are the adopted son of Lu Li, you remain merely an adopted son. As long as you stay prudent during this sensitive period, there should be no significant issues. Lu Chun swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He finally understood why the Emperor had appointed a young outsider to their ranks. Youthful exuberance often leads to rash actions. In the pursuit of merit, such individuals can be ruthless, which is a hallmark of youth. Young people are best utilized as instruments of force. And now, this very instrument was aimed at the faction of his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he was naturally earmarked for the purging list. However, given the current sensitive circumstances, he was no longer fit to serve as the head of the Pear Blossom Hall. Are you willing to step aside temporarily and serve as my aide? Yet, Lu Chun realized he had no choice but to express gratitude to Xia Chen for preserving his position. Logic dictated that he should have been the first to face execution. He raised his glass, his voice solemn, understanding that regardless of Xia Chen's true intentions, he must convey his gratitude, for Xia Chen now held his fate in his hands. For the past 3 days, they had come to understand that Xia Chen had arrived at the magistrate's office bearing the imperial sword, symbolizing the will of his majesty. This was the reason they had clashed with Xia Chen previously, yet today they found themselves as compliant as a dutiful spouse. Thus, Xia Chen had successfully quelled the military authority with a mere toast. Old Zheng, Xia Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who jolted upright and hastily exclaimed, My lord, I am not affiliated with Lu Li's faction. I beseech you to see clearly. Yet, I am willing to relinquish my position as chief and serve as your attendant. Zheng Ping hurriedly distanced himself from any association, pledging his loyalty, fearful that Xia Chen might unjustly label him as a member of Lu Li's entourage. His Majesty undoubtedly harbored intentions of bloodshed. All members of Lu Li's faction would face annihilation. Haha, old Zheng, I am no executioner. There is no need for such trepidation. I merely wish to inquire. I have heard that Chen Song and Li Yu are seemingly aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Xia Chen shifted the topic, casually picking up a piece of beef while speaking. Zheng Ping relaxed, though his gaze remained unwaveringly calm. These matters are beyond my knowledge, and I dare not speculate on the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. However, it is a grave offense for them to meddle with the Lantern Bearers, who are all loyal to His Majesty. Zheng Ping stated earnestly. Ah, old Zheng, you are quite amusing. As a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, I am still unfamiliar with many of its rules, so I would like to consult you. You see, today I am hosting a banquet for my colleagues in the Eagle Eye Division, and while the 3 of you have graciously accepted my invitation, those 2 have chosen not to attend, accompanied by a multitude of subordinates. What might this signify? Xia Chen nonchalantly posed the question, as if it were a trivial matter. Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged grave glances, both aware that the true crux of the matter had arrived. Disdaining one's superiors and forming cliques for personal gain is a heinous crime. Zheng Ping asserted solemnly. What would be an appropriate punishment? Xia Chen inquired. Forming factions for personal gain warrants the death penalty, confiscation of property, exile for the male members of the family, and the females sent to the brothel department. Zheng Ping replied without hesitation, his tone icy. This declaration prompted both Cui Hu and Lu Chun to exchange astonished glances at Zheng Ping. Was this truly the same old Zheng, who was always amiable and cheerful? Chapter 79, Capture Them All. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen chuckled, picking up another piece of beef, and asked, but what if they truly are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? What then? Cui Hu and Lu Chun recognized that this was no idle question. while Lu Chun regarded Zheng Ping thoughtfully. The lantern bearers are directly under His Majesty's command. It would be a severe taboo for the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to interfere with the lantern bearers. I doubt they would place their own individuals among us. Zheng Ping remarked with a smile, continuing, Yet Chen Song and Li Yu are exceedingly arrogant. They appear to be part of Lu Li's faction. Such individuals who engage in factionalism cannot remain among the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping stated decisively, his words imbued with a sense of lethal intent. Ha ha ha. Lord Zheng is absolutely correct. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly extend their hands into our lantern bearers? One is the Crown Prince, the other the Third Prince. It is inconceivable that they would conspire against us. What purpose would they have in infiltrating our ranks? Rumors, indeed, are merely rumors, lacking accuracy. Xia Chen laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged glances, both aware that Xia Chen's words held deeper meaning. With Lord Zheng's guidance, I feel reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chun, Xia Chen turned to look at them. You both heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him, and this afternoon, take men to apprehend Li Yu and Chen Song. Furthermore, apprehend all the households that did not attend the banquet from their two major factions and confine them to the lantern bearers' prison. Can you manage that? Xia Chen inquired calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to speak up urgently. Oh, my lord, let these two young men handle such matters. I am but an old bone, and it has been over a decade since I led a team. If anything goes awry, it would be troublesome. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young, I fear they may not be able to maintain order. You are a veteran of the Eagle Eye Division, a figure of great renown among the lantern bearers. This task must be undertaken by you. Moreover, with both of us bearing the responsibility, what could possibly go wrong? Xia Chen smiled, not allowing Zheng Ping an opportunity to decline. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned the nuances, realizing that their lord held a certain regard for Zheng Ping. He suddenly recalled Zheng Ping's steadfast presence in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years, and a sense of understanding washed over him. Thus, he silently returned to his meal, wholeheartedly supporting Xia Chen's plan. This matter undoubtedly required Zheng Ping to lead the charge in capturing Li Yu and Chen Song. Xia Chen departed, accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, and Li Shi, leaving Desheng Tower. The wind had risen. Cui Hu pushed open the paper window and stood by the second-floor window, gazing at the bustling city of Dao. He extended his hand, feeling the breeze caress his fingers, and spoke softly. Have we all had our fill? Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his expression calm, but suddenly shouted, We've eaten well. He turned to Zheng Ping, who was seated across from him, and earnestly said, Lord Zheng, you instructed us to assist you. Please direct us on how to proceed. Lord Zheng, simply give the orders, and we shall execute them. You are our senior, with experience surpassing the salt we've consumed. We will heed your counsel. Cui Hu also stood by the window, clasping his hands in agreement. Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now treating him with such courtesy, having previously dismissed him as merely an individual of seniority. Day in and day out, they were unruly, disregarding others. Now, when it came to confronting the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they recognized the stakes and had turned into timid turtles. Zheng Ping spoke solemnly. Yes. Lu Chun and Cui Hu replied in unison. As the lantern bearers exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding settled among them. Although the nature of their imminent actions remained unclear, they were acutely aware that a tempest was approaching. Strangely, it seemed that this storm did not pertain to them, but rather, they had become embodiments of that very storm. Was this the outcome of having a capable leader? In the afternoon, a palpable excitement surged throughout the entire assembly of lantern bearers. The two halls of the Eagle Eye Division saw their ranks dismantled. From the captains to the hall masters, all taken down. Some attempted to resist, only to face imminent execution. A few captains were stripped of their armor and seized right before the eyes of the crowd. This upheaval stirred a sense of trepidation within the ranks of the lantern bearers, yet the incident was confined to the Eagle Eye Division, which somewhat alleviated their concerns. Goodness. The new commander of the Eagle Eye Division, his methods are rather ruthless. 2 halls, 2 hall masters, over 50 captains, and more than 10,000 captains have been apprehended. It is quite terrifying. That Lord Xia, so direct in his approach, capturing so many individuals in succession, does he truly fear the chaos that may ensue? Ah, the youth, so bold and unrefined by societal constraints, naturally fearless. It seems that Li Yu and Chen Song may indeed face dire consequences this time. The remaining halls in the capital could not help but gasp in astonishment, shaken by Xia Chen's recent actions. Yet, what charges were being levied? To arrest so many lantern bearers without cause, surely, even as a commander, he must adhere to certain protocols. Some began to speculate, questioning what leverage Xia Chen possessed over these individuals to act with such audacity. I must emphasize, I have heard through the grapevine that Chen Song and Li Yu are suspected to be associated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince intend? After all, we are lantern bearers. This is a grave taboo. Yet, if these two were indeed connected to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, shouldn't this be a closely guarded secret? Why does it now seem to be common knowledge? Some were taken aback by this revelation, while others with a political acumen inquired further. Regardless of its origins, it was said to be a rumor. We ought to simply observe the spectacle. The powerful clash above us, best not to meddle. If Chen Song and Liu genuinely have ties to the crown prince and the third prince, then it is no surprise that Lord Xia acts so brazenly. This could very well be the emperor's directive. Someone pointed toward the heavens, prompting the crowd to shrink back, silencing their discussions. Chapter 80. I am indeed associated with the crown prince. In the third-level prison of the lantern bearers, a voice erupted, "Let me out. Who dares to arrest me? Where's the warrant? I am a hall master." As Xia Chen entered, he was met with this furious outburst. "What is all this commotion?" Xia Wen approached, delivering a swift kick to cell number 48. Inside was none other than Liu. "Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed?" Liu glared fiercely at Xia Chen, his eyes blazing with fury. "You engage in treachery for personal gain, abuse your authority, and seek revenge for private grievances. I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you with the commander, and even if you are a prince consort, His Majesty will not spare you." Liu regarded Xia Chen in silence, believing he had successfully intimidated him, and he spoke louder, growing ever more confident. "Are you certain that His Majesty will not spare me?" At last, Xia Chen smiled and looked at Liu, whose expression shifted slightly. Xia Chen departed, leaving Liu to fall silent in his cell. As Xia Chen passed the 23rd cell, Chen Song, who had been sitting there in silence, suddenly brightened. "Master Xia! Master Xia!" Chen Song hastily rose and grasped the bars, calling out to Xia Chen. "I was wrong, my lord. The reason I could not attend the banquet today is due to matters at home. My elderly mother is ill, and I must care for her." Chen Song spoke while shedding tears, his performance evoking sympathy. "Who does this old fool think he is fooling? Your mother is sick? Are all your subordinates' mothers ill too? Surely, you cannot all share the same mother." Xia Wen, following behind Xia Chen, couldn't he help but chuckle. Chen Song's expression stiffened, yet he refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low voice, "My lord, may I have a word?" Xia Chen cast a glance at him and took a few steps forward, curious about his intentions. "My lord, I am a man of the crown prince. Previously, I lacked discernment and offended you. I now recognize my error, and in the future, I shall follow your lead in the Eagle Eye division. You are still the husband of Princess Yao Wang, and my prince shares a close relationship with her. Once the prince ascends the throne, you shall undoubtedly reap benefits, and perhaps the position of the lantern bearer commander will belong to you." Xia Chen regarded Chen Song with an odd expression. Chen Song, believing he had struck a chord with Xia Chen, wore a confident smile. "Surprised, aren't you? I am indeed a man of the crown prince. You have your connections, and I have mine. Ha ha ha." Chen Song chuckled inwardly, convinced that revealing this secret would turn his fortune around, perhaps even drawing the prince consort Xia Chen into the crown prince's camp, all while maintaining a facade of humility. "Master Chen, can you guess why I chose to apprehend you? It is not because we defied orders and deliberately made things difficult for you, nor did we show you any disrespect by not attending the banquet. Come closer, and I shall explain." Xia Chen beckoned like summoning a dog, smiling as he did so. Chen Song, invigorated, pressed his head through the bars, straining to listen. Xia Chen leaned forward slightly and spoke in a gentle, calm tone. "I am, in fact, one of the crown prince's men." Upon uttering this, Xia Chen patted Chen Song's cheek, causing Chen Song's pupils to constrict as turmoil brewed within him. Is Master Chen truly foolish, or merely pretending? This is a matter of the lantern bearers. You are indeed the leader of the lantern bearers. Do you genuinely believe your schemes are flawless? To conspire with the lantern bearers and collude with the crown prince while His Majesty is still alive, what are you thinking? The crown prince is eager to ascend the throne. Is he not? Does he wish to seize control of the lantern bearers and orchestrate a coup? Xia Chen's tone was gentle, yet Chen Song was already drenched in cold sweat. A chill coursed through him. If he remained oblivious to the truth now, he would truly be a fool. Furthermore, considering your current predicament, do you believe the crown prince would expend considerable effort to rescue you? Or would he simply send someone to silence you and save himself the trouble? Xia Chen smiled, and upon hearing this, Chen Song felt utterly powerless. Collapsing in the prison cell, Xia Chen laughed heartily, resembling a villain most vividly. He continued deeper into the prison. For he was not there today for Chen Song and Liu, who were beneath his concern. His purpose was to seek 3 individuals of significance. "Sir, we have arrived. This is where Yu Shaoqian is imprisoned." A cell door creaked open, and blinding light pierced the dimness of the cell, awakening a man clad in prison garb. His face adorned with a beard, and his skin pallid from years without sunlight. "Yu Shaoqian, come forth. The sir wishes to see you." Yu Shaoqian's mind felt heavy. He had been confined for nearly 2 years, and aside from enduring a few lashes upon his initial incarceration, he had been neglected ever since. Why today? Was someone seeking him? "Greetings, sir." 2 years of prison rations had instilled a sense of reverence in this once fearless youth, who no longer bore the audacity he once possessed. He regarded the extraordinarily handsome young man before him with a bow of respect. 2 years prior, Yu Shaoqian had led a group of students from the Imperial Academy in kneeling petition, imploring the emperor to pay heed to state affairs, advocating for a hands-off governance, wealth for the populace, and fostering peace, while also inciting the masses with claims that the Great Wu dynasty must cease its military campaigns, lest it face imminent peril. Consequently, he was apprehended by the lantern bearers, and thus 2 years and 3 months had elapsed. Xia Chen recited the charges, observing the youth kneeling before him. Yu Shaoqian's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a mask of tranquility. After 2 years of neglect, did they intend to execute him today? He straightened his back, adjusting his tattered clothing. Despite his ragged garb, he exuded an extraordinary presence, akin to a resilient bamboo steadfastly rooted against the winds of adversity, unyielding and upright. Do you harbor regrets regarding your past declarations? Xia Chen inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Yu Shaoqian. If given the chance to relive those moments, I would still choose to submit my petition. Yet, I do indeed regret my impulsiveness, my ignorance of the vastness of the world. Believing that as a scholar of the Imperial Academy, I could freely express my opinions on matters of state. If granted another opportunity, I would patiently bide my time, diligently strive for academic accolades, and confront the cabinet elders and the emperor directly, demanding to know why they disregard the plight of the common people. This realm does not belong solely to the emperor. It belongs to the multitude of its citizens. The common folk can no longer endure. If we do not foster peace and continue this relentless warfare, the Great Wu shall inevitably meet its demise. Yu Shaoqian spoke with an unyielding calmness. Yet his voice resonated with a powerful clarity. 2 years of imprisonment had imparted to him a profound understanding of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, and of his own insignificance. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his belief that he had committed no wrong. The world may be in turmoil, and the Great Wu dynasty may be on the brink of collapse, yet it is the common people who suffer the most. Xia Chen gazed intently at the youth before him, whose very being radiated an indomitable righteousness. After a prolonged silence, he finally smiled. The suffering of the common people is a tragedy, yet their demise is also a tragedy. Xia Chen spoke softly, and upon hearing these words, Yu Shaoqian's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He repeated Xia Chen's words, and his gaze, once filled with despair, transformed as he looked at Xia Chen. Yu Shaoqian, you are hereby released. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side as a scribe. The once despairing Yu Shaoqian stood frozen in place, his eyes fixated on Xia Chen's retreating figure. He was free. Yu Shaoqian, courtesy named Shoujing, was diligent and studious from a young age. At 17, he entered the Imperial Academy to further his studies. By the age of 23, he, along with his fellow students, had submitted a petition outlining the failings of the state, articulating sharp criticisms such as the notion that the realm does not belong solely to the sovereign, but rather to all the people. Consequently, he was apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned. At that time, the great ancestor was the chief lantern bearer, who, recognizing Yu Shaoqian's patriotism and concern for the populace, ordered his release and invited him to study under his guidance. History of Xia, Volume 13, Biography of Yu Shaoqian. Chapter 81, Scholars, Merchants, and Rascals. In the dungeon of the lantern-bearer's second floor, a filthy youth, his limbs shackled with iron chains, leaned against the wall in slumber. Zhang Wenliao, wake up. The booming voice jolted Zhang Wenliao awake, causing him to spring up in alarm. Is it already night? Have I missed dinner? He rubbed his stomach, which growled in protest. He had long been starving. Having been incarcerated in the lantern-bearer's dungeon for nearly 2 years, he had relinquished all hope of ever emerging. As an ordinary ruffian, how could he possibly escape? He harbored no grand ambitions. Merely surviving this dungeon was a stroke of fortune. Even if it meant living one more day, he would cling to life. Come out. A guard, adorned with a white badge, opened the cell door and spoke to Zhang Wenliao with an impassive demeanor. My lord, I have said all that I can. I was misled and never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers or act against them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao cast a wary glance at the ajar door, his heart racing with trepidation. He had witnessed the lantern bearer's methods upon his arrival and had been treated like a dying dog, barely surviving for months thereafter. Today, did they intend to eliminate him for daring to occupy their dungeon? Come out. A lord wishes to see you. The guard, standing at the entrance, brandished his whip, poised to strike Zhang Wenliao, but ultimately refrained, recalling the noble presence behind him. It was unfathomable how this mere ruffian had attracted the attention of Lord Xia himself. The lantern bearer was puzzled, urging Zhang Wenliao to emerge swiftly. My lord, please do not kill me. Zhang Wenliao trembled as he stepped out of the cell, only to find 3 figures awaiting him outside. Among them, the young man at the forefront was beyond description. He swore that in his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered a man of such extraordinary beauty. Was this a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this thought, Zhang Wenliao knelt on the ground, too fearful to rise. Xia Chen frowned. Was this Zhang Wenliao truly the same man destined to shine on the battlefield? Lift your head. Xia Chen commanded in a deep, authoritative tone. Zhang Wenliao hastily complied, his heart racing with trepidation as he pondered his uncertain fate. From this day forth, you shall serve as my bodyguard, Xia Chen declared, his voice devoid of emotion. Behind him, Xia Wen looked on with confusion, questioning why his elder brother would choose a mere ruffian, recently imprisoned, as a protector. The previous candidate, Xia Chen, had been a scholar from the Guozijian, but Zhang Wenliao's demeanor left much to be desired. Could he truly fulfill the role of a bodyguard? Xiao Wen felt he could easily overpower Zhang Wenliao with a single hand. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb, silently assessed the kneeling Zhang Wenliao, wondering if he too was among the fortunate chosen by their lord. Zhang Wenliao stood frozen, gazing at Xia Chen and his companions as they began to turn away. Feeling utterly lost, "What are you still doing there? Did you not hear that our lord has spoken? Do you wish to remain in that jail cell, eating prison fare? Are you truly mistaking our lantern-bearer's prison for a retirement home?" The lantern-bearer, observing from the side, spoke with irritation, jolting the still-dazed Zhang Wenliao back to reality. "Am I truly allowed to leave?" Zhang Wenliao hesitated, bewildered by the prospect of escaping what was rumored to be the lantern-bearer's prison. Despite his ruffian status and limited exposure to the world, he was astute enough to question whether this was a trap. Could it be a ruse to lure him out, only to claim he had attempted a jailbreak, and then execute him on the spot? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. It was improbable. The lantern-bearer had countless methods to eliminate him. He was no significant figure, after all, to warrant such elaborate schemes. Shun Shuiyan has met the Lord. A man in his 30s, dressed in prison attire yet remarkably tidy, knelt before Xia Chen, his beard neatly groomed. Having lost a vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern-bearer's prison, he still maintained a commendable demeanor and spirit. "You are quite impressive," Xia Chen remarked. Observing Shun Shuiyan, whose resilience shone through despite his circumstances, the prison garb unable to conceal his inner strength. Zhang Wenliao, silently trailing behind, swallowed hard. By comparison, he felt utterly inadequate. For the first time in his life, he experienced a profound sense of shame. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. Life inevitably leads to death. What is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it signifies that my fortune has not yet run out. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a worthy master." Shun Shuiyan, while speaking, once again performed a deep bow, his forehead pressing firmly against the ground. "You know me, and you are aware that I would come to save you today?" Xia Chen was taken aback by this statement. Was there anyone who could foresee events better than he? Shuiyan was oblivious to the identity of the esteemed individual and had no inkling of today's rescue, yet he pondered. 3 years ago, when my family was confiscated and I suffered greatly in prison, nearly beaten to death, I was left to languish in obscurity. I must have been but an insignificant insect in the eyes of that powerful figure back then. The innocent suffer for their treasures. The great man coveted nothing more than my wealth, indifferent to my life or death. It is precisely for this reason that I managed to persist. During my imprisonment, despair engulfed me. All my hard work over a decade crumbled in an instant, and I contemplated ending it all. Yet, I eventually came to a realization. I would take a gamble, hoping that a great person might recognize my worth, my acumen in commerce. Thus, I resolved not to perish. To endure bravely, even if it meant merely surviving in prison, awaiting 5, 10, or even 20 years. As long as my life was spared, I would strive to live on. This day arrived sooner than I had anticipated, merely 3 years, and I awaited your esteemed presence. In these 3 years, I have understood a profound truth. In this world, possessing treasures without strength is the original sin. Kneeling on the ground, his head still bowed in utmost respect, Shun Xian spoke with unwavering seriousness, tinged with melancholy, yet reminiscent of resilient grass thriving in spring. "Though I do not know your true identity, since you have the power to rescue me from the clutches of the Lantern Man's prison, I surmise you are not afraid of that powerful figure who took my fortune. Therefore, I beseech you to accept me." Shun Shuiyan's voice was resolute. He recognized this might be his singular chance, and he must seize it. "Please, accept me as your humble servant, that from this day forth, you may be my master. I ask for nothing more than your protection, a place to belong, and an opportunity to showcase my talents." His declaration was bold and firm, prompting Zhang Wenliao to gulp nervously. By comparison, his earlier demeanor seemed increasingly inadequate. While Shun Shuiyan boldly offered to serve the formidable individual, Zhang Wenliao had been too intimidated to even express his gratitude properly. A sense of unease crept into Zhang Wenliao's heart. It seemed he had fallen short. On the other side, Xia Chen regarded Shun Shuiyan with seriousness. He acknowledged that Xia Chen's rescue was a great favor. Yet he found it difficult to utter the words requesting Xia Chen to accept him as a mere servant. The integrity of a scholar could not allow such a declaration. It was sufficient to serve this esteemed individual diligently and repay the kindness in due course. Xia Chen silently thought, his resolve beginning to strengthen. Sometimes, a lack of comparison leads to ignorance of one's shortcomings. Through the contrast with Shun Shuiyan, both Xia Chen and Zhang Wenliao felt that their earlier conduct had been lacking. Shun Shuiyan, hailing from a humble family, became an apprentice at a tavern at the age of 12. His nature was astute and clever, earning the favor of the owner, who often kept him by his side. Shuiyan was quick-witted and eager to learn, and within a year, he managed all affairs of the tavern with remarkable efficiency. At the age of 14, he was appointed as the shopkeeper, and within 2 years, the business flourished to 5 times its previous prosperity. By 16, Shui Yin decided to venture into self-employment, taking his accumulated savings to another city to establish a modest restaurant, which attracted a multitude of patrons, leading to significant financial success and his first earnings. At 18, he opened his first tavern, and as his enterprise expanded, he excelled in various trades, becoming a prominent figure in each. By the age of 30, he had risen to become the wealthiest in Yunzhou, earning the admiration of contemporaries as a commercial prodigy. At 32, Shui Yin aspired to broaden his business horizons to the capital, drawing the attention of the city's elite. However, at 33, he faced a devastating misfortune when his assets were confiscated, leading to 3 years of imprisonment. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Taizu recognized his talent and rescued Shui Yin from his confinement, ensuring that his potential remained unquenched. In the 37th volume of the History of Xia, it recounts the tale of the influential Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at the kneeling Shui Yin and nodded. "Rise. From this day forth, I shall be your pillar of support." Upon hearing this, Shui Yin once again knelt in gratitude. Suddenly, a chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, player, for gathering 5 remarkable figures. The Dynasty competition version meets the requirements. Would you like to update?" Xia Chen heard the crisp sound, and the system panel materialized before him. His current system version was already at the spiritual awakening stage, and now he was poised for another upgrade. What a remarkable advancement. Let us proceed, Xia Chen said with a smile, his spirits notably lifted. His intent in entering the dungeon today was to meet the 3 individuals. Yet he had also stumbled upon an unexpected benefit, successfully triggering the conditions for a system upgrade. It seemed his system was originally at version 30, and with this enhancement, it would ascend to version 40. Shui Yin observed the cheerful Xia Chen, silently following behind him. This young lord, seemingly no more than a teenager, commanded an unmistakable reverence from the lantern bearers surrounding him. This was the lantern bearers dungeon, notorious as the 18th level of hell, where ordinary individuals often languished for over a month, either dying of old age or meeting a grim fate within its confines. Yet, this youthful lord could secure his release with merely a word, wielding power of extraordinary magnitude. "Lord Xia, what brings you here in person?" As they walked, Yu Shaoqian and his companions noted the lantern bearers greeting Xia Chen, who merely acknowledged them with a nod. Their astonishment grew. They had been absent for 2 to 3 years, and now a figure of such youth had emerged in the capital. The world outside had indeed transformed. "Masterly, I shall take these 3 with me. Please advise on any necessary procedures, and I will handle them personally." In the hall of the dungeon's first sublevel, Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern Bearers' 6th Division, and the 1st to 3rd sublevels were managed by Masterly. These 3 were not particularly significant criminals, allowing the Chief Xia to take them without much formality. "I will ensure the release documents reach your residence by this evening." Masterly, who had been leisurely enjoying tea, sprang from his seat with a smile and a respectful gesture towards Xia Chen. "Gratitude is due to Masterly. I shall entrust the formalities to you. Rest assured, the procedures must be conducted with utmost propriety. I will treat you to a drink on a future occasion." Xia Chen nodded, offering Masterly a smile, and without further ceremony, turned and departed. Behind him, Yu Shaoqian and his companions attentively absorbed the entirety of their conversation. Despite their varied backgrounds and perspectives, it was evident that they were all remarkably astute individuals. Their hearts filled with astonishment as they recognized Xia Chen's true identity. This youthful figure, appearing but in his teens, was in fact the director of the Lantern Bearers, though the specific bureau he presided over remained a mystery. Having been confined to a prison for over 2 years, Yu Shaoqian was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. This young man, wielding authority over one of the 9 major bureaus at such a tender age, was undoubtedly favored, destined to become a high-ranking official in the court. Yu Shaoqian mused quietly, his 2 years of imprisonment having transformed his outlook significantly. Once a noble idealist, he now understood that to save the nation, reliance on others was futile. One must cultivate personal strength, seize power, and take tangible action. This is the true path to national salvation. At this moment, Yu Shaoqian was no longer merely a youth engrossed in the teachings of sages. He had evolved into a pragmatic individual, embodying both structure and flexibility. Achieving the rank of director at such a young age, this benefactor who had rescued him must possess a remarkable lineage. Who could this paragon of privilege be, to have garnered such trust from His Majesty? With this esteemed individual's protection, my business shall undoubtedly flourish, free from the prying eyes of others. Shun Shuyan contemplated, his spirits rising with each passing moment. His 3-year wait had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a patron who recognized his talents. During those 3 years of incarceration, he had not simply bided his time. His mind had already crafted an ambitious business blueprint, prepared to showcase his worth upon his release. His entrepreneurial acumen had advanced several tiers compared to 3 years prior. Unexpectedly, a stint in the Lantern Bearers' prison had turned into a fortuitous blessing, aligning him with a formidable ally. Perhaps I too shall have the opportunity to become the influential figure I once admired. Zhang Wenliao thought with delight. Though his aspirations remained modest, according to their original fate, they would have to wait another 2 or 3 years before being selected by Yaoguang, heralding a significant shift in their destinies. Particularly for Zhang Wenliao, even within the confines of their predetermined paths, his moment of glory lay more than a decade in the future. Yet now, their trajectories had been irrevocably altered. Boss, why the tension? He is merely the director of the Eagle Eye Bureau, while we belong to the Confinement Bureau. Even if his rank surpasses ours, and he is technically our superior, there is no need for such apprehension. After Xia Chen and his entourage exited the dungeon, a subordinate of Master Li, a lantern-bearer with the title of Baihu, remarked, observing his superior's demeanor of deference. What do you know, you rascal? Did you not see how many were dispatched to the dungeons this afternoon? Among them were 2 individuals of my rank, both masters, who were also apprehended. Master Li cast a glance at his subordinate, then surveyed their surroundings before whispering. Do not be deceived by Director Xia's youthful demeanor and affable manner. Beneath that exterior lies a formidable character. Both halls, including the hall master, have been subdued, with over 500 households, like yourself, dispatched today. Hall Master Li cast a glance at his subordinate, Wang Baihu, who instinctively shrank his neck, a chill creeping down his spine. Is he not fearful of inciting rebellion among his subordinates? Would this not put everyone on edge? Wang Baihu could not help but voice his concern. Certainly, there are dissenting opinions. This afternoon, many hundred and thousand households from other departments felt uneasy upon hearing this news and spontaneously sought out the commanding officer, imploring him to intervene. What was the outcome, you ask? Lord Ma Song expelled everyone, and even some hall masters who spoke inappropriately were met with punishment. Upon hearing this, Wang Baihu's expression shifted once more. Hall Master Li continued, this Director Xia is unlike the other department heads. The commanding officer's unwavering support for him speaks volumes. We are the Emperor's personal guards, while he is the Emperor's son-in-law. It is entirely possible that in the future, all lantern bearers will bear the surname Xia. Thus, even if he currently holds no direct authority over us, we must not offend him. Hall Master Li patted Wang Baihu on the chest. Were it not for the fact that this fellow was his trusted confidant, he would not divulge so much information. As Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, he spotted Su Xingchen poring over documents with pen and ink. Possessing remarkable adaptability and intelligence, he could uncover flaws in cases with just a cursory glance at the files. His speed of review was astonishing, leaving Chui Hu momentarily dumbfounded. Where on earth did Xia Chen find such a prodigy? To effortlessly decipher cases with a mere glance at the records. Was he some kind of detective? Chui Hu was once again astounded. Chapter 83. A true man should learn to be a champion of thousands. My lord. Chui Hu promptly bowed upon seeing Xia Chen enter. Su Xingchen, hearing the commotion, also set down his pen and rose to pay his respects. Xia Chen nodded, just as Lu Chen entered. Spotting Xia Chen, he quickly reported, my lord. The 2 major halls implicated in conspiracy have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed? First, conduct interrogations and gather evidence of their crimes. For those with serious offenses, execution is warranted. For the less severe, revoke their status as lantern bearers. As for Chen Song and Li Yu, treat them as members of Lu Li's faction. Over the years, having served as hall masters, they must have some unsavory dealings. Investigate and compile the evidence to present to the commanding officer. Xia Chen calmly stated as he took a seat. His words sent a shiver through everyone present, particularly Su Xingchen and the others, who gained a deeper understanding of Xia Chen's power. In just a few words, the fates of the 2 hall masters and over 500 households were sealed. While many may have minor issues, most do not warrant a death sentence. Yet, this is the peril of aligning with the wrong faction in the realm of political strife. Understood. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. Had it not been for Xia Chen's intervention, he could only envision a grim fate awaiting him, one that would likely lead him to the lantern-lit confines of a prison cell. For Li Yu and Chen Song were not allies of Lu Li. While he was undeniably Lu Li's adopted son, a target that should have been eliminated along with the rest, it was merely due to the words of this young man before him that he had narrowly escaped such a calamity. Reflecting on this, Lu Chun felt a flicker of gratitude. Please, carry on with your tasks. Xia Chen gestured dismissively, prompting Lu Chun and Chui Hu to exit his courtyard. How do you find it? Xia Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Xingchen. Not too bad. These documents do not concern major cases and are not particularly intricate. Su Xingchen replied modestly. Possessing a wisdom that bordered on the extraordinary, these records posed no challenge for him. He could effortlessly unravel the threads and expose the logical inconsistencies within. Indeed, splendid. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yu Shaoqian, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. From now on, you two will assist me in managing these documents. Xia Chen nodded, while Su Xingchen had already taken note of the few individuals behind Xia Chen, who were still clad in prison garb. Greetings, Brother Shoujing. 2 years ago, your bold candor left a deep impression on me. Today, it seems fortune has favored you, having been saved by the esteemed gentleman. Su Xingchen greeted with a smile. You know me? Yu Shaoqian expressed surprise. not expecting to encounter an acquaintance after 2 years of imprisonment. I too am an alumnus of the Imperial Academy. When Brother Shojing submitted his petition 2 years ago, I was studying there as well. Who would have thought that I would meet a fellow scholar so soon after my release? Truly a twist of fate. Though I wonder why I seldom ventured out during my time at the academy and preferred not to mingle with other students. Hence my name would likely be unfamiliar to Brother Shojing. Su Xingchen responded with a knowing smile. Yu Xiaoqian regarded Su Xingchen, having never heard of this individual before. Yet, it was evident that Su Xingchen was not entirely oblivious to the world outside, suggesting either a lack of talent or a grand ambition. Yu Xiaoqian leaned towards the latter explanation. Otherwise, how would a young gentleman like Xia Chen seek him out from among the multitude of students at the academy? As Yu Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen engaged in conversation to better understand one another, Yu Xiaoqian increasingly recognized Su Xingchen as someone exceptional. No matter the topic, Su Xingchen could effortlessly contribute his thoughts and perspectives. Conversely, Su Xingchen discerned that Yu Xiaoqian possessed genuine capability. Their discussion meandered from Confucian classics to national policies, ultimately culminating in deliberations on the affairs of the world. Both understood that they would soon be colleagues, possibly working together for an extended period. Both were inherently proud individuals, unwilling to associate with fools who might hinder their progress. By the end of their conversation, each silently elevated their assessment of the other by several notches. Yu Xiaoqian and Yu Shojing were indeed renowned figures at the Guozijian 2 years ago. Their repute was well-deserved. Despite enduring imprisonment over the past 2 years, not only has his intellect remained intact, but he also possesses an enlightening wisdom that seems to have blossomed during his confinement. He has undergone a significant transformation, proving that there are still talented individuals in the world. Indeed, one must not underestimate the brilliance of the heroes that grace our realm. Su Xingchen silently admired this and stole a glance at Xia Chen, recognizing his remarkable ability to discern talent. Yet, as a prince consort, Xia Chen's recruitment of such gifted individuals raised the question of whether he truly harbored ambitions beyond his station. Meanwhile, Xia Chen was observing Zhang Wenliao before him. "Can you read?" he inquired. Zhang Wenliao shook his head. At 21, his past in the underworld had afforded him no opportunity for literacy. Xia Chen glanced at the 2 scholars from the Guozijian engrossed in conversation and ultimately decided that Yu Xiaoqian should take the lead. "Shojing," he called. Yu Xiaoqian promptly approached. For the next few days, aside from handling documents, dedicate 2 hours each day to teach Zhang Wenliao how to read and write. Aim to have him recognize all commonly used characters within a month. Yu Xiaoqian cast a surprised glance at the rather unruly Zhang Wenliao. Teaching him to read seemed like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, yet it appeared that his superior held this rogue in considerable regard. "No problem," he replied, though his thoughts wandered. "But didn't you say I was to be your guard? I'm a rough man, reading and writing." Zhang Wenliao shifted awkwardly at this remark. "Isn't forcing someone to read and write a form of torture? You, a mere 9th-grade martial artist, are to protect me? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. Zhang Wenliao's face flushed crimson at Xia Chen's words. "Haha, my third brother speaks the truth. I wonder what you see in him. With skills like his, even I could defeat him." At this, Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, delivering a hearty slap on Zhang Wenliao's shoulder. Instantly, Zhang felt as though half of his shoulder had gone numb, his heart racing. This seemingly young lad, whom he had thought was merely a privileged child, had just demonstrated a strength akin to that of a mountain. Was this innate power? It was truly formidable. "Xiaowen, you have a task as well." Xia Chen turned to Xiaowen. "Starting tomorrow, teach Zhang Wenliao and the others about the 9-yang military strategy. Teach them as you were instructed by the elders of our clan." He gestured toward Yu Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen. Both Yu Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen were taken aback. This 11-year-old was to be their instructor? "My third brother, while discussing military strategy is fine, it can be rather dull. I prefer practicing martial arts, using my fists to conquer the world," Xiaowen declared, brandishing his fists. Though he was clever, his youthful disposition was still unrefined. He favored resolving matters through physical prowess rather than rhetoric. A true man should aspire to be a formidable opponent against thousands. No matter how powerful your fists are, can you stand against an army of thousands? Xia Chen spoke in a deep, resonant tone, casting a serious gaze upon Xiaowen and Zhang Wenliao. Within the next 30 years, while martial prowess holds significance, it is the art of warfare that is paramount. Should you truly master the strategies of war to a divine level, leading an army, even the venerable Grand Master of the Heavenly Master's house and the eminent Longshu Abbot of the Dragon Temple would be compelled to avoid your brilliance. This is the essence of being a true adversary to thousands. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, both Xiaowen and Zhang Wenliao felt a surge of aspiration, while Yu Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen, initially indifferent, adopted a grave demeanor. They were uncertain of the veracity of Xia Chen's claims, yet they were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Grand Master and the Abbot. Furthermore, Su Xingchen astutely noted a particular point. Xia Chen had specified a 30-year time frame regarding the superiority of martial skill over military strategy. What could this mean? Why mention a specific duration? Would the situation reverse after 30 years? As for Zhang Wenliao, he was not merely an ordinary scoundrel. After encountering a significant misfortune and finding himself imprisoned, he was fortuitously rescued by the founding emperor, who not only extricated him but also imparted the knowledge of reading and writing, generously sharing the military strategies of the Xia family. The emperor remarked, "A true man should master the techniques to confront thousands, lest he rely solely on mere brute strength." Grateful for the emperor's recognition, Wenliao engraved this kindness in his heart, diligently pursuing his studies and ultimately achieving success. In the room, a profound silence enveloped the gathered individuals, all taken aback by Xia Chen's assertions. Was military strategy truly so powerful? Even Xia Wen, though young and possessing a limited interest in military affairs, recognized that as a scion of the Marquis, the study of military strategy was a fundamental obligation instilled from childhood. Thus, in terms of theoretical understanding of military strategy, he had already surpassed many in the realm. Indeed, the study of military strategy is vast and profound, embodying a righteous path that eclipses other disciplines such as martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, and witchcraft in direct confrontation. A master of military strategy, leading a legion, can unify the spirits of the entire army, forging them into a singular entity. There exist formidable commanders capable of manifesting a military spirit. Once this spirit emerges, malevolence is repelled, and even those of the third rank may find themselves at risk of immediate demise should they falter. Xia Chen earnestly conveyed this secret to the group. Is the third brother suggesting reliance on military formations? Xia Wen's eyes sparkled with realization, though questions lingered within. Their Marquis possessed numerous military formations, and he had indeed studied some. These formations could enhance the army's combat capabilities. However, the concept of coalescing into this so-called military spirit was unfamiliar to him. Prioritize the diligent study of military strategy and lay a solid foundation. When the time is ripe, you shall understand my words, Xia Chen remarked, his gaze distant yet filled with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, both Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian silently committed Xia Chen's words to memory. Xia Chen then turned his attention to the quietly observant Shen Shuyan, standing silently to the side. Do you comprehend the task I am entrusting to you? The Lord rescued me from imprisonment, clearly valuing my acumen in commerce, and I am willing to serve you to the utmost, Shen Shuyan replied with earnest humility. Being the eldest and most promising among those present in the room. In this era, merchants are often looked down upon, particularly within the confines of a household, where one finds either the scholars of the Imperial Academy or the scions of the capital's aristocracy. His status is thus rendered even more contemptible, compelling him to seize every opportunity to showcase his intellect and demonstrate his worth. Very well, I have 1,000 taels of silver here. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the lantern bearer to seek contributions from the underworld of the capital, aiming to gather 5,000 taels. Do you possess the confidence to construct a wealth-gathering basin for me? Summerchin inquired with a smile. As long as your excellency provides protection against the pressures of the capital's nobility, allowing me to act freely, I assure you that within 6 months, no, within 3 months, you shall witness results. Shun Shuiyin replied, clasping his fists with unwavering resolve. Haha, pursue your endeavors freely. Matters of commerce shall rest in your capable hands, while I shall attend to other affairs. Summerchin remarked, his spirits lifted. Presently, he had gathered 6 remarkable individuals under his command, including Lu Chun. Although their loyalty was not yet fully pledged, they were already within his grasp. How could they possibly escape his hold? With this thought, Summerchin rose and ventured alone into the inner courtyard. Let the system commence its upgrade. He had not forgotten the system's previous mention of an upgrade. After scrutinizing the interface, he resolved without hesitation. System, Dynasty Conquest version upgrade in progress. Required time, 1 day. As soon as Summerchin's words fell, a line of small text appeared on the system panel. He remained unperturbed, knowing it was merely a day's wait. In the evening, the efficiency of Master Li in the dungeon proved commendable. He personally delivered 3 release documents to Summerchin's courtyard. Thank you for your hard work, Master Li. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Summer. Li Yugong beamed, exuding the demeanor of a diligent worker. Li Yugong did not linger long in Summerchin's presence. After making his appearance, he understood the decorum of departing. Here are your documents. From this moment forth, you are free individuals, Summerchin announced as he handed the 3 documents to the men. Thank you, Your Excellency, they exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable as they grasped the documents. Gaining a more immediate understanding of power, the time is nearly upon us. Let us depart. You 3 have just been released, and fortuitously, I purchased the adjoining courtyard yesterday. Originally intended for Su Xingchen and his family. You may reside there tonight. Thank you, Your Excellency. They expressed their gratitude once more. Summerchun then turned his gaze towards Su Xingchen. Naturally, it shall be together with my esteemed colleagues. Su Xingchen quickly replied, displaying his keen intelligence, well aware that exceptional treatment must be avoided. Summerchin nodded in agreement. The twilight, just before nightfall, is the most beautiful time of day. As Summerchin exited the official residence, the sun had completely set, and the night began to envelop the earth. Riding on horseback, Summer Chun and his entourage entered Weiyang Street from the Central Avenue, subsequently transitioning into Changle Street, drawing ever closer to Summer Chen's home. Who goes there? As they prepared to turn into an alley from Changle Street, they spotted a figure clad in black, standing in the passageway. Xia Chen immediately rode forward. Positioning herself protectively in front of Xia Chen, her right hand gradually resting upon the hilt of her blade. Meanwhile, Xia Wen, brimming with excitement, brandished his iron fist and urged his horse a couple of steps closer. Zhang Wenliao, standing behind Xia Chen, glanced around in confusion before realizing that he was meant to be the protector. He hurriedly stepped out of the formation, though anxiety gripped him. The audacity of the assailants to obstruct Lord Xia's mount, combined with their imposing presence, suggested that they were formidable adversaries. He feared that as a mere ninth-grade warrior, he might fall victim to their wrath upon his release from imprisonment. Lord Xia need not be anxious. They harbor no malice. My master wishes to speak with you. Might you dismount for a moment? The black-clad figure addressed Xia Chen, who, perched upon his russet steed, cast a contemplative glance at the mysterious stranger before gracefully dismounting. Master, this is ill-advised. Their origins are uncertain, and they possess considerable skill. Xia Chen exclaimed, visibly perturbed. Fear not, I sense no murderous intent. If they harbored ill will but were capable of concealing it entirely from my perception, they would at least be of the 4th rank. Such a master would pose no threat, even if I remained mounted, Xia Chen replied with a reassuring smile, exuding a calm demeanor that caught the black-clad figure's attention. Xia Chen's audacity stemmed from his recent ascension beyond the 6th rank. Unbeknownst to the outside world, many still regarded him as merely an 8th-grade warrior, unaware that he had swiftly advanced 2 ranks in a brief span. Now, he felt emboldened even to engage a 5th-grade opponent. As for those of the upper 3 ranks who might stealthily infiltrate the capital without authorization, they would inevitably face the wrath of Long Shu and the celestial sage upon revealing their presence. Approaching the black-clad figure, Xia Chen observed the surroundings as the stranger spoke in hushed tones. My lord, I assure you, I come with no ill intent. I am here solely to convey greetings from my master. The black-clad figure nodded with a smile. Pray tell, in which direction does your master reside? Xia Chen inquired, gesturing towards the due east and northeast. Indeed, Lord Xia is astute. My master dwells in that direction. The black-clad figure pointed eastward, taken aback that Xia Chen had discerned his master's whereabouts without him disclosing it. Then, might I inquire what brings your master to seek my audience today? Is it to request leniency on my part? My master would never impose upon you, aware that your actions today were not your true intention. The events of this day shall not be held against you. Initially, my master merely made a casual move, which, despite its risks, has now been revealed and rendered ineffective. However, this seemingly innocuous move has far-reaching implications and must not be probed further. Otherwise, it could lead to undesirable consequences for all involved. Therefore, my master seeks your assistance in eliminating this unnecessary complication. What say you? The black-clad figure gestured to his neck and mimicked a slashing motion with his right hand. Chapter 85. The Countenance of the Masterless. Xia Chen regarded the black-clad figure intently before glancing once more towards the east, the direction of the Eastern Palace. Although he had long anticipated such an event, he did not expect the Eastern Palace to be so impatient in silencing him, nor that they would approach him directly. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. The Crown Prince was evidently an astute individual, aware that he was merely a tool, an instrument through which the Emperor sought to sever the grasp of those who meddled in the affairs of the lantern-bearers. Thus, it was bold of him to enlist his assistance in this grim endeavor. My lord is close to my master. We are akin to family. In due course, my master shall invite you for a drink. There's no need for that, he replied with a smile. Though our relationship is indeed cordial, you are aware of the delicate nature of my current position, which renders certain actions inconvenient. Nevertheless, the matter you mentioned poses no significant issue. However, executing them in prison feels somewhat crude. I apprehended them, and I am the one conducting the investigation. Rest assured, your master will not be implicated. You may return and report as such. Xia Chen smiled, fully aware of Emperor Wen's intentions. The Emperor wished to eliminate the influence of both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince while avoiding any considerable uproar. If it were to come to light that the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had entangled themselves with the lantern-bearers, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil. Emperor Wen desired a conflict between the two, believing that as long as their strife remained within the royal family, it would not concern the court. If the public were to perceive both princes as having treasonous inclinations, it would certainly diminish the emperor's standing and result in a scandal for the royal family. Confident in his ability to maintain control over the situation, the emperor remained unfazed, believing that simply removing their influence would suffice, a mere lesson for them. With that in mind, Xia Chen decided to go along with the Crown Prince's request, offering him a favor. At present, the Crown Prince was evidently unaware of the emperor's mindset. Fearing that someone would exploit the situation to undermine him, the cloaked figure, upon hearing Xia Chen's words, felt a surge of joy. initially expecting to engage in lengthy discourse or coercion to achieve this task. To his surprise, Xia Chen acquiesced so swiftly. Then it is a matter for you, Lord Xia. Your efforts today shall not go unrewarded by my master in the future. The figure clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to depart. The figure just now was from the Eastern Palace, seeking to silence Qin's song. Xia Chen announced, not concealing the information from those around him. Everyone was taken aback, their astute minds quickly grasping the rationale behind the Eastern Palace's ruthless approach towards its own. Though ruthless, it demonstrated a certain audacity, albeit a lack of a guiding leader. Su Xingqian spoke solemnly, prompting another wave of astonishment among the group. His bold criticism of the Eastern Palace was unexpected, given its association with the Crown Prince. Yu Shaoqian regarded Su Xingqian with a discerning gaze, recognizing the courage his classmate displayed. Xia Chen maintained his composure, choosing not to engage with Su Xingqian's remarks. Fully aware of the virtue of prudence, Su Xingqian cast a glance at Xia Chen, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His audacity was an attempt to probe Xia Chen's loyalties, suspecting he might harbor ambitions of disloyalty, yet he found himself unable to discern the truth. Wait and see. Perhaps there will be a second guest tonight, Summer Chen declared with a smile as he rode his horse. Are you suggesting that the third prince will also send someone to eliminate witnesses? Yu Shaoqian interjected. This afternoon, he had learned about their esteemed leader's distinguished background through Su Xingqian. It turned out he hailed from the illustrious Eastern town Marquis and is currently the esteemed husband of Princess Yao Wang, holding a position of immense prestige. He was also aware of the actions undertaken by their leader that day, with the Crown Prince, known for his benevolence, exhibiting such audacity. How could the third prince be any less formidable? Summer Chen laughed heartily, flicking the reins to spur his horse onward. As night fell, indeed, another visitor arrived. Although they did not disclose their identity, they immediately requested Summer Chen to ensure the demise of Li Yu, suggesting he should perish unnoticed in the prison. Summer Chen nodded with a smile, thus granting the third prince a favor. Truly, you possess a remarkable foresight. In the courtyard, Summer Chen and his 5 companions were engaged in light-hearted conversation over tea, to which Yu Shaoqian remarked, it is merely human nature. Summer Chen shook his head, not reveling in pride. He observed the group and said, this courtyard feels rather cramped. In the future, once our commercial ventures expand, we shall acquire the surrounding properties, renovate them, and each of you shall have your own quarters. Haha, this will indeed require Mr. Shun's efforts, but we shall not feel crowded. This place is 1,000 times better than our previous prison. Yu Shaoqian laughed, and then inclined his hands towards Shen Shuiyan. Mr. Yu, I am merely a humble merchant, and do not deserve the honorific. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shun, there is no need for modesty. What does it matter if one is a merchant? A nation requires merchants to thrive. Without commerce, a country cannot prosper. Our esteemed leader values you highly. In the future, you shall oversee commerce, essentially managing logistics. Our livelihoods will hinge upon your expertise, Mr. Shun. You must not belittle your worth. Su Xingqian stated with a smile, raising a cup of tea in salute to Shen Shuiyan. Though previously a man of vast wealth, Shen Shuiyan had often faced disdain from learned scholars. Now, however, these 2 prodigies from the Imperial Academy showed him such respect, leaving him deeply moved. Observing this scene, Summer Chen smiled, recognizing that this was precisely why he wished to gather these individuals under one roof. Emotions are nurtured through companionship. Living together for an extended period naturally fosters camaraderie among colleagues. The following day, Summer Chen took his companions to the court. The entire morning was consumed with activity, but not due to the paperwork, which was now efficiently managed by the talented Su Xingqian and Yu Wenxian, allowing Summer Chen to focus on other matters. His primary task was to sift through the lists. He had apprehended nearly all the personnel from the 2 major halls. Now, he needed to restructure these 2 organizations. Thus, he aimed to promote talent and elevate his trusted confidants. In any organization, one must have their own loyal supporters. True authority flows from the top down. Otherwise, no matter how high your position, it would merely be an empty title. One must have loyalty, one must have obedience. To command effectively, one must have influence. Such is the essence of power. Power exists in a hierarchical manner. Indeed, the formation of factions for personal gain has been a perennial dilemma throughout history. Regardless of the heights to which civilization ascends, as long as humanity endures, the formation of factions will persist in various forms, with organizational structures eternally transmitted. Xia Chen mused that the former commander Lu Li fell from grace precisely due to such factionalism. Now, he too must engage in a similar endeavor. Albeit he is far from forming a faction at this point. Yet, fundamentally, there is little distinction. Both involve placing one's own individuals in pivotal positions. However, there is no alternative. To accomplish tasks and secure his position, he must ensure that he has allies in key roles. Xia Chen meticulously sifted through the roster, treating this matter with utmost seriousness. He did not delegate this responsibility to others. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian could assist him in reviewing documents. But the authority of personnel appointments must remain firmly in his grasp, as it is the foundation of leadership. He toiled until afternoon, finally compiling a personnel list. At that moment, a crisp chime resonated in his mind. The system upgrade for the Dynasty Conquest version was successful, and new features had been added. Chapter 86, System Update and New Features. In his room, Xia Chen felt invigorated. New features had been introduced. He activated the feature introduction. Xia Chen addressed the system panel. The first new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version system is detection. Detection, the outstanding individuals of the world are categorized into 4 tiers: secondary talent, primary talent, top talent, and extraordinary talent. To provide players with a more intuitive understanding of these talents, the system presents their various abilities in numerical form. Secondary talent, 80-89, primary talent, 90-94, top talent, 95-99, extraordinary talent, 100 and above. Players can utilize the detection feature to assess the abilities of these talents, facilitating the selection of capable individuals. The second new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version system is the System Mall. System Mall, the era of Dynasty Conquest has arrived, with heroes emerging and formidable leaders taking center stage. To ensure players do not fall behind in this grand epic and can rapidly accumulate strength, the System Mall has been specially opened. 5 items are available for purchase in the System Mall, and refreshing items requires 100 conquest fragments. Players may exchange items based on their needs and available conquest fragments. Note: capturing talents will yield conquest fragments. The third new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version system is the lottery. Lottery. By using 50 conquest fragments for a random draw, players may acquire valuable items not available in the System Mall, though there is also the risk of wasting 50 conquest fragments. Success hinges on fortune. The fourth new feature of the Dynasty Conquest version system is the System Space. System Space. The space has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Players can collect all items, including living creatures, with the caveat that conscious beings cannot be collected, or the attempt will fail. Note: spending conquest fragments can further unlock the system space. Xia Chen read through all the introductions in one breath, exhaling a heavy sigh. He had not anticipated that this system update would introduce 4 entirely new and exceptionally useful features. He eagerly opened the system store, intrigued by the array of items it contained. System store. Item 1. Inferior small returning pill, 10 pieces. Effect: each pill can sustain 3 months of true energy cultivation. Effective across all major systems. Purchase price: 30 conquest fragments. Item 2. Body refinement pill, 10 pieces. Effect: enhances the effect of tempering flesh and bones by 70. Purchase price: 20 conquest fragments. Item 3. Marrow cleansing pill, 1 piece. Effect: purifies essence and enhances innate talent. Purchase price: 100 conquest fragments. Item 4. Young purple gold dragon horse. Item description: possesses the bloodline of a true dragon, an exclusive steed for emperors, cannot be tamed by those lacking great fortune. Strength: 4th rank. Purchase price: 300 conquest fragments. Item 5. Jade brew, 10 gene. Item description: spiritual liquor that nourishes the body, accelerates cultivation, and temporarily enhances comprehension. Rich and fragrant, it is the finest wine in the world. Purchase price: 50 conquest fragments. Xia Chen meticulously examined all 5 items without missing a word. System: how many conquest fragments do I currently possess? He inquired, already aware of the value of these items, yet anxious about his fragment count. Player: Xia Chen. Conquest fragments: 1050. Note: conquest fragments can be obtained by subduing remarkable individuals and through system assessments of player influence. Second tier remarkable individuals yield 50 fragments. First tier yield 100 fragments. Top tier yield 150 fragments. And extraordinary individuals yield 200 fragments. Seeing that he had just over 1,000 conquest fragments, Xia Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the recent system updates, he had feared that obtaining conquest fragments would become increasingly difficult, which would have been quite disheartening. After pondering for a moment, he recalled his prior use of the small returning pill, which had proven to be quite beneficial. The other 4 items, aside from the young purple gold dragon horse, were all practical, capable of enhancing not only himself, but also his subordinates. However, Xia Chen did not rush to make an exchange. Instead, he rose from his seat and exited the room, making his way to the hall where Su Xingqian, Yu Xiaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, Xia Wen, and others were gathered. He immediately initiated a detection on Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian, half-step extraordinary remarkable individual. Commander, 31-86. Intelligence, 99-100. Politics, 92-96. Potential, 4.5 stars. Realm, Confucianism and Taoism, 7th grade. Summer Chun gazed at the data on the system panel, then cast a glance at Su Xingqian, who was rapidly reviewing documents. He nodded in admiration. Truly, he was a person worthy of his regard. Even the least competent commander in 3 dimensions possessed the potential to reach the realm of second-rate talents. How is a half-step extraordinary talent determined? Summer Chin pondered Su Xingqian's intelligence score. Did it imply an intelligence fluctuating between 99 and 100, thus leading to the classification of half-step extraordinary talent? A half-step extraordinary talent surpasses the potential of a top-tier talent. In moments of potential eruption, there exists the opportunity to attain the level of an extraordinary talent. Should fortune favor them later, they might break free from the shackles of destiny and experience a leap in the essence of life. A line of small text gradually emerged on the system panel, leaving Xia Chen in contemplation. He shifted his gaze to Xia Chen. Although they already understood their respective levels, the system's presentation of their abilities in data form was evidently more intuitive. Xia Chen, first-rate talent. Commander, 36, 88. Intelligence, 93. Politics, 90, 94. Potential, 3.5 stars. Fate trait, Jade Shatter. In the face of great peril and critical decisions, all three-dimensional attributes increase by 5. Realm, Confucianism and Taoism. 7th grade. Xia Chen's attention lingered on Xia Chen's fate trait. Although Xia Chen was a first-rate talent, he possessed an additional fate trait. In life and death situations, he could unleash his potential, boosting all three-dimensional attribute values by 5. This would elevate his command to 93, intelligence to 98, and politics to 99, a level that could rival the finest of top-tier talents. Such a trait was rather formidable, leaving Xia Chen astonished. Xia Chen had provided him with a remarkable surprise. With such a skill, would he not be particularly suited to support a collapsing edifice and reverse the tide? Chapter 87. Extraordinary Talent. Testing Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen diverted his gaze from Xia Chen to Zhang Wenliao, who sat nearby, frowning yet earnestly deciphering characters. Zhang Wenliao, half-step top-tier talent. Commander, 52, 95. Intelligence, 82, 90. Politics, 63, 85. Fate trait. Exterminate the anomalous. When facing foreign tribes, all three-dimensional attributes increase by 3. Potential, 3.5 stars. Realm, martial arts, 9th grade. Xia Chen glanced at Zhang Wenliao's attributes, nodding in approval. Particularly noteworthy was Zhang Wenliao's command, which had the potential to reach 95 in the future, categorizing him within the top-tier realm. Moreover, he possessed a fate trait, justifying his classification as a half-step top-tier talent. Zhang Wenliao's potential was indeed high, especially when confronting foreign tribes, if he were to be deployed to the eastern wilderness battlefield or venture to the southern frontier, if memory serves. There were also foreign tribes to the north of the Great Feng. Xia Chen mused to himself before beginning to assess the individual practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Xia Wen, extraordinary talent. Commander, 82, 103. Intelligence, 85, 95. Politics, 42, 87. Fate trait, breaking army. When leading a grand army into battle, all attribute values enhanced by 3. Potential, 5 stars. Martial arts realm, 8th rank of martial arts. As Xia Chen gazed upon Xia Wen's splendid three-dimensional attributes, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. No wonder he is hailed as a peerless talent, capable of overshadowing an entire era with a peak commanding value of 103. In any previous age, such a figure would undoubtedly illuminate the age without rivals. Despite his remarkable prowess, he was still surpassed by my own younger brother, Xia Hao, who truly deserves the title of one who transcends our ancestors. In this moment, Xia Chen's thoughts wandered far and wide, filled with profound reflections. The system's assessment clearly indicated that Xia Wen was exceptionally gifted. However, in the forthcoming grand era, he would still pale in comparison to his younger brother. One could only imagine the astonishing talent and potential possessed by Xia Hao. The Xia family's fortunes, cultivated over 6 centuries, are destined to unleash a powerful eruption in this era. They have already birthed extraordinary individuals like Xia Wen and Xia Hao. Yet even so, these two cannot entirely eclipse the brilliance of the other descendants of the Xia family. The stars shine resplendently. With this thought, Xia Chen felt a surge of ambition. Just then, as Xia Chen pondered, 2 figures entered the courtyard, Lu Chun and Shun Shuyan. How did the mission go? Xia Chen inquired, directing his gaze toward them. Lu Chun clasped his fists and replied, I have eradicated the Wolf-Tooth Society in the capital. I conducted thorough investigations beforehand. This society was engaged in the trafficking of women and children, and they have numerous lives on their hands. This time, I consider it a good deed accomplished. The total value of the Wolf-Tooth Society's assets is estimated to be just over 10,000. I have taken 5,000 and handed it over to Mr. Shun. The remaining 6,000 to 7,000 has been reported to the authorities. Rest assured, I have executed this matter with utmost discretion and will not bring you any trouble. Lu Chen stated earnestly. This marked the first task Xia Chen had entrusted to him, particularly of such a secretive nature, which eased his heart considerably. Generally, such tasks are entrusted only to trusted confidants, indicating that Xia Chen would not eliminate him afterward. Excellent work, Xia Chen said, turning his gaze towards Shun Shuyan, who promptly reported, Today, I took a stroll around the capital and have already selected a location. I have decided to open a restaurant. On one hand, the profits from the restaurant business are substantial, and I have considerable experience in this area. I am confident I can break even within 2 months. On the other hand, A restaurant attracts many patrons and serves as a social venue. Now that you are a government official, although there are many eyes and ears, it is essential to listen to some voices and movements from the grassroots. As Shun Shuyan spoke, he cautiously glanced at Xia Chen. He had pondered deeply the night before and concluded that in order to demonstrate his value, he must not solely rely on business, but become a multifaceted talent. Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slightly. Now that you have chosen the location, formulated your plan, and secured the necessary funds, you may proceed without hesitation. Yes, my lord. Shun Shuyan, filled with enthusiasm, clasped his fists in greeting, while Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that everyone surrounding this esteemed figure was exceptionally talented. Not to mention Su Xingchen and the esteemed younger brother of the lord, Xiao Wen. Even Shun Shuyan, whom he had previously underestimated, demonstrated remarkable insight. The self-important Lu Chun felt a growing urgency within. He realized he must showcase his own value, or risk remaining overlooked. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, while listening to their reports, had already begun assessing their various attributes. Lu Chun, first-rate talent. Command, 81, 89. Intelligence, 90, 94. Politics, 66, 87. Espionage, 94. Potential, 3 stars. Realm, 7th grade martial arts. Shun Shuyan, top-tier talent. Command, 76. Intelligence, 96. Politics, 68, 82. Business, 99. Potential, 4 stars. Realm, beyond classification. Xia Chen noted that the attributes of these two were no longer merely three-dimensional, but rather possessed a 4th dimension, suggesting that they were indeed exceptional talents. Among them, Shun Shuyan's attributes caught Xia Chen's eye. At just over 30, his abilities had reached their zenith, particularly in business, where he scored an impressive 99, a pinnacle even among the elite. Xia Chen also took a moment to assess Xia Qian, and to his astonishment, found that even Xia Qian had reached a second-rate level of talent, with a command score of 86 and a political score of 82, further underscoring the Xia family's remarkable fortune. In the following week, Xia Chen remained at the lantern-bearer's office, diligently adhering to a routine of punctuality. Despite the calmness of his days during these 7 days, a tempest brewed beneath the surface of the lantern-bearers. Chen Song and Li Yu were sentenced to death for conspiracy and corruption, along with 5,000 households and over 2,000 households, sending shockwaves through the ranks. This marked the first time in over a decade that such a number faced execution within the organization, illustrating the perilous nature of power struggles, more treacherous than the battlefield, where the threat of death lurked without the flash of swords, yet could manifest in a heartbeat. Simultaneously, Xia Chen was actively promoting individuals within the Eagle Eye Division, wielding the official decree from Commander Ma Song to transfer personnel from the other 8 divisions into his own. The 2 major factions previously led by Chen Song and Li Yu were thoroughly restructured, while the factions of Zhang Ping and his companions were also reshuffled, dismantling the old power structure and arranging a new order. Thus, he gained complete control over the Eagle Eye Division. Time passed steadily, and soon it was the end of May. Xia Chen had been with the Lantern Bearers for nearly a month. Both he and Su Xingchen had undergone significant transformations during this time. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian had fully adapted to the operations of the Lantern Bearers, with each taking charge of case files and documentation, working in perfect harmony. During the past month, Zhang Wenliao has diligently acquainted himself with the fundamentals of literacy. After immersing himself in books, there has been a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. The once errant air surrounding him has gradually dissipated, giving way to a newfound composure. Within this span of time, Shun Shuyan's tavern underwent a complete renovation and got on the right track. With a decisive stroke of his pen, Xia Chen proclaimed that the grand opening would take place in 3 days. The atmosphere today is particularly tumultuous. Seated in the courtyard, Xia Chen observed the wildflowers swaying in the breeze, murmuring to himself, "My lord, orders have been received from above, mandating us to rally the people's spirits and ensure that the hearts of the populace in the capital and surrounding areas are fervent." Lu Chun, standing behind Xia Chen, clasped his fists and bowed, his expression grave. The court may be on the verge of declaring war. Chapter 88. War is the continuation of politics. In the courtyard, Xia Chen, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, maintained a stoic expression as he slowly replied, "Let this matter be entrusted to Li Su and Zhang Zhan. They have recently ascended to their positions and are in need of responsibilities." Li Su and Zhang Zhan were the newly appointed hall masters. "Understood, my lord." Lu Chen nodded and turned to depart. "War is imminent. What are your thoughts?" Xia Chen remained in the courtyard, his voice carrying into the room. Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian looked up, their expressions turning serious upon hearing this. "Are we truly going to battle?" Xiaowen sprang from the room, his countenance tinged with excitement. His fate indicated he was born for the battlefield. Despite his youth, his potential was already manifesting. Zhang Wenliao, who had been honing his physique in the courtyard, set down the boulder in his hands. "The court is mobilizing troops. This matter has been unanimously approved by the cabinet and will likely be formally decreed within the next 3 to 5 days." Xia Chen, observing the individuals who had emerged, elucidated the situation to them. What do you think our chances are in the battle in the northwest? He directed his gaze towards Su Xingqian and Yu Xiaoqian, both of whom possessed not only intelligence, but also a natural aptitude for military affairs, particularly Yu Xiaoqian, who was equally skilled in both literature and martial prowess, boasting a commanding value exceeding 90. Who is to be the commander of the troops? Su Xingqian inquired, his eyes fixed on Xia Chen. While the outcome of war is influenced by myriad factors, it is undeniable that the commander plays an immensely significant role. It should be Grand Commandant Ouyang Jing. Although he has not taken to the field in many years, he is a seasoned military strategist. Based on his actions from over a decade ago, he demonstrated a steady command of troops, approaching matters with caution, favoring a direct confrontation, and systematically wearing down the enemy. With the Grand Commandant's involvement and the flourishing military strength of our great Wu nation in recent years, there is little cause for concern on the battlefield. However, there is one significant worry. Su Xingqian sighed as he continued. The only concern is whether our great Wu nation can sustain the burden of this war. We must not find ourselves in a position where the Grand Commandant prevails on the front lines, only to face logistical failures in the rear, which could endanger the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Yu Xiaoqian continued, his expression grave. This battle cannot be prolonged, otherwise, the economy of De Wu may face collapse, and the national treasury could be exhausted. Su Xingqian stated earnestly. Indeed, the Dawu dynasty is currently quite confident in its military strength, and they possess the capital for such confidence. However, the decision to deploy troops took nearly 2 months of deliberation before reaching a conclusion. The reason being, the treasury is depleted. Over the past few decades, a major conflict has erupted almost every 10 years. While this has bolstered the dignity and confidence of the Dawu dynasty, it has also drained the national coffers. Were it not for the support of Chief Lin and Elder Yang, the Dawu dynasty would likely have encountered significant issues by now. Therefore, this battle must be swift. Like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, fierce and relentless, it must settle the fate of the realm in one decisive clash. Rather than dragging out the conflict, as in the eastern wilderness battlefield, Xia Wen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he passionately raised his fist. His battlefield instincts were sharp, directly seizing upon the crux of the matter. Yet, the Grand Marshal preferred a more cautious approach, advancing step by step, methodically encircling the opponent, and only unleashing a full-scale assault when victory was assured. Such a strategy could lead to a stalemate, potentially prolonging the conflict significantly. It was puzzling. If we can comprehend this logic, how could His Majesty and the elders fail to see it? If war must be waged, would it not be more fitting to deploy Lord Wuho Xia Chen? Lord Wuho is adept at balancing stability with unpredictability, skilled at seizing fleeting opportunities on the battlefield. Zhang Wenliao, having heard the analysis from the others, scratched his head in confusion. In recent days, Yu Xiaoqian had been teaching him to read and write, while Xia Wen devoted an hour each afternoon to elucidate military strategies, using significant battles from the past 50 years as case studies. As a result, his perspective and understanding had undergone a profound transformation. However, it was evident that his political acumen still had ample room for improvement. Upon hearing Zhang Wenliao's remark, Su Xingqian and Yu Xiaoqian exchanged cautious glances at Xia Wen, relieved to see his face still adorned with a smile. Little Liao, a general must be capable of warfare, but one cannot solely rely on martial prowess. Understanding strategy, human nature, and the greater political landscape is essential. You must strive to improve. Xia Wen, with an air of maturity, patted Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder, his height barely reaching that of Zhang's shoulder, creating a rather comical sight. Yet, his words were profound, difficult to fathom for an 11-year-old. Su Xingqian and Yu Xiaoqian couldn't help but elevate their assessment of Xia Wen once more. This young lad truly has an unlimited future ahead. Indeed, Brother Wen, I will continue to learn from you, Zhang Wenliao exclaimed, somewhat understanding yet still bewildered, as he thumped his chest in affirmation to the boy who was a head shorter than him. After a month, he was thoroughly convinced by Xia Wen's capabilities. Despite being only 11 years of age, his extraordinary talent is strikingly apparent. His martial prowess surpasses that of his peers, and his knowledge is profoundly extensive. The military strategies that confound others are articulated with clarity by Xia Wen, earning his admiration. Xia Wen has become, in a sense, a mentor to him. War is the continuation of politics by other means, a peculiar instrument of political maneuvering. Politics is a bloodless form of warfare, while warfare is a bloody manifestation of politics. All conflicts serve the purpose of political objectives. Xia Chen observed this scene with a smile, and upon hearing his words, Su Xingqian and Yu Xiaoqian both trembled slightly. The profundity of the adult's summary resonated deeply. The assertion that all wars serve political ends is remarkably insightful. Su Xingqian and Yu Xiaoqian exchanged solemn glances, fully grasping the underlying principles, yet Xia Chen's articulation was so exquisite that it rendered the concept instantly comprehensible. Please keep an eye on the situation at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield in the coming days. A conflict is brewing in the northwest. That front should soon reach its conclusion. As the treasury of the Great Wu dynasty has been depleted, making it impossible to sustain a two-front war. Xia Chen advised Su Xingchen. Xia Wen's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, yet he noted the emotionless demeanor of his third brother, which dampened his spirits. Xia Chen's gaze remained calm, directed towards the horizon. The azure sky and fluffy clouds heralded the arrival of summer. Chapter 89. A Dwelling in the Heavens. The capital city has been unusually boisterous in recent days. From the highest echelons of power to the bustling merchants and commoners, all are engrossed in discussions regarding the military affairs of the Northwest. With the Grand Commander leading the charge, victory is assured. This campaign will surely compel the children of the Great Foam to beg for mercy. We shall storm into the capital of Great Foam. It is said that the eldest princess of Great Foam is as beautiful as a flower, the fairest maiden in the realm. The entire capital is abuzz with excitement, and thanks to the covert machinations of the lantern bearers, there is widespread confidence in the impending battle. Thus, the people's hearts are aligned. However, some high-ranking officials are far from optimistic, their faces clouded with concern. There exist many astute minds in the world, and those in elevated positions are often privy to more information, understanding that this battle carries significant risks. A misstep could lead to the collapse of the Northwest situation. Amidst this turbulent backdrop, Shun Shuiyan's tavern, which she has labored over for a month, is on the verge of opening. Xia Chen places great importance on this establishment, knowing that the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. Every endeavor necessitates financial support, which is why he sought to bring Shun Shuiyan into the fold. I have sent invitations to all the nobility in the court, from the deputy ministers upwards, as well as to the crown prince, the third prince, Princess Pingyang, and Princess Yaguang. Xia Chen reported respectfully from behind Xia Chen. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen set down his teacup, which glimmered with crystal clarity and exuded a delightful aroma. Excellent. Please arrange for my leave in 2 days. I shall personally attend the grand opening. Xia Chen felt particularly upbeat today, recognizing the significance of this event. He intended for the opening to be a resounding success. Establishing his tavern as the most renowned establishment in all of Great Wu, a beacon of excellence in the capital. The establishment of this restaurant was not born from any desire to conceal ulterior motives. In the capital, where influential figures abound, such intentions cannot remain hidden. Thus, it is better to display the ownership openly, allowing all to know it is his enterprise, thereby deterring the foolish who might covet it. My lord, could it be that the grand opening of our restaurant has attracted too much attention? We have not only invited various esteemed officials, but also the crown prince, the third prince, and Princess Pingyang. Will they truly attend? While the crown prince may not come in person, he is likely to send some of his kin, which suffices. As for whether the crown prince and the third prince decide to show up, that is beyond my concern. I have extended the invitation, and that is all that matters. Xia Chen was indifferent to the matter. He invited everyone, and as long as 1 or 2 guests appeared, he would deem it a success. How has your recent cultivation progressed? Xia Chen inquired, turning to Xia Chen, who wore an expression of excitement. Young master, the elixir you provided is truly miraculous. Recently, I have been taking the body refining pill in conjunction with the yang-breaking demon blade technique you taught me, refining my sinews, bones, and flesh with remarkable speed. I have only recently broken through to the 8th rank and feel that perhaps within a month, I could ascend to the 7th rank. Xia Chen grew increasingly animated as he spoke. In just a month, his horizons had broadened significantly, and the elixir given to him was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, he thought it would take at least a year to break through to the 7th rank. This pill is for you. Find a moment to consume it, Xia Chen said, producing a jade box containing a lustrous, azure elixir. What kind of pill is this, young master? Xia Chen asked, his curiosity piqued, sensing that this elixir was not ordinary. This is a small rejuvenation pill. It can save you 3 months of arduous cultivation. Xia Chen replied calmly. 3 months of arduous cultivation? Xia Chen was taken aback by Xia Chen's words. Such miraculous pills truly exist in this world? With this elixir, you should be able to break into the 7th rank within a couple of days. Go ahead. Xia Chen smiled, acknowledging that a 16-year-old at the 7th rank could be considered a prodigy throughout the capital. Xia Chen was generous towards Xia Chen, willing to invest in him. Having grown up together, sharing the same lineage, they bore similar blood, even if their connection had grown somewhat distant. Xia Chen was naturally incomparable to others. He planned that as soon as he accumulated enough fragments for the competition, he would exchange for a cleansing marrow pill to thoroughly transform Xia Chen's fate. This past month, those under Xia Chen's command had shown rapid advancement, especially Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen had selected a profound technique for him, and with the aid of the body refining pill and hands-on guidance from Xiao Wen, he had already broken through to the 8th rank just days prior. June 1st, a propitious day. The restaurant opened by Shun Xiyan was situated adjacent to Yongle Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the inner city, a commercial epicenter where the affluent of the capital frequented for shopping and leisure. From dawn today, the street had come alive with activity. What is the occasion today? Such a grand display. The streets have even been cleaned, as if a carpet were to be laid out. How is it that I perceive the air on this street has become fragrant? Is it merely an illusion? It is not your imagination. A distinguished 8th-rank sorcerer was summoned earlier to purify the air of this thoroughfare. Beginning at the entrance of Chonglu Street, young attendants in azure robes have been diligently cleaning, rendering the entire street impeccably tidy. The street vendors have not been expelled, but are prohibited from obstructing the path, while lantern bearers stand ready, patrolling the area. Upon arriving at their stalls, some small merchants were taken aback by this grand spectacle. Have you heard about the tavern in the center of Chonglu Street that is currently undergoing renovations? A nearby vendor whispered. Naturally, I am aware. It is the establishment with the peculiar renovations, Tianshangju, a name that dares to be bold. This tavern is set to open today. The fruit vendor glanced around and leaned closer to the tea house proprietor, whispering, such a grand affair for an opening? The tea house owner was astonished. Having begun cleaning from the street corner, this display seemed excessive. Tianshangju has a significant backer, and I hear they are inviting many distinguished guests today. The fruit vendor exclaimed, exuding an air of importance as if to say, aren't I remarkable for having such insider information? He knew this because his nephew had the fortune of being selected by Tianshangju to serve as a waiter. I must tell you, although Tianshangju has only taken a month to prepare, the undertaking is immense, essentially a reconstruction in a mere 30 days. Though it is referred to as a tavern, it is more akin to a small tower, boasting 7 full floors. I have heard that these 7 levels correspond to different ranks of society. No matter how wealthy an ordinary person may be, they can ascend no higher than the 2nd floor. The 5 levels above are reserved for true nobility. The fruit vendor divulged this insider knowledge, his expression filled with longing. Pondering the mysteries that lie above the 2nd floor and what caliber of individuals may access the 7th level. Is it truly necessary for a tavern to be so ostentatious? Could it be that those wishing to dine on the 2nd floor would be turned away? The tea house proprietor, upon hearing this, was left in a state of disbelief. Old Zhang, your perspective is limited. Dining is about more than mere sustenance. It's also about prestige. Everyone here is of high status. I may dine on the 4th floor while you are relegated to the 3rd, which naturally elevates my standing and reputation. Do you understand? Hush. Do not speak further. Look at that carriage. A distinguished guest approaches. As the fruit vendor spoke, his gaze darted about, and he noticed a splendid carriage gliding down the street. Chapter 90. Princess Pingyang. Yongle Street. All eyes were fixed upon the luxurious carriage, which seemed to belong to the residence of Princess Pingyang. Someone recognized the insignia adorning the carriage. It was evidently modified, unusually spacious, exuding both opulence and nobility. Before the carriage, 4 majestic white horses trotted in unison, pulling it forward, while riders cleared the way, creating a significant spectacle. What brings Princess Pingyang here? Could it be? Someone quickly recalled the grand opening of the Tianshangju today, and they were momentarily lost in thought. Even Princess Pingyang had arrived. What manner of person could be behind the establishment of Tianshangju? Inside the carriage, a maid in white gazed at the enchanting and voluptuous Princess Pingyang and spoke. Your Highness, it is merely the opening of a restaurant. Given your esteemed status, you need not attend in person. A mere envoy would suffice. Princess Pingyang, her enchanting eyes sparkling with myriad emotions, chuckled lightly, appearing no older than 26 or 27, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. As it happens, he is my niece's husband. He has recently taken charge of the lantern bearers, and who knows? My imperial brother may yet entrust the lantern bearers to him in the future. We must certainly show him this courtesy. Princess Pingyang's captivating gaze drifted as she continued, her voice melodious and imbued with mature charm. She reminisced about the time she had seen him, during a performance at Baiwa Tower. She witnessed him apprehending someone from the Inspection Institute. She felt she had witnessed the unraveling of the military defense map case. Yet it was astonishing how swiftly he had progressed in just a month or two. As her thoughts wandered, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Your Highness, we have arrived. As soon as Princess Pingyang alighted, her eyes were drawn to a handsome young man standing before an imposing building. The edifice rose majestically, exuding elegance, while the plaque on the 1st floor boldly displayed the characters Tianshangju, resonating with grandeur and poetic essence. Your Highness, Summer Chin stood at the forefront, flanked by Shun Shuiyan and others. Upon seeing the princess descend, he promptly stepped forward with a warm smile. I did not expect your Highness to come in person. It truly brings honor to my humble establishment. From the moment Princess Pingyang stepped onto Yongle Street, he had received news of her arrival. Otherwise, he would not have needed to welcome other esteemed guests personally. Since we are all family, your opening of the restaurant naturally warrants my visit, Princess Pingyang replied, casting a brief glance at Summer Chin's handsome face, her smile radiant. Moreover, I have heard that you mentioned in your invitation that you possess something remarkable. I simply must come to witness it. It is indeed an honor for me that the princess has come. I do have something exceptional, and I hope you will indulge in it shortly. Summer Chin grinned, then personally led Princess Pingyang inside. May I offer you another cup of wine? To banish the sorrows of eternity with you. As Princess Pingyang ascended the steps and approached the grand entrance of Tianshangju, her attention was captivated by the couplets flanking the door. Did you compose these couplets? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Summer Chin. Indeed, they are my humble work. Summer Chen replied with a smile and a nod. Crafted with exquisite precision, the final sentence resonates with a bold grandeur, transforming the act of drinking into something refreshingly elegant and intriguing. It seems that within this celestial abode, the most renowned offering is indeed the wine, is it not? Princess Pingyang, adorned in a resplendent red garment, exudes a mature beauty, while Xia Chen stands beside her with an air of composure. This scene is nothing short of breathtaking. The princess, undeniably astute, understands that the essence of this heavenly dwelling is, after all, fine wine. I have indulged in numerous exquisite vintages, frequently partaking of the imperial wines served at court, where the standards are rather elevated. Princess Pingyang's smile radiates warmth, her eyes glistening like a spring pool, her laughter as enchanting as blossoming peaches. She possesses an innate charm, which has led to gossip suggesting she is naturally captivating. However, curiously, there have been no rumors regarding her romantic entanglements, and she remains unmarried to this day. Yet, the white-clad maidservant behind Princess Pingyang is acutely aware that her mistress has refrained from smiling in public for many years, maintaining an air of dignity. Today, however, she is in high spirits, her laughter flowing freely. Allow the princess to experience the delights of my wine. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, his demeanor refined and gentle as jade, devoid of the menacing aura he once bore at Baiwei Tower. This contrast piqued Princess Pingyang's interest, though he had been somewhat fierce on that day. He now presented himself as a refined young nobleman, handsome and charming. Princess Pingyang mused quietly. I have heard that your celestial dwelling is exquisitely designed, with 7 levels. I wonder which level is appropriate for one of my status. Upon entering the grand hall of the heavenly abode, Princess Pingyang turned, smilingly inquiring of Xia Chen. Oh, the 6th level, he replied naturally, gazing into her beautiful eyes. How audacious. Does my princess only merit the 6th level? Before she could respond, the white-clad maidservant interjected loudly. Princess Pingyang is no ordinary royal. For over a decade, with Emperor Wen's tacit approval, she is engaged in state affairs, wielding considerable influence within the court, and her faction is collectively known as the Pingyang clique. Coupled with her noble status, she is indeed of the highest esteem. The 7th level is reserved solely for His Majesty. Yet, contrary to expectations, Princess Pingyang did not display anger. Instead, she smiled and inquired, the princess is astute. The celestial dwelling is designed precisely thus. Should the esteemed Master Longshu, the heavenly sage, grace us with his presence, the 7th level shall be unveiled. Then I shall proceed to the 6th level. Upon hearing this, the brilliance in her eyes intensified, revealing none of the domineering demeanor she typically exhibited as a powerful princess. Qingluo Pavilion. Xia Chen guided Princess Pingyang up to the 6th level, ultimately halting at a courtyard. The princess could not help but read aloud the 3 characters inscribed before her. Your Highness, the entire 6th level comprises only 5 courtyards, accommodating a maximum of 5 noble guests each day. Shall we venture inside? Xia Chen graciously opened the grand door for Princess Pingyang and turned to smile. With such a vast level housing only 5 courtyards, my curiosity is piqued. Today, I shall discover the mysteries that your 6th level holds. Princess Pingyang's eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions, captivating all who beheld her. Xia Chen could not help but subtly avert his gaze, not out of intention, but rather instinctively. Nevertheless, the impact of her allure remained profoundly potent.